Chapter 4164. The Thousand Thoughts world was the lower realm of the illusionary flower, Water Moon. In other words, the illusionary flower, Water Moon, was in this territory and was not far from it. It was just like how the San Juan world and the Golden Sun continent were the lower realms of the Void Land. The Void Land controlled more than 10 Xianxia worlds. The San Juan world and the Golden Sun continent were just two of them. The resources and human resources in these Xianxia worlds belonged to the Void Land. With the support of these Xianxia worlds, there would be an endless supply of talents. There were even some rare treasures in many lower realms of Xianxia worlds. Xianxia knew about the illusionary flower, Water Moon. When he was fighting for the Golden Crow's corpse on the Sun Star, Xianxia had met a fourth-stage heaven splitter from the illusionary flower, Water Moon. Xianxia looked at the old man from the corner of his eyes. "Do you know Yuan Xiaoman?" The old man was overjoyed. "Master, you know Senior Xiaoman?" Xianxia snorted. "Of course I know her. Why would I know her? But even if Yuan Xiaoman was here, she wouldn't dare to disobey me, let alone you. Guazian, flatten that city for me." "Yes." Stop. The old man was shocked. He brought up the illusionary flower, Water Moon, to make Xianxia hesitate, who knew that the person in front of him did not care about the upper sect at all. Even if he knew that this was the lower realm of the illusionary flower, Water Moon, he was not afraid. Who did the Thousand Thoughts world offend? The old man was infuriated that he had to face such a calamity for no reason. Such a character was not someone the Sea of Qi could afford to offend, nor was he someone the Thousand Thoughts world could afford to offend. I'll take you there. Master, please have mercy." The old man looked dispirited as he made up his mind. Although he did not know who the Heaven Splitter was, if he did not follow this demon's will, the millions of people below would be in trouble. The old man could only make this choice. He secretly decided that after this matter was over, he would go to the illusionary flower, Water Moon, and look for the upper sex experts. "If you knew this was going to happen, why did you do it?" Xianxia snorted. "Lead the way." The old man sighed and led the way. Xianxia called Guazian back and brought Guazian and Lu Shui behind him. Not long after, the group of people arrived above the sea. Looking down, there was a small island below. Arriving here, Qi Si's old man stopped and signaled to Xianxia with his eyes. Kai Yang understood and sneered. "Is this the place?" "It's a good place." The Realm Splitter. And Realm Splitter was stage heaven splitter. Stage realm stage was 2. The heaven stage world realm world. Xianxia waved his hand at the old man Qi Si. The old man Qi Si immediately escaped, disappearing in the blink of an eye. For him, guiding Xianxia to the location of the Black River was already his limit. It was impossible for him to risk his life and get involved in a battle between heaven-opening realm masters. Looking down, Xianxia asked, "Did you see anything?" Guazian and Lu Shui shook their heads, indicating that they did not see anything. Xianxia knew that the old man Qi Si could not have deceived him. Since he pointed to this place, it was definitely correct. Unless the Black River had the ability to deceive the old man Qi Si. The possibility of this was not high. As great emperors, they were recognized by the will of heaven and earth and could sense any movement in this world. The island was not big, and there was no one there. Xianxia did not pretend and waved his hand. "Find him." Guazian and Lu Shui immediately rushed out, using their own methods to bombard the island. The island quickly shattered, and a vague aura suddenly appeared. Lu Shui's eyes flashed. "Found him." She slashed downwards, and the roaring seawater was instantly sealed in ice. With a loud boom, a figure broke out of the ice under the sea. He was in a sorry state, and his aura was weak. Who else could it be but the Black River? He had been injured by Lu Shui's Heart's Brow sword and was hit repeatedly while running. Even if he was a fifth-grade martial artist, he could not hold on. If not for that, he would not have escaped into this world to recover. But it didn't take long for his whereabouts to be exposed. He was shocked and angry at the same time. He roared, "Junior, don't be so ruthless. There is no deep hatred between you and me. Why do you have to kill me?" Xianxia chuckled. "You came to find trouble with me, and now you say this. Aren't you ashamed?" Hey, he wasn't ashamed. If he had known that Xianxia had a fifth-stage heaven splitter by his side, he wouldn't have been so reckless. Although he was certain that Xianxia had killed one of his juniors, the dead couldn't come back to life. It was extremely irrational to rashly make an enemy out of a fifth-stage heaven splitter for a junior. For Black River to be able to cultivate all the way to the fifth-grade martial artist, he was naturally not someone who did not know what was good for him. On the contrary, he was very good at judging the situation. If Wuxia had revealed the aura of a fifth-grade martial artist, Black River might not have seen Xianxia. However, it was too late to say anything now. After forcing him out, Wuxia and Guozian pressed forward, combining their strength to fiercely attack Black River. Guozian was only a third-grade martial artist, so it was too difficult for him to face a fifth-grade martial artist. However, Black River's condition was not good, and he was only pinning him down from the side. Most of the pressure was shouldered by Wuxia, so there wasn't much danger. The situation was deteriorating day by day. Black River's face was filled with despair. He faintly felt that he would die here today. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape, but that he couldn't. His heart was filled with regret, and he roared with grief and indignation. "Just what do you want? Give me an answer. I admit defeat." Xianxia sneered, not saying a word. It was as if he wanted to kill him no matter what. Black River's heart sank to the bottom. However, it was also because of Xianxia's attitude that his determination to fight to the death was stimulated. Without caring about his own consumption, he attacked with all his might, risking his life to take Xianxia's life. Guozian was forced to retreat, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Previously, Black River had held some hope and held back his strength, so Guozian could still participate. But now, Black River was no longer afraid of death. Guozian could no longer join the battle. He could only wander to the side, using some secret techniques to support him from afar. With a loud bang, a crater several hundred miles in diameter appeared on the surface of the sea. The seawater in the crater evaporated and the world hummed. Countless cracks appeared in the void, swimming around like fish. Two fifth-grade heaven splitters were fighting here. This world was also somewhat unable to withstand it. Fortunately, the great emperors of this world had long been paying attention to this battle. They constantly mobilized the power of the world to calm the aftermath of the battle. Otherwise, this territory of the sea would have been destroyed and plunged into misery. And Black River's desperate struggle was also fruitful. Wuxia had only just advanced to the fifth-grade heaven splitter, so she did not have time to consolidate her cultivation. Her Heart's Brow sword had heavily injured Blacksail before, because Xianxia had used the gourd vine to catch Black River off guard. Moreover, the Heart's Brow sword's secret technique consumed too much of her energy. It would be impossible for her to use it again in a short period of time. This clash instantly caused her to fall. Her delicate body was sent flying like a rag sack. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her aura was extremely weak. A good chance. When Black River saw this, he immediately turned around and fled without hesitation, rushing towards the sky. Guozian wanted to stop him, but he was sent flying by a whip. Xianxia's figure flickered, and with the support of the space principles, he instantly arrived in front of Wuxia and reached out to support her. Wuxia coughed out a mouthful of blood and gritted her teeth. "Master, this humble one can still fight." Xianxia nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, he won't be able to escape." As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed at the air, pulling out a bunch of grapes. As soon as the grape appeared, he put his hands on his waist and laughed. "Uncle Pooh is here." As soon as his voice fell, he realized that something was wrong and glared at Xianxia. "Smelly brat. What are you doing? I'll kill you." His two short hands kept scratching, as if he wanted to fight Xianxia to the death, but Yang Kai had already plucked a grape from his head and stuffed him back into the sealed world bead. Yang Kai stuffed the grape into Lu Shue's mouth. Eat. Lu Shue swallowed it directly, and in the next moment, her dim eyes bloomed with an amazing brilliance. In the land of everlastingness, Yang Kai obtained a total of 3 saint-grade medicines, each with their own miraculous effects. Among them, the profound colored illusory mushroom had an extraordinary hallucinogenic effect, and the gourd vine was even more amazing. The 7 small gourds contained yin-yang and 5 elements force of the 5th grade. With the help of the gourd vine, he could erupt with a 5th grade heaven-opening attack. Although the Pu Baixiong did not have the ability to fight enemies, it was a saint-grade medicine for recovery and healing. Yang Kai had eaten 2 grapes before, so he naturally had a deep understanding of this. The surging medicinal efficacies exploded in her stomach, and a majestic vitality nourished her physique and meridians. In the blink of an eye, Lu Shue's injuries were mostly healed, and her originally weak aura swept out again. "Many thanks, Master," Lu Shue said gratefully. "Catch up with him, but don't kill him," Yang Kai ordered. Lu Shue nodded and turned into a sword light, shooting straight into the sky and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai went to Guizian's side and examined him, finding that he was fine, but he had consumed too much energy. Although he was injured, it was not too serious. After a while, Yang Kai and Guizian also rushed into the sky. After the 3 of them all left, in the sky above the chaotic sea territory, one figure after another appeared. These people were led by the old man with the Qi Sea, and there were a total of 9 of them, all of them great emperors of this realm. Looking at the ruined battlefield, the churning seawater, and the shattered laws, the great emperors had grim expressions, fear lingering in their hearts. This was truly a case of sitting at home and disaster descending from the heavens. However, this battle concerned the heaven-opening realm, so they were powerless to stop it. Fortunately, this battle ended quickly and did not have too great an impact on this realm. "There's something here." One of the great emperors suddenly discovered something and reached out with his hand, pulling a spatial ring into his hand. When he scanned it with his divine sense, he was stunned. Seeing this, the other great emperors hurriedly inquired about the situation. When they learned the truth, they were all wild with joy. This spatial ring actually contained several tens of thousands of heaven-opening pills. To any of the Emperor realm, this was an enormous fortune. Chapter 4165. Such an item could not have been left here for no reason. It was obvious that someone had left it behind. Elder Chi Hai pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. "So that person is not a devil. He was just bluffing me." This ring was obviously left behind by Yang Kai as a form of compensation for this world. If he really was a heinous demon, he could simply pat his butt and leave, regardless of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood behind him. As one of the great emperors of this realm, Elder Chi Hai was not a fool. He only pondered for a moment before coming to a realization. However, this matter was of utmost importance, and they had to report it to the upper sect. The 9 great monarchs first divided the opening heaven pellets among themselves, and after a short discussion, the elder in Qi Si and the other female great monarch left for the Thousand Thoughts world to report to the upper sect. When Elder Chi Hai and the female great monarch departed, somewhere in the void, heavenly monarch Black River's face was ashen. His aura was weak, and there were many sword wounds on his body. Blood was dripping from them, and his eyebrows were twitching as he stood there stiffly. Not far in front of him, Lu Shue was staring at him. She did not take the opportunity to kill him. Black River knew that he was on the brink of death. If the woman in front of him really wanted to take his life, he would not be able to resist. However, although the enemy had yet to make a move, their aura was firmly locked onto him. Black River believed that as long as he made the slightest unusual move, it would definitely attract a storm of attacks. At that time, he would definitely not be able to withstand it, so he did not dare to act rashly. How could this be? Black River could not understand. Previously in the Thousand Thoughts realm, he had used his full strength and should have severely injured this woman. She should not have much strength left. However, that was not the case. Not only was this woman's condition not as bad as he had expected, but she was also rapidly recovering. Black River did not know what kind of miraculous pill she had taken or what kind of secret technique she had used, but the only thing he knew was that in this battle, although he had done his best, he had still suffered a crushing defeat. He had lost. Just as the two were confronting each other, Xianxia and Guizian finally arrived. Seeing this, Xianxia was not surprised at all. Originally, Black River was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Wuxia ate a Saint Medicine grape and chased after him. How could Black River stop her? If not for Xianxia's warning, Black River would have been a corpse by now. Seeing Xianxia, Black River had a complicated expression. Ever since he felt the aura of the restriction he had planted in the Universal Palace, he had been planning to avenge his descendant. Black River was Black River. Black River's Black River, but his descendant was killed. He didn't put Kai Yang's lineup in his eyes. He believed that with his own ability, he could deal with these three people. But who would have thought that a single mistake would cause him to step into the gates of hell? Forcing out a smile, Black River said to Xianxia, "Little brother, it is better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. I am willing to pay a price and make peace with you. Moreover, I vow that I will never bother you again in the future." Under the eaves, one had no choice but to lower their heads. Black River did not want to lower his head like this, but for the sake of his own life, he could abandon his face. Seeing his attitude, Xianxia nodded in satisfaction. If Black River would rather die than submit, it would be troublesome. He had paid a great price this time, so he had to recoup the cost. Price? What price? Xianxia looked at him calmly. Black River felt a weight lift from his heart. He was really afraid that Xianxia would order him to kill him as soon as he arrived. If that happened, he would really have no way to live. As long as Xianxia was willing to negotiate, it was a good thing. Although his heart ached, he quickly took out an object from his miniature universe world and held it in his palm. "Little brother, take a look at this. What do you think?" This object exuded a brilliant golden light and surged with the rich power of metal. It was a fifth-grade resource. Unexpectedly, Xianxia only glanced over it before losing interest and snorting, "Trash! Trash!" Black River raised his eyebrows. This was a fifth-grade resource, a good thing worth at least one. 5 million heaven-opening pills. He had obtained it with great difficulty, so how could it be trash? This fellow was trying to raise the price. Black River clenched his teeth and took out another set of resources, nearly emptying his pockets. But in Xianxia's eyes, these things only received a single evaluation. Trash! Trash! Black River's eyebrows jumped. He had already taken out all of his valuables, but still could not move Xianxia. Did he really want to kill him? Suppressing the anger in his heart, Black River said, "Little brother, what do you want? Please state it clearly." Xianxia's lips curled up as he looked him over and said, "I only have one request. If you agree to it, I will spare your life, but if you dare say no, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Black River's expression changed slightly, and he cupped his hands. "Please speak. If this Black River is capable of doing so, I will not refuse." Xianxia immediately became enthusiastic and raised his hand to summon a simple animal skin book, flipping it open and saying, "It's simple. Just leave your name and aura here." This is... Black River's eyes were sharp, and he immediately saw the 3 large words on the page. He said in shock, "Loyalty and righteousness? You actually have the Loyalty and Righteousness book." This was the famous Loyalty and Righteousness Demon's item. So how had it fallen into this boy's hands? Wasn't the Loyalty and Righteousness book destroyed with the fall of the Loyalty and Righteousness Demon? What was the relationship between this boy and the Loyalty and Righteousness Demon? "Oh," Xianxia looked at him with a smile. "You know about the Loyalty and Righteousness book? That makes things easy. You want to enslave this Black River?" Black River flew into a rage. For the sake of survival, he was willing to pay a price, but that didn't mean he was willing to be enslaved. He was a dignified 5th-stage heaven splitter, So how could he be willing to live under the Emperor realm and be ordered around by others? Xianxia's expression sank and killing intent surged. What? You don't want to? If you don't want to, then I'll ask you to die. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Lu Shui's sword shook and a clear sword cry rang out. Black River jumped in fright, and cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. He quickly raised his hand and said, "Wait, I don't have time to wait for you. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. Choose for yourself whether you want to live or die." Xianxia coldly snorted and turned to Lu Shui. Lu Shui took a step forward, her world force fluctuating as she pointed her sword at Black River. Black River's sweat fell like rain as he struggled in his heart. He was a fifth-stage heaven splitter and was normally aloof, so he naturally didn't want to be enslaved, but now that his life was in someone else's hands, he couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. Feeling Lu Shui's cold killing intent, he realized that Xianxia wasn't joking. If he really refused, he would end up in tragedy today. But should he just agree like that? Then where would he put his face? 10 breaths of time quickly passed, and Xianxia's expression was cold. Stubborn fool, kill him. Lu Shui was about to make her move. Black River lowered his head and said, "I admit defeat. I ask little brother to show mercy." He wasn't an unyielding person to begin with. If not, he wouldn't have admitted defeat so quickly. Now, for the sake of survival, leaving his name and aura on the loyalty and righteousness register was acceptable. At worst, he would find a way to get rid of this restraint in the future. Xianxia chuckled. A wise man submits to circumstances. She immediately had Heiha leave his name and aura on the loyalty and righteousness register. Throughout the entire process, Lu Shui was on high alert, her aura firmly locked onto Heiha. If he had any ill intentions, Lu Shui would definitely attack him at the first possible moment. Soon, the words Black River appeared on the second page of the loyalty and righteousness register. Xianxia clearly felt that there was now a connection between the loyalty and Black River. The loyalty and righteousness register was a strange object that didn't need to be refined to display its effects. It was refined from the skin and flesh of the Xianxia. The Xianxia was one of the divine spirits, born with the ability to distinguish right from wrong, loyalty and treachery. The loyalty and righteousness register refined from its body had this effect. However, while this thing had many advantages, it also had its drawbacks. Xianxia couldn't refine it, so he couldn't completely control the loyalty and righteousness register. In other words, whoever held the loyalty and righteousness register would be able to control the life and death of the people in the register. The loyalty and righteousness register originally only had a single name, Chun Tianfei. Now, the second page had Black River, but the entire loyalty and righteousness register only had 9 pages. In other words, the loyalty and righteousness register could only enslave 9 people. Using one of the slots in exchange for a 5th-stage heaven splitter as a hired thug was a very good deal. However, Xianxia also invested a lot. At the very least, the value of 2 world fruits was extraordinary. In order to give Lu Shui the power to fight Black River, he didn't hesitate to use a middle-grade world fruit. Even Guizian used a low-grade world fruit to advance to the 3rd-stage heaven splitter. Xianxia only had 3 middle-grade world fruits in total. He had left 1 for Yu He and 1 for Lu Shui. Now, there was only 1 left. Black River was also a character. Since he had already left his name on the loyalty and righteousness register, he couldn't resist anymore. His mentality changed very quickly, and he took the initiative to give the things he had taken out to Xianxia as an apology. Xianxia didn't refuse and happily accepted them. Although these things were nothing in his eyes, the Void had spent a lot of resources on the 9 Heavens Great Array. It was good to have them replenished at this time. Lu Shui took out the pinwheel again, and the 4 of them entered it. Lu Shui drove it, and the remaining 3 healed their wounds. Black River's injuries were very serious, and it would take at least 1.5 years to fully recover. The main reason was that Lu Shui hadn't held back when fighting with him. The Heart's Brow sword had almost killed him on the spot. Now, even with Lu Shui's help to disperse the sword intent, it would be troublesome for him to recover. Xianxia directly grabbed Pu Baixiong. This time, he didn't take the grapes on his head. Instead, he let him stay beside Black River and help him heal. Pu Baixiong was a healing panacea, and the grapes on his head were a healing panacea. However, even if he didn't take the grapes, his body would constantly emit surging vitality, which was very beneficial to his recovery. Seeing this, Black River sighed in amazement. Only now did he know that Xianxia's previous evaluation of his things as trash wasn't groundless. Compared to such a panacea, his things could really be thrown into the trash. Chapter 4166. For months later, a windmill stopped in front of a huge territory gate. The gate to the territory gate was so bright that it could be seen even from a great distance. Inside the windmill, Xianxia looked at the territory gate with a calm expression, but his heart was restless. He actually didn't know where the star boundary was. Ever since he bought the universe map, he had been searching for it. There were 3 possible locations where the star boundary might exist, and he firmly remembered them in his heart. Before encountering He had already searched a large territory, but found nothing. After subduing He 2 months ago, he entered the second possible large territory, but still found no trace of the star boundary. After crossing this territory gate, he would arrive at the last large territory. If there was still no star boundary in this large territory, Xianxia really didn't know where to look. These 3 possible large territory weren't found by Xianxia based on his intuition, but on some basis. For many years, besides the great demon god Imo, Sheng, and Tian Xing, no other heaven-opening realm cultivators had visited the star boundary. In other words, the star boundary should be located in a very remote location, and the resources in the large domain should be relatively poor, so it was impossible to attract the attention of a heaven-opening realm cultivator. Otherwise, the star boundary should be like the Golden Sun continent and the Thousand Thoughts world, becoming a lower realm of some force. In fact, if it weren't for great demon god invading the star boundary and Zhang Ruo, she inheriting his ancestors' will, Xianxia wouldn't have known about the heaven-opening realm. With this judgment, he had some basis. The 3 possible large regions that he had searched for didn't have any powers. There were only a few scattered Qinquan worlds that had weak vitality and were lacking in resources. Unfortunately, he hadn't found anything the first 2 times, and he didn't know what the result of this last search would be. If he still couldn't find the star boundary, then he could only look for Zhang Ruo Shi. She had inherited Tian Xing's will, and although it wasn't complete, she might know the location of the star boundary. After sorting out his thoughts, Xianxia said, "Let's go in." Lu Shui received the order and drove the windmill into the territory gate. Even with the protection of the flight-type artifact, everyone in the windmill still felt dizzy. However, it was not a big problem. A moment later, the windmill crossed the territory gate and entered another large territory. Xianxia immediately released his senses, and soon his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He did not discover anything. He was one of the great emperors of the void recognized by the astral world's will. If the distance was right, he should be able to sense the existence of the astral world. Given the current situation, either the astral plane was not within this large territory, or the distance between them was too great. Praying that it was the latter, Xianxia had Lu Shui continue to operate the windmill and search this large territory. A few days later, Xianxia suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look in a certain direction. A huge surprise appeared on his face as he whispered, "Over there, over there." Lu Shui immediately changed direction and rushed in the direction he pointed. He chuckled and said, "Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Master. Hard work pays off. You finally got what you wanted." After more than 4 months of recuperation, his injuries were basically healed. Originally, it would not have been so fast, but with Pu Baixiong's help, the healing process was greatly improved. Although he did not know what Xianxia was looking for these days, he faintly felt that he should be looking for a place. Now that he saw Xianxia's happy expression, he naturally found it. And after such a long time, he gradually adapted to his position and no longer felt remorse. This was especially so after interacting with Xianxia for a long time and discovering that he was not harsh on himself. So he let go of his status as a fifth-stage heaven splitter. Ah! Xianxia was delighted and laughed, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "Congratulations, congratulations." He rubbed his nose, speechless. He thought to himself, what's there to be happy about? Under Lu Shui's full power, the windmill moved at an incredible speed, and a day later, a half-moon-shaped universe world appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking around, Kai Yang let out a long sigh of relief, as if he was a wanderer returning home with a sense of anticipation and anxiety. This half-moon-shaped universe world was the star boundary. In another direction, there was another layer of perception that was faintly connected to him. That was the newly born demonic domain, where the Dharmakaya was now overseeing. Back then, Xianxia had used the small sealed world to roll around and swallow all the continents in the demon territory, merging them into the small sealed world to form the third territory. After the War of the Two Worlds, the star boundary suffered heavy losses, and the attacking demon race army was almost completely wiped out. However, there were still countless demon race forces in the third territory. Xianxia pulled out the main body of the small sealed world and turned it back into the sealed world bead, while the rest became the new demon territory. The embodiment had to stay there for some reasons, and the two demon saint, Bei Liemo and Chang Tian, also lived there. However, now was not the time to go there. Xianxia still had to return to the star boundary first. As they got closer, the outline of the star boundary became clearer and clearer. At a certain moment, Lu Shui suddenly looked surprised and said, "Master, there seems to be something over there. There seems to be a big thing on the periphery of the universe world." He also noticed this and looked over with his full eyesight. He could not help but be surprised. This is a giant god spirit? As he spoke, he sucked in a breath of cold air. That big thing was a giant god spirit. Although, he was a fifth-stage heaven-opening master and had seen a lot, this was the first time he had seen a living giant god spirit. Before this, he had only heard about it. This was a giant god spirit, standing at the top of the 3,000 worlds and the entire vast universe. Although he had long heard that the giant god spirit clan was peaceful and did not like to fight, and as long as they did not take the initiative to provoke them, he still felt a little creeped out when he suddenly found a giant god spirit in such a place. Lu Shui also felt her scalp tingle and turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia said, "Don't worry, I'm an old acquaintance of it." Guizian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He stared at Xianxia without blinking, as if he wanted to see if he was joking. Xianxia's expression was solemn. Ada had not left, which undoubtedly meant that the situation in the star boundary was not optimistic. It had to be known that the giant god spirit clan was innately gifted. Although they were peaceful, they ate dead Qian worlds as food. In this vast universe, whenever a Qian world was about to die, they would be able to smell that special aura and rush over in advance. Then they would wait for the opportunity to swallow the world after it died. If the situation in the star boundary had changed, Ada should have left, but at this moment he was still here. As everyone trembled with fear, the windmill quickly approached the giant god spirit. However, very quickly, a delicate shout came from afar. "Who is it? This is the star boundary. Please stop, or else you will be killed without mercy." Hearing this voice, Xianxia chuckled and suppressed his voice. "Little girl, you really have a big tone. I won't stop, so what can you do to me?" The three heaven-opening masters in the windmill looked at him speechlessly. The voice was silent for a while, then suddenly clenched her teeth and said, "Damn ghost, you're willing to come back?" She obviously also recognized Xianxia's voice. Xianxia laughed loudly, his figure flashing as he jumped out of the windmill. Looking up, he saw a beautiful figure standing in the void in front of him. Her face was enchanting, and her beautiful eyes were like a divine spring, emitting a soul-stealing light. At this moment, she was looking at Xianxia with reddened eyes, gritting her teeth. "I'm back." Xianxia spread his arms and shouted. That person let out a tender cry and happily flew over, rushing into his embrace. Xianxia took a deep breath, smelling that familiar fragrance, then lowered his head and kissed her hair. "I'm back, Rumeng. Long time no see." This woman was the succubus demon saint, Yu Rumeng. Rumeng raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Although it had only been 10-odd years since Xianxia had left the star boundary, she felt like thousands of years had passed. It wasn't just because she missed him, but because after Xianxia left, the great emperors had all gone into seclusion to recover. In the entire star boundary, she was the only one with the strength of a great emperor. It could be said that the survival of the star boundary rested on her shoulders. The pressure was like a mountain, especially as time passed. The situation of the star boundary became more and more unfavorable. How many times had she been afraid of letting down Xianxia? How many times had she been afraid that the star boundary wouldn't be able to hold on and would be destroyed? But now, she could finally put down this heavy burden. She was so relaxed that she almost wanted to cry. Xianxia pulled her into his embrace and stared at the star boundary with a solemn expression. The entire star boundary was now filled with a thick aura of death. Even without entering it, he could feel the corruption of the world's laws. He didn't expect the situation of the star boundary to be so serious. Although he brought back the roots of the world tree this time, he wasn't sure if it could save the star boundary. He could only plan for the worst. If even the roots of the world tree were ineffective, then he could only take away all the living creatures in the star boundary. But in this way, there were also great drawbacks. The void couldn't accommodate so many people, and most of the cultivator in the star boundary had low strength. Even if they went to the void, it wouldn't make much sense. Staying in the star boundary would allow them to grow better. While the two were being affectionate, Wuxia and the others slowly flew over. When they got closer, they realized why there was a giant god here. It turned out that it was attracted by the dying world. It seemed that the legends about the giant god were true. They looked at each other and slowly shook their heads. In their opinion, this world was hopeless. It was only a matter of time before it perished. These people are... Yu Rumeng noticed that someone was approaching and quickly broke free from Xianxia's embrace and asked curiously. "A few of my subordinates," Xianxia explained. Wuxia and the others quickly cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, madam." Yu Rumeng was stunned. With her cultivation as a demon saint, she couldn't sense the depth of these three people. Each of them gave her a feeling that they were not inferior to the great demon god. In fact, they were even more powerful. When the great demon god wreaked havoc in the star boundary almost exhausted all of its strength to kill him. The great emperors were almost buried with him. These three people were actually Xianxia's subordinates? What had her man experienced in the outside world all these years? Yu Rumeng's heart was full of doubts. Chapter 41:67. Although she was puzzled, Yu Rumeng did not forget her etiquette. She smiled and nodded at the three of them. "Thank you for your protection. This concubine thanks you on behalf of my husband." Wuxia and the others hurriedly said they did not dare, but in their hearts they were amazed. Although Yu Rumeng's cultivation was nothing in their eyes, her enchanting and charming face was hard to find in the world. They all sighed. Their master's luck with women was really good. After chatting with Yu Rumeng for a while, Xianxia learned that the reason she appeared here was to feed Ada. Many of the great emperors of Star Boundary were in seclusion, so she was the only high-end fighting force left in Star Boundary. And Ada had been waiting outside Star Boundary, eyeing it covetously. Although Xianxia had made an agreement with him before he left, this guy's brain was not very good. Who knew when he would swallow Star Boundary? In order to stabilize him, Yu Rumeng had to send him some food every once in a while. His food was refined by the great emperors of the secular world using the dead stars in the territory of the lower Star Boundary. It was similar to the One Realm bead. Xianxia nodded, pulled Yu Rumeng, and arrived in front of Ada in a flash. Compared with this behemoth, Xianxia was like an ant standing in front of an elephant. When he used the dragon transformation secret technique and turned into a half-dragon, he was still able to get into Ada's nostrils and grab his nose hair. One could imagine how huge the body of the giant God-Spirit clan was. Ada. Xianxia waved his hand enthusiastically, making Lu Shui and the others not far away nervous. They were afraid that a breath from the giant God-Spirit would blow Xianxia's soul away. Da was chewing in his mouth, and a crunching sound came from his mouth. Hearing the sound, he stretched his neck forward and looked carefully, then suddenly grinned and said, "It's you, little ant. Ada recognizes you." Xianxia smiled and said, "It seems you're not too stupid. Ada recognizes you. Ada is hungry. Ada wants to eat." The giant God-Spirit leaned over. It was as if the entire universe was pressing down on him. Xianxia was instantly drenched in cold sweat. At this point, he could be considered to have seen some wonderful things outside the universe. He had even seen a few high-grades split the heavens, but those high-grades split the heavens were not as powerful as this giant God-Spirit, as expected of the top species in the entire universe. Fortunately, there were very few people in this race, and their intelligence was not high. Otherwise, how could there be room for other species to survive in this world? The Tao of Heaven was to take away the excess, but not the deficiency. As he spoke, a thunderous sound came from his stomach. It was deafening, and Lu Shui and the others' faces turned ashen. Xianxia quickly nudged Yu Meng, who was beside him. The latter understood and threw some one-realm bead over. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Ada chewed happily. Xianxia did not dare to stay any longer, lest the giant God-Spirit ask him for food again. He said to Lu Shui and the others, "You all stay here." The world principles of the star boundary were broken and could not withstand too much power. Lu Shui and the others were all at the split the heavens, so if they really rashly entered the star boundary, it would not be good for the star boundary. To be safe, it was better to leave them outside. Lu Shui and the others nodded and watched as Xianxia and Yu Meng rushed into the star boundary. After the two of them left, the three of them looked at each other and retreated without leaving a trace, only stopping when they had retreated far away. There was nothing they could do about it. The pressure the giant God-Spirit gave off was too strong, so no one dared to get too close. The star boundary was broken, the world principles were in chaos, and the void was full of cracks, leaving traces of the war decades ago. In the past few decades, the entire star boundary had walked further and further on the road to destruction, and even the great emperors were powerless to reverse the situation. The world principles were in chaos, and even the living conditions of the star boundary had become extremely bad. Natural disasters continued to occur everywhere, causing unimaginable losses to the star boundary every year, cutting bloody wounds on the already broken body of the star boundary. In the Eastern Territory, above the sea, a ship was fleeing for its life. Behind the ship, the waves were thousands of feet high, sweeping across the sky, and the whole sky was dark. Although the many cultivators on the ship tried their best to resist, it was difficult to resist the terrifying power of nature. Screams and cries of panic rang out, and hundreds of people on the ship showed despair. In the Southern Territory, the mountains trembled, and huge gullies appeared in the earth. From the gullies, hot magma spewed out, destroying villages, and countless people lost their homes. Many forces led by the Azure Sun Temple worked together to resist the disaster, but it was just a drop in the bucket, and they could only try to minimize casualties. In the Western Territory, a sandstorm swept over, swallowing everything in its path. At the edge of the desert, the new patriarch of the Liu family looked at the terrible sandstorm that covered the sky and the earth with an ashen face and murmured, "It's over. It's all over." During the Great War of the Two Realms, because the great Emperor Ying was born in the Western Territory, and because the passage between the two realms was built in the Western Territory suffered the most losses. At this time, it had been almost 70 years since the Great War of the Two Realms. The Liu family was a family that rose to prominence after the Great War of the Two Realms. The patriarch of the Liu family was also quite capable and had led the Liu family upward over the years. However, in the face of this terrible sandstorm, any means were weak. He could only watch the sandstorm hit and secretly pray that his family's protective array could resist the power of nature. However, the patriarch of the Liu family also knew that such a terrible disaster could not be resisted by his family. After this, how many people could survive? In the Northern Territory, heavy snow was falling, and the climate was extremely cold. The ice on the lakes was up to 3 feet thick, and the cold wave hit and froze all life. However, compared with the other territory, the situation in the Northern Territory was the best because the High Heaven Palace was in the Northern Territory. Many disciples of the High Heaven Palace, who had achieved success in their cultivation, would go out to gain experience, and resisting this disaster was the best way to hone their skills. In front of a large city, a palace was suspended in mid-air. Above the palace, there were 4 shining words, Flowing Time Temple. On the steps of the palace, 2 figures stood, a man and a woman. The man had white hair that fluttered in the wind, and he was wearing a snow-white cloak that fluttered in the wind, making him look heroic and extraordinary. The woman had a beautiful face and a slender figure, like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water. The 2 of them faced the direction of the cold wave with dignified expressions. Even though the 2 of them were not weak now, and they had the help of the divine object, the flowing time temple, in the face of this terrible heavenly might, they did not dare to take it lightly, because behind them, there were millions of people looking forward to it. "It's coming," Xianxia shouted in a low voice. Xianxia nodded and took a deep breath. In the next moment, the 2 of them raised their palms together, changing hand seals continuously and striking out fiercely. A low murmur resounded through the world. The flowing time, great emperor's withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream. The overwhelming cold wave seemed to have entered a strange state of stagnation at this moment. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. Seeing this scene, the city erupted into cheers that soared into the sky. Master Gemini's divine might is unparalleled. Master Gemini, good job. It's all thanks to Master Gemini. Otherwise, we would have been finished. Over the years, Xianxia and Xianxia had repeatedly taken action, withstanding natural disasters in the Northern Territory, saving countless people, and tempering themselves. They had also earned the title of the Flowing Time Great Emperor Gemini. The overwhelming praise did not make them smile in the slightest, and instead, their expressions became more and more dignified. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "Little ant, this cold wave seems to be fiercer than before." Xianxia nodded and asked, "Can you hold on? Are you kidding me? You think I can't hold on?" Xianxia replied arrogantly, "Little ant, if you can't hold on, you should have said so earlier. After all, you're a woman, and I'm a man. I can't hold on." Xianxia's face changed slightly, and without hesitation, she summoned the endless hourglass and joined forces with Xianxia. 10,008 grains of flowing time, great emperor divine, sand flew out of the endless hourglass and into the cold wave. In an instant, the power of the cold wave weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flowing time, great emperor divine sand had changed the flow of time, causing the cold wave to weaken rapidly. However, the cold wave continued on endlessly. The flowing time, great emperor Gemini, gritted her teeth and desperately urged her Emperor Qi to resist the cold wave. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the depths of their hearts. "Well done." The 2 of them were stunned. Immediately after, they saw an invisible hand suddenly appear in the cold wave. With a gentle wave of the hand, the cold wave that the 2 of them couldn't stop despite using all their strength was actually flattened in an instant. The change was so sudden that neither Xianxia nor Xianxia could react in time. If a moment ago it was a crazy storm, then now it was calm and tranquil. That big hand seemed to be smoothing out a wrinkle in their clothes with ease. Turning their heads to look at each other, Xianxia hesitantly asked, "Xiao, did you hear something?" Xianxia was stunned for a long time before suddenly jumping 3 feet high and shouting, "Adoptive father is back." Saying so, without waiting for Xianxia to respond, he hurriedly controlled the flowing time temple and rushed in the direction of the High Heaven Palace, leaving behind the gratitude of millions of people in the great city behind him. At the same time, the waves of the sea in the Eastern Territory calmed down, and countless people on the big ships still had lingering fears. The earthquake that had lasted for several months in the Southern Territory also quickly subsided, and the magma that overflowed from the cracks in the ground slowly calmed down. Wen Zishan and Gao Shueting looked at each other in confusion. But in the next moment, both of their hearts moved and their faces lit up with joy. The Void Master is back. The moment before the sandstorm in the western regions reached the Liu clan's headquarters, it suddenly dissipated. After surviving the calamity, the Liu clan's patriarch fell to the ground, his entire body drenched in sweat. In the 4 territories of the world, hundreds of millions of creatures at the same time received the shocking news. The great emperors of the void had returned. After a short silence, the 4 territories cheered. Decades ago, during the War of the Two Realms, the great emperors of the chaotic star territory had almost engulfed the star boundary. It was the sect of the great emperors of the void who protected the last pure land of the star boundary, preserving the last glimmer of hope for the star boundary. It was also the great emperors of the void who finally turned the tide and killed the great demon god, resolving the crisis of the star boundary. After the War of the Two Realms, the great emperors of the void did not hesitate to jump out of the star boundary and go to the outside world to find a way to save the star boundary. And now he was back. Chapter 4168. The Return of the Void. The 4 territories were shaken as countless people cheered. In this post-apocalyptic world, hundreds of millions of people were struggling to survive. The return of the great emperors of the void had undoubtedly brought them new hope. Deep in the High Heaven Palace, the dragon race's great elder Zhu Yin and second elder Fu Shun slowly opened their eyes. The two were husband and wife. They had suffered heavy injuries during the battle with the great demon god. Even after so many years, they were still unable to fully recover due to their dragon race physique. So, they had been working together to heal their injuries. At this moment, they looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. In the Eastern Territory's Spirit Beast Island, the martial beast Mo Huang chuckled. "You're finally back." Saying so, he got up and waved his hand. The door that had been closed for decades opened with a rumble. Mo Xiaoqi stood outside and looked at him in surprise. "Father, is Big Brother Yang back? I seem to have heard his voice just now." Mo Huang's face immediately fell as he said bitterly, "Your father has been in seclusion for nearly 70 years to heal his injuries. Why didn't you ask about my injuries? You only care about your big brother Yang. What kind of logic is this?" Mo Xiaoqi blushed slightly and asked shyly, "Father, how are your injuries?" Mo Huang sighed. "I won't die for the time being." Mo Xiaoqi hugged his arm. "Then take me to the High Heaven Palace quickly." Mo Huang snorted. The injuries that had been stabilized with great difficulty were about to flare up again. He felt blood boiling in his chest as he shouted in grief and indignation, "This king will never forgive you," surnamed Yang. Seeming to notice that Mo Huang's expression was not good, Mo Xiaoqi hurriedly said, "Father, don't misunderstand. Maybe Big Brother Yang has some kind of healing medicine. Daughter is just worried about father's injuries." Mo Huang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All right, don't explain. I'm going to ask him about the situation." Mo Xiaoqi immediately cheered. In the Serene Soul Palace, the great emperors of the Serene Soul Palace slowly walked out from their seclusion. Outside the palace, Hyoji and the many experts of the Serene Soul Palace had been waiting for a long time. When they saw the great emperors, they all respectfully saluted. "Greetings, Palace Master." Yao Ju nodded. He patted Hyoji on the shoulder and said, "You've done a good job these years." Although he was always in seclusion, he was not completely ignorant of the outside world. Hyoji was unfazed. "It's what I should do." Although he was the son of the great emperors and was somewhat arrogant in his early years, he was subdued by Yangkai during the War of the Two Worlds and became the commander of the GZ army. He led the GZ army to fight against the demon race. He had grown tremendously. Yao Jun had been in seclusion all these years, so the entire Serene Soul Palace was managed by him. It could be said that everything was in good order. The Eastern Territory had also suffered a lot because of the serene Soul Palace. Void has returned. Come, follow me to see him. Yao Jun called out. Hyoji nodded and followed behind his father. In the Heaven's Secret Valley, the great emperors of the Heaven's Secret Sect looked at the 3 pieces of ancient turtle shells in front of him and laughed. Good fortune! Good fortune! The star boundary has been saved from a desperate situation. This is great news. Gao Zhan stood behind him and was also pleasantly surprised. Master, you mean to say that Void Master's return this time can solve the problem of the star boundary? His eyes were white and he was born blind, but he was the best candidate to inherit the inheritance of the great emperors of the Heaven Secret Sect. When he was very young, the great emperors of the Heaven Secret Sect took him in and taught him. Most likely. Chu Tianji chuckled and stood up. Let's go to the High Heaven Palace. In the Medicine Core Valley, the wondrous pill great emperors set out with several disciples. In the Iron Blood Castle, the Iron Blood Great Emperor set out with Lin Yuner. There were also the great emperors of the Azure Sun Temple, the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Valley, and the Ice Feather great emperors of the One Line Sky. Almost at the same time, the great emperors who had been in seclusion for decades came out and rushed to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. Not only them, but Luan Feng, Fan Hua, Songgo, and other Saint Masters of the Eastern Territory Savage Wild Ancient Land, Bing Yun, Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master of the Northern Territory, Sheng Yu Zhu of the Rakshasa Sect, and many other masters who had a relationship with Yangkai all set out and headed straight to the High Heaven Palace. All the masters in the Northern Territory returned to the sea. Welcome back, Palace Master. In the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, tens of thousands of disciples under the leadership of Great Chief Hua Qingxi and Second Chief Bian Yuqing cupped their fists in unison, their voices shaking the world as they stared at the figure descending from the sky with deep admiration and respect. Yang Kai swept his gaze around and saw his Grandmaster Ling Tai Su, his ancestral founder Chu Ling Xiao, his old friends who had followed him all the way from the Central Continent to Shadowed Star, his parents, Meng Wuya and Xianing Chong. The little senior sister's face was still covered by a thin veil, but her tender body couldn't help trembling slightly as tears welled up in her beautiful eyes like stars. If it weren't for the occasion, she would have already thrown herself at him. Shuiyu stood beside her, pursing her red lips as her beautiful eyes filled with bitterness. Yang Kai nodded lightly to the two of them before turning to the others and saying with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work over the years. Has everything been well?" Although he had investigated the situation of the entire star boundary immediately and knew that everyone must have had a hard time over the years, he still felt gratified to be able to see so many familiar faces at this moment. Hua Qingxi replied, "Everything is well. Thank you for your concern, Palace Master." Yang Kai nodded and stepped forward, arriving in front of his parents and saying with shame, "Son greets father and mother. I have not repaid the kindness of raising you all these years and have even caused you to live in fear every day. This son is unfilial." Dong Suju sniffled, holding back the tears in her eyes as she pursed her lips and said, "A man should achieve great things. We don't need you to worry about us." Fourth Master Yang nodded and said, "You being able to solve the current problem of the star boundary is the greatest filial piety you can show us." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Son will do his best and not disappoint father and mother. He turned around and held his little senior sister in Shui Yu's hands, tenderly saying, "You've worked hard as well." The two of them looked at each other and slowly shook their heads. It wasn't hard at all. Tears fell from their eyes. They knew that this wasn't a good time to act like this, but they couldn't control themselves no matter what. Yu Rumeng immediately went over and comforted them. Yang Kai also met the two elders of the dragon race and Tian Yen. Tian Yen was one of the great emperors from the Divine Ascension Mirror and had made great contributions during the Great War between the two realms. Back then, he had concealed his identity and infiltrated the demon race, causing great losses to the demon race. After the Great War between the two realms, he remained in the High Heaven Palace, but because the star boundary's principles were shattered, he was unable to become one of the great emperors, even though he had the foundation of the great emperors. Just as they were talking, the space array flickered and a group of 3 figures appeared. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Bing Yun, Su Yin, and Ji Yao walking out of the hall one after another. When they saw each other, they naturally exchanged some pleasantries. They hadn't exchanged more than a few words when the space array flickered again. Immediately after, a loud voice rang out, "Adoptive father is back?" In the next instant, Yang Xiao rushed out of the hall. His eyes turned and fixed on Yang Kai. He immediately cheered and rushed over, running around Yang Kai and shouting, "Brat, you have no respect for your elders." Zhu Yin couldn't watch any longer. He reached out and grabbed Yang Xiao's ear, dragging him back. Yang Xiao begged for mercy and pain. Yang Shui stood in front of Yang Kai and said in a clear voice, "Big brother." Yang Kai laughed and patted her head. "I haven't seen you in so many years. Little sister is getting more and more beautiful." He loved this little sister very much, but he also owed her a lot. He had been running around outside all these years. Not only was he unable to fulfill his filial duties in front of his parents, but he also failed to fulfill his responsibility as a big brother. It was even thanks to Yang Shui accompanying his parents that he was able to show off his skills outside. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Yang Shui's delicate nose wrinkled. Big brother only knows how to talk nonsense. No wonder he can deceive so many sisters-in-law. Yang Kai laughed. The space array flashed again, and Martial Beast arrived with Mo Shaoqi and Fu Xian. Immediately after, the great emperors of the secular world, Wan Zishan and Gao Shui Ting, appeared together. After a while, Yao Junhaioji and his son arrived. Since the War of the Two Worlds, there had never been a day when the High Heaven Palace's space array was activated so frequently. There had never been a day when so many masters gathered together. The wondrous pill great emperors came with several of his disciples. The flowering shadow great emperors came with Li Shiqing. The heaven's secret great emperors came with Gao Zhan. The ice feather great emperors came alone. The iron blood great emperor came with Lin Yan. The 3 saint masters of the ancient wildlands, Xianxia, Lu Yin, and Shanqing Luo. They all came. Before Yang Kai left, he had arranged countless space arrays in the entire star boundary, connecting the 4 territories together. Anyone could go anywhere in the star boundary without any restrictions. The reason for this was to make it convenient for the great forces to support each other and help each other. Because of this, it didn't take long for many masters to come to the High Heaven Palace. If not for this, the masters from the other territories would have to waste a lot of time to come. Yang Kai greeted the great emperors one by one. Although he remained calm on the surface, he was surprised in his heart. He found that the auras of the great emperors of the star boundary were very weak. It was obvious that they had not recovered from their injuries. It had been more than 70 years since the War of the Two Worlds. After the war, Yang Kai went into seclusion for 50 years to refine the power of the wood element before leaving the star boundary. According to his original estimation, after such a long time, even if the great emperors had not fully recovered from their injuries, they should have recovered by now. But seeing them again today, he found that his estimation was wrong. Not only did the injuries of several great emperors not show any signs of improvement, but they had also worsened. This made him feel puzzled, but he finally understood why the situation in the star boundary was so bad and why the great emperors still had not made a move. They had not recovered from their injuries. So how could they make a move? A small stone golem squeezed through the crowd and squeezed toward Yang Kai. When it reached Yang Kai's feet, it climbed up his clothes and sat on Yang Kai's shoulder, giggling foolishly. The High Heaven Palace was very lively. With so many masters present, the 2 chief stewards were very busy. They immediately arranged for people to set up a banquet and warmly entertain the guests. At the banquet, hundreds of people gathered together. Ordinary people were not qualified to participate in such a banquet. These hundreds of people were the top masters in the 4 territories of the star boundary. Yang Kai sat at the head of the table. He was the main character of today's banquet. The people below, including the great emperors, were all listening to Yang Kai's wonderful description of the world outside the universe. Chapter 4169. It wasn't until now that the experts finally understood the vastness and splendor of the vast universe. Only then did they realize that the great emperors were just a special title and not a martial Dao level. Above the great emperors, there was the heaven-opening realm, which allowed one to create a world of their own within their body. There were countless Qianquan worlds like the star boundary in this universe. Even the large domains had over 1,000 of them. Each of these large domains had many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The 36 heavenly paradises and 72 blessed lands were the pinnacle powers. Below them were the second-grade powers and third-grade powers. In this vast universe, the star boundary was just a drop in the ocean. Xianxia had been away for more than 10 years, and although he had grown tremendously, he was still staggering on the path of heaven opening and was still far from advancing. The banquet lasted for a day and a night, and Xianxia also spoke for a day and a night. Many experts were shocked and could not calm down for a long time. When they left, they all looked absent-minded. The great emperors stayed behind. In a secret room, the great emperors gathered together, including Sheng Yuzhu, Tianyin, and the two great elders of the dragon race. Although the latter four were not great emperors of the star boundary, they all had the background of great emperors, so they were qualified to participate in such an occasion. Hua Qingxi led a group of people to serve tea and respectfully withdrew. After chatting for a while, Xianxia got to the point and asked solemnly, "Why haven't you recovered from your injuries and instead showed signs of worsening?" This was also what puzzled him the most. The great emperors were all-powerful and had been in seclusion to heal their injuries all these years, so they should have gotten better. Even if there were one or two who couldn't suppress their injuries, it shouldn't be the case for all the great emperors. Everyone looked at each other. Duan Hongchun smiled bitterly and said, "You haven't been a great emperors for long, and you left the star boundary not long after you obtained the recognition of heaven and earth, so you don't know." Xianxia turned to look. Duan Hongchun sighed and said, "We obtained the recognition of heaven and earth and became the great emperors of the star boundary. Although we can display strength that far exceeds that of an emperor, we are bound together with heaven and earth. Since the last war, we have been seriously injured, and the star boundary's laws have collapsed. Heaven and earth has been destroyed, and the territory is unstable." Mo Huang said, "If heaven and earth is getting better, we can naturally borrow the power of heaven and earth to heal ourselves. But the power of heaven and earth is almost exhausted, so who would dare to casually drain the pond? All these years of seclusion were just to suppress my injuries." Zhang Wuhan added, "If it were an ordinary person, they would be able to slowly recover with the help of some miraculous pills and medicines. However, we can't. If this world doesn't change, people like us will never have any hope of recovering. Unless we're like you, we can jump out of this world and head out into the universe." Xianxia suddenly understood. Just as Duan Hongchun said, the great emperors obtained the recognition of heaven and earth, so they were bound together with heaven and earth. The star boundary situation was deteriorating, and their situation was not optimistic. Xianxia's recovery ability was extremely strong, and he had the wood element power condensed from the essence of the immortal tree, so he did not have any hidden dangers in this area. But the others did not have this convenience. So, in the end, we still have to solve the star boundaries problems. Chu Qianji looked at Xianxia. "Su Kong, since you have returned, you must have found a solution." Everyone looked at him with burning eyes, full of ardent hope. Xianxia immediately nodded and said, "I have some ideas, but I can't guarantee whether it will work or not. Whether the world tree's roots were useful or not, they would only know after using them. If it didn't work, then they could only migrate. Whether it works or not, we have to try." Xianxia stood up and said, "This matter should not be delayed. I will start now. Everyone, please wait and see." Everyone's expression was refreshed. Xianxia closed his eyes for a moment. Then his figure flickered and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on top of a mountain. This mountain was tens of thousands of li away from Towering Palace. It was the intersection of the 4 domains of the Star World. The mountain was as high as 100 blades, but it was a barren and nameless mountain. There was not the slightest bit of greenery, only gray gravel and rock. Immersing his mind into the small sealed world, Xianxia carefully took out the world tree's roots. The small sealed world shook slightly. When he first obtained the world tree's roots, Xianxia casually threw them into the small sealed world. Who would have thought that after investigating, the roots actually took root in the small sealed world and turned into a small sapling, madly devouring the world energy in the small sealed world and growing rapidly. As it grew, the world principles of the small sealed world were rapidly perfected and the world around it stabilized. If he hadn't discovered this at that time, he wouldn't have connected this root with Ada's previous advice. It was after discovering this that Xianxia remembered this. Since he planned to use the world tree to repair the star boundary, Xianxia naturally wouldn't allow it to develop in the small sealed world, so he immediately sealed the entire small sealed world's world energy to prevent it from devouring it. When the world tree's roots were taken out at this time, it was still just a small sapling. Xianxia carefully dug a hole in front of him and planted the small sapling, then covered it with dust. After thinking about it, he waved his hand and summoned a stream of clear water from a distance and sprinkled it on the roots. Feeling uneasy, Xianxia looked at the small sapling in front of him and waited quietly. The survival of the star boundary depended on this moment. Xianxia looked calm on the surface, but he was secretly nervous. There was no movement. The small sapling swayed with the wind, its leaves green, but the expected movement didn't appear. Kaiyang's heart was filled with shock. What was going on? When he first threw the roots into the small sealed world, he didn't do anything, and it took root and sprouted branches and leaves. Now that he was carefully cultivating it, why wasn't there any movement? Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly heard a slight rustling sound. Before Xianxia could figure out the reason, the rustling sound suddenly turned into a rumbling sound, and the whole hill shook. At the same time, a continuous and terrifying suction force came from the small sapling, madly devouring the surrounding world energy. Xianxia was overjoyed and quickly investigated. Underground, invisible to the naked eye, the roots of the small sapling extended wildly, reaching deep into the ground and expanding. In just a few breaths, it had expanded to more than a dozen acres, and it was still expanding at an even faster speed. The whole barren hill was undulating, and the roots were exposed to the outside, shattering the sand and stones. The small sapling rose steadily, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xianxia retreated again and again. In just half an hour, the small sapling that was as tall as a person turned into a towering tree that was more than 300 meters tall. The tree crown was dense, like a large umbrella, covering the whole hill. The growth didn't stop. Deep underground, the roots of the world tree continued to extend, and on the surface, the world tree grew uncontrollably. Xianxia saw with his own eyes that a void crack 100 miles away from this barren hill gradually disappeared with the growth and influence of the world tree. And in the area covered by the roots of the world tree, the broken world principles solidified. Not only were they restored to their original state, but they were even stronger. It was done. Although Xianxia had guessed that the roots of the world tree would be of great use to the astral plane when he first obtained them, it was only now that he confirmed it. With this world tree, the astral plane would no longer have to worry. Of course, this wasn't the real world tree. It was just an evolution of the roots of the world tree. Strictly speaking, it was just a clone of the world tree. The real 3,000 world tree was still in the land of the ancients. He wondered if this clone of the world tree would bear the 3,000 world fruit after it grew up. Xianxia was excited. If it could bear the 3,000 world fruit, it would be amazing. When the clone of the world tree grew another 100 feet tall, its growth slowed down significantly. Xianxia carefully examined it and found that it wasn't that it had reached its limit, but that it couldn't supply enough energy. Its growth required a terrifying amount of world energy. Almost all the world energy within hundreds of thousands of miles had been sucked dry by it. Although the world energy from other places would automatically flow over to replenish it, it would still take some time. After understanding this, Xianxia immediately took out a large number of source crystals from his space ring and frantically sprinkled them. The source crystals exploded before they hit the ground, turning into pure world energy. The growth of the world tree sped up again. Now that source crystals were no longer of much use to his cultivation, he still had some left, which he could use in this place. But it wasn't over yet. Xianxia's divine sense surged, sending messages to all sides. A moment later, Xianxia stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. When the void rippled, a vortex appeared and Mo Huang walked out. When he looked up and saw a giant tree 100 feet tall standing in front of him, he couldn't help but be surprised. This is the world tree. When Xianxia sent messages to all sides, he also informed them of the situation here and the needs of the world tree. So, Mo Huang naturally understood. Strictly speaking, this is the world tree's clone, Xianxia said as he continued to sprinkle source crystals. Mo Huang's face lit up. This thing is really useful. The laws here are very different from other places in the star boundary. They are much more solid. Saying so, he also threw out a large number of source crystals from his space ring. The next moment, Chu Tianji also walked out of the vortex and sprinkled the source crystals in his hand without saying a word. Then, Zhang Wuhen, Hua Linglong, Yao Jun, the great emperors all had huge stashes of source crystals on hand. They usually didn't use them, but they came in handy at this time. The great emperors worked together, and the scene was spectacular. The massive amount of source crystals turned into world energy, and the world tree's clone didn't reject them. It was like a bottomless hole, swallowing as much as it could. After them, Hua Qingxi also rushed over with the storage of the High Heaven Palace, Wen Zishan, and the leaders of the major forces in the four territories. After receiving the Void Token, no one hid anything and all contributed their strength. The originally deserted barren mountain was bustling with noise and excitement. The world tree continued to grow. Its roots extended underground, spreading toward the four territories, almost covering the entire star boundary. Wherever the roots spread, the broken laws of heaven and earth quickly recovered. The thick death aura that had shrouded the star boundary for a long time finally disappeared at this moment. Chapter 4170. A few days later, Zhang Wuhen flew over from afar, accompanied by a rumbling sound. In his hand was an existence that looked like a giant dragon. The spiritual qi around it was oppressive. It was a spirit vein. Zhang Wuhen pulled it out from somewhere. He flew in front of the world tree and smashed it down. The spirit vein collapsed and turned into surging spirit energy. It was as if a storm had erupted and swept in all directions, shaking the earth and mountains. This storm only lasted for a dozen breaths before disappearing. It was completely devoured by the world tree's clone. With the help of the spirit vein, the world tree's clone suddenly shot up dozens of feet. The great emperors of Ice Feather also pulled out a spirit vein. The martial beast did the same. With so many spirit veins, the world tree's clone grew very quickly. Xianxia was watching happily at first, but the more he watched, the more he felt that something was wrong. The growth of the world tree was not stopping at all. Chu Tianji was also worried. Su Kong, is the world tree going to suck the astral world dry? Although the growth of the world tree had stabilized this part of the astral boundary, and the broken laws were obviously showing signs of being repaired, the consumption of the world's spirit energy was too frightening. If this continued, it would only take a few years for the entire astral boundary spirit energy to be completely devoured. At that time, so what if the astral world's laws were stabilized? Without spirit energy, how could a cultivator cultivate? It can't be. Xianxia was also a little uncertain. If that was really the case, it would be smashing his own foot. He had planted the world tree's clone to save the astral world, but if the astral world changed because of this, the loss would outweigh the gain. At this time, the world tree's clone was already thousands of feet tall. The barren mountain that originally existed here had long disappeared, crushed into nothingness by the roots of Panga's disjointed roots. Such a huge tree could be seen even from a distance. And under the ground, the roots of the world tree had already spread over a radius of 1,000,000 miles. This area of 1,000,000 kilometers was obviously different from the rest of the star boundary. It was being transformed by an inexplicable and mysterious force, giving life to the shattered laws. Time passed. A month later, the World Tree's clone had grown to a height of 10,000 feet. The huge tree canopy covered hundreds of thousands of miles of territory. The towering tree was like a guardian deity protecting this part of the world. Its roots extended to an unknown location, covering almost 10% of the entire star boundary. At this point, the growth of the World Tree suddenly slowed down. Xianxia sensed it carefully and discovered that the World Tree had not stopped growing. It was just invisible to the naked eye. It was no longer growing taller or larger, but the roots that extended underground were still spreading to every corner of the astral plane at an extremely firm speed. At the same time, from the sky, traces of inexplicable power were attracted by the Tree of World and absorbed by it. Through every branch and leaf on the huge treetop, pure spiritual chi of heaven and earth was condensed and fed back to the land. The power of the stars. Zhang Wuhen raised his eyebrows. The great emperor's senses were extremely sharp. Not a single change in the World Tree could escape their detection. The inexplicable power from the sky was clearly the power of the stars in a vast universe. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief. From the current situation, the star boundary could be considered to be stable. There was no need to worry that the World Tree would drain the star boundary's spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It would absorb the power of the stars and continue to grow. When its roots could cover the entire star boundary one day, the star boundary's laws of heaven and earth would be completely restored. It might even obtain unimaginable benefits. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth that had been consumed because of its growth could also be replenished by the power of the stars it absorbed. One day, it would be able to replenish the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that it consumed 10 times, 100 times, or even more. At that time, what kind of changes would occur in the star boundary? The World Tree was indeed very mysterious. Xianxia clicked his tongue in wonder. When he turned his head to look, he saw that the great emperor's complexions had indeed improved a little. Even their auras had become much more stable. The star boundary had benefited, and the great emperors, who were bound together with the star boundary for good or ill, would also benefit. Even their control over the star boundary had increased a little. Under the World Tree, more than 10 figures stood quietly, silently observing. Xianxia's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He took out the communication device with Wuxia. After sensing it, a look of surprise appeared on his face. However, he was very happy and relieved. He said to the great emperors, "I'll be back soon." His figure swayed and disappeared. A moment later, Xianxia's figure appeared at the periphery of the star boundary. He looked up and saw a huge monster with its back facing him. It was striding away and walking into the distance. That huge monster, if not the giant god Ada, who else could it be? His movements were not fast. One could even say that he was extremely slow. However, every step he took covered an astonishing distance. After 2 or 3 steps, the huge figure was only a small black dot left. Wuxia flew over and reported, "Master, this giant god suddenly got up and left without saying anything." "I see." Xianxia nodded. Ada was attracted by the dying aura of the star boundary. He had stayed at the periphery of the star boundary for decades, waiting for the star boundary to die. However, this time he brought back the clone of the World Tree and pulled the star boundary back from the brink of death. Ada obviously felt something, so he left. Ada's departure also indirectly confirmed the future of the star boundary. If the star boundary was still on the verge of death, Ada would not leave just like that. This was a good thing. Xianxia's figure flashed, and he sped away. It did not take long for him to catch up with Ada. He stood in front of him and shouted, "Ada!" Ada lowered his head to look at him. When he saw that was him, he did not stop walking. He reached out and held him in his hand, grinning. "Ada is leaving. Where are you going?" Xianxia asked. Ada was a loss for a moment, then patted his stomach. "Ada is hungry. I'm going to find something to eat. Stay here. I'll give you something to eat." Xianxia threw out a one-realm bead as he spoke. Ada opened his mouth and swallowed it. As he chewed, he said, I'm not full. Ada wants to eat more. Xianxia was speechless. He originally wanted Ada to stay. After all, with such a huge monster guarding the periphery of the star boundary, no one would dare to have any ideas about the star boundary. However, Ada had been here for so many years. Although he had eaten many one-realm beads, to him, they were just snacks before the meal. What he wanted to eat was still the real world of heaven and earth. Xianxia could not satisfy this at all. Will we meet again in the future? Xianxia shouted. Ada laughed foolishly. Xianxia sighed and shouted again, Open your mouth. Ada opened his mouth. It was as if he could swallow a stars. Dozens of one-realm beads were thrown out. They surged into Ada's mouth and disappeared. Ada's expression was joyful when he heard the sounds of crunching. Xianxia had already jumped down from Ada's palm. He stood in the void and watched Ada leave. Soon, Ada disappeared from his sight. He did not know if he would ever see Ada again in this lifetime. The giant gods were peaceful people. They did not have a fixed residence. They chased after the dying world of heaven and earth. They were gifted with the ability to smell the aura of the world of heaven and earth from very far away. They would go many years in advance and wait quietly. However, the universe was so vast. After this farewell, it would be difficult for them to meet again in the future. When Xianxia returned to the foot of the world tree, the great emperors were still standing under the tree. Mo Huang glanced at him and asked, What are your plans for the future? Now that the crisis of the star boundary had been resolved, the burden that had been weighing on everyone's hearts for decades had been removed. They no longer had to worry about the survival of the star boundary. It was time to think about the future. Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, I was just about to tell you about this. I have seized the spirit province outside the universe. It's called the Void Land. Now, there are many things waiting to be done. I want to invite all of you to go back with me and build the Void Land. Not only you, but I want to take anyone in the star boundary who has cultivated to the third-order Emperor realm as long as they are willing. A third-order Emperor realm cultivator was qualified to come into contact with the universe, but they could not cross the void with their own strength. As for those below the third-order Emperor realm, if they were willing, Xianxia could take them with him. The Void Land was currently in need of manpower. Although there were many outsiders helping, they were not as reliable as their own people. Moreover, if the Void Land wanted to develop and grow, it was essential to absorb new blood. When Mo Huang heard this, he said, In the past, we didn't know that the road ahead was vast, but now that we know, we naturally want to experience even more wonderful scenery. It's just that, if we all leave, who will protect this vast star boundary? What if a strong enemy invades? I'll stay, Zhan Wuhen said in a deep voice. Duan Hongchun smiled meaningfully. I can also stay. Seeing that the other great emperors were about to speak, Xianxia raised his hand and stopped them. You don't have to do this. I will arrange the star boundary's future. To tell you the truth, I didn't come back alone this time. I brought 3 subordinates, all of whom have the power to split open the heavens. It won't be a problem to leave one person behind to guard the star boundary. Moreover, the star boundary is located in a relatively remote territory. There are only a few universe worlds in this territory, so under normal circumstances, no one will come here. He himself had spent a great deal of effort to find the star boundary. Which heaven-opening realm cultivator would come to the star boundary to show off their strength? This place did not have much of an attraction to heaven-opening realm cultivators. If that was not the case, the star boundary would have had records of heaven-opening realm cultivators for so many years. The great emperors looked at each other and nodded. Since Kai Yang had even thought of this point, they naturally didn't have to worry about the consequences. Soon, a piece of news spread throughout the world. The great emperors of the void wanted to bring third-layer emperor realm cultivators to the universe world. Those who were interested could gather at the High Heaven Palace. As for those below the third-layer emperor realm, if they were interested, they could also go to the High Heaven Palace to register and make their choice. In the entire star boundary, there were originally quite a few third-layer emperor realm cultivators, but some of them had been killed or injured in the Great War of the Two Worlds. Now, there were only about 30 of them left. There was not much room for these people to develop in the star boundary, so they had to be taken to the void. However, there were countless cultivators below the third layer Emperor Realm. Naturally, it was impossible to bring all of them to the void, so only a few could be chosen. Chapter 4171. Before the War of the Two Realms, the world did not know about the outside world. It was not until after the War of the Two Realms that Xianxia left the star boundary that the world knew that there were more exciting and stronger existences outside the universe. Now, decades had passed, and the great emperors of the void had returned. Not only did they solve the immediate problems of the star boundary, but they also intended to lead the cultivators of the star boundary to the vast universe. The world was shocked. Countless cultivators rushed like a flock of ducks. In the 4 territories of the star boundary, cultivator after cultivator rushed through the space array to Ice Snow City outside the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. There, the disciples of the High Heaven Palace were responsible for registering the names, origins, cultivation, and specialties of the visitors. For a time, Ice Snow City was full of people. Eastern Territory, Azure Sun Temple. On Myriad Saints Peak, the temple master of Azure Sun Temple, Wuxia, was wearing a purple robe. He stood facing the sea of clouds with his hands behind his back. Myriad Saints Peak was the main peak of Azure Sun Temple, and also the place where Wuxia lived and cultivated. It towered into the clouds and was magnificent. Wuxia gazed at the rolling clouds while Gao Shueting stood beside him, graceful and elegant. When the sun rose from the east, its golden radiance spread over the sea of clouds, making the already beautiful scenery even more magnificent. Footsteps came from behind, followed by the voices of 3 people. "Greetings, Temple Master." "Greetings, Elder Gao." Wuxia turned around and looked at the 3 people in front of him. He smiled and nodded. "You're here." The 3 people standing in front of him were the triad of Azure Sun Temple's younger generation, Xianxia, Xiaobai Yi, and Murong Xiao Xiao. These 3 were the most outstanding disciples of Azure Sun Temple, and now they had all cultivated to the second-order Emperor Realm. Xianxia cupped his fists and said, "May I know why Temple Master has summoned us?" Compared to decades ago, Xiaoxiang's expression was more calm. Back then, his temperament was extremely lively, but after the War of the Two Realms, he had grown a lot. "Good news," when Zishan smiled. Xiaoxiang said, "Please enlighten me, Temple Master." Xiaobai Yi and Murong Xiao Xiao also looked at him suspiciously. They did not know what good news their Temple Master was talking about. When Zishan said, "It's like this. The 3 of you are now second-order Emperor Realm Masters. In the entire star boundary, there aren't many people stronger than you. It's time for you to take on more difficult tests and more difficult tasks." The 3 looked serious. "I want to choose one of the 3 of you to inherit the position of the Azure Sun Temple Master, but all 3 of you have your own strengths. I don't know how to choose, so I have to carefully consider." Xiaoxiang and the others looked at each other. "Yes." When Zishan nodded, Murong Xiao Xiao frowned and said, "But Temple Master, although the 3 of us are already emperors, we are still young and inexperienced. How can we inherit the position of Temple Master?" When Zishan smiled, "You don't have to worry about this. With this king behind you, who would dare to say anything? What's more, the temple also needs you young people to lead the way. You may do a better job than us old guys." Xiaobai cupped his fists and said, "Please reconsider, Temple Master. The temple is not yet on the brink of destruction. I'm afraid it would be inappropriate to pass on the position so hastily. What if the foundation of the temple is shaken?" When Zishan raised his hand and said, "I've made up my mind." Xiaoxiang looked at him suspiciously. "Temple Master, I seem to have heard that the Void Master intends to take people outside the universe." "No," Wen Zishan flatly denied. "Where did you hear this rumor from? Do you believe it?" Xiaobai Yi also said, "I heard that the Void Master will take away all third-order Emperor Realm Masters. Any cultivator below the third-order Emperor Realm can go to Ice Snow City to register." "Nonsense," Wen Zishan chuckled. Murong Xiao Xiao looked at Wen Zishan. Temple Master, although the Void Master is one of the great emperors, he cultivated with us in the past. We can contact him. Wen Zishan's face twitched as he let out a dry laugh. So it's like this. Since you all know about it, then this king won't hide it from you. Ahem. That's right, Lord Void is going to take some people outside of Qingquan. Your martial uncle Gao and I are part of this group. So before we leave, I want to pass the position of Temple Master to one of the three of you. After all, a house can't be without a leader for even a day. Now that we're all gone, the temple needs someone to oversee it, and I think the three of you are very suitable. Xianxia, as the eldest senior brother, you have to take the position of Temple Master and live up to the years of nurturing this king and your martial uncle Gao. Xianxia looked up at the sky and pretended not to hear. The veins on Wen Zishan's forehead throbbed as he looked at Xiao Bai again. Xiao Bai, although your strength is slightly weaker than Xianxia, your temperament is the most stable. This king has long decided to let you inherit the position of Temple Master. I believe that with your leadership, the temple can move towards a better future. Xiao Bai picked his ears. Wen Zishan's face turned ugly as he looked at Murong Xiao and said earnestly, Xiao, although you are a woman, you are not inferior to men. Do you like the position of Temple Master? If you do, you can take the Temple Master's seal now. With this king's help, you will be able to refine it completely in a few days. Since the creation of my temple, there has never been a female Temple Master. If you accept, you will be the first female Temple Master in history. Your name will go down in history, and you will be revered by future generations. Murong Xiao said weakly, Temple Master, since the establishment of our temple, you are the only Temple Master, right? These are all trivial matters. There is no need to pay attention to them. But Murong Xiao hesitated. But the three of us have already signed up. Ice Snow City has already registered. What? Wen Zishan looked as if he was struck by lightning as his face turned pale. When did this happen? Yesterday, Murong Xiao whispered back. Wen Zishan clutched his chest and looked at the three of them bitterly. You have disappointed this king too much. The temple needs you right now, but you actually acted so carelessly. This king is sad. D1. Split. Xianxia said, Temple Master, we also want to see the wonderful things outside the universe. If we take the Temple Master's seal, how can we leave? But you can't all leave. When Zishan was furious. If you all leave, what will happen to the temple? Xiao Bai thought for a while and said seriously, If there is no other way, Temple Master, you can stay. Bastard. Wen Zishan was furious and almost spat out his saliva. You want to go outside the universe, but this king doesn't want to go? A group of ingrates. This king has taught you for so many years in vain. From the time you were crying piteously for food until now. This is how you repay this king? This is really infuriating. The three of them did not say a word and let Wen Zishan curse endlessly. When he was tired of scolding, Xianxia cupped his fists and said, Temple Master, if there is nothing else, we will take our leave first. Saying so, he signaled to Xiao Bai and Murong Xiao with his eyes, and the three of them said in unison, Disciple will take his leave. They ran down the mountain like a wisp of smoke. Don't go, let's talk things over. Wen Zishan shouted, but no one paid attention to him. In the blink of an eye, the three of them disappeared. Wen Zishan gritted his teeth and said, How dare they? Little Xueting, did you see that? These three little bastards don't put me, the Temple Master, in their eyes at all. Gao Xueting smiled and said, All right, don't be angry. As she spoke, she stepped forward and stroked Wen Zishan's undulating chest to calm him down. If it were me, I wouldn't accept the Temple Master's seal at this time. They're all grown up and have their own pursuits and dreams. Isn't that a good thing? But what about the temple? When Zishan asked, Gao Xueting smiled. If it's not possible, I'll take charge. A person's voice came, and Xiao Ran walked out of the sea of clouds and bowed. Greetings, Temple Master. Greetings, Madam. When Zishan looked at Xiao Ran in astonishment, Junior brother Xiao Ran smiled and said, I'm old, so I won't waste my time. No one knows what's outside the universe except for the Void Master, but it will be a long journey. When one gets old, it's easy to miss home. I'll stay. Western Territory, Lu family hall. Under the witness of many family elders, the Lu family patriarch handed the patriarch seal to a young man. Unfilial son, from today onwards, you are the patriarch of the Lu family. Your aptitude is average, but your temperament is steady. I don't ask you to expand a Lu family's territory, but you must do your best and live up to the expectations of the Lu family's ancestors. The Lu family young master took the patriarch's seal solemnly and knelt on the ground. This child will remember father's words. The Lu family patriarch nodded. Then I can rest assured. Tomorrow, I will lead people to Ice Snow City in the Northern Territory. If everything goes well, I will follow the Void Master to the universe. If you still want to see me in this life, then work hard in your cultivation. The Void Master said that in the future, as long as you cultivate to the third stage Emperor realm, he will send people to receive you. The Lu family young master kowtowed. This child wishes father and uncles a safe journey. Eastern Territory, Sky Union City. City Lord Su Tian, he was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. At this time, he summoned his favorite son to pass on the position of City Lord. Northern Territory, Immaculate Island. Island Lord Xianxia lifted a young man by the collar and pressed him to the throne. He stuffed the Island Lord's seal into the young man's hand and patted him on the shoulder. Boy, from today onwards, you are the Island Lord of Immaculate Island. The young man cried, Master, you can't do this to this disciple. This disciple doesn't want to be an Island Lord. This disciple wants to follow the Void Master to achieve great things. Don't talk nonsense. Master will take care of following the Void Master. You just have to be the Island Lord and live a carefree life. Come, everyone greet the new Island Lord. Xianxia called out, and many of the Immaculate Island's higher-ups cupped their fists and bowed with strange expressions. Greetings, Island Lord. In the Fourth Territory, there were countless such scenes. When the great emperors of the Void wanted to take people to the universe, countless people rushed like ducks. The cultivator who did not have any restraints rushed to Ice Snow City to register. But for people like Xianxia, the Lu family patriarch, and the City Lord of Sky Union City, it was not easy for them to leave. They had to make proper arrangements. In a short time, about 70% of the leaders of the world's great forces changed hands. Chapter 4172. Outside Ice Snow City, two streams of light flew over and landed outside the city gate, turning into the figures of two young men. One was tall and sturdy with a wide mouth and a split nose, while the other was handsome and elegant. When the two of them looked up, they were both shocked. The tall and sturdy young man let out a strange cry. Xiao, there are so many people here. The handsome young man, called Xiao, said, The Void Master returned a few days ago and brought news from outside the universe. This time, he's going to take some people away, so of course everyone came here. It has only been 10 days, and there is already such a grand occasion. It can be seen how powerful the Void Master is. As time passes, there will only be more in the future. Xiao Wu, we have to work hard this time. Whether we can follow the Void Master and achieve great things depends on today. Xiao Wu nodded seriously and clenched his fists. Work hard. We can do it. Let's go. Let's enter the city first. Xiao called out and passed through the city gate with his companions, walking into the city. Looking from outside the city, it felt like Ice Snow City was packed with people, but when they entered the city, they found that the situation was a little different from what they had imagined. The city was actually very vast, and although there were many people, it was not crowded. Instead, it seemed very spacious. The two of them were stunned and did not understand what was going on. While they were in a daze, they saw a person walk over and say with a smile, Two little brothers, are you here to register? Xiao Wu scratched his head and quickly nodded. Yes, we are here to register. You are, the person smiled and said, I am a disciple of the High Heaven Palace. My surname is Su. You can call me Brother Su. I am mainly responsible for leading you to different places to register. a disciple of the High Heaven Palace. The eyes of the two young men immediately lit up. They stared at Brother Su with burning eyes, their eyes full of admiration and envy. Ever since they had proven their Tao in the void and obtained the position of great emperors, they had led the various armies of the astral world to fight to the death against the demon race. After they had defended the last pure land of the astral world, the name of the High Heaven Palace had spread throughout the world. How many people dreamed of joining the High Heaven Palace? How many people longed to become a part of the High Heaven Palace? Unfortunately, for so many years, the High Heaven Palace had never recruited disciples from the outside world, causing countless people in the star boundary to have no way to enter. The two youngsters were of low birth. Although they had long heard of the High Heaven Palace's reputation, this was the first time they had set foot in the Northern Territory, and the first time they had seen a disciple of the High Heaven Palace. They felt that this Brother Su was indeed different from others. He was like a dazzling sun, and from what they could sense, this Brother Su was at least a Tao Source Realm cultivator. As expected of the High Heaven Palace, the disciple in charge of guiding outsiders to register had such a cultivation. The two youngsters were shocked. The young man named Xianxia had a calmer temperament. After a brief moment of surprise, he cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Brother Su. May I ask, with our cultivation, where should we register?" Brother Su smiled and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you too should be in the origin returning realm." Xianxia blushed with shame and scratched his head. "We've made a fool of ourselves, brother. We started cultivating late." He lowered his voice and said, "Brother Su, with our cultivation, is there any hope for us to follow the Void Master? I've seen that all the cultivator who has passed by are very strong. An origin-returning realm cultivator might be considered a master in the territory of the lower planes, but in the star boundary, they were nothing." The two brothers had hesitated for a long time before, not knowing whether they should come to Ice Snow City or not. But in the end, the desire in their hearts overcame their inferiority complex. They stepped onto the space array and teleported to the nearest city, to Ice Snow City. Brother Su laughed. The Void Master is choosing people to go to the outside world this time, not just because of their cultivation. Of course, cultivation is also a part of it, but if you have other specialties, you still have a chance. Specialties? Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Alchemy, artifact refining, array Tao, and so on. As long as you have something that you can take out, you can show it. The two brothers looked at each other and said in unison, "We know how to arrange spirit arrays." Brother Su nodded. "Then it's easy. Let's go. I'll take you to the place where array masters register." Saying so, he led the way. Walking on the spacious street, the two brothers were like country bumpkins who had just entered a big city for the first time. Everything was new to them, and they would point to the side from time to time. Xianxia suddenly said, "Brother Su, when we were outside, Ice Snow City didn't seem this big, right? Why does it feel different when we enter?" Brother Su smiled. "You noticed it too? Not bad. Not bad. Your senses are very sharp. Ice Snow City is indeed not this big. This city can only accommodate 1,000,000 people. But now it can accommodate more than 10 million people, but it's still very spacious. Even if it can accommodate more than 10 million people, it won't matter. And all of this is the work of the Void Master. A mustard seed contains Mount Sumeru." Xianxia suddenly thought of something, and his expression turned solemn. Brother Su scratched his head. "I can't say, but our Void Master is proficient in space principles. I don't know what kind of method he used, but the interior of Ice Snow City is now so spacious. The Void Master's methods are truly heaven-defying," Xianxia said with a fanatical expression. Xiao Wu laughed heartily. "There will be a day when us brothers will be able to do whatever we want." Brother Su said, "You two little brothers are very ambitious. In front of us is the registration area. You can go there yourselves. I still have to continue receiving other outsiders, so I won't accompany you." "Thank you, Brother Su." The two bowed and thanked him. Brother Su waved his hand, and his figure disappeared into the crowd. After he left, the two brothers looked at a large hall in front of them. There were people coming and going in the large hall, and it was obvious that they were all here to register like the two brothers. After encouraging each other for a while, they walked in. With a glance, they saw that the large hall was divided into dozens of areas of territory. Each area of territory had a cultivator wearing the uniform of the High Heaven Palace, and there were many cultivators waiting in line in each area of territory. The two of them chose a place where there were fewer people and waited quietly. Not long after, it was their turn. The two stepped forward and cupped their hands together. "Greetings, brother." Their expressions were solemn and dignified. Behind the counter, the High Heaven Palace disciple raised his head and glanced at them. He smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. This is just a registration and a small test." Although he said this, the two youths still looked tense. Under the guidance of the High Heaven Palace disciple, they reported their names, ages, and specialties. The High Heaven Palace disciple looked at them in surprise. "You two have cultivated for only 12 years, and you have such cultivation. Your aptitude is not bad. What's rare is that you even dabble in formations. Since that's the case, you two can set up a spirit gathering formation here." The two youths nodded and immediately got busy. This was just a simple test. The people who had registered before them had also done this, and it wasn't targeted at them. Therefore, the two youths got busy without hesitation. A spirit gathering formation was the most basic and simple formation, and there was no formation master who didn't know how to do it. The High Heaven Palace didn't provide the materials, so the two youths had to figure it out themselves. Fortunately, the two youths had set up a spirit gathering formation countless times during their cultivation, so they were naturally familiar with it this time. While the two youths were setting up, a person suddenly walked into the main hall. With his hands behind his back, he patrolled the territory of each district. The cultivator who came here to register was all required to set up a spirit gathering formation. This person stopped in front of the territory of each district and observed, nodding from time to time with a look of approval or slowly shaking his head. Not long after, he came to the territory of Xianxia and Little Wu. When the High Heaven Palace disciple in charge of this place saw him, he quickly got up and was about to salute him, but the person waved his hand, indicating that he shouldn't make a fuss. The High Heaven Palace disciple smiled and sat down again. The person glanced at the spirit gathering formation that Xianxia and Little Wu were setting up, and his eyes suddenly lit up as he watched with great interest. The High Heaven Palace disciple was slightly surprised. Others didn't know this person's identity, but he did. In terms of array Dao, there was probably no one in the entire star boundary who could compare to him. Was there something special about the spirit gathering formation that these two youths were setting up? He himself was also slightly proficient in array Dao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been arranged here to register. He immediately looked over, and after observing for a while, he suddenly discovered that the spirit gathering formation that these two youths were setting up was indeed a little different from the one he had seen before. Although there were many types of spirit gathering formations, they were all basically the same. There were a total of 49 arrangements, but in his memory, the spirit gathering formation in front of him didn't belong to any of them. What kind of arrangement was this? Just as he was secretly puzzled, Xianxia and Little Wu stopped and let out a sigh of relief. Xianxia said, "Brother, the spirit gathering formation has been set up. Please examine it, brother." The High Heaven Palace disciple raised his head and looked behind the two youths. With this person here, how could it be his turn to examine it? Xianxia and Little Wu seemed to have noticed something and turned their heads to look, only to discover that someone was standing behind them. The person had his hands behind his back, straightened his robes, and squatted on the ground without a care for his image. He looked at the spirit gathering formation in front of him and said, "The materials have been reduced by about 10%, and there are 2 less bases, but the effect has been increased by 20%. This kind of method is very ancient, not modern." When Xianxia and Little Wu heard this, they immediately showed surprised expressions. They then heard the person say, "The way of thinking is strange, but it's a pity that the person who set up the spirit gathering formation is clumsy. Obviously, he hasn't received complete instruction. If he could be more mature, the effect of this spirit gathering formation could be increased by another 10%. After saying this, the person stood up and nodded. Not bad. Looking at the two youths with a smile, he asked, "Which senior did you inherit this from?" Xiao and Xiao Wu couldn't help but become vigilant. The person in front of them was right. The two of them were originally the sons of hunters in the mountains. When they were young, they accidentally got lost while playing in the mountains and entered a cave. Who would have thought that there would be a skeleton in the cave? The two of them obtained something from the skeleton. Without the guidance of a teacher, the two youths were self-taught. All of this was the two youths' biggest secret. But who would have thought that it would be exposed by a complete stranger here? For a moment, the two youths even had thoughts of killing him to silence him. Chapter 4173. Oh, the man seemed to have noticed something and glanced at the two with a smile, his aura suddenly erupting. Xiao and Xiao Wu felt like a mountain was about to crash into them. They couldn't help but groan and take a few steps back, the blood in their chests roiling. Emperor Realm. The two were shocked. This ordinary-looking guy was actually from the Emperor Realm. The two of them were just puny origin returning realm cultivators. How could they resist the pressure of the Emperor Realm? If this person hadn't restrained his aura by 90%, the two of them might have already exploded under the pressure. Their souls were shaken, and when they regained their senses, the man was already gone. Looking at each other, the two of them broke out in cold sweat and felt a chill run down their backs. Congratulations! The High Heaven Palace disciple stood up and cupped his fists. Xiao and Xiao Wu were baffled, not knowing what to congratulate them for. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Xiao said, "Brother, that master is the High Heaven Palace." Disciple chuckled and said, "You two are proficient in array Dao, yet you don't know the name of that master." Xiao blushed with shame and said, "Us two brothers are from the countryside and have shallow knowledge. Please enlighten us, brother." The High Heaven Palace disciple said seriously, "That master's surname is Southern Gate." As soon as this was said, Xiao and Xiao Wu couldn't help narrowing their eyes, the latter even exclaiming, "Could he be the master of the Southern Gate Army?" Yes. Xiao and Xiao Wu were stunned. As array masters, they had naturally heard of the Southern Gate Army. This was the most powerful array Dao Grandmaster in Star Boundary. It was said that the High Heaven Palace's sect protecting array was arranged by him. During the Great War between the two realms, the High Heaven Palace relied on this sect protecting array to resist the countless attacks of the demon race, preserving Star Boundary's last pure land. It could be said that the great Emperors of the Void played a major role in Star Boundary's success today, but the Southern Gate Army's contributions were also indispensable. Even though they lived in the remote wilderness, they had heard the name of the Southgate Army many times. The two brothers had always regarded this Grandmaster as their goal. They had always dreamed that one day they would be able to sit on the same level as him and exchange knowledge of arrays with him. They didn't dare to imagine that this Grandmaster would magically appear beside them and even comment on the spirit gathering formation they had set up. Furthermore, the two of them had even thought of killing him to silence him. If they had known the other party's identity, how would they have dared to have such thoughts? Xiao Wu immediately scratched his ears and cheeks and said with a flushed face, "Xiao." Xiao didn't know what to say. He let out a long sigh with a dispirited look on his face. If Grandmaster Ninmin saw this, he would probably think that the two of them were useless. The voice of the disciple from the High Heaven Palace could be heard. "The master of the South Gate has never given anyone such a high evaluation before. It seems that the attainments of the two little brothers in array formation have already caught his eye." What? Little Wu looked over in surprise. "Master Ninmin gave us a very high evaluation? Was there such a thing? How come he didn't know about it?" The disciple from the High Heaven Palace continued. "Didn't the master of the South Gate say that you two are not bad? He has patrolled this place several times, but he has never said such a thing to anyone else. Little brothers, please continue to work hard and don't disappoint the master of the South Gate." When they walked out of the main hall, the two brothers were still in a daze. On the main peak of the High Heaven Palace, on the High Heaven Peak, in the bedroom, jade bodies were laid out on the bed, and the air was filled with an extremely strange aura. Yang Kai raised his hand and moved the Shanqing Luo, who was wrapped around him like an octopus, to the side. He slowly got up and turned his head to look, only to see that the women were still fast asleep. He couldn't help but laugh. After so many years of silence, these days of fierce outbursts, even though the women had cultivated to the Third Order Emperor realm, they were still somewhat unable to withstand his violent whipping. One after another, they were defeated and tactfully begging for mercy. Shanxing Luo didn't believe him and insisted on competing with him, but in the end, she fainted. Before her, Su Yin, Xian Ning Chong, and Shui were already ravaged and had fallen asleep. In the end, Yu Rumeng's skill was superior, and she perished together with him. In the end, he was the succubus demon saint, and his strength was extraordinary. However, in terms of recovery ability, Yu Rumeng was not as good as him. At this moment, Yu Rumeng was curled up on the edge of the bed, her tender body trembling from time to time. Yang Kai, on the other hand, felt that he could still fight for 300 rounds. He got up, put on his clothes, and walked out with disheveled hair. Outside the door, the chief steward, Hua Qingxi, was waiting respectfully. With a glance, she could vaguely see the boundless spring scenery in the room and couldn't help but blush. "How's the situation in Ice Snow City?" Yang Kai asked as he walked forward. "I was just about to report this matter to the master." Hua Qingxi followed closely behind. After the news was spread, the 4 territories were shaken. Countless cultivators came to Ice Snow City to register. In just half a month, nearly 30 million people have signed up. So many. Yang Kai was surprised. Although he already knew that the number of people wouldn't be small, this number was still a bit too much. "How many people will Master take this time?" Hua Qingxi asked respectfully. "Please give me a number, Master, so that we can arrange the next election." "At most, 500,000. Yang Kai walked to the outer hall, smoothed his robes, and sat down. A maidservant served him tea and respectfully left. 500,000. Hua Qingxi smiled bitterly. Choosing 500,000 out of 30 million was a huge project, and it had only been half a month. There would be more people signing up later. Her palace master had really given her a difficult problem. However, this wasn't the first time that Yang Kai had given her such a difficult problem. As the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, she naturally knew how to share the burden and solve the problem. Then, the High Heaven Palace. Hua Qingxi hesitated. Treat everyone equally. Yang Kai took a sip of tea. Except for those third-stage Emperor Realm cultivators who must be taken away, everyone else, no matter who they are, must show their true abilities if they want to go outside the universe. Cultivation is only a part of it, but the key is malleability and growth. The universe is not like the star boundary, and there may be many dangers in the future. You must tell them this as well. Yes, Hua Qingxi respectfully replied. Then this subordinate will go and arrange the procedures. It will take at most 2 months. Everything can be arranged properly. Master, please prepare early. With that said, Hua Qingxi was about to leave. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, Chief Steward, please wait. Does Master have any other orders? Yang Kai scratched his face and said somewhat awkwardly, I'll have to trouble Chief Steward to comb my hair. I want to see Father and Mother. Hua Qingxi couldn't help laughing. I can't help you with this, but I have a candidate in mind. Call her over. She has been waiting to see Master. With that said, without waiting for Yang Kai's agreement, she immediately took out a communication artifact and contacted her. A moment later, a graceful figure walked in from outside. This subordinate will take her leave. Hua Qingxi covered her mouth and chuckled, then left calmly. Yang Kai looked at the person who came, and that person also looked at him. She blushed slightly and bowed. Greetings, brother. Junior sister Yao. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. The person who came was Ji Yao. Ji Yao pursed her red lips and said gently, I heard from Chief Steward that brother needs to tidy up your appearance. Without waiting for her to finish, a strong force suddenly came over. Her body couldn't help but fall forward and fall directly into Yang Kai's arms. That familiar presence enveloped her body and mind, causing Ji Yao's heart to be in chaos. Looking up, she saw Yang Kai looking at her with a smile. We haven't seen each other in so many years. Junior sister, you've become estranged. Ji Yao's eyelashes trembled, and her breathing quickened. Her mouth opened and closed a few times, but she couldn't say a single word. If junior sister doesn't say anything, then I'll do as I please. Yang Kai laughed nastily, got up, and carried Ji Yao, then walked step by step into the inner hall. Brother, what are you going to do? Ji Yao suddenly felt that something was wrong, and asked nervously. Yang Kai smiled, and said with a firm gaze, I'm going to give you an explanation. Give me what explanation? Ji Yao panicked even more. Yang Kai had already walked in front of the side room, and kicked open the door. The scene inside the room immediately entered her eyes. Ji Yao's eyes instantly widened. Inside the room, delicate snow-white bodies were laid out horizontally, their clothes scattered on the floor. The entire side room was like a battlefield, and the smell of blood and battle still lingered. The curled-up corpses lying on the floor spasmed from time to time, and murmurs came from their mouths. Ji Yao had never seen such a cruel scene, and for a moment she didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It wasn't until Yang Kai gently laid her down on the bed that Ji Yao almost cried out, her beautiful eyes trembling as she looked at him and whispered, Brother! Her hands were placed in front of her, one hand on Yang Kai's chest, as if she wanted to resist a giant mountain falling from the sky. They've all been killed by me. Now it's your turn. Yang Kai chuckled. Was this the explanation he wanted to give her? Ji Yao wanted to cry and laugh at the same time, her mood extremely complicated. Looking at her, Yang Kai's eyes were filled with tenderness, and although his expression was firm and his tone was firm, he didn't make the slightest move. Ji Yao knew that as long as she showed the slightest sign of rejection, Yang Kai wouldn't continue. She asked herself, did she still want to be sneaky? Do I have to stand far away and watch other women surround and protect him, chatting and laughing? Even if she was worried, even if she missed him, did she want to find an excuse to get close? The panic in her beautiful eyes gradually dissipated, and she gently closed her eyes. Her hands wrapped around Yang Kai's waist, and a teardrop fell from the corner of her eye, but the corners of her mouth were curved in a smile. Yang Kai raised his hand, wiped away the tear, and gently kissed her hair. Her clothes were loosened, and her mind was in chaos. Unlike the previous storm, this time Yang Kai's movements were extremely gentle, like a gentle breeze and drizzle. Flowers fell one after another, and people's faces were like flowers. Yuru Meng's eyes opened a slit, vaguely seeing something, but she couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell asleep again, her mouth unconsciously muttering, "Evil spirit." This made Ji Yao's body suddenly stiffen, and she violently trembled. Yang Kai's mouth hooked up, and his smile was incomparably evil, making Ji Yao blush. After an unknown amount of time, Ji Yao fell into a deep sleep, and when she woke up, she suddenly felt several pairs of eyes staring at her. Her chaotic consciousness slowly recovered, and when she recalled everything that had happened before, she screamed, quickly grabbed the quilt, and covered herself. She had no face to see anyone. Chapter 4174. This child pays his respects to father and mother. Yang Kai lifted his robe and knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing. Get up, quickly get up. Dong Suju hurriedly walked over and helped him up. Her eyes were slightly red as she looked up at him. She reached out and brushed the hair by his ear as she rebuked. You're all great emperors, don't be so courteous. Outsiders will laugh at you if they see you. So what if you're great emperors? Don't great emperors have parents? Fourth Master Yang snorted from his side. I gave birth to him and raised him, so what if he kneels? Suddenly, he felt a murderous aura and saw Dong Suju glaring at him while gnashing her teeth. He hurriedly picked up his teacup and took a sip, swallowing the rest of his words back into his stomach. Dong Suju glared at him again with a warning look. She turned her head and pulled Yang Kai with a smile, letting him sit with her. She looked him up and down and couldn't get enough of him. Her face was brimming with pride and happiness. This was her own son. She never would have thought that the little guy in her arms who was crying piteously for food would actually grow to this point today. For Xianxia to have such achievements today, she was proud of him. And now, she was also a mother relying on her son. Although her cultivation wasn't very high, in the entire star boundary, who would dare to look down on her? Even those fake emperors, when they came to the High Heaven Palace as guests, would greet them many times. She was content. As a mother, she didn't ask for her child to be rich and powerful, or to be a person above others. She only asked for him to be safe and sound for a lifetime. Now that Xianxia was in perfect condition, without missing an arm or a leg, she was content. She pulled Xianxia and chatted with him. Most of the time, she was the one asking questions, and Xianxia answered casually. She didn't ask about the situation outside because she knew that Xianxia must have experienced countless dangers in the past 10 years. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to bear it if she knew too much. Now that Xianxia was already one of the great emperors, his words and actions were related to the survival of millions of creatures in the entire star boundary. She couldn't casually interfere with Xianxia's actions like before. That would be irresponsible to the star boundary. Fourth Master Yang sat on the side. He seemed calm, but in fact his ears were like windmills. He listened very attentively, not wanting to miss a single word. Half an hour later, Xianxia suddenly raised his head and asked, "Father, are you injured?" When he came in just now, he noticed that his father's aura was very stable most of the time, but there were occasional moments when it flowed more rapidly. Obviously, he had some sort of hidden injury. If it weren't for the fact that Xianxia was now one of the great emperors and had extraordinary eyesight, any other fake emperor wouldn't have noticed it. Fourth Master Yang was stunned for a moment before waving his hand and saying, "It's nothing, don't worry." Xianxia frowned and asked, "How long has it been?" Before Fourth Master Yang could speak, Dong Suju said, "It's been more than 30 years. More than 30 years. This happened after the Great War of the Two Realms, when he went into seclusion to refine the power of the wood element. After the Great War of the Two Realms, Xianxia went into seclusion to refine the essence of the immortal tree. It took him a full 50 years before he left the star boundary. But when he left, he didn't inform anyone and left quietly. "Let me take a look." Saying so, he got up and walked over to Fourth Master Yang, reaching out his hand and placing it on his wrist. Fourth Master Yang opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything and just let him do as he pleased. Xianxia's divine sense surged, and after a moment of investigation, he frowned slightly. "Is this a hidden injury from breaking through to the Emperor realm?" Fourth Master Yang and Dong Suju didn't have high cultivations now, only First Order Emperor realm. After all, their aptitudes weren't very good, and it was thanks to the great support of the High Heaven Palace that they were able to achieve what they had today. The hidden injury in his father's body wasn't serious, but couldn't be underestimated. If it was left alone, it would definitely be troublesome when he broke through in the future. This injury seems to be caused by an unstable foundation. "Father, why are you cultivating so hard?" Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This injury wasn't caused by external forces, but by Fourth Master Yang himself. His cultivation was too unrestrained, and his body couldn't bear it. Fourth Master Yang snorted. "You're now one of the great emperors. As your father, I don't expect to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, but I can't let you lose face, right?" Xianxia was speechless. "Can it be cured?" Dong Suju asked nervously. The couple didn't mention anything about Fourth Master Yang. After all, after the War of the Two Worlds, the entire star boundary was in a terrible situation, and they didn't want to take up too much of the High Heaven Palace's resources. "It's a small problem. I'll ask Ningchong to refine a few spirit pills for you to take every day. Every 5 days, I'll help you clear your meridians, and you'll be as good as new in less than a month." If it was before, he might not have any good ideas, but now, with his ability, treating this kind of injury was naturally a piece of cake. "That's good." Dong Suju breathed a sigh of relief, and even Fourth Master Yang, who had been keeping a straight face, revealed an expression of relief. Xianxia said, "But father, you can't be so hard-working in your cultivation in the future. You've taught me before that there's a limit to everything. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. When we go outside of Qiankuan realm, there are better resources there, and I guarantee that both of you will be able to steadily increase your cultivation. The couple looked at each other, and Dong Suju stammered, I was just about to talk to you about this. Outside of Qiankuan realm, your father and I don't plan to go there for the time being. Why is that? Yang Kai was stunned. Dong Suju smiled. This place is pretty good, and if both of you leave, someone will have to stay behind to look after the house, right? Your father and I will stay behind to look after the house for you. If you don't like it outside, you can come back at any time, and we'll have a place to stay. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. I don't need you two to look after the house. Without waiting for him to finish, Fourth Master Yang raised his hand and said, We know that you are filial, but your mother and I are only First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, and we don't have much ambition. We just want to live a peaceful life. Even if we go outside of Qiankuan Realm with you, we won't be of much help, and will only drag you down. Rather than that, it's better to stay here. I can feel that there are some subtle changes in the star boundary recently, as if it's been reborn. Boy, is this your doing? Yang Kai nodded. Although the world tree had extracted a lot of world energy from the star boundary to grow, causing the world energy in the star boundary to become much thinner, it had resolved the star boundary's difficulties, stabilized the world energy, and condensed the world principles. In the long run, it would be of great benefit to the entire star boundary. Looking at it closely, wouldn't the star boundary be reborn? Fourth Master Yang was from the Emperor Realm, so it wasn't surprising that he had sensed this change. Outside of Qiankuan Realm, there are many resources that the star boundary doesn't have. Perhaps your mother and I can grow faster if we go with you, but I have a faint feeling that if we stay, we may obtain even greater benefits. Fourth Master Yang looked at him and said, So, you don't have to persuade us about this matter. Your mother and I have already discussed it. Yang Kai didn't say anything. Others might not know the mysteries behind this, but Yang Kai himself was well aware of it. His father was right. If they went outside of Qiankuan Realm, they would certainly obtain more and better resources and improve their cultivation faster, but if they stayed in the star boundary, they would also obtain benefits. Now that the star boundary was brimming with new energy and the power of the laws of heaven and earth was condensing again, the cultivator who stayed here would be growing together with the star boundary. It would be easier for them to comprehend the power of the laws and be more closely aligned with the star boundary. One day, they might be able to comprehend great mysteries from the star boundary. This was something that no resources could compare to. In short, leaving the star boundary had its advantages, but staying here also had its advantages. The two simply couldn't be compared. If it weren't for this, he would have ordered all the cultivator above the Emperor Realm to be packed up and taken away. Why would he leave some people behind? However, the third stage Emperor Realm cultivators were different. They had already cultivated to the peak of the martial Dao within Qiankuan Realm, so there wasn't much point in them staying. What they needed was to comprehend their own Dao and condense their Dao seals. The new star boundary couldn't help them in this aspect, so all the cultivator above the third stage Emperor Realm had to be taken away. He hadn't told anyone about this, but his father had actually comprehended it. This was most likely a kind of opportunity, so Yang Kai wouldn't force it. Moreover, since his father had comprehended it, there might be more cultivators in the Emperor Realm who had comprehended it. Yang Kai nodded and said, Since the two of you have already made up your mind, then I won't say anything else. But don't worry, if I have the time, I will definitely come back to visit you often. The fourth Master Yang laughed and scolded. Work hard outside. The star boundary's future is on your shoulders, so don't think about such nonsense. Your mother and I are deeply in love. After you leave, who knows how happy and carefree our lives will be? Why would we need you to disturb us? Yang Kai blushed with shame. Just as they were talking, two people rushed in from outside. It was Yang Shui and Yang Xiao, the two flowing time great emperor twins. Big brother, Yang Shui said crisply. The flower hairpin on her head shone brightly. It was one of the accessories Yang Kai had bought in the Hall of Heaven and Earth. Greetings to grandfather and grandmother. Yang Xiao had a well-behaved appearance. After bowing to the fourth Master Yang and Dong Suju, He respectfully said, "Adoptive father." Xianxia nodded and patted him on the shoulder. "You've done well these past few years." The star boundary's natural laws were shattered, and there were natural disasters and man-made disasters. The flowing time great emperor twins had saved many people over the past few years and resisted many dangers. Xianxia said seriously, "Adoptive father's burden is my duty as a child." He rolled his eyes and said, "Adoptive father, outside the hall of heaven and earth, is it fun? Do you want to go?" Xianxia looked at him with a smile. Xianxia nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice, his eyes shining. Yes, yes, yes. When Xianxia secretly left the star boundary, he wanted to go with him. In the end, he was dragged back by Xianxia. After waiting for so long, Xianxia finally came back. Xianxia also said that he wanted to bring some people outside the hall of heaven and earth. So how could he miss this opportunity? "Bring you there." Xianxia stroked his chin. "It's not impossible, but the outside of the hall of heaven and earth is dangerous. If you want to go, you have to have the strength to protect yourself. Let me see the results of your cultivation over the years. If I'm satisfied, then everything can be discussed. If not, then obediently stay in the star boundary for me." Xianxia was surprised and happy. His fighting spirit surged. "Adoptive father, please enlighten me." Chapter 4175. In the void, the flowing time temple floated, and on the steps of the temple, Xianxia and Xianxia stood solemnly. The two of them had obtained the legacy of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor and had cultivated and lived together. After many years, they had long since become one and had a tacit understanding of each other, fighting and retreating together. Xianxia wanted to test them, so the two of them naturally had to join forces to fight. Even though the two of them had grown tremendously over the years and were now second-order Emperor Realm Masters, if they worked together to stimulate the power of the flowing time temple, even an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master would not be their opponent. However, facing Xianxia was still like a mountain. Xianxia just stood there, not giving off the slightest aura, but it was like an insurmountable mountain in front of them. Even if they looked up, they could not see the scenery at the top of the mountain. "Little Andy, we're going to go all out." Xiao's palms were full of sweat, but his eyes were burning with a burning fighting spirit, as if he wanted to burn a hole in the sky. Xianxia nodded and took a deep breath, her amber eyes flashing with electricity. Xianxia stood 1,000 meters away with his hands behind his back, his face calm and relaxed as he chuckled. "Don't say that I'm bullying you too. You can attack me however you want. I won't use the Star Boundaries world force, and will only suppress my cultivation to the same level as yours. If you can meet me within 3 moves, you win." Xianxia was furious. "Adoptive father, you're looking down on me too much. I haven't been wasting my time all these years. I'm much stronger than I was back then. It's useless to say more. Make your move." Xianxia hooked his finger at him. Xianxia gritted his teeth, and Xianxia also said angrily, "In that case, please take our first move, big brother." As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them formed hand seals together. There was no need for discussion at all, not even the slightest bit of eye contact. Their movements were so uniform that it was as if they were the same person, and there was no difference at all. Xianxia nodded upon seeing this. After so many years of cultivating together, the two little ones were able to communicate with each other. Such a terrifying synchronization rate was something that even twins might not be able to achieve, but they were able to do it so easily. It was obvious that they had really cultivated diligently all these years. Xianxia's hand seals changed, and he laughed. "Flowing time, Great Emperor's shuttle? I know this move too." Saying so, his hands also changed time's hand seals. The Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal was the Flowing Time Great Emperor's famous consummate skill. Xianxia had learned it a long time ago and had even scratched the surface of time principles. After that, he had used the mysterious small world to devour various continents in the demon territory and found an ancient battlefield. That ancient battlefield was where the Flowing Time Great Emperor had fought a life or death battle with the Great Emperors. That ancient battlefield had many traces left behind by the battle between the two of them countless years ago. Xianxia immersed himself in these traces and comprehended them. It was as if he had recreated the battle between the Flowing Time Great Emperor and Mo Sheng, completely comprehending the essence of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. His Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal was tantamount to the Flowing Time Great Emperor's teachings. Unlike Yang Kai, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had inherited the legacy of the Flowing Time Great Emperor from the Flowing Time Temple. After so many years of painstaking cultivation, it could be said that the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor had taught them step by step. The principle of time fluctuated wildly as the two sides changed their hand seals and the power around them surged. Yang Kai's hand seals were one step behind, but he was the first to reach them. A low murmur resounded through the world. The Flowing Time Great Emperor's withering glory shuttle dream. A palm shot out. At the same time, on the Flowing Time Temple, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui also shot out their palms. The power of the Flowing Time Great Emperor eroded each other, collided in mid-air, and dissipated. The time and the void seemed to have experienced thousands of years of flowing in an instant. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and suddenly felt an unusual fluctuation coming from the Flowing Time Temple. The originally evenly matched situation was instantly broken. The principle of time displayed by the two little guys on the opposite side suddenly froze by 30% and suppressed his Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. The Flowing Time Temple has such a magical effect. Yang Kai was surprised. The fluctuation coming from the Flowing Time Temple had the magical effect of strengthening the power of Yang Xiao and Yang Shui's divine technique. Yang Xiao laughed and said, "Little ant and I have inherited our master's legacy, and this Flowing Time Temple was our master's temporary residence. Using the divine technique of the principle of time in this temple has its own advantages. Adoptive father, are you surprised?" In a few words, Yang Kai's Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal was defeated. On the contrary, although the principle of time of the two little guys was weakened, it was still fiercely attacking. This was not the end. Yang Shui shouted, "The second move." As soon as she finished speaking, a small hourglass suddenly appeared in front of her. In the hourglass, divine sand flowed and floated out. There were exactly 10,008 grains. This was the Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine sand that the great emperors had spent endless effort to polish into. The Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine sand floated and wrapped into the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle seal, adding to each other, making the power of the two divine technique extremely terrifying. Yang Kai retreated quickly. His expression was dignified. Spring sleepy, summer tired, autumn sleepy, hibernation. Yang Xiao suddenly waved his hand lightly, and an invisible force gushed out from his palm and wrapped in the Flowing Time Great Emperor's divine sand. He looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Adoptive father, you are sleepy. Take a good rest." The three moves combined into one, and the power increased again. Yang Kai's vision was filled with the 10,008 grains of divine sand. Before the attack arrived, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of fatigue, and even his eyelids became heavy. Divine soul attack? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and smacked his lips. Interesting. If it was an ordinary divine soul attack, he might not have taken it seriously, but this divine soul attack, driven by the principles of time, seemed simple, but it could give people the illusion that they had experienced the endless Flowing Time Great Emperor in an instant. In this endless Flowing Time Great Emperor, endless exhaustion would accumulate, and no one would be able to withstand it. Yang Kai's figure suddenly stopped, and he no longer retreated. The 10,008 grains of divine sand swept over. Yang Zhao's face was overflowing with excitement, and Yang Shui also gently clenched her fists. The divine sand was about to envelop Yang Kai. Once that happened, he would not be able to escape. Yang Kai slightly raised a finger and pointed in front of himself. In an instant, so close yet so far, the smile on Yang Zhao's face stiffened, and Yang Shui also showed a look of surprise. Because in their perception, Yang Kai was only a few thousand feet away from them, but it also felt like they were separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, and the distance between them was extremely far. The 10,008 grains of divine sand that were about to rush over also froze in midair. Xianxia wasn't frozen in place, but was instead moving forward at a slow speed, as slow as a turtle crawling. Obviously, he was so close yet so far away. That small distance had been extended infinitely by Xianxia's movement. This was the mystery of the so close, yet so far divine technique. We lost. Xianxia gnashed his teeth. Huh. Xianxia sighed slightly, and the seal on her hand dissipated. Restricted by Xianxia's space divine technique, she could not even take back the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand. Xianxia chuckled and waved his hand, dispersing the divine technique. The 10,008 grains of divine sand swept back, and the two-time divine technique hidden in the divine sand also collapsed. The flowing time Great Emperor, Master, was a peerless genius. With his foundation, he already had the ability to jump out of the shackles of heaven and earth. But in order to destroy Mo Sheng's conspiracy, he did not hesitate to risk his life and become the demon race's territory, fighting with Mo Sheng to the death. In the end, although he died, he also brought new hope to Star Boundary. It can be said that the flowing time Great Emperor, Master, contributed greatly to Star Boundary's success today. Otherwise, Star Boundary would have long become the second demon race's territory. Xianxia sighed. Although the flowing time Great Emperor, Master, died, he also left behind his legacy. The two of you are lucky enough to inherit his legacy, so you should also inherit his will. If Star Boundary is in trouble in the future, even if you have to give up your lives, you must protect the peace of Star Boundary. This way, you will not disappoint the sacrifice of your predecessors. We will follow adoptive father's teachings. Xianxia quickly adjusted his expression. Prepare yourselves. In 2 months, follow me outside of heaven and earth. After Xianxia finished speaking, he left in a flash. Xianxia and Xianxia were left looking at each other. After a while, Xianxia scratched his head and said, "Little auntie, I don't know if I heard wrong, but adoptive father just told us to follow him outside of heaven and earth?" Xianxia pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Isn't this exactly what you want?" Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he put his hands on his hips and laughed. "I knew adoptive father would take me away. Outside of heaven and earth, this young master is coming." He had a temperament that did not like to be quiet, and now that his wish was fulfilled, he was naturally overjoyed. When Xianxia returned to Ling Shao Peak, the girls had already gotten up. Jiao stood there with a red face, and she was somewhat at a loss. When she saw Xianxia, she looked at him with some resentment. Shua, shua, shua. The others looked at him with piercing eyes, especially Yu Meng. Her gaze was as if she wanted to eat someone. Shanqing Luo even gritted her teeth and sneered. Xianxia touched his nose and said embarrassedly, "Have you all rested well?" Jiao's face was already red, and when she heard this sentence, her face became even redder, and smoke was about to come out of her head. Yu Meng said indifferently, "So what if you have rested well? So what if you haven't rested well?" Xianxia laughed awkwardly. Yu Meng stepped forward and pinched the flesh on his waist. She gritted her teeth and said, "What are you laughing at? Now that things have come to this, you have to come up with a plan." Xianxia's expression did not change, and he said suspiciously, "Plan? What plan?" Yu Meng was furious. She looked at Jiao, who had her head lowered, and said, "Don't you need to give her an explanation? Isn't this too much?" Xianxia was speechless. Yu Meng was furious. "Is this considered an explanation? What about Bingyun? How are you going to explain this?" Xianxia blinked, thinking that there was no need to explain anything. But after thinking about it, he really had to talk to her. After all, Bingyun was Ji Yao's honored master. It would be unjustifiable if he did not explain. If he really went to Ice Heart Valley to talk to Bingyun about this, he thought that Bingyun would be happy to see it happen. After all, she should have been aware of it and would not obstruct him. It was just that he was too embarrassed to show up. He looked at Yu Meng for help. Yu Meng coldly snorted, Why didn't you think about it when you were acting like a beast? Now you feel guilty? She glared at him hatefully. Okay, I will go to Ishar Valley tomorrow and talk to Bingyan. He turned his head and looked to the side. Su Yin, you go with her. Su Yin nodded. Okay. Ji Yao was Bing Yun's third disciple, and Su Yin was Bing Yun's youngest disciple. She was Ji Yao's senior sister, so it would be easy for her to talk to her. Kai Yong felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Chapter 4176. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The square of Ice Snow City was packed with people. There were at least 600,000 cultivators gathered here. Although there were many of them, they were arranged in neat rows, forming huge square formations. No one was making a ruckus. The 600,000 cultivators stood there quietly, like a well-trained army. However, everyone's eyes were shining with excitement and anticipation. Zi Xiao was a young man in one of the formations. Compared to when he first came to Ice Snow City 2 months ago, the young man's appearance had not changed much, but he had grown a lot. His cultivation in the Tao of Arrays had improved by leaps and bounds. Xiao Wu quietly sent a message. No wonder people say that we can't cultivate behind closed doors. In the past 2 months, I've been competing with many fellow cultivators, and my attainments in the Tao of Arrays have improved greatly. It seems that I'll have to communicate with others more often in the future. Zi Xiao was also filled with emotion. Yes, in the origin returning realm, there are many people whose attainments in the Tao of Arrays are higher than ours. It's really amazing. Xiao Wu chuckled meaningfully, but we still got what we wanted. Now, we can follow the Void Master to the outer world. I wonder what it's like outside the outer world. In the past 2 months, Ice Snow City was in full swing. There were all kinds of competitions and tests. The 2 young men passed all the tests. Although there were times when they failed, they did indeed show great talent in the Tao of Arrays. Now, their cultivation was not high, and their knowledge in the Tao of Arrays was relatively shallow. However, their growth was obvious to all. The Southern Gate Army made the decision to let these 2 young men pass. After 3 months of screening, 500,000 people were selected from tens of millions of people. This was an extremely huge project. For this, the entire High Heaven Palace was put into operation. Not only the High Heaven Palace, but also the Northern Territory's Ice Heart Valley, Fire Dragon Palace, and Meteon Pavilion invested an incalculable amount of manpower and material resources. Even the great sects in the Eastern Territory, Southern Territory, and Western Territory contributed. This was how Xianxia was able to select the number of people required in such a short period of time. In the end, the final result was not 500,000, but 600,000. It did not matter if there were more people since the Void was in dire need of manpower anyway. These 600,000 people might not be the strongest in the astral boundary, but they were the current and future elites of the various territories and territories of the astral boundary. Their existence was bound to give the Void Zone an extremely vigorous development and a vast future. Palace Master, everything is ready. On the other side of the square, Hua Qingxi looked at Xianxia and said. Xianxia nodded. Start the array. Upon receiving the order, Hua Qingxi took out a compass and sent out a message. In the next moment, the Southern Gate Army on the square immediately summoned a disc array and poured their Emperor Qi into it. Rumbling sounds came from the ground, as if thunder was rolling. Above the entire square, bright lines flickered, wrapping around the 600,000 people. Everyone had already been instructed to relax their minds and not put up any resistance. The light grew brighter and brighter, and when it reached a certain level, it burst out with a bang. When the light dissipated, the 600,000 people gathered on the square disappeared, all taken into the sealed world bead. Xianxia stretched out his hand and pulled the sealed world bead back from the void. He then reached out to grab the Southern Gate Army and put them into the sealed world bead as well. Only then did he look at Hua Qingxi and said, I'll leave everything in the astral boundary to Grand Chief. He originally wanted to take Hua Qingxi with him. After all, she had been managing the High Heaven Palace for so many years. If she was taken to the Void Zone, she could continue to display her talents and save Xianxia a lot of effort. However, Hua Qingxi did not agree. There were still tens of thousands of disciples in the High Heaven Palace. If she, the Grand Chief, left, the High Heaven Palace would be leaderless. She insisted on staying, so Xianxia could only let her do as she wished. Fortunately, Bian Yuqing, the second chief, followed him. With her presiding over the situation in the Void Zone, it was the same. Hua Qingxi said seriously, "Rest assured, Palace Master. This mistress will take good care of the High Heaven Palace and the Star Boundary." Xianxia smiled and said, "Don't delay your own cultivation. Let's meet again outside the universe." Although he took many people with him, he also left behind a lot of cultivation resources. The cultivation resources obtained outside the universe were not suitable for the cultivator in the Star Boundary. However, the Star Boundary itself had many resources that had not been discovered. During the 2 months of selecting the cultivator, Xianxia did not stay idle. He searched around and found all the cultivation resources available in the Star Boundary. With the help of these resources, coupled with the World Tree stabilizing the Star Boundary and repairing the world principles of the Star Boundary, he believed that in the near future, masters in the Star Boundary would definitely spring up like bamboo shoots after rain. The entire Star Boundary was the rear base of the Void Zone. It could continuously send talents to the Void Zone. The only drawback was that the distance between each other was a little far. "I will not disappoint, Palace Master. Let's go." Xianxia took a step forward and was already in midair. Below, Hua Qingxi bowed gracefully. "Farewell, Palace Master." In Ice Snow City, countless people shouted in unison, "Farewell, Void Master." Xianxia looked back, waved his hand gently, and took another step forward, his figure disappearing from sight. This time, when he left the Star Boundary, he took not only the 600,000 elites selected from the various territories, but also many emperors. In the Northern Territory, needless to say, the masters of the High Heaven Palace were Yuru Meng, Su Yin, Xianning Chong, Shuiyu, Shanqing Luo, Xiao, Lu Yin, Qiongqi, Gui Zhu, Qiyu, Aio, Bian Yuqing, and others. All of them were emperors. There were also Ice Heart Valley's Bing Yun Jiao and Ru Yun, Sun Yun Xiao, Fire Dragon Palace's Li Jiao, Mi Qi of Mi Tian Pavilion, Serene Soul Palace in the Eastern Territory, Star Soul Palace, Azure Sun Temple, and Heavenly Martial Holy Land in the Southern Territory were all masters. In addition, in the ancient Wildlands, there were the 3 Saint Venerables and their respective monster kings, the Stone Mongoose and the Wood Spirit clan. It could be said that the current small sealed world was not only a gathering of the elites of the entire Star Boundaries territory, but also a gathering of the top forces. Not to mention, many great emperors were also among them. Xianxia's trip had almost emptied the Star Boundaries foundation. However, the World Tree was rapidly repairing the astral world. The remaining warriors could grow together with the astral world in a very short period of time, witnessing the rise of a universe. As the astral world flourished and developed, more and more powerhouses would emerge. After a while, at the periphery of the Star Boundary, a figure flashed and Xianxia appeared. Lu Shui and the others, who had been guarding this place, quickly stepped forward and cupped their hands. "Master." Xianxia nodded and looked to the side. "He, I have a task for you. Please instruct me, Master." He looked solemn. "Stay here and protect the safety of this world. If you slack off, you will be executed without mercy." He felt bitter in his heart, but he had no choice but to respond, "This humble servant obeys." Although his cultivation was countless times stronger than Xianxia's, since he had left his name and aura on the loyalty and righteousness list, he could not resist at all. Otherwise, Xianxia would only need to use the Xieji horn to scratch out his name, and his soul would scatter. Xianxia had almost emptied the Star Boundaries foundation and taken away most of its high-end forces. So how could he not leave some backup plans? After all, the Void was far away from the Star Boundary, and there was no way to contact each other in time. If the Star Boundary really encountered any danger, he would not be able to provide support at all. He was a 5th-stage Heaven Splitter and was very strong. With him guarding this place, he could deal with any danger. However, Xianxia also knew that although he agreed readily, it was only because of the loyalty and righteousness list. He might not be so sincere in his heart. Smiling gently, Xianxia said, 500 years. You only need a guard here for 500 years. As long as you don't make any big mistakes, I will return your freedom after 500 years. I swear on my Tao seal. He was shocked when he heard this, and a look of great surprise appeared on his face. He cupped his hands again and again. Many thanks, Master, for your kindness. This humble servant will do his best and will not allow any accidents to happen to this world. He was a fifth-stage heaven splitter. Although 500 years was not a short time for him, it was definitely not long either. Naturally, he could afford to wait. Moreover, Xianxia had sworn on his Tao seal, so he could be trusted. Xianxia then asked him to take out his universe map and mark the location of the void. He also told him that if there were any disasters that were difficult to resolve, he should immediately report to the void. He respectfully complied. After arranging everything, Xianxia looked back at the star boundary again. His eyes paused for a moment on a towering ancient tree before he sped off in a certain direction. Now that the matters in the star boundary were dealt with, all that was left was the new demon territory. When he left back then, he separated the small sealed world from the demon territory and formed a new demon territory. He left his embodiment to oversee it. Today, there were still countless demon race living in the demon territory. Demon Saint Bailey Mo and Changtian were also among them. Xianxia did not plan to bring the demon race to the void. In the war between the two worlds, both the human and demon races had suffered countless casualties. The hatred between them was irreconcilable. If he really brought the demon race to the void, who knew what kind of disputes would arise? However, he could take Changtian and Bailey Mo with him. One of them was a demon saint, while the other had the bloodline of the dragon race. With the cultivation of a demon saint, if they wanted to advance further, they could only jump out of the shackles of the universe. The new demon territory was located in the same large territory as the star boundary. Back then, in order to prevent the two worlds from having any contact, Xianxia deliberately chose a relatively distant location when he separated the two worlds. However, from what he could see now, the distance between these two worlds was not too far. A few days later, Xianxia flew over a piece of the void and looked around. Suddenly, a look of suspicion appeared on his face. If he remembered correctly, this was the place where he separated the demon territory, but today he did not see any trace of the demon territory. This made him a little puzzled, wondering if he had remembered the wrong location. Although the demon territory he separated from the demon territory had turned into a rolling shape, it was still a universe world after all, so there was no reason for it to move so easily. Did something happen? Xianxia suddenly had a bad feeling. He immersed himself in his divine sense and carefully sensed. The embodiment sat in the demon territory and had an inseparable connection with him. As long as the distance was not too far, he could naturally sense it. After a while, Xianxia looked up in a certain direction and sped off. Chapter 4177. A few days later, the trio had crossed hundreds of millions of kilometers, and Xianxia sensed that they were getting closer and closer to the demon territory. Lu Shui suddenly exclaimed, "Master, there's a situation up ahead." Her cultivation was much higher than Xianxia's, so whether it was in terms of eyesight or perception, she was naturally better than Xianxia, so she was able to discover some things ahead of time. "What's the situation?" Xianxia turned and asked. "There's a ship chasing Is that a universe world?" Lu Shui's tone was a little uncertain. Xianxia's brow furrowed as he asked, "What kind of universe world?" Lu Shui said with a strange expression, "It looks like a big fish with a round and rolling belly. Strange, why can this universe world move? It seems to have its own sentience." Xianxia's face sank. A universe world that looked like a big fish with a round and rolling belly. If it wasn't the new demon territory, what could it be? When Xianxia separated the demon territory, the new demon territory turned into a rolling territory. Because the rolling was created by the embodiment using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle law, the demon territory retained its rolling shape. It was also for this reason that the embodiment had to stay behind to take charge. It could be said that the relationship between the embodiment and the demon territory was similar to the relationship between Xianxia's main body and the small sealed world. It was not easy to move a universe world, but this new demon territory was different. With the embodiment presiding over the overall situation, the rolling universe world could move as it pleased. But where did that ship come from? Can you investigate the specific situation of that ship? Xianxia asked in a deep voice. Lu Shui slowly shook her head. It's too far. I can only get a general idea. This couldn't be helped. She could only discover the ship from this position, and if she wanted to pry into its specific information, she would need to get closer. After pondering for a moment, Xianxia summoned the shadowless muslin, wrapped the three of them, and quietly approached. Although the demon territory was moving, its speed was not very fast, and the ship following behind was not too fast, neither too slow nor too fast. So in less than a day, the three of them were already close to 1,000 kilometers away. In order to avoid exposing his whereabouts, Xianxia didn't dare to get too close. Although the shadowless veil was quite good, it still had its limits. Before he could confirm whether or not there was a medium-grade heaven splitter on this ship, it was best to be careful. The distance of 1,000 miles was not close, but the view in the void was wide, so the situation in front of them could be seen very clearly. Lu Shui observed for a while and said seriously, Master, I'm afraid there's at least one mid-rank heaven splitter on that ship. How so? Xianxia asked. Lu Shui said, this ship is not ordinary. Even if a low-grade splitter can drive it, it can't be used for a long period of time. Only a mid-grade splitter can handle it with such ease. Xianxia's heart sank. This ship was chasing after the demon territory, so it clearly didn't have good intentions. And now, there was at least one mid-rank heaven splitter on the ship. If it was below the 5th rank, then it would be fine. Lu Shui was also at the 5th rank, so she should be able to handle it. But what if it was a 6th rank? If that was really the case, then even if Black River was summoned, he wouldn't be the ship's match. He didn't even understand why this ship was chasing after the demon territory. Just as he was puzzled, the rolling ship's huge body suddenly shook, and a crack appeared on its back. From that crack, a blood-soaked figure rushed out, and behind him was the phantom of a miniature universe world. Xianxia's expression suddenly became gloomy. This person was shockingly a heaven splitter. Although from the miniature universe world's phantom, it was only a low-grade heaven splitter, there was definitely no such person in the demon territory. In that case, was that ship attacking the demon territory? But now, the demon territory's barrier had been torn apart, and that low-grade heaven splitter had escaped. Demonic Qi. Lu Shui's expression froze as she saw the demonic Qi lingering around the blood-soaked figure. Could it be someone from the Great Devil Heavens? Xianxia was startled. The Great Devil Heavens was one of the 36 paradise, and Mo Sheng was most likely from there. If the person on this ship was really someone from the Great Devil Heavens, then this matter would be troublesome. While speaking, the blood-soaked figure had already rushed back into the ship. In the next moment, two more figures rushed out from the ship and rushed into the demon territory's barrier that had been torn apart, disappearing from sight. So that's how it is. Lu Shui suddenly revealed a look of understanding and whispered, Master, they should be trying to devour the world principles and world force of that miniature universe world to strengthen their own miniature universe world. What do you mean? Xianxia was dumbfounded. Lu Shui explained, Master is currently only an Emperor Realm Master, so there are some things you might not know. After we cultivate to the Heaven Splitter Realm, if we want to become stronger, the only way is to continuously raise our own grade. But how difficult is that to do? It often takes hundreds, thousands of years, or even longer to accumulate. Take this mistress, for example. I broke through to the 4th stage more than 600 years ago and have been refining Heaven Splitter pills all this time, but until recently, there were no signs of me breaking through. According to my estimate, it will take at least 100 years before I can break through to the 5th stage. So long. Although he had long known that it was not easy to break through to the Heaven Splitter realm, the time it took to do so was a bit too long. Lu Shui's aptitude should be quite good, otherwise she would not have been able to break through to the 4th stage. If even she was like this, the others would not be much worse off. Lu Shui continued. Of course, in addition to this, there are many other ways to strengthen one's miniature universe world. For heaven splitters, the deeper the foundation of their miniature universe world, the more power they can display. Xianxia lightly nodded. This was not difficult to understand. Heaven splitters used world force, and the foundation of world force lay in the miniature universe world within their bodies. The deeper the foundation of their miniature universe world was, the more power they could display. As such, after a cultivator breaks through to the heaven splitter realm, what they need to do the most is to constantly increase the foundation of their miniature universe world. Taking heaven splitter pills is the most common method, and although it is slow, it is very gentle. In addition, there is a more extreme method, devouring the world principles and world force of that miniature universe world for their own use. Xianxia narrowed his eyes, like what we are seeing now. That's right, Lu Shui nodded. However, this method has a very large drawback because the world principles of every miniature universe world are slightly different. If you rashly devour and refine them, it is extremely likely that it will cause varying degrees of impact on your miniature universe world. If the impact isn't too great, it won't matter, but if the impact is too great, it might even cause the cultivator's strength to decrease instead of increase. As such, very few people use this method to strengthen their foundation because the risk is too great. Very few doesn't mean there isn't any. What Master said is that if you can find a miniature universe world that is perfectly compatible with your foundation, then you won't have to worry about the consequences of devouring it. For example, when Master breaks through to the heaven splitter realm in the future, the most suitable place for you to devour is the miniature universe world you came from, because all your foundations are laid in that miniature universe world and are perfectly compatible with the world principles. Of course, if Master really does this, then the world principles of your miniature universe world will be broken, and the more you devour, the more unstable that miniature universe world will become. Over the years, it will become a land of death. Xianxia was shocked. Has anyone done this before? Lu Shui nodded solemnly. Yes. In ancient times, this sort of thing happened quite often, but it's much rarer nowadays. The reason for this is that as long as you aren't crazy, you won't do this sort of thing. After all, even if you devour the world principles of your miniature universe world, you won't become much stronger. Secondly, every miniature universe world has its own great emperors. Although the great emperors don't have high cultivations, they have obtained the approval of the world will and are able to use the world principles. In their own miniature universe world, they are equivalent to lower rank heaven splitters, so devouring them won't be easy. Thirdly, in the current 3,000 worlds, most miniature universe worlds have their own high sects and are protected by them. Rashly devouring them will only lead to chaos. Xianxia suddenly said, then wouldn't a miniature universe world without the protection of a high sect be in trouble? The large territory where the star boundary was located was relatively remote, and there weren't any decent forces here. It could be said that it was an ungoverned area, which was exactly what some people wanted. Lu Shui gently nodded. If I'm not wrong, the world principles of that miniature universe world should be very compatible with the miniature universe world of the master of this ship. So he chased after it and constantly sent his subordinates to suppress it, wanting to take it down. Since he's a medium-rank heaven splitter, why doesn't he do it himself? Xianxia was puzzled. In the demon territory, there were only embodiments, Chang Tian and Bei Li Mo, who were supported by the world will in the demon territory and were comparable to lower-rank heaven splitters. But in the face of a medium-rank heaven splitter, they still didn't have the power to fight back. If that shipmaster really wanted to take action, the demon territory wouldn't be able to resist at all. Lu Shui said, if he personally took action, there would be a great battle. At that time, the miniature universe world would be shattered and its principles would collapse, which wouldn't be good for him. At this point, Lu Shui said, Master, what does that miniature universe world have to do with you? Xianxia had come straight to this miniature universe world. She wasn't a fool, so she could naturally see some clues. Xianxia said, that miniature universe world is mine. Lu Shui's beautiful eyes flashed. Since that's the case, then we can't just sit back and watch. What we need to confirm the most now is how strong the master of this ship is. This was a bit difficult. Unless they took the initiative to expose their whereabouts to spy, no one knew how strong the master of this ship was. Guizian said, "Master, should we ask Black River to come over?" In the face of an unknown, powerful enemy, 2 5th-rank heaven splitters were better than one. It's too late. Xianxia shook his head. This battle had been going on for who knew how long, and the situation in the demon territory wasn't optimistic. If they called Black River over, it would take at least 10 days. "I'll go," Wuxia volunteered. Xianxia shook his head. "No, if that ship's master is a 6th-rank heaven splitter, you'll be like a lamb in a tiger's den. Judging from how this person acts, he should be evil and not easy to deal with." Wuxia smiled. He's now wholeheartedly focused on that miniature universe world. Even if he's a 6th rank, he might not be willing to waste time on me. If he really wants to fight, even if I can't beat him, can I run? Master gave me the world fruit, saving me hundreds of years of bitter cultivation, and also giving me the chance to see the splendor of a high-rank heaven splitter in my lifetime. Master, my kindness is as heavy as a mountain. Now that you're in trouble, I'll naturally do my best. Chapter 4178. Xianxia pondered for a long time before saying, "You can go, but take this with you." While speaking, he handed Wuxia 2 space spirit beads and told her how to use them. Wuxia nodded and received them. With this space spirit bead in hand, even if Wuxia encountered any danger, she would have a great chance of escaping. Of course, the premise was that she operated it properly. The space spirit bead was refined by Xianxia and could only be used in pairs. When one space spirit bead was activated, the other could ignore space barriers and instantly cross the void. Putting away the space spirit bead, Wuxia took the initiative to leave the shadowless veil. Although the two sides were separated by 1,000 kilometers for a mid-rank heaven opening master, this distance was nothing at all. Therefore, the moment Wuxia's figure appeared, a tyrannical divine sense swept over from the ship 1,000 kilometers away. Wuxia's world force fluctuated wildly, deliberately showing off her strength to attract the attention of the ship's owner. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xianxia gritted his teeth and quietly rushed towards the demon territory with Guizian. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the two had already arrived at the crack in the demon territory's barrier. Turning their heads, they saw Wuxia slowly boarding the ship. Although Wuxia was a 5th-stage heaven-opening master, she did not know the strength of the enemy, so rashly entering the ship of another person was taking a huge risk. If that person wanted to harm her, her situation would definitely be worrying. Knowing that Wuxia's move was to create an opportunity for his whereabouts, Xianxia no longer hesitated and plunged into the demon territory. From the outside, the entire demon territory looked like a huge monster fish, but the space inside was extremely vast. As soon as he entered, Xianxia felt the world force violently shaking, and the entire demon territory seemed to be shaking. At the same time, an aura closely related to him was closely connected. That was the aura of the Avatar. The Dharmakaya was a clone of himself that entered the body of the stone mongoose. It could be said that the Dharmakaya was his clone. Just like how Xianxia could sense the Dharmakaya from a certain distance, the Dharmakaya could also sense Xianxia. Sensing that the main body had entered, the Avatar immediately sent out some information with its divine thought. Kaiyang thought for a moment and quickly understood what was going on. Ever since he had left behind a new devil territory. His Dharmakaya had entered it, and with the assistance of Bei, Li Mo, and Chang Tian, the entire devil territory had been developing rapidly. Originally, everything was going well. However, half a year ago, an uninvited guest suddenly came to the periphery of the demon territory. That uninvited guest was the ship that Xianxia had seen before. After a period of spying and investigation, the ship launched an attack on the demon territory. Of course, the Dharmakaya would not sit still and wait for death. He joined forces with Bei Li Mo and Chang Tian to fight back. At the same time, he urged the rolling ship to escape. As they fought and fled, a few months passed in the blink of an eye. The true strength of the Dharmakaya, Xianxia, and Mo was far inferior to the Kaitian realm. However, in the Devil territory, these three were equivalent to the status of the great emperors in the Star World. They had the geographical advantage and could mobilize the world's power in the Devil territory. They could display the strength of the lower Kaitian realm. It was by relying on the foundation of the Devil territory that the Dharmakaya and the others could deal with the enemy for such a long time. However, the enemy was also very difficult to deal with. There were too many of them. Although they had injured many of them, they could not kill any of them. On the contrary, the enemy executed the tactic of taking turns very well. When someone was injured, they immediately retreated and their companions came to take over. Xianxia had seen the lower Kaitian realm escape while covered in blood. This was the situation. After all, the strength of the Dharmakaya and the others was too low. If the lower Kaitian realm wanted to escape, they could not stop them. In the Devil territory, there were 3 demon saint-level fighting forces. Therefore, the enemy always maintained 5 lower Kaitian realm experts, showing a comprehensive suppression of them. Today, the Dharmakaya could still fight. After all, he had the body of the stone mongoose and did not know exhaustion. However, whether it was Xianxia or Mo, their mental strength was greatly exhausted and they were already at the end of their rope. If Xianxia did not come, the Devil territory would be captured in less than a month at most. At that time, they would be fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. It only took a moment for Xianxia to receive this information. After understanding the current situation of the demon domain, Xianxia grinned. He put away the shadowless veil and revealed himself with Wuxia. At the same time, he waved his hand and a figure appeared in front of him. It was Ru Meng. When Ru Meng appeared, she was still a little confused. She did not know why Xianxia released her so quickly. However, she soon realized that this was the Devil territory. She was also a demon saint born in the Devil territory. She was recognized by the will of heaven and earth, and had a close connection with heaven and earth. As if she had noticed something wrong, Ru Meng frowned. Xianxia briefly explained the current situation in the Devil territory. Ru Meng's beautiful eyes were full of killing intent as she listened. Xianxia comforted her a little and quietly communicated with the Dharmakaya for a while. He told Ru Meng and Wuxia the plan. Both of them nodded seriously. The next moment, an invisible force wrapped the 3 of them. When the law of space fluctuated, the 3 of them suddenly disappeared. At the same time, in a battlefield hundreds of thousands of miles away, the Dharmakaya, Mo, and Xianxia were separated by 5 lower-grade splitters. They were fighting desperately. The Dharmakaya was the current master of the Devil territory. He had cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor of Wuxia. He was not a flesh and blood body, so he did not know pain or fatigue. Therefore, he was the strongest among the 3. At this moment, 2 lower-grade splitters were attacking him from left and right. The Dharmakaya roared and repeatedly urged the world force. It was difficult to tell who would win. Every time he fought with the 2 lower-grade splitters, he was fighting with his life, which made his 2 opponents frightened. On the other side, Mo was entangled by a thin woman and could not get away at all. The woman also had the cultivation of lower-grade splitters. Even if she was fighting alone, she had the advantage. After all, Mo had been fighting with the enemy for several months. She was almost exhausted. At this moment, her face was extremely pale, her body was stained with blood, and her hair was disheveled. She looked like a ghost. However, her opponent only entangled her, like a cat playing with a mouse, and consumed her strength. Compared to Mo's situation, Xianxia's situation was extremely dangerous. Just like the embodiment, his opponents were 2 lower-grade sky splitters. These 2 lower-grade sky splitters didn't make a move, but once they made a move, it would be fatal. Xianxia had already revealed his true form. He was a huge demonic dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. The dragon's eyes, which were bigger than a house, were bloodshot. Its sharp claws had been broken, and countless dragon scales had been knocked away. The pitch-black dragon blood was constantly dripping down. It was as heavy as 1,000 caddies, smashing huge craters on the ground. The three demon saint-level forces were separated. The enemy's intention was very obvious. It was nothing more than to divide and destroy them. First, kill Xianxia. After killing him, the two lower-grade splitters will be able to support the other side of the battlefield. At that time, whether it was the Dharmakaya or Bailey-Mo, it would be difficult to resist. Xianxia also knew that he was the key to the victory of this battle, so he also risked his life and madly burned his essence blood. The world lost its color, and the mighty force of the world collided endlessly. The surroundings of the battlefield were full of void cracks. With the battlefield as the center, the laws of heaven and earth within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles were shattered and withered. However, even if he did his best, he still could not see any hope of victory. Xianxia's eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, and his strength was almost drying up. He did not have much lifespan left. Back then, before the demon territory was devoured, Xianxia was stranded on the 100-spirit continent. He had taken a fancy to him and wanted to cultivate Xianxia to be his successor. If his lifespan was not at its end, how could Xianxia have such thoughts? He could persist until now because he was burning his life force. After this battle, whether he won or lost, he would not live for long. His mind was in a trance, and a flaw appeared in his defense. The two lower-grade splitters fighting with him had extremely sharp eyesight. Naturally, they would not miss such a good opportunity. One of them wiped his long sword with his finger, and man and sword became one. They turned into a stream of light and slashed directly at Xianxia's chest. The sword light flashed and disappeared. Dragon scales flew, dragon blood splashed, and the long sword pierced through his chest. Xianxia's eyes suddenly widened, and the flesh on his chest wriggled crazily, finally stopping the long sword before it pierced through his heart. The pain made him roar angrily. He raised his dragon claw and was about to claw at his chest. At this moment, the other lower-grade splitter shouted in a low voice. The long halberd in his hand danced, and he raised it high to block the huge dragon claw. The scene froze at this moment. Two people and one dragon wrestled fiercely. Xianxia's dragon beard fluttered in the wind, and the dragon roared continuously. The fierce wind urged the world force of the demon territory. The two lower-grade splitters also knew that it was a critical moment, and they used their strength without reservation. The dragon claw that was blocked could not move, but the long sword locked in his flesh stabbed towards his heart inch by inch. Every time the long sword moved an inch, it made a creaking sound, which was extremely ear-piercing. Suddenly, Xianxia's dragon eyes widened, and he looked behind the enemy in shock, as if he had seen an extremely inconceivable scene. His eyes, which were originally filled with despair, suddenly blossomed with an astonishing brilliance. At the same time, the two lower-grade splitters who were in a deadlock with Xianxia felt their blood run cold, and a chill rushed from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. When the lower-grade splitter holding the long sword hurriedly turned his head, he saw a tall and sturdy figure appear behind him an unknown time, holding a large axe and grinning sinisterly, chopping down with the axe. This person turned pale with fright. The power of this axe was extremely fierce. Inferring from the aura of the world force, the one who attacked him was surprisingly a third-grade splitter, and he himself was only a third-grade splitter. Where did this guy come from? The aura of death enveloped him, and at the critical moment of life and death, he hurriedly pulled out his sword, but the long sword was imprisoned by Xianxia's flesh. So how could he pull it back in such a short time? Helplessly, he could only abandon his sword and quickly form a seal with both hands, raising his hands high. The phantom of the universe world behind him flashed, and the world force fluctuated. With a loud bang, the large axe chopped down. The man's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt his Tao seal and the small universe in his body shake endlessly, and the blood in his chest roiled, making him feel nauseous. If it were under normal circumstances, he would not be so weak. After all, he was also a third-grade splitter comparable to Guizian in strength, but under a sneak attack, how could he display his full strength? Hastily responding, not being chopped to death was already a decent response. A huge force came from the front, and he was involuntarily forced back, fiercely slamming into Chang Tian's body before bouncing back. His figure was like a fallen leaf in a storm, withering with the wind. Chapter 4179. Roar. A dragon's roar rang out as a bloody maw came down on him, its mouth filled with sharp fangs like the sharpest sword. Boundless darkness descended as Chang Tian bit down on this man's head. Asterisk crack. Asterisk, his head shattered as his headless corpse fell from the sky, blood gushing out from his neck like a fountain. In a flash, a third great heaven splitter had fallen. The change happened too suddenly, and before his companion could react, this man had already died. Although Chang Tian did not know who Guizian was, since Guizian had saved his life at the critical moment of life and death, he was a friend and not an enemy. After killing one of them cleanly, he did not show any mercy after gaining the upper hand. He spat a mouthful of dragon's breath at the remaining lower-grade Kaipin. This dragon breath contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. If it were any other time, this person might not care much, but when the dragon breath was spat out, Guizian chopped down with his axe again. World force fluctuated. This person's face changed slightly as he raised the halberd in his hand and sent Chang Tian flying, urging his own world force to wrap around the halberd as he met the axe head-on. With a loud bang, heaven and earth surged as the four extremes collapsed. The two of them, who were both at the third stage heaven splitter, were actually evenly matched in this confrontation. Guizian's figure swayed slightly as a flush appeared on his face, while the third-grade heaven splitter borrowed the force to fly back, turning around in midair and quickly escaping. He was smart enough to know that he was not a match for Chang Tian and Guizian, and if he continued to fight, he would be doomed, so he decisively left to report to the ship. As for his other three companions, he couldn't care less about them. However, when he turned around, he suddenly saw a charming woman looking at him with a smile. When their eyes met, the woman's beautiful eyes emitted a soul-stirring divine light that seemed to transform into a huge vortex that pulled at his mind, wanting to pull him into the endless abyss. In an instant, illusions appeared in front of his eyes, and the sounds of killing rang in his ears. What a powerful illusion technique! This person's heart trembled. In his perception, this woman was only from the Emperor realm, but the illusory technique she used had already surpassed the level of an Emperor realm master. Even a third-stage heaven splitter, like him, had fallen for it. This was definitely a cultivator who specialized in cultivating the power of the soul. Break! The man opened his mouth and roared. His soul surged, and the illusion before him shattered. Yuru Meng let out a muffled groan. Her illusion was broken, and she suffered a backlash. Her face suddenly turned pale, and she staggered. Even her eyes were bleeding. With her strength, even with the support of the demon territory, it was still too difficult for her to deal with a third-stage heaven splitter. But it was enough. Although she didn't manage to kill the enemy, she did delay the enemy's escape. At this moment, in this place, this one breath of time was the difference between life and death. A huge dragon claw suddenly reached out from the void and grabbed him. The dragon claw tightened, and the person immediately showed a difficult expression. A series of crackling sounds came from his body. Turning his head, he saw that Chang Tian, who had been sent flying by him just now, had actually fought back while bathed in blood, firmly binding him. On the other side, Guizian held a large axe in his hand and slashed down like a meteor from the sky. Killing intent surged, making this person feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The halberd trembled and stabbed at Chang Tian's arm. The blow was so powerful that it almost broke Chang Tian's arm, but Chang Tian refused to let go. He allowed the dragon blood to gush out, his bones to break, and his tendons to connect. The other dragon claw also closed in on him. With a bang, it shackled Chang Tian even more. This time, he was truly at a dead end. He looked at the falling axe with a face of despair. His vision blurred, and he couldn't feel anything. Since Guizian appeared and the two third-stage heaven splitters died, only a dozen breaths had passed, but Chang Tian seemed to have experienced thousands of years. Seeing the second enemy die in front of him, his huge body rumbled and rolled to the ground. He shrank and revealed his human form again, but his aura quickly withered. The instant the first third-stage heaven splitter was killed, the heaven splitters on the other two battlefields all sensed something. The expression of the woman entangled with Bei Li Mo changed greatly, and before she could see what had happened, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Shocked, she hurriedly investigated and found that this person was only from the Emperor realm, letting out a sigh of relief. As for the disheveled Bei Li Mo, she cried out, "Kai Yang." The one who had come to support her was Yang Kai. This was also the plan he had discussed with the embodiment. Bei Li Mo's opponent was not very strong, only a second-stage heaven splitter. With his current strength, he could definitely deal with him. Bei Li Mo was pleasantly surprised at first, but then her beautiful face paled and she screamed, "Run! This person is comparable to the great demon god. He's not someone we can deal with." Yang Kai acted as if he didn't hear her, raising his hand and grasping the black dragon spear. He said indifferently, "So what if it's the great demon god? It's not like I haven't killed one before." As soon as he said this, the golden crow cried and a round sun suddenly jumped out. Heaven and earth trembled. The second-stage heaven splitter woman didn't put Yang Kai in her eyes at all, and when Yang Kai appeared, she summoned a handkerchief artifact to cover him. But the moment this round sun appeared, the woman's figure trembled and she cried out involuntarily, "This is divine technique embodiment?" Without hesitation, she retreated several dozen kilometers in an instant. Yang Kai stabbed out with his spear, and the round sun jumped to the tip of the spear and slammed into the handkerchief artifact, instantly creating a huge hole. Yang Kai's offensive did not decrease, and several dozen kilometers were flattened in an instant. The woman's field of vision was instantly filled with the golden sun, and as she screamed madly, she urged her miniature universe world to support herself. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the round sun was annihilated, and Yang Kai's face paled slightly as a figure was sent flying like a ragged sack. It was the second-stage heaven splitter woman. Bei Li Mo was dumbfounded. She almost couldn't believe her eyes. Yang Kai, an Emperor Realm Master, had actually blasted away an enemy she looked up to. What kind of strength was this? One had to know that Yang Kai was one of the great emperors of the Star Boundary. But in this demon territory, he was unable to obtain any support, so he could only rely on his own ability to achieve this. Has he also reached the same realm as the great demon god? Just as Bei Li Mo was in a daze, Yang Kai's voice reached her ears. "What are you waiting for? Take advantage of her illness and kill her." In her field of vision, Yang Kai took a step forward and arrived beside the woman, his face like jade and his spear like a dragon as he brandished it, filling the sky with spear shadows that enveloped the woman. Bei Li Mo shivered and pushed her tired body forward, rushing into the battlefield and joining forces with Yang Kai, forcing the woman to retreat again and again, forcing her into a dangerous situation. In the Great Void Boundary, when Yang Kai first displayed the Golden Crow Casting Sun divine technique, Zhao Baichuan had once said that with this divine technique, even if Yang Kai was only an Emperor Realm Master, he was qualified to compete with a low-rank Heaven Splitter. Although Zhao Baichuan was only a 5th-stage cultivator, his eyesight was extremely sharp and his comments are on point. The Golden Crow Casting Sun was extraordinary, and even a 3rd-stage Heaven Splitter would not be able to withstand it, let alone a 2nd-stage Heaven Splitter. However, the Golden Crow Casting Sun required a huge amount of energy and could not be maintained for long. With the annihilation of the Great Sun, Yang Kai's combat strength took a sharp turn. The woman supported her seriously injured body and struggled to cope for a while. But when she found that Yang Kai was only a facade, she calmed down and gnashed her teeth. "Smelly brat, I'll kill you." Her eyes were filled with resentment, as if she wanted to skin Yang Kai alive, drink his blood, and eat his flesh. Being injured by an Emperor Realm Master was a great humiliation. Raising her hand to repel Bailey Mo's attack, she stretched out her other hand and grabbed at Xianxia like a beast's claw. Xianxia's face turned pale as he staggered back, but he could not escape from his opponent's attack. Seeing that this attack was about to land, Xianxia suddenly showed the woman a malicious smile. This strange smile made the woman's heart skip a beat, instinctively feeling that something very bad was about to happen. The next moment, she saw the spear in Xianxia's hand disappear and be replaced by gourd. The mouth of the gourd opened, and a large amount of seven-colored profound light gushed out from the gourd. It rushed towards her in an overwhelming manner, and the aura that escaped from the profound light made her feel even more terrified. Divine Essence-Fused Light, Sixth-Order Divine Essence-Fused Light. The woman screamed in horror as if an invisible hand had grabbed her throat. How could she still care about killing Xianxia? Her figure flickered as she tried to retreat, but she had just approached Xianxia and was only a few meters away. So how could she retreat? What's more, the moment he summoned the divine essence-fused gourd, Xianxia had also stimulated his space principles. So close, yet worlds apart. In that small space, space twisted and distorted. The divine essence-fused light instantly wrapped around the woman. A scream immediately rang out as the invisible divine essence-fused light washed over the woman, causing her skin to crack inch by inch, as if it had been peeled off by an invisible knife, revealing her crimson flesh. The phantom of the mini-universe world appeared behind her. The woman madly urged the power of her own world to surround herself and resist the attack. However, she was only a second-stage heaven splitter, so how could she resist the sixth-order divine essence-fused light? Although the divine essence-fused light had a single attribute, its grade was something this woman could not compare to. Previously, in the Seven Openings lands, when Xianxia used the divine essence-fused light, those third-stage heaven splitters had not been able to resist for too long, let alone this woman. The mini-universe world that appeared behind her was originally thriving and full of life, but it soon withered and died. This was because she had exhausted too much of the world's power and damaged the foundation of her mini-universe world. The foundation of a heaven-splitter cultivator lay in their minor universe world. Once the minor universe world was damaged, the impact on a heaven splitter was difficult to estimate. Within the divine essence-fused light, the woman bitterly held on, her minor universe world on the verge of collapse. It would probably collapse in just a few breaths of time. "Spare me." The woman opened her mouth and begged for mercy. Xianxia remained unmoved, only coldly looking at her. He was determined to kill her. Chapter 4180. There was a soft pop, like the sound of a bubble being popped. The mini-universe world behind the woman shattered and vanished into thin air, washed away by the grade 6 divine essence-fused light. Her microcosm world shattered just like that. Her heaven-opening realm aura plummeted, going from a second-order heaven-opening realm cultivator to the Emperor realm. In the next moment, the woman's flesh and blood seemed to have been cut by an invisible knife. Her 5 viscera and 6 organs were reduced to the tiniest specks of dust, leaving behind only a white skeleton that still maintained a defensive posture in front of Xianxia. By the time Xianxia withdrew the divine essence magnetism light, the skeleton had completely fallen apart with a crash. Bailey Mo was dumbstruck as she stared at the gourd in Xianxia's hand in a daze, a look of horror filling her face. Although she didn't know what the hell the 7-colored light that came out of the gourd was, she was sure that it was an extremely terrifying killing weapon. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to kill an opponent that she looked up to in such a short time. When these second-order heaven-opening realm cultivators died, the battle between Guizian and Yu Rumeng also came to an end. The two battlefields had finished off their respective opponents almost at the same time. Without stopping, Guizian, Yu Rumeng, and Xianxia flickered and rushed towards the embodiment. Bailey Mo was stunned for a moment before hurriedly chasing after them. The embodiment was fighting one against two, one a third-order heaven-opening realm cultivator, and the other a second-order heaven-opening realm cultivator. He was in a precarious situation, his body riddled with holes and debris flying everywhere. The relationship between the embodiment and the demon territory was similar to the relationship between Xianxia and the mysterious small world. In this miniature universe world, he was the master and could display strength far beyond his own. It could be said that the power the embodiment could display in the demon territory was much greater than that of Bei, Li Imo, and Chang Tian. If not for this, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. When Kai Yang and the others appeared, his two opponents were naturally aware of their presence and were both startled. They didn't know what kind of background these people had. In just a few breaths, several of their companions had been killed. This caused their souls to leave their bodies. Seeing Yang Kai and the others charging at them like ferocious tigers, how could the two of them dare to continue fighting? They looked at each other and threw a palm strike at the avatar. Then they fled into the sky. The embodiment roared in anger. He didn't dodge or evade the attacks. He forcefully endured the might of the two attacks. He madly urged the world force in the demon territory to form an invisible cage that enveloped the two of them. In an instant, the two heaven-opening cultivators found it difficult to even move, despair appearing on their faces. Before they could break out of the encirclement, Yang Kai and the other three had already arrived, completely cutting off their escape plans. The battle that followed was one-sided. Guozian alone was enough to deal with the third stage splitter. The remaining second stage splitter was no match for Yang Kai and the others. After an incense stick's worth of time, the battle ended. Bei Liamo was gasping for breath, a look of lingering fear on her face. This was the first time she had faced a heaven-opening cultivator, and even with the support of the world force in the demon territory, she still felt despair. During the Great War of the Two Worlds, she had been knocked unconscious by Yang Kai very early on, so she had never faced the great demon god head-on and had never experienced the power of a heaven-opening realm cultivator. If it weren't for the fact that her opponent had only been pestering her and had no intention of fighting her to the death, she wouldn't have been able to hold on. Even now, she couldn't understand what kind of realm these people were in and how they could be so powerful. Yuru Meng's face was slightly pale. Just now, she had used an illusion technique to deal with a third stage splitter, and after her illusion technique had been broken, she had suffered an extremely strong backlash. Yang Kai and Guozian, on the other hand, were fine. The former's background was deep and the latter's strength was formidable, so dealing with this kind of situation was a piece of cake for them. However, after several months of continuous fighting, the world principles of this battlefield had been shattered and countless mountains and rivers had collapsed. This 1 million kilometer area had almost become a ghost realm. This kind of battle had caused great damage to the foundation of the entire demon territory. Wanting to restore it would take hundreds or thousands of years of accumulation. The third stage splitter had already been killed by the joint efforts of Yang Kai and Guozian, leaving only the second stage splitter. At this moment, all of his strength had been sealed, and he was kneeling on the ground, his face pale. Guozian's axe was resting on his neck, gleaming with a cold light. Kai Yang leisurely walked up and looked down at him from a high vantage point. The man trembled and cried out in panic, "Master, please spare me! Master, please spare me! This lowly one was forced to do this. Master, please spare me!" Yang Kai kicked him to the ground and stamped his foot on his chest. Exerting a bit of force, the sound of bones breaking immediately came from the man's chest. The broken bones pierced into his lungs, causing the man to grimace in pain. "Whatever I ask, you'll answer. If there's even a single word of nonsense, I'll make you beg for death." Kai Yang glared at him fiercely, like a vicious thug, his face ferocious and terrifying. The man suppressed his fear and pain and nodded quickly. A moment later, Kai Yang finally figured out the whole story of the matter. The master of the ship was just as Lu Shui had guessed. He was indeed a mid-rank splitter, but not a 6th-stage splitter, but a 5th-stage splitter. It could even be said that this 5th-stage splitter was not at his peak and was seriously injured. Yang Kai had some doubts before. Since the master of the ship was a mid-rank splitter and coveted the laws and world force of the demon territory, why didn't he take action himself? If he took action, the demon territory would not be able to resist. Lu Shui's explanation to him was that a mid-rank splitter was too powerful. If the demon territory was shattered, it would not be good for him, so he kept sending his subordinates to the demon territory to suppress it. But now, it seemed that this guess was not correct. The real reason was that that person was injured and could not take action. The master of the ship called himself Old Ancestor MOU and was originally the sect master of the Black Feather sect. He occupied the spiritual province in a large territory and could be considered tyrant. Old Ancestor MOU had a 5th stage splitter cultivation base and was on par with Heavenly Lord's 7 openings from before. He also had several mid-rank splitters under him, so the Black Feather sect was also a second-class force. Patriarch MOU was ruthless in his actions, and the disciples of the Ink Feather sect were also vicious in their methods. More than a year ago, one of Patriarch MOU's most beloved sons had brought his subordinates to stroll around a certain star city and had taken a fancy to a woman. He had stealthily followed her, and when that woman had left the star city, he had stopped her with ill intentions. The woman naturally did not comply, and she also had many guards under her. The two sides did not agree and fought. After a fight, all the guards around the woman died in battle, and the woman was taken away by the dandy young master and brought back to the Black Feather sect. The dandy young master had done this kind of bullying many times and usually did not cause any trouble. Unfortunately, that woman's identity was somewhat extraordinary. She was the fiancée of the young pavilion master of another second-rate force, the Sky Pillar Pavilion. She was his childhood sweetheart. The Black Feather sect and the Sky Bearing Pavilion were in the same large territory and were not on good terms with each other. When the disciples of each sect went out, there were many conflicts. Every year, a few people would die. It could be said that they had accumulated resentment. After learning that his fiancée was taken away by that dandy, the Sky Bearing Pavilion's young pavilion master's eyes turned red. He naturally wanted to kill his way to the Black Feather sect to take revenge. This matter was related to the face of the Sky Bearing Pavilion, so the pavilion master of the Sky Bearing Pavilion was also furious. Usually, there were some conflicts between the disciples of the sect, but the casualties were not serious. Everyone tolerated it, but this matter could not be tolerated. What's more, that woman was not an ordinary person. To be able to marry the Sky Bearing Pavilion's young pavilion master, she was naturally a match. She was the daughter of the leader of a second-class force, the Flying Flower Boat, in a large territory next door. This time, she was ordered by her father to go to the Sky Bearing Pavilion to discuss some matters. It could be said that the Black Feather sect's young sect master's unintentional action offended two major forces all of a sudden. When the news was spread, the leader of the Flying Flower Boat was furious. He immediately ordered the troops and crossed the territory to kill. A great battle was about to break out. With the Sky Bearing Pavilion's family power, even if the Black Feather sect's foundation was extraordinary, how could it resist? If it was an ordinary conflict, there might be room for negotiation. However, the matter of the sect's humiliation was related to their face. There was no need to negotiate at all. There was only a battle. The Black Feather sect barely held on for less than half a year before the protective array was broken. Subsequently, there was a world-shaking battle. The Black Feather sect disciples were killed and injured. Ancestor MOU fled in a sorry state. He was also seriously injured in that battle and had not recovered until now. With Ancestor MOU fleeing, the Sky Bearing Pavilion and the Flying Flower Boat were naturally unwilling to leave the matter at that. Under the leadership of the Sky Bearing Pavilion's pavilion master and the Flying Flower Boat's leader, they split into several groups to chase and intercept Ancestor MOU. It had been 2 years since that battle. However, in these 2 years, the Sky Bearing Pavilion and the Flying Flower Boat had been chasing Ancestor MOU nonstop. He did not even have time to heal his injuries. He was completely beaten to the point that he had no temper at all. Ancestor MOU had no choice but to keep fleeing. If not, he would not have come to this large territory. The large territory where the star boundary and the demon territory were located was already at the edge of the entire map of the universe. It could be said that it was lacking in resources and was deserted. If it were normal times, Ancestor MOU would not have come. This time, in order to escape, he could not care less. After drifting here, he did not expect to unexpectedly discover the demon territory. Ancestor Imoyu was immediately wild with joy because in his perception, the laws and world power of this world of universe had a high degree of compatibility with his own small world of universe. If he could devour the laws and world power of this world of universe, he would definitely be able to recover from his injuries. At that time, not to mention revenge, at least the hope of escaping would be greatly increased. Naturally, he did not put a world of universe in his eyes. He immediately ordered his subordinates to go and suppress it. However, the resistance of the embodiment and the others was beyond his expectations. After several months, they did not succeed. After that, Xianxia and the others arrived. After listening to the explanation of the second stage heaven splitter, Xianxia frowned. He really did not expect that there would be so many grievances involved in this. Master, I've said everything that needs to be said. Master, please spare my life. The second stage heaven splitter was also a person who was greedy for life and afraid of death. After speaking, he kept begging for mercy, his face full of fear. Chapter 41:81. Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, "You just said that old ancestor Imoyu is seriously injured? How much strength do you think he can display now?" The man said with a bitter expression, "This lowly one does not dare to speculate. Just say it." Xianxia coldly snorted. "What's the point of spouting so much nonsense? 60%, maybe 70%? Xianxia nodded slightly and moved his foot away from the man, his eyes shining brightly. A heavily injured fifth stage heaven opening realm who had yet to fully recover and was full of evil. There was no psychological burden in killing him. Most importantly, since old ancestor Imoyu was the sect master of Blackfeather sect, he would definitely take all of Blackfeather sect's assets with him when he fled. Setting up the Nine Heavens Void Array consumed too many resources, and although Xianxia had made a fortune in the great cosmological realm, he could not support such a consumption. Now, he had to bring 600,000 people from the star boundary, and these people all needed resources to cultivate. Perhaps he could take advantage of old ancestor Imoyu. As he thought so, he suddenly sensed something and turned to look at the embodiment, only to see the embodiment sitting cross-legged and silently circulating his secret art. As he did so, the spatial cracks that had been created by the battle just now were rapidly mending, and even the shattered world principles in a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers were mending at an extremely fast speed, and the world force that had been consumed was also recovering. Xianxia was dumbfounded, and when he communicated with the embodiment, he was immediately surprised. In the battle, just now, 4 heaven-opening realm cultivators had died, 3 of which were third-stage heaven-opening realm, and 1 was second-stage heaven-opening realm. Although these heaven-opening realm cultivators had died without a complete corpse or even turned to ashes, when a miniature universe world in their bodies had shattered, the world principles and world force had been released. These forces that could not be seen with the naked eye filled the battlefield, and at this moment, the embodiment was using the entire demon territory as a foundation and using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to devour these forces. Therefore, the broken world principles on this battlefield were rapidly mending, and the world force was also recovering. Xianxia couldn't help but think back to the battle in the Seven Openings land. After the heaven-opening realm cultivators died, their world might have leaked out and a portion of it had fused into the Seven Openings land. Yugi had said that the world force would strengthen the foundation of the Xianxia land and make it more prosperous. Those blessed and heavenly abodes had developed step by step in this way. Before their experts died, their mini-universe world collapsed, and the power of the world was channeled into their headquarters. Only after many years did the blessed and heavenly abodes reach their current scale. From the looks of it, the situation in the demon territory was the same as the situation in the Xianxia lands. However, there was a big difference between the two. Back then, quite a few heaven-opening experts had died in the Seven Openings land, and there was no lack of mid-grade heaven-opening experts among them. Even though an extremely large amount of world might have leaked out, the 7 openings land could not absorb much of it. A large portion of it was wasted, dissipating into the void. However, the situation in the demon territory was different at this moment. The entire demon territory was built with the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics as its core. Now that there was an embodiment presiding over it, using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle tactics, it was able to absorb the world, might without wasting anything. The subtle changes in the universe could not be hidden from Demon Saint Yu Meng and Bei Liemo, and the two women quickly revealed looks of surprise. As the embodiment continued to use its battle tactics, these changes became more and more obvious. Xianxia was still a little hesitant at first, but after noticing the changes in the demon territory, he immediately made up his mind and turned to the second-grade heaven-opening cultivator, asking in an amiable tone, "After talking so much, I still haven't asked what your name is." The man replied in a trembling voice, replying to Master, "This lowly one's name is Ma Yuanda." Xianxia nodded and took out the loyalty and righteousness record from his space ring, flipping to the third blank page and enthusiastically calling out, "Come, come, come, use your blood essence to leave your name and aura on this." Half an hour later, Ma Yuanda turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky. At the same time, on the outskirts of the demon territory, on the ship, Old Ancestor Mo Yu sat at the head of the table, while Lu Shui sat to his left, the two chatting happily. On the surface, the two of them seemed to be old friends who had known each other for a long time, but Old Ancestor Mo Yu was secretly complaining. When this fifth-grade heaven-opening cultivator suddenly appeared in his divine sense perception, Old Ancestor Mo Yu was really startled, thinking that it was the pursuers of Sky-Bearing Pavilion and the Flying Flower Boat. He was so frightened that he almost fled immediately. However, after taking a closer look, he found that this newcomer's face was unfamiliar, as if he had never seen him before. Unwilling to miss such a great opportunity to heal, Old Ancestor Mo Yu suppressed the bewilderment in his heart and stayed behind. The two sides simply communicated for a while. Only then did Old Ancestor Mo Yu discover that this fifth-stage heaven splitter had nothing to do with Sky-Bearing Pavilion and the Flying Flower Boat. He was actually one of the leaders of a force called Sword Pavilion. He knew about Sword Pavilion and had even dealt with the leader of Sword Pavilion a few times, so he knew how powerful that person was. After probing a little, he found that Lu Shui answered fluently, and the doubts in his heart disappeared, confirming that the other party's identity was true. Since he was not the pursuers of Sky-Bearing Pavilion and the Flying Flower Boat, there was nothing to be afraid of. He had some friendship with the leader of Sword Pavilion, but it was too rude to always leave him outside, so he could only ask Lu Shui to board the ship. Old Ancestor Mo Yu had never dealt with Lu Shui before and did not know what her temperament was like, so he naturally did not dare to expose his real situation. So when communicating, he endured the pain and did not show the slightest trace of weakness. Between his words, he repeatedly revealed that he had important matters to attend to and that it was inconvenient for him to keep the guest. Lu Shui did not know whether she really did not understand or not, but she was indifferent. This made Old Ancestor Mo Yu slightly unhappy in his heart, but the other party's strength was not inferior to his, so he could not lose his temper. Right at this moment, Old Ancestor Mo Yu suddenly seemed to have sensed something, and he raised his head to look outside. He saw a figure charge out from the world, and the figure was bathed in blood as he directly landed on the deck and shouted excitedly, "Report!" Old Ancestor Mo Yu raised his eyes to look over and noticed that it was one of his subordinates, Ma Yuanda, and his expression immediately became refreshed. "Come in." Ma Yuanda entered respectfully and swept his gaze over. When he saw Lu Shui, a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes, but he quickly smiled and cupped his hands. "Reporting to Old Ancestor, it's done." Even though Old Ancestor Mo Yu had his guesses, he still roared with laughter when he heard this, and he said good 3 times in succession before looking at Ma Yuanda with a pleasant expression. "All of you have rendered meritorious service. I, Old Ancestor, will reward you heavily later." Ma Yuanda smiled with delight and flattery. Serving old ancestor is this subordinate's duty. I dare not ask for a reward. Old ancestor Mo, you touched his rosy face and turned to look at Lu Shui. Leader Lu, I still have some miscellaneous matters to deal with here, so... Lu Shui smiled, got up, and said, since old ancestor has something to do, then I won't disturb you. She was naturally unwilling to leave, but if she insisted on staying, it would definitely be noticed. Just as she was thinking about what to do, she suddenly saw Ma Yuanda give her a meaningful glance. Lu Shui's mind was full of thoughts, and she immediately understood. Leader Lu, take care. When I have time, this old man will definitely pay a visit to Sword Pavilion. Old ancestor Mo, you said politely. Lu Shui pursed her lips and chuckled. Then I and leader will wait for old ancestor's arrival. A moment later, old ancestor Mo, you stood on the deck and looked into the distance. He waited until Lu Shui disappeared from his sight and confirmed that she had really left. Only then did he relax and wave his hand. Let's go. The ship immediately sped towards the crack in the territory of the demons and soon arrived at the territory of the demons. The aura of the universe world pounced on him. Feeling the laws of this world and the mighty power of heaven and earth at close range, old ancestor Mo Yu was overjoyed. He found that this world was different from what he had felt before. This world seemed to be more compatible with him. If he could devour the power of this world, not only would his injuries be healed, but his strength would also be stronger. Not to mention reaching the 6th stage of splitting the heavens, he would at least be able to save hundreds of years of bitter cultivation. Old ancestor Mo Yu was wild with joy. Ever since that unfilial son of his was exposed more than 2 years ago, everything had gone wrong for him. Finally, today his luck had changed. The unexpected surprise made him want to look up to the sky and laugh wildly. In the next moment, the surprise turned into great astonishment. A vine that emitted 7-colored light swept over from the void. The 7-colored vine actually emitted the aura of the 5th stage of splitting the heavens. Wherever the vine passed, the void shattered and heaven and earth trembled. An ambush. Old ancestor Mo Yu's heart beat wildly. Feeling the terrifying power contained in the vine, he immediately shouted. Ignoring his unhealed injuries, he hurriedly activated the protective array of the ship. In an instant, a layer of misty blue light screen appeared on the surface of the ship. The vine whipped on the light screen, and with a loud bang, the light screen only lasted for less than a breath of time before shattering like a broken mirror and turning into specks of fluorescent light. It was not that the ship's protection was not good. Normally, such an attack would not be able to break it, but in the past 2 years, old ancestor Mo Yu had been chased by the experts of the sky-bearing pavilion and the flying flower boat. He had fought more than a dozen battles, big and small. The ship's array had long been fragmented and was completely destroyed in the most recent battle. Now that the array had been barely repaired, although it could be operated, it was less than 20% of its peak power. How could it resist such a shocking attack? Asterisk Kachacha. Asterisk, the remaining force of the vine did not diminish as it swept towards the center of the ship. The mast was directly torn apart, and the entire ship was almost split into 2 halves. Some of the low-level martial artists standing on the deck were swept by the aura, and without uttering a single sound, they all exploded into a bloody mist. With a puff, old ancestor Mo Yu spat out a cloud of blood. He had forcibly activated the ship's protection, which affected the suppressed injuries. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a figure rushing out impatiently. Old ancestor Mo Yu flew into a rage. Ma Yuanda, you dare to betray me? The one who rushed out was Ma Yuanda, who had reported the good news to him before. Old ancestor Mo Yu was old and shrewd. How could he not know that he had fallen into the other party's trap? As for this Ma Yuanda, it was likely that he had been instigated by some unknown means and benefits. Suppressing the churning blood in his heart, he was furious and sent out a palm strike. Chapter 4182. Ma Yuanda was only a second-grade heaven splitter, so how could he block old ancestor Mo Yu's angry attack? This palm hit him squarely on the back, and a violent world force rushed into his flesh and blood, wantonly attacking his mini-universe world, causing it to be riddled with holes in an instant. Ma Yuanda's face turned pale, and he spat out pieces of his internal organs. He fell from the ship and stopped breathing in midair. Although old ancestor Mo Yu was seriously injured and could not use his full strength, his angry attack was not something that Ma Yuanda, a second-grade heaven splitter, could resist. Just one blow and he lost his life. Old ancestor Mo Yu did not even look at Ma Yuanda's corpse. With a thought, the huge ship immediately sped away. He was also decisive. After sensing the ambush, he knew that he could not do anything. So how could he dare to stay? He just wanted to escape as far as possible. The embodiment, Yu Meng, and Bei Li Mo were already prepared. The moment Yang Kai activated the gourd vines, they had already mobilized the world force in the demon territory. Under the three people's roars, the world force madly surged towards the ship. In an instant, the ship's speed decreased greatly, and the surrounding space became sticky like a swamp. Without the protection of the ship, a series of laborious sounds came from the ship. Although its speed slowed down, it still retreated unswervingly. The three sovereigns in a united demon territory were unable to stop old ancestor Mou. The powerful foundation of a fifth-grade heaven splitter could be seen. Seeing that the ship was about to escape the range of the world force, the three people were anxious, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not stop the ship's movements. In Yang Kai's plan, with their current strength, they had to keep old ancestor Mou in the demon territory. Only then would they have a chance to kill him. They could not let him escape so easily. At the critical moment, a huge dragon, hundreds of feet long, shook its head and wagged its tail. Demonic chi lingered all over its body, and its huge dragon claws grabbed at the ship. Chang Tian attacked. Stop him! Old ancestor Mou's eyes were about to split open as he roared. In order to resist the methods of the embodiment and the others, he had already used all his strength. Coupled with his previous injuries, he no longer had the strength to deal with Chang Tian's attack. However, he was not the only heaven-opening cultivator on the ship. Apart from the 5 heaven-opening realms Yang Kai had seen in the demon territory, there were 3 low-rank heaven-opening realms on the ship. Following old ancestor Mou's roar, the 3 low-rank heaven splitters finally came back to their senses. They urged the power of their small universe and used the divine technique to attack Chang Tian. A sorrowful dragon roar resounded. Blood splashed out from the dragon body, and dragon scales flew everywhere. Chang Tian could only hold on for less than a breath of time before he was sent flying back. His huge body tumbled in midair and slammed into a small mountain in the distance, breaking it in half. During this brief moment of delay, Yang Kai had already taken out the divine essence-fused gourd and opened it. 7-colored light bloomed from the gourd. This is, feeling the grade of the 7-colored profound light, old ancestor Mou was shocked, unable to figure out how such a powerful artifact could appear in such a damned place. Without any protection, the ship was instantly riddled with holes by the divine essence-fused light, and the several heaven-opening realms had no choice but to urge their strength to resist the terrifying power of the divine essence-fused light. The world force rose and fell one after another. The energy was violent and chaotic. Even so, the ship was still leaving the demon territory at a speed visible to the naked eye, and at this time, it was already more than halfway through. It would probably only take a few breaths of time before it was completely free. Yang Kai grit his teeth as his crimson eyes searched the void, seemingly looking for something, until a cold light suddenly bloomed in his field of vision. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He had finally made it. The cold light came without a sound, but it soon converged into an earth-shattering sword chi that slashed down at the ship. What? Old ancestor Mou was shocked. Sensing the terrifying might of this sword strike, ancestor Mou did not hesitate at all. With a leap, he leaped down from the ship. How could the ship that had lost its defensive ability withstand such a sword strike when it had lost its host? The sword chi silently streaked across the center of the ship, cutting through the body of a third grade heaven opening realm cultivator who was struggling to resist the divine essence-fused light. In a violent battlefield, there was a brief moment of strange calm, with only the sound of panting coming from everyone's mouths. Kacha, accompanied by a light sound. The ship was directly split in half, the cuts smooth and clean. Not only that, a line of blood appeared on the forehead of the cultivator who had been cut by the sword chi. He seemed to have realized something, and his eyes were filled with panic and bewilderment. He turned his head to look in the direction of Old Ancestor Mou and shouted, "Old Ancestor, save me." Just as his voice fell, the line of blood suddenly extended downwards, spreading all the way to his legs. Poo. Blood spurted out as the body of this third grade heaven opening realm cultivator was split in half, his internal organs spilling all over the ground as he instantly died. At this moment, the remaining two lower grade heaven opening realm cultivators seemed to have awoken from a dream. They cried out in alarm and spread out, reaching out to touch their bodies. After confirming that there was no damage at all, they breathed a sigh of relief. Looking up, they saw that at the crack in the world, there was a woman in a fluttering dress, holding a cold sword, and a cold expression on her beautiful face. "Master Lu, Old Ancestor Mo," gritted his teeth and roared. Although the anger in his eyes was about to burst out, he could only forcefully suppress it and ask, "What is the meaning of this?" This woman who had cut his ship and one of his subordinates suddenly appeared in front of him. Surprisingly, it was Lu Shui who had just left not long ago. Why was she here? Old Ancestor Mo, you could not figure it out. Lu Shui said indifferently. Old Ancestor knows what it means. Why ask when you already know the answer? The corners of Ancestor Mo's eyes twitched wildly as he gritted his teeth and said, "All day long. But today, I was pecked in the eye by a wild goose." This old man admits defeat, but there are two things that this old man doesn't quite understand. I hope that Master Lu can explain. Lu Shui just looked at him quietly, without any intention of speaking. Yang Kai, however, put away the origin magnetic divine gourd and chuckled, "Will you not understand? Feel free to ask. Don't worry, I'll let you die with understanding." Saying so, he waved his hand, and Guizin, the embodiment, Yu Meng, and Bailey Mo immediately pounced on the two low-grade heaven splitters, fiercely releasing their divine technique as they attacked the two. The two cried out in alarm and hurriedly blocked, instantly fighting with Guizin and the others. The corners of Old Ancestor Mo's eyes twitched as he turned his head to look at his two remaining heaven splitters. He hesitated for a moment between rushing to help and quietly watching the situation unfold before turning his head to look at Yang Kai and saying, "Who do you think you are to have the qualifications to speak to this old ancestor?" He was a fifth-grade heaven splitter, so he naturally wouldn't put Yang Kai in his eyes. From the beginning to the end, he only had one enemy, and that was Lu Shui. As long as he could go around Lu Shui, he could escape with his life. But unexpectedly, Lu Shui said indifferently, "This is my master." Old Ancestor Mo was shocked. He looked Yang Kai up and down and said hesitantly, "Sword Pavilion's young pavilion master?" It wasn't strange for him to have such suspicions. After all, Lu Shui was one of the leaders of Sword Pavilion. The only people who could be called master by her were probably the Sword Pavilion Master himself, or the young Pavilion Master. Sword Pavilion? Yang Kai sneered. Sword Pavilion was destroyed by me a long time ago. As early as 10 years ago, Sword Pavilion no longer existed in this world. What? Old Ancestor Mo's eyes widened as he looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. He then turned his head to look at Lu Shui, as if he wanted to get confirmation from her. Lu Shui's expression was calm, and he couldn't see any clues. But the more she was like this, the more shocked Old Ancestor Mo was. Sword Pavilion had most likely been destroyed. For a time, Old Ancestor Mo broke out in a cold sweat. He had experienced the strength of Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master. In Sword Pavilion, there were several heaven-opening masters. It could be said that Sword Pavilion's overall strength was above Black Feather Sect. Even such a force had been destroyed. So who was this young man in front of him? Could he be the son of an elder from some paradise? Old ancestor Mo was bewildered, and his previous disdain had long since disappeared. Xianxia looked at him with a smile. Old ancestor, didn't you have 2 questions? Do you still want to ask? If you don't, you won't have another chance to ask. Old ancestor Mo was furious, but he took a deep breath and said, This old master wants to know, why are you making things difficult for this old master? If this old master remembers correctly, this is the first time we've met, and there's never been any grudges between us before. So why are you acting like this? Making things difficult for you? Xianxia chuckled and stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to embrace the entire world. This universe is mine, yet you came to my doorstep to behave atrociously, even wanting to swallow my family's foundation and covet my family's world principles and world strength. Are you making things difficult for me? Or am I making things difficult for you? Old ancestor Mo was stunned, and after a long time, he dryly said, This may be a misunderstanding. This old master originally thought that this place was ownerless. If I had known earlier that this place had a master, I would not have acted so rashly. Xianxia waved his hand. What's done is done, so what's the use of explaining? Now that things have come to this, either you die or I die. Old ancestor Mo's face sank, and Nai's heart was filled with anger as he turned to Lu Shui and asked, The second question is, may I ask why Master Lu was able to return here so quickly? He had clearly seen Lu Shui leave with his own eyes, which was why he had boldly rushed into the demon territory. But just as he had stepped in, Lu Shui had returned. Even if Lu Shui was a 5th-order heaven-opening realm master, it was impossible for her to be so fast. This was what he couldn't understand the most. If it weren't for Lu Shui slashing out with her sword at the last moment, he would definitely have been able to escape from the demon territory. He wouldn't have been trapped here with no way out. I have no comment. Lu Shui lightly said. The reason she had been able to return here so quickly was naturally because she had used the space spirit bead. Before this, she had pretended to leave, but she had secretly left behind a space spirit bead. At the critical moment, she had stimulated the space spirit bead's strength, instantly returning and slashing out with her sword. Xianxia had given her the space spirit bead because he feared that the master of the ship would be too strong, making it convenient for Lu Shui to escape. He hadn't expected that it would play such a role in such a critical moment. Hearing Lu Shui's answer, old ancestor Mo almost died from anger, his face alternating between red and blue. Chapter 4183. Old ancestor Mo, you don't have to pretend to be so angry. You are a 5th-grade heaven splitter after all. I don't believe that you don't even have this little bit of temperament. Xianxia looked at old ancestor Mo mockingly. You are so long-winded. You just want to stall for time to adjust your aura, but your injuries haven't healed yet. Even if I give you time, what can you do? The anger in old ancestor Mo's eyes suddenly disappeared, and he looked at Xianxia with a solemn face. Since you know my intentions, why are you so cooperative? Xianxia looked at him calmly, because I also want to stall for time. Old ancestor Mo was shocked and immediately scanned the surroundings with his divine sense. But he heard Xianxia say, Don't be nervous. There are no more ambushes around. What you see is all of our strength, but it should be more than enough to deal with you. Old ancestor Mo was shocked and doubtful, not knowing why Xianxia was stalling for time. But in this desperate situation, he still had a ruthless expression. Junior, I admit that I am not your opponent, but a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. It won't be so easy for you to take my life. If I fight back with my life, I should be able to destroy half of this world. Since this is your territory, I don't think you want to see this happen, right? Old ancestors' words are reasonable. Xianxia nodded slightly. The fight back of a middle-grade heaven splitter is indeed no small matter. Old ancestor Mo coldly snorted. I admit defeat this time. Tell me, if I can satisfy you, I will definitely not bargain. Xianxia grinned. Old ancestor misunderstood. I schemed and lured you into a trap, not because I coveted your money, but because I wanted your life. When he said the last sentence, Xianxia's expression suddenly became ferocious, like a beast that had seen its prey, eager to try. Old ancestor Mo flew into a rage. Junior, you insist? What good will it do you to fight until both sides are injured? You have to have the ability to do so. Xianxia coldly snorted. It was at this moment that a miserable cry rang out. It was a lower grade heaven splitter from the Ink Feather sect who was unable to defeat Guizian and his avatar. He had been killed. This inferior grade heaven splitter from the Ink Feather sect did not have high fighting spirit. Guizian was also a third grade heaven splitter and was stronger than him. With the help of the avatar, killing him was naturally a piece of cake. After killing this person, Guizian and his avatar didn't stop to rest and went straight to the other lower-tier sky splitter. That person was entangled by Yuru Meng and Bei Liemo. Initially, he could still handle it. However, when Guizian and the Dharmakaya joined the battle, the pressure on him suddenly increased. He felt like he was a lone boat in a stormy sea. He was at risk of capsizing at any time. He screamed in horror, "Ancestor, save me!" Xianxia shouted at the same time, "Do it!" With a flash of sword light, Lu Shui became one with her sword and slashed towards Ancestor Mo's head. Ancestor Mo clenched his teeth and formed a seal with both hands. He immediately sent out 2 rays of profound light, which intersected and turned into a scissor-like artifact that cut towards Lu Shui. At the same time, he roared, "Little brat, if you don't let your ancestor have an easy time, don't think you'll have an easy time either." Without any hesitation, he urged the power of his small universe to meet Lu Shui head-on. Rumbling sounds rang out as the 2 middle grade heaven splitters clashed. The power behind their clash was astonishing, and in an instant, the world was overturned and world principles collapsed. Just as Ancestor Mo said, although he was not Lu Shui's opponent in his current state, if he fought back desperately, Lu Shui wouldn't be able to do anything to him for a while. 2 middle grade heaven splitters fighting in the demon territory had a huge impact on the entire territory. This was also the reason why heaven splitters rarely fought in the universe world. If they were not careful, the world might collapse. Back then, the star boundary had almost been destroyed. Ancestor Mo wanted to make Xianxia hesitate, but Xianxia didn't buy this at all. Massive void cracks appeared in the void, like the maw of an invisible beast. From these void cracks, an aura of primal chaos and nothingness leaked out. The sky cracked and the earth turned upside down. The surrounding hundreds of thousands of kilometers shook violently, and in just a dozen breaths of time, everything changed beyond recognition. On the other side, the low-grade heaven splitter from Black Feather sect was completely suppressed by Guizian and the others. He was unable to fight back and beg for mercy, but how could the embodiment and the others pay any attention to him? Every move was fatal. At that moment, Xianxia wielded the Azure Dragon Spear and arrived. Using the Golden Crow Casting Sun Divine Technique, a round sun appeared behind him, shining with golden light. Golden crows cried out from this sun, and before Xianxia's attack arrived, the tyrannical aura it released caused the low-grade heaven splitter to panic. In his panic, he lost control of his defenses and was struck in the chest by Bailey Mo's palm. Icy laws filled the air, condensing into a layer of frost on his chest, causing his movements to stagnate for a moment. In the next moment, the Azure Dragon Spear pierced through his chest, and a wild strength poured into his body. The low-grade heaven splitter coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face pale as paper. In this life or death crisis, the low-grade heaven splitter clenched his teeth and crazily burned his blood essence. His aura soared, but before he could counterattack, Yuru Meng suddenly flashed in front of him, her beautiful eyes turning into an endless abyss that pulled at his mind, causing him to sink into it. The embodiment arrived and slapped out a palm, directly shattering the low-grade heaven splitter's head. Black Feather sect's last low-grade heaven splitter had fallen. Originally, with everyone's strength, it would have been impossible for them to kill 2 low-grade heaven splitters so easily. When the great demon god had wreaked havoc in the Chaos Star Boundary, The many great emperors of the star boundary had desperately fought back, paying an extremely painful price to kill the great demon god. At that time, the strength the great demon god had displayed was not even comparable to these two low-grade heaven splitters. But with Guizian's help, things were different. He was also a third-grade heaven splitter, the peak of low-grade heaven splitter. As long as a mid-grade heaven splitter did not appear, he would be an invincible existence. Now that the battle was over, the embodiment did not hesitate and immediately sat down cross-legged. Just like before, using the entire demon territory as a foundation, it displayed the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. This time, a total of 4 low-grade heaven splitters had followed Old Ancestor MOU to the demon territory. Now that they had all fallen in the demon territory, the minor universe worlds in their bodies had collapsed, and the laws and world force they had condensed naturally dissipated. At this moment, under the embodiment's control, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique frantically devoured, replenishing the resources consumed in the demon territory. The spatial cracks created by the clash between the two mid-grade heaven splitters were immediately mended at an extremely fast speed. Even shattered laws shone with vitality once more. The changes in the surroundings could not escape Old Ancestor MOU's senses. He immediately exclaimed, "What is this?" Heaven splitters could devour the resources of minor universe worlds to strengthen themselves. Similarly, if a heaven splitter died in a minor universe world, it would strengthen the resources of that minor universe world. As a 5th-grade heaven splitter, Old Ancestor MOU naturally knew this clearly. However, even if a minor universe world could obtain the nourishment of a heaven splitter cultivator after their death, it would only be absorbed extremely slowly. A very large portion would dissipate and be wasted. Only 10 or 20% could be absorbed. He had never thought that a minor universe world could actually take the initiative to devour the world force of a heaven splitter cultivator after their death. The minor universe world here seemed to have turned into a living creature in an instant, as if it could devour all the world force until there was nothing left. It made him shudder. His mind wavered, and a sword light slashed at his chest, almost cutting him in two. Old Ancestor MOU cried out in alarm and fought back with all his might. Only then did he avoid the misfortune of dying on the spot. However, after receiving this attack, his chest was dripping with blood. The churning flesh was extremely terrifying, and one could almost see the beating heart inside. The originally dejected situation became even more precarious. He finally understood why Xianxia was also stalling for time. This minor universe world was so strange that it could actually devour the world force of a heaven splitter cultivator after their death, replenishing and repairing itself at the fastest speed possible. Then, his low-grade heaven splitter subordinates were practically the same as this minor universe world resources, stalling for time in order to kill all the low-grade heaven splitters as soon as possible. Only in this way could he ensure that this minor universe world would not be destroyed by the two mid-grade heaven splitters. Understanding this, Old Ancestor MOU's heart was as dead as ashes. He originally wanted to display his powerful strength and let Xianxia know what the consequences of his desperate counterattack would be, but now that he saw this minor universe world recovering rapidly with his own eyes, how could there be any hope left? Wuxia was a 5th-grade heaven splitter, and he was also a 5th-grade heaven splitter. However, one was at his peak, and the other was still heavily injured. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, Old Ancestor MOU's momentum plummeted. Facing Wuxia, he could only parry and had no power to fight back. Although he repeatedly wanted to escape from the Devil region, Guizian and the others did not only know how to watch a show. They had long since surrounded the surroundings of the battlefield. Every time he had the intention to escape, he would be suppressed back, causing Old Ancestor MOU to be so depressed that he almost vomited blood. From time to time, Guizian and the others would display a divine technique, making Old Ancestor MOU tired of parrying. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. After 3 days, Old Ancestor Mou's aura was extremely weak, and Lu Shui was also gasping for breath. Although she had the upper hand, a fifth-grade Heaven Splitter was not so easy to kill. I surrender. I surrender. Please spare my life, little friend. This old man swears by the Tao seal that in the future, I will only follow little friend's lead. If I violate this oath, I will die a horrible death. Old Ancestor Mou shouted, his face full of defeat. Xianxia turned a deaf ear to him. Although swearing by the Tao seal showed Old Ancestor Mou's sincerity, and he indeed had the intention to surrender, what use did Xianxia have for him? If Old Ancestor Mou had not provoked the sky-bearing pavilion and the flying flower boat, Xianxia could have recruited him. He had the loyalty record in his hand, and the 9 pages of the loyalty record could control 9 people. Now, there were only Chen Tianfei and Heihe, so adding another name was not a big deal. What's more, a 5th-grade Heaven Splitter was indeed worth recruiting. However, this guy was a thorn in the side of the sky-bearing pavilion and the flying flower boat. Recruiting him would only bring trouble to himself. The Void Land had just been built, and the 9 Heavens' great array had not yet been perfected. It was the time for development. For a 5th-grade Heaven Splitter with bad moral conduct, adding 2 2nd-grade forces as enemies for no reason was too much of a loss. However, since Old Ancestor Mou said this, it meant that he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Xianxia stretched out his hand and grasped the black dragon spear. Holding the spear, he pointed it forward and said coldly, "Kill." Chapter 4184. Half a day later, the battle subsided and the dust settled. Xianxia licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned his head to look around, only to see that almost everyone who participated in this battle was injured, even Lu Shui. It was true that Old Ancestor Mou was seriously injured and had not recovered from his injuries, so he could not exert his full strength. But after all, he had the foundation of 5th-grade Heaven Splitter, so his desperate counterattack was really difficult to deal with. If it were not for the fact that the demon territory was used as the battlefield, and several demon saint territory worked together, it would not be difficult for Lu Shui alone to defeat him, but killing him would be a little difficult. Old Ancestor Mou died, and the minor universe world in his body collapsed. The foundation of a 5th-grade Heaven Splitter dissipated in this world, and the embodiment used the demon territory as the foundation to display the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique and madly devoured it. Coupled with the foundation of the lower-grade Heaven Splitters who died before, in this battle, although the foundation of the demon territory was damaged, it also gained huge benefits. The shattered world began to reform. The world principles solidified, and the world force became richer. Everyone healed themselves. Xianxia put away the black dragon spear, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, turned his head to look in a certain direction, and after a few steps, arrived at the bottom of a collapsed mountain. At the bottom of the mountain, Chang Tian's face was haggard and his hair was white. He was sitting cross-legged, and although he looked haggard, he was looking at him with a smile. In the battle just now, Chang Tian was the most seriously injured. Before Xianxia and the others arrived, he was already seriously injured, and the following battle made things worse. Compared to when Xianxia left, Chang Tian had aged more than a few hundred years. If the image he displayed in front of Xianxia back then was that of a burly middle-aged man, then at this moment he was an old man. Xianxia stepped forward to check his injuries, and after a while frowning, he took out a spirit pill from his space ring and handed it over. "This thing should be useful to you." Chang Tian took it and looked at it for a moment, showing a look of surprise. "Dragon blood pill? Furthermore, it's an extremely high-grade dragon blood pill. Good stuff." With a sigh of admiration, he casually threw the dragon blood pill back. "I don't need it. You should keep this for yourself. You also have the bloodline of the dragon race. This pill can improve the power of your bloodline." Chang Tian's problem wasn't the severity of his injuries, but the fact that he didn't have much time left. He didn't have many years of lifespan to begin with, and he'd incessantly burned his blood essence in the previous battle, causing his already short lifespan to shorten by a great deal. At this moment, the vitality in his body was withering, and he was like a piece of wood that was gradually rotting away. This was definitely not something that could be solved with a single dragon blood pill, unless he could find some heavenly treasures that could prolong his life. Yang Kai stuffed the dragon blood pill back into his hand. I have a lot of these things. Don't refuse. Chang Tian pondered for a moment, but he didn't say anything. He nodded and stuffed the dragon blood pill into his mouth, swallowed it, and silently refined it. As the dragon blood pill's medicinal effects spread, his chaotic aura quickly calmed down. At this moment, Guizian rushed over and whispered, "Master, there's something on the ship." Previously, the ship had been cut in half by Lu Shui's sword and landed in the demon territory. After the battle subsided, Guizi and Lu Shui went to search it and found some interesting things. When Yang Kai returned to the ship, he saw a young man kneeling on the ground, trembling as he constantly kowtowed and begged for mercy. This young man's eyes were swollen, and his complexion was sallow. At a glance, it was clear that he was a person who indulged in wine and sensual pleasures. His cultivation wasn't high, only at the second stage heaven-opening realm. However, Yang Kai felt that this second stage heaven-opening realm didn't live up to its name, seemingly even weaker than Ma Yuanda. Ink Feather Sect's young sect master. Yang Kai's heart stirred, and he asked. When Patriarch Ink Feather fled from Ink Feather Sect, he had brought many people with him. However, after the repeated battles with Sky Bearing Pavilion and the Flying Flower Boat, the sect's experts had suffered heavy casualties. By the time they reached the demon territory, there were only 8 lower stage heaven openers left. Of these 8, 4 were first killed by Yang Kai and the others, and then released Ma Yuanda to lure them into the trap. The remaining 4 were also killed on the spot, along with the rest of the low-level cultivator on the ship. Since this young man was able to survive, it meant that his identity was extraordinary. Moreover, from the way he was dressed, he was indeed from a wealthy background. Apart from being the young sect master of Ink Feather Sect, Yang Kai couldn't think of any other explanation. Since he was the young sect master of Ink Feather Sect, he could naturally use a large amount of resources to increase his cultivation. However, he was limited by his aptitude, and the second stage heaven-opening realm was the limit. Moreover, second stage heaven-opening realm that was accumulated with resources was definitely not as strong as Ma Yuanda. As expected, the young man kowtowed and said in a panic, "Mo Ning greets the master. I beg the master to spare my life. Master, please spare my life." In the previous battle, he had always been hiding in the ship that had been split in two, watching on helplessly as the heaven-opening experts of the Ink Feather Sect died one by one. Even Ancestor Mo Yu was unable to escape misfortune, causing him to be filled with extreme terror. But now that he had landed in the demon domain, there was no way out. Where could he escape to? When Guizian was inspecting the ship, he immediately pulled him out. Kaiyang didn't pay attention to him, but instead looked towards his side with interest. Guizian found not only Mo Ning from the damaged ship, but also a woman. However, at this moment, the woman was sealed in a block of ice. Her eyes were closed, and her hands were clasped in front of her chest. Her expression was serene, as if she had died thousands of years ago. However, Yang Kai could sense a faint vitality in the woman's body with his divine telekinesis. In other words, the woman was not dead. Looking at the woman's face, she was not bad-looking. Her body was curvaceous, her skin was white, and there was a strong, heroic spirit in her charming face. It was very tempting. Yang Kai looked at Mo Ning and said, "This is the woman you kidnapped?" Mo Ning's head was bleeding, but he did not dare to delay and quickly said, "Yes, master. She is the daughter of the Flying Flower Boat's owner, Xianxia. You did this?" Yang Kai knocked on the ice and found that it was cold to the touch, and the material was strange. Mo Ning shook his head like a rattle drum. "Master, please see clearly. This is not the work of a lowly person. She used a secret technique to become like this." "Nonsense!" Yang Kai snorted. In his senses, Xianxia was just from the Emperor realm. She did not have the heaven-opening realm in her body. However, the ice that enveloped her was at least to the 4th grade. In other words, to melt this ice, it would take a 4th grade heaven-opening realm cultivator to use the 4th grade fire elemental energy of the 4th grade. Moreover, this was only a possibility. Xianxia's secret technique might have other restrictions. If it was forcefully broken, it might cause other problems. Otherwise, why would the great ancestor Mou, a 5th grade heaven-opening realm cultivator, leave it alone? Mo Ning said in fear, "It's true, master. I dare not lie. She really did come out of her own accord." Xianxia looked at him strangely. "In other words, you kidnapped her, but she used a secret technique to become like this?" "Yes." Mo Ning nodded. Xianxia did not know what to say. If that was the case, then Mo Ning was really a tragedy. Not only did he not get to eat the lamb, but he also got himself into trouble. Because of a woman, the Mou sect was destroyed, and even his own father died in a foreign land. "Master," Mo Ning looked at Xianxia carefully. "I am willing to follow Master and be at your beck and call. Master, please spare my life." Xianxia looked down at him and said in disgust, "You useless piece of trash. You can't even do anything when you captured a woman. What use do I have for you? Kill him." Mo Ning was shocked and wanted to beg for mercy, but Guizian had already appeared behind Xianxia and swung his axe. Mo Ning screamed in agony as she was cleaved in half before she could even defend herself against a single blow. Guizian could not help but grumble. Too weak. He had also ascended from the 2nd grade Heaven Splitter, but with the same 2nd grade Heaven Splitter, he alone could take on 10 people like Mo Ning. "Master, what do we do with this woman?" Lu Shui asked. "Should we save her first? It's best to stay put." Xianxia shook his head slowly. He was more and more certain that Xianxia had a special way to break this secret technique. Otherwise, the great ancestor Mo would not have let her do this. If something happened during the rescue, it would be troublesome. After all, Xianxia was sealed in ice and would not die anytime soon. Moreover, since she was the daughter of the owner of the Flying Flower Boat and the fiancée of the Sky-Bearing Pavilion's young pavilion master, if he could bring her back and hand her over to the Flying Flower Boat or the Sky-Bearing Pavilion, these two forces would definitely be grateful. The Void Land had just been established, and if he wanted to establish a foothold in the 3,000 worlds in the future, he would have to deal with other forces. The Flying Flower Boat and the Sky-Bearing Pavilion were both 2nd grade forces, on par with the Void Land. If he could get in touch with these two forces, it would be beneficial for the Void Land in the future. At the very least, he could get some benefits from these two forces. The construction of the Void Land required a lot of resources, and the 600,000 people he brought this time would be a bottomless pit for cultivation. Xianxia naturally had to be prepared. After instructing Lu Shui to keep an eye on Xianxia, Xianxia began to check the harvest of this battle. Other things aside, just those heaven-opening realm space rings alone were more than a dozen. Those low-rank heaven splitters weren't a big deal as they didn't have much on them. Xianxia was also someone who had seen great storms, so he naturally didn't put them in his eyes. The key was old ancestor Mou's 3 space rings. Each ring was full of resources, and each ring had a lot of resources. Xianxia was beaming with joy as he looked at them. An ordinary 5th grade heaven opening realm space ring might not have such a huge wealth, but old ancestor Mou was different. He was the sect master of the Ink Feather sect, and when the Ink Feather sect was breached, he would definitely take all the resources of the Ink Feather sect with him when he fled. This was the storage of an entire 2nd grade force. Although there were not many precious resources, there were a lot of them. Whether it was heaven-opening pills, cultivation resources of various grades, or pills, there were countless of them. This could be considered to have solved the urgent problem. He had made a fortune in the great cosmological realm, but the 9 heavens array was too expensive. Xianxia estimated that when the 9 heavens array was completed, the resources he brought out of the great cosmological realm would be consumed. The current harvest was just enough for the 600,000 people he brought out to cultivate for a period of time. Chapter 4185. 6 days later, the magical clone stood up. Following his movements, the entire world rumbled incessantly. After 6 days of refinement, the foundations of all the heaven-opening experts that had died in this world had been devoured by the demon territory. Although there was definitely a portion that had been wasted, it definitely did not exceed 20%. This was a very terrifying ratio. Wuxia and Guizian both looked at the embodiment in shock. Even though they were used to great storms and had seen many things, they were still quite shocked at this moment. It had to be known that if a heaven-opening expert died in a world, although the mighty world force that leaked out would be absorbed by that world and slowly assimilated, it would take a very long time. Furthermore, the amount of mighty world force that could be absorbed was not much, at most 10 or 20%. The majority would dissipate in the void, resulting in an unavoidable waste. However, in the past few days, they had clearly sensed that the foundations of the heaven-opening experts that had died in MOU sect had not been wasted at all. They had basically all been absorbed by this world at an extremely fast speed. Just what kind of world was this? And what kind of existence was this stone golem? Guizian and Wuxia were not too clear, but Xianxia had received extremely clear feedback from the embodiment. In this battle, the demon territory had indeed consumed a lot of their foundations. After all, the final battle between the two heaven-opening experts had caused the world to change and the world to shatter. However, compared to the consumption, the gains were even greater. Just the deaths of the 8 heaven-opening experts were enough to make up for the losses in this battle. And even more, not to mention the mighty world force that had leaked out after Ancestor MOU's death. The reason why Ancestor MOU had set his sights on the demon territory was because he sensed that this world was very compatible with him. If he could take over the demon territory and use the laws and world force of the demon territory to devour, not only would he be able to recover from his injuries in a very short time, he would even be able to raise his strength to another level. Unfortunately, in the end, Xianxia had ruined this matter. Not only did his plan not succeed, he had even lost his life. The laws and world force of the demon territory were great supplements to Ancestor MOU. Similarly, Ancestor MOU's foundations were also great supplements to the demon territory. When the two fused together, success would be achieved without any effort. If that wasn't the case, the Avatar wouldn't have been able to finish devouring in just 6 days. It would have taken even more time. At this moment, although the landscape of the millions of kilometers around the demon territory had not changed much, compared to before the battle, the demon territory had grown greatly. The laws of heaven and earth became more solid, and the world force became more vigorous. The solidification of the laws meant that the demon race living in the demon territory would be able to better comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth and improve their strength faster and more conveniently. The mighty power of the world represented the Dharmakaya. Yu Rumung and Bei Limo were demon saints who were recognized by the will of the heavens and earth, so they could display even more power in this land. If it was said that before, when they were in the demon territory, they could display the strength of a rank 2 or rank 3 heaven splitter. Now, they could display the strength of a rank 3 or rank 4. According to the Dharmakaya's estimation, if there was such a foundation in the territory of the demons, Patriarch Mo, you would have to personally take action to suppress them. Sending those subordinates would be of no help at all. In short, the territory of the war demons had grown tremendously. This made young Kai's imagination run wild. Yu Rumung, Bei Limo, and the others were fine. Although they were demon saint, they still had the possibility of going one step further. After jumping out of the shackles of the universe, they could condense their own Tao seals and walk the path of heaven and earth splitter. However, the Dharmakaya was different. Back then, the Dharmakaya used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to give birth to a strange existence like the Rolling Stone. It was already completely tied to the demon territory. If he left the demon territory, without the foundation of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, the demon territory would definitely fall apart. This was also the reason why Xianxia left the Dharmakaya in the demon territory. It was because the Dharmakaya could not leave. He originally thought that the Dharmakaya would have no room to grow in this life, and would be trapped in the demon territory forever. But now, it seemed that the Dharmakaya might have another way to grow. As long as enough heaven splitters died in the demon territory, he would be able to devour the power escaping from the collapsed universe and strengthen the foundation of the demon territory. The stronger the foundation of the demon territory, the greater the power the Dharmakaya could display. Now that he could use the power of the third or fourth stage heaven splitter with the help of the demon territory, would he be able to display the power of the fifth stage, sixth stage, or even the seventh stage or eighth stage one day? Xianxia's eyes lit up. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. However, although this was possible, it was extremely difficult to implement. After all, how could there be so many heaven splitters to slaughter? Even if there were, they might not necessarily come to the demon territory to fight. The Dharmakaya and the demon territory's growth was promising, but the limitations were not small. Restraining his thoughts, Xianxia communicated with the Dharmakaya for a while and passed some information to him. The Dharmakaya understood and immediately drove the demon territory in a certain direction. That direction was the direction of the star boundary. This time, old ancestor Mou inadvertently discovered the demon territory and intended to do something to the demon territory. This made Xianxia realize that even at the edge of the 3,000 worlds, it was not absolutely safe. Maybe there would be another old ancestor eyeing the demon territory next time. With the current strength of the demon territory, it was still beyond their ability to fight against a powerful mid-rank heaven splitter. Therefore, it was best to go to the star boundary, where he could help take care of it. If other universe worlds wanted to move, they would probably have to pay a huge price, but the demon territory was different. Under the pursuit of old ancestor Mou, the demon territory had been fleeing in this large territory for a long time. At this time, they only needed to change direction. Xianxia left a jade slip for the Dharmakaya and asked him to pass it to He, telling him the details so that he would not be unaware of the situation. After dealing with this, Xianxia put Bei Li Mo, Yu Rumeng, and Chang Tian into the small sealed world. After a while, the three of them took the ice that sealed Shangwan Yu and soared into the sky. A few days later, they arrived at the territory gate. Xianxia stopped and looked back, his gaze seemingly able to penetrate the endless void and look at the star boundary. Although this trip home had some twists and turns, it was generally smooth. Now that he had found the star boundary, it would be simple to come back next time. It was just a delay on the road. Calculating the distance, a round trip would take at most half a year. Unfortunately, he could not move the star boundary to the void territory, or even the demon territory. After all, although the territory gate was not small, it could not accommodate the crossing of a universe world. And if he did not go through the territory gate, if he wanted to go from this large territory to the void territory, it might take hundreds of years on the road. There were too many variables. Perhaps one day, when he advanced to the high-rank heaven opening realm, he could find a way to move the star boundary and the demon territory to the void territory and obtain its protection. At that time, the star boundary and the demon territory would no longer have to worry about being targeted by others. The journey was safe and sound, and after 7 days, the group had stepped into another large territory. With Lu Shui controlling the flying artifact, Xianxia did not have to worry about anything at all. He could cultivate in peace. He had now condensed 4 types of yin-yang and 5 elements, and still needed 3 more to advance to the heaven opening realm. However, his requirements were too high. If he wanted to find yin-yang and metal element force above the 7th grade, he would have to rely on luck. However, his foundation in this vast universe was too shallow, and he had no way to collect these resources. Perhaps he could borrow the power of the Lady Boss to inquire about them. The first in's business was intelligence, and after so many years of accumulation, it should have some understanding of resources above the 7th grade. He secretly made up his mind that after the void stabilized, he would go and find the Lady Boss. As for the hidden dangers of advancing to the high-rank heaven opening realm that the Lady Boss mentioned before, he did not take it to heart. After all, being targeted by those heavenly abodes was definitely not a good thing. However, he had already laid such a good foundation. It would be a pity if he gave up halfway. If he changed his original intention because of fear of what would happen in the future, it would also damage his Tao heart. How could he dare to face difficulties in the future? He would probably only think about escaping. In any case, he had to give it a try. Master, someone is chasing us. Lu Shui's voice suddenly sounded. They're very fast. HM? Yang Kai woke up from his meditation and looked back, but found nothing. Who? Lu Shui shook her head. I don't know, but I'm sure they're chasing us because I couldn't shake them off even after changing directions several times. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Being chased for no reason made him a little annoyed, but when he glanced at Shangguan Yu, who was frozen in ice, a look of understanding suddenly appeared on his face. If he guessed correctly, the ones chasing them might be people from Sky Bearing Pavilion or the Flying Flower Boat. These two forces had relentlessly pursued Old Ancestor MOU. In the past 2 years, they have fought more than a dozen battles with Old Ancestor MOU. This large region was not far from the large region where the star boundary was located, so it was not strange for them to encounter each other here. As for why they were targeting them, Yang Kai looked Shangguan Yu up and down, vaguely guessing that this woman had some kind of guiding artifact on her. Although he had such a guess, it was always better to be safe than sorry. While Yang Kai had Lu Shui continue to run in circles, he secretly arranged the space spirit bead in the void. At the same time, in a very distant location, a huge lotus flower turned into a stream of light and sped through the void. This lotus flower was not a real lotus flower, but a flight-type artifact forged in the shape of a lotus flower. However, the artifact refiner who refined this artifact was skilled and refined it vividly. From a distance, it looked like a real lotus flower. On the lotus flower, a number of figures stood, all of them exuding the aura of the heaven-opening realm. The leader was a woman in a palace robe, who had the cultivation of the 5th stage heaven-opening realm. This woman was the owner of the Flying Flower Boat, Shangguan Long. Shangguan Long looked to be in her early 30s. She had a voluptuous figure, a pair of willowy eyebrows, and a pair of beautiful eyes. Gritting her teeth, she stared at the void in front of her and shouted, "Faster! I can sense the bloodline aura of you. This time, no matter what, we can't let Old Ancestor MOU escape." As Shangguan Yu's birth mother, she had a set of secret techniques that allowed her to sense the existence of her daughter from a position not too far away. If not for this, she would not have been able to chase Yang Kai and the others. Previously, she had relied on this secret technique to chase Old Ancestor MOU. With an order, the speed of the huge lotus flower increased by 30%. Chapter 4186. Half a day later, in the void, Yang Kai's trio stopped and waited quietly. The speed of the flight-type artifact chasing them was too fast. Even with Lu Shui's best efforts, she only managed to buy half a day's worth of time. Looking at the path they came from, a huge lotus flower rapidly bloomed in their field of vision. Very quickly, it filled the entire space. At the same time, a sharp and delicate cry came from the lotus flower. "Old Ghost MOU, let's see where you can escape to this time. Today, this place will be your burial ground." Yang Kai felt a headache coming on, thinking to himself that it was indeed the people of Sky Bearing Pavilion and the Flying Flower Boat. Otherwise, they wouldn't have shouted such words. He just didn't know which force was chasing them. Fortunately, after half a day's arrangement, he had left a lot of space spirit beads in the void. If the situation was not good, he could escape at any time. Moreover, he was not Old Ancestor MOU and was Shangguan Yu's savior. This pursuer should be able to distinguish between red and green, right? He cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "Which group of friends are you? We are not from Black Feather Sect. Please open your eyes and look carefully." As soon as he finished speaking, the lotus flower suddenly stopped not far ahead. After a short silence, more than a dozen figures flashed out of the lotus flower. These figures were all in the heaven-opening realm, including several middle-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators. There were men and women, old and young. These people were not the remnants of the Ink Feather Sect. The Ink Feather sect had been jointly attacked by the Sky Pillar Pavilion's major forces. After more than a dozen battles, countless experts from the sect had been killed or injured. Even Patriarch Mou had been severely injured. However, these dozen people in front of them all had sharp auras. Pairs of eyes stared coldly at Yang Kai and the others, revealing a sense of scrutiny. Especially the woman in the lead. The feeling she gave Yang Kai was almost the same as Zhao Bai Chuan. In other words, this woman was probably at the peak of the 5th stage heaven opening realm, only one step away from advancing to the 6th stage. Who are you? Where's old ghost Mou? Shangguan Long frowned and swept her beautiful eyes over the ice. Seeing that her daughter was safe and sound and had successfully performed the secret technique she had taught her back then, she finally felt relieved. However, Kai Yang and the others looked unfamiliar to her, so she couldn't help but feel suspicious. In particular, Lu Shui, a 5th stage heaven splitter existence, made her even more puzzled. In the Ink Feather sect, there was only Old Ancestor Ink Feather, a 5th stage heaven splitter. Who was this woman? If they were not from the Ink Feather sect, why would you ever fall into their hands? Yang Kai of the Void greets Madam. Yang Kai slightly cupped his hands. May I ask if you are from the Sky-Bearing Pavilion or the Flying Flower Boat? Voidland? Shangguan Long frowned slightly. She had never heard of this force before, but Yang Kai, a member of the Emperor Realm, was neither servile nor overbearing in front of her, a level 5 splitting heaven expert. He did not show any restraint because of the difference in strength between them, which made her click her tongue in wonder. What surprised her even more was that the 2 men and 1 woman in front of her seemed to be led by the Emperor Realm. Whether it was the grade 5 woman or the grade 3 man, it seemed like they were just guards. This young man must have some background. Thinking of this, Shangguan Long's expression eased a little. Although she had never heard of the force called the Voidland, the 3,000 worlds were too big. She did not dare to say that she knew all the forces in the world like the back of her hand. Since they dared to use the word land as their name, they were undoubtedly a second-class force. That was an existence that was on par with the Flying Flower Boat. I am the owner of the Flying Flower Boat, Shangguan Long. Yang Kai suddenly realized. So you are Madame Long. Previously, he saw that she was somewhat similar to Shangguan Yu and had some suspicions in his heart. Now he could confirm it. You said that your name is Yang Kai. Then I will call you Little Brother Yang, Shangguan Long said softly. Although she had a good face, her lips were sharp and slightly harsh. Yang Kai smiled. Madam, please. Shangguan Long nodded. Little Brother Yang, I will let you know that the lady beside you. Oh, I almost forgot. Yang Kai patted his head and reached out to push away the ice that sealed Shangguan Yu. This is your daughter, right? She was already like this when I found her. I didn't know how to save her and didn't dare to act rashly. I wanted to send her to the Flying Flower Boat personally, but now that I have met you here, it will be easy. The ice floated to Shangguan Long, and one of the grade 4 men immediately went forward to catch it. Then, he took a deep look at Yang Kai and flew back to the boat with Shangguan Yu without looking back. Shangguan Long was surprised. So, it was you who saved my stupid daughter? Yang Kai said with a smile. You flatter me. I just happened to be there. What about Mou? Shangguan Long asked. The remaining members of Mou sect have all been killed by us. Don't worry, madam. As soon as he said this, everyone was in an uproar. They had been chasing the remaining members of Mou sect in this endless void for 2 years. They had almost succeeded several times, but Mou sect had escaped. They knew how difficult it was to deal with that old man. Now that they suddenly learned from Yang Kai that the remaining members of Mou sect had all been killed, they could not help but feel complicated. Some could not believe it, but some were relieved. After all, they had been chasing for so long and were very tired. However, looking at the grades of the 2 heaven-opening realm cultivators beside Yang Kai, they did have the ability to kill Mou sect. Previously, they had severely injured Mou sect, so it was reasonable that he had taken advantage of them. Now that your daughter has been handed over to you, madam, there is nothing for us to do here. We will take our leave. Yang Kai cupped his hands and said. Although he said this, he had no intention of leaving, because he knew that the people on the flying flower boat would not let them leave. As expected, just as he finished speaking, Shangguan raised her hand and shouted, "Little brother Yang, please wait. What can I do for you, madam?" Yang Kai looked at her sincerely, thinking, "I saved your daughter, so you can just give me some natural treasures as a thank you gift." He was not greedy, but since they were a second-grade force, they would definitely not be bad. Unexpectedly, Shangguan said, "It's not that I don't trust you, little brother Yang, but everything that happened before was just your side of the story. That MOU sect elder is crafty and cunning like a fox. Little brother Yang, please wait a moment for the truth of the matter. After I understand a little, I will come to a conclusion." Yang Kai blinked, not daring to believe his ears. "Madam, are you suspecting that I am in cahoots with MOU sect?" Shangguan shook her head slowly. "I don't mean that." While she was speaking, the dozen or so heaven-opening realm cultivators on the flying flower boat actually spread out without leaving a trace, surrounding Yang Kai and the others. Yang Kai's heart was filled with anger. He had only wanted to obtain some benefits from this flying boat, but he hadn't expected that they wouldn't even give him the slightest benefit. Not only that, they even treated their savior in such a manner. What kind of people were they? But thinking about it from another perspective, if he were in Shangguan position, he would probably not trust others easily either. Thinking of this, although Yang Kai's expression was ugly, he suppressed the anger in his heart and nodded. "Then how does Madam want to find out? I won't hide it from Madam. Not a single person from the Ink Feather sect is left alive. Right now, only the few of us know about it. If you want to ask anything, feel free to ask. We will definitely not lie to you. However, whether Madam believes us or not is up to you." He was not in the mood to ask for any benefits. It was more important to settle this matter quickly and return to the void to set up the array. Shangguan smiled. "There's no need to trouble you all. I have my own plans." Yang Kai frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the lotus thoughtfully. A moment later, two figures flew out of the lotus. One of them was the fourth-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator who had left earlier, and the other was a pure and beautiful young girl. Yang Kai was surprised to see this and stared at the young girl in a daze. Who else could this young girl be but Shangguan Yu, who had been frozen in ice before? She had managed to escape from the ice so quickly. Although she had escaped, it seemed that because she had been frozen for a long time, Yuan Shi had been injured. At this moment, her face was as pale as paper, adding a touch of pitifulness. After being brought back by the fourth-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator and standing beside Shangguan, the mother and daughter had a surge of divine thoughts, obviously communicating something. Yang Kai was puzzled. He had checked Shangguan Yu's situation before. Her whole body was frozen, and only a very weak vitality was maintained. Even if she was on the battlefield at that time, what could she have sensed? But looking at Shangguan posture, it was obvious that she wanted to get information from Shangguan Yu. What he didn't know was that although Shangguan Yu was completely frozen, there was only a weak vitality supporting him. He couldn't sense much, but he could still vaguely sense and receive some information from the outside world. Especially the battle in the demon territory, which was earth-shattering. It was hard not to sense it. After a simple inquiry, Shangguan learned that there was indeed a great battle not long ago. One after another, the heaven-opening realm cultivators fell one after another. Shangguan Yu even heard the scream of Ancestor MOU before he died. There was no more doubt now. These people in the void were indeed Shangguan Yu's saviors. As for the remaining members of MOU's sect, they were probably doomed. Shangguan turned around and smiled. "Little brother Yang, please forgive me. You has already explained everything to me. I was overthinking." Yang Kai waved his hand and said dispiritedly, "It's about your children. It's normal for you to be careful. You don't have to be like this." Shangguan eyes lit up. "Little brother Yang is so reasonable. I'm ashamed," Yang Kai said. "If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave." With that, he turned and left. Shangguan hurriedly said, "Everyone, please wait." Yang Kai turned back to look at her. Shangguan said, "Everyone is my daughter's saviors. You also helped us kill a big enemy, like old MOU. It's a great contribution to my flying flower boat." There were some misunderstandings earlier, and I'm really sorry. Please move to the boat, and let me have a chance to apologize. My daughter can also thank everyone for saving her life." As she spoke, Xingguan also looked at Yang Kai expectantly. After all, for her, Yang Kai had indeed saved her life, and she still hadn't thanked him for this life-saving grace, so she couldn't help feeling uneasy. Chapter 4187. Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's just a matter of time. There's no need for that." Shangguan smiled and said, "We have to repay you for saving our lives. Otherwise, if word gets out, won't the world say that we're ungrateful people? Also, we've prepared some gifts for you. Please accept them." Yang Kai turned around and said solemnly, "Madam is right. It won't be good if the world misunderstands because of this. It will damage the reputation of the Flying Flower Boat. Since Madam is so kind, we'll have to trouble you." Shangguan gestured with her hand. "Please." The lotus secret treasure was huge, and the decorations inside were extremely luxurious, showing the deep foundation of the Flying Flower Boat. Where the stamen was, it was actually a magnificent palace. Yang Kai and the rest entered the palace under Shangguan lead. Everyone took their seats. Seeing Lu Shui and Guizian standing respectfully behind Yang Kai with a loyal look, Shangguan exchanged glances with a few middle ranks on the Flying Flower Boat. They were more and more sure that Yang Kai had a strong background. Otherwise, how could someone from the Emperor realm have such charm? Moreover, Yang Kai seemed to be someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Facing so many middle ranks, his expression did not change. Instead, he looked at the decorations in the palace calmly. In a daze, Yang Kai turned to look at Shangguan and said with a smile, "I've heard of the Flying Flower Boat for a long time. Now that I've seen it today, it's indeed extraordinary. Just this lotus secret treasure alone is an eye-opener." For some reason, he felt that Shangguan was looking at him with a sense of examination. There was no malice, but there was a sense of interest. Although he had not known about the Flying Flower Boat for long and had not heard of it for a long time, he would not lose anything by saying a few good words. Sure enough, as soon as he said this, the heaven-opening cultivators on the Flying Flower Boat all smiled, looking as if they were proud of him. Shangguan pursed her lips and said, "Little brother Yang, you must be joking. Looking at the entire 3,000 worlds, my Flying Flower Boat is just a drop in the ocean. It's not even worth mentioning compared to those blessed enclaves." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Yes, the blessed and heavenly lands are all first-class forces. Each of them has been accumulating for tens of thousands of years, or even longer. Our second-class forces can't compare to them. They can crush us with just a finger. Shangguan heard him speak as if he was telling the truth, and her heart skipped a beat. "Little brother Yang, have you seen the weather of any blessed abode?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I've never had the chance to meet him. I've only heard of him." Shangguan heaved a sigh of relief. When she heard Yang Kai's words, she thought that he had some sort of connection with some blessed grotto heaven. Since he did not, then there was no pressure. A fourth-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator said, "Little brother Yang, I heard you say that you came from the Void Land. Please forgive me for being ignorant. Which territory is this Void Land in?" This fourth-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator was the one who caught Shangguan Yu. Yang Kai did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that this person was somewhat similar to Shangguan Yu. "This is—" Yang Kai looked to inquire. Shangguan pursed her lips and smiled. "This is my husband. He's also the right guardian of my Flying Flower Boat." The fourth-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator cupped his fists and said, "I'm Tong Yuqiuan." Yang Kai was stunned. He looked at Shangguan and then at Tong Yuqiuan. He finally understood why Shangguan Yu was somewhat similar to this person. It turned out that they were father and daughter. So, in this Flying Flower Boat, the woman was the one in charge. After all, Tong Yuqiuan's cultivation was lower than Shangguan. He probably had no right to speak on the Flying Flower Boat. So it's Guardian Tong. Yang Kai cupped his fists. "It's normal that you haven't heard of the Void Land. It's just been established. A newly established second-class force." Everyone was in an uproar. In this 3,000 worlds, the establishment of any force needed a long time to accumulate power. It was not done overnight. However, seeing that there was a 5th-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator beside Xianxia as a guard, he was qualified. Shangguan long hesitated. Then the owner of the Void Land, "That's me," Xianxia said with a smile. Everyone was stunned. A person from the Emperor realm was actually the leader of a second-class force. It was probably one of a kind in this 3,000 worlds. They were more and more certain that Xianxia had a backer. Otherwise, how could he make a heaven-opening realm cultivator listen to him? However, if he had such a background, why was he not related to the Blessed Enclave? It was really puzzling. Shangguan Long retracted the strange look in her eyes and said softly, "In this 3,000 worlds, the foundation of any force depends on the heaven-opening realm. The more heaven-opening realm cultivators there are, the stronger the foundation, and vice versa." Xianxia sighed. "Madam is right. I'm also worried about this matter. My Void Lands only have 5 heaven-opening realm masters at the very most. Our strength is truly lacking." Yu He, Chun Tianfei, Lu Shui, Guizian, and He He, who was newly added to the loyalty register, were indeed only 5 heaven-opening realm cultivators. This was the foundation of the Void Land. Everyone on the flying flower boat looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Even a 3rd-class force would have more than 5 heaven-opening realm cultivators, right? This number was really too little. What they did not know was that although the Void Land only had 5 heaven-opening realm cultivators, each one was stronger than the last. Not to mention that Yuhi had most likely advanced to the 6th grade heaven-opening realm. Chun Tianfei was also at the 4th grade, and He was at the 5th grade. It could be said that other than Guizian, who was at the low-grade heaven-opening realm, the remaining 4 were all at the mid-grade heaven-opening realm. This ratio was impossible for any second-class force to have. Seeing his vexed look, Shangguan Long smiled. "Take it slow. Any force develops step by step. You can't eat a mouthful of fat. Since little brother Yang has already established the Void Land, then in the future, as long as you use the Void Land as a foundation and gradually nurture your own heaven-opening realm cultivators, I believe that one day, the name of the Void Land will spread throughout the vast universe." Xianxia cupped his hands. "Then I'll be counting on Madam's auspicious words." The banquet was already served, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Everyone toasted each other, and from time to time, there would be people who would come forward to toast and thank Xianxia and the others for their kindness. Lu Shui and Guizian also sat down and accompanied them. After 3 rounds of wine, Shangguan Yu also attended the banquet. It could be seen that she had specially dressed up. Although she still looked a little weak, she was much better than when she had just been rescued. There was a trace of redness on her face, which made her look more pure and charming. Shangguan Yu was naturally grateful to Xianxia, her savior. She continuously toasted him several times until she could not drink anymore and left. Half a day later, Xianxia and the others were arranged by Shangguan Long to rest. She also told him not to worry and that he would be sent back to the Void Land. Since she was so enthusiastic, Xianxia could not refuse. Moreover, since someone was going to send him back, it would save him the effort of rushing back. The speed of this Lotus secret treasure was much faster. The flying boat arranged 3 rooms for Xianxia and the others, but Lu Shui and Guizian did not enter. Instead, they guarded Xianxia's door on both sides. Although they could not see any evil intentions from the flying boat, and it could even be said that Shangguan Long deliberately had the intention of befriending him at the banquet, they had to be prepared for the worst. In the room, Xianxia sat cross-legged and comprehended the mystery of his own 5 elements' power, hoping to comprehend some divine technique or dharma form. In another room, Shangguan Yu, who had just been rescued, looked at her mother with a pale face. Her beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and she said in disbelief, "Mother, you want me to seduce Brother Yang?" Just now, Shangguan Long had chatted with her for a while. Although she did not say anything explicitly, the meaning behind her words was clear. Shangguan Yu thought that she had misunderstood, but after asking carefully, she found that it was true. She almost couldn't believe her ears. She couldn't believe why her mother would have such thoughts. Shangguan Long's face turned serious. What seduce? Girls speak so harshly. If two people love each other, it will happen naturally. How can you seduce him? Shangguan Yu said in grief and indignation. I have never met Brother Yang before. Although he saved my life, and I am very grateful to him, there is no love between us. How can we love each other? Shangguan Long got up and stood in front of the transparent window, looking at the twinkling stars in the void, and said lightly, Not now, but it doesn't mean that there won't be in the future. Men are all the same. As long as the rice is cooked, after a long time, he will never forget you after tasting your goodness. Shangguan Yu's words were like a bell ringing in her ears. She covered her red lips, shocked beyond words. According to her mother, not only did she want her to seduce Brother Yang, but she also wanted to cook the rice. Was this the mother who had always doted on her? Moreover, why did she want to do this? Although that senior Brother Yang was a heroic and extraordinary man, and she didn't dislike him, she even admired him a little. However, whether it was her mother or herself, this was the first time they had met him. So why would her mother have such thoughts? Mother, are you drunk? Shangguan Yu asked hesitantly. Her mother drank a lot at the banquet just now. However, when she looked into her mother's eyes, there was no sign of alcohol at all. His eyes were clear, and he was extremely sober. Shangguan Yu shook her head. No, I can't do it. Mother, you know that Brother Wei and I... Do you think Brother Wei still wants you? Shangguan Long interrupted her coldly. Shangguan Yu's body trembled, and she turned pale. Mother, what do you mean by this? Is Brother Wei... Don't worry, Brother Wei didn't say anything. It's not what you think. He has been more diligent than anyone in chasing MOU for the past 2 years. Shangguan Yu laughed. I knew Brother Wei wouldn't leave me alone. Shangguan Long said coldly. Do you think Brother Wei is trying so hard to save you? Isn't it? Silly girl. Shangguan Long flung her sleeves. As a mother, I know very well what a man is thinking. Only an ignorant young lady like you would have unrealistic fantasies. There's no harm in telling you. Your big Brother Wei chasing after that old fart MOU with all his might isn't to save you at all, but to kill you. As soon as she said this, Shangguan Yu's blushing face suddenly turned pale. Her small mouth opened slightly as she looked at her mother in astonishment, as if she had heard something unbelievable. Chapter 4188. Want to kill me? Shangguan Yu was shocked. Why would Big Brother Wei want to kill me? I didn't do anything wrong to him. Shangguan Long sighed and walked to the table. Holding her daughter's hand, she sat down and said softly, Of course I know you didn't do anything to let him down. I also believe your words, but does your Big Brother Wei? What? What do you mean? Shangguan Yu was confused. Shangguan Long said, It's been more than 2 years since you were kidnapped by Mo Ning, right? Mo Ning's reputation was well known, and everyone knew that he was a lecherous man. Just because he was the young master of the Ink Feather sect and had the support of MOU, he had taken countless girls' virginity over the years. You've been kidnapped by Mo Ning for 2 years, and there's been no news of you. It's all thanks to the soul lamp in my hand that you're still alive. The entire Ink Feather sect is running for their lives, yet Mo Ning still keeps you by her side. What would Brother Wei think? Shangguan Yu said with a pale face. Mother, you mean Big Brother Wei would think. But I really didn't do anything wrong to Big Brother Wei. After I was kidnapped by Mo Ning, I immediately used the secret technique you taught me to freeze myself. When I woke up, I saw Father. Would your Big Brother Wei believe you? Shangguan Long interrupted her and looked at her coldly. Shangguan Yu was speechless. I don't care what I think, but what your Big Brother Wei thinks. Silly girl, think about it yourself, don't you? Shangguan Yu said with a trembling voice. I can explain it to him. He'll believe me. Shangguan Long laughed and said sarcastically, All right, even if your Big Brother Wei believes you, what about the sky-bearing pavilion? Will anyone believe you? I don't care if others believe me, as long as Big Brother Wei believes me. Shangguan Yu shook her head. Her eyes were filled with determination. It was obvious that she had great confidence in her lover. If Wei Wuxia is an ordinary cultivator, he can ignore others. But since he's the young master of the sky-bearing pavilion, it's not up to him. Shang Long patted the back of her daughter's hand and said earnestly, "If you marry into the Wei family and really become the young master's wife of the sky-bearing pavilion, Wei Wuxia won't be able to raise his head in the future. Wei Jun won't agree to let you marry into his family." Shang Yu's face suddenly turned pale. Shang Long sighed. From the moment you were taken away, it was already irreversible. In the beginning, Wei Wuxia might have really cared about your safety and wanted to save you. However, after 2 years, his mind should have changed a little. You and Wei Wuxia are childhood sweethearts. Both of you are innocent and are a perfect match. However, it is precisely because of this that the sky-bearing pavilion is unable to easily break off the engagement. Otherwise, it would offend my flying flower boat. Since this engagement cannot be cancelled, could it be that he, Wei Wuxia, is really going to marry you in the future? There's only one way to solve this problem. What way? Shang Yu's body trembled. She looked at her mother blankly. It'll be fine if you die. Shang Long looked at her indifferently. If you die, Wei Wuxia won't have to marry you, and the sky-bearing pavilion won't offend the sky-bearing pavilion. It's the best of both worlds. Shang Yu stood up in shock. She couldn't help but take a few steps back. She seemed to be in great panic. She shook her head and said, "It's not like that. Mother, it's not like that. You're just talking to yourself. Big Brother Wei is definitely not such a person." Shang Long said lightly, "If it's really not like that, why are you so flustered? I'm afraid you believe it in your heart, right? Do you want to know why you have this idea? It's not that I'm right, but that you've already noticed it. You just haven't realized it yet. I noticed it. Although you've sealed yourself these 2 years, you haven't completely lost your senses. You're more or less aware of some movements in the outside world. Think about it. How many battles did old MOU experience in these 2 years? There were a few battles where my sky-bearing pavilion chased after him and fought with the Ink Feather sect. The other battles should be done by the sky-bearing pavilion. In those battles, did you hear your Big Brother Wei calling for you? Did you feel that the sky-bearing pavilion wanted to save you?" Shang Long sneered. "If I'm not wrong, the sky-bearing pavilion couldn't wait to destroy old MOU's ship and kill everyone in those battles, right? As long as I can exterminate the Ink Feather sect and get rid of you while I'm at it, they'll tell Mother that the Ink Feather sect was driven to desperation and killed you. With no proof, what can I do to them?" Shang Long's words hit the heart. Shang Yu couldn't take it anymore. She covered her ears and said, "Mother, I don't believe it. I don't believe it's like that. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. It's the truth." Shang Long snorted. "My sky-bearing pavilion and my sky-bearing pavilion chased after the Ink Feather sect together. We've already agreed that if we found any traces of the Ink Feather sect, we'll immediately send a message to them to form a pincer attack. However, there were a few times when they found the Ink Feather sect, but they didn't send a message in time. Every time we rushed over, old MOU had already escaped. If the sky-bearing pavilion didn't have any other intentions, why would they do that?" Shang Yu had already collapsed on the ground. Tears rolled down her cheeks like a broken string of pearls. She muttered, "I don't believe it." Shang Long said, "If you don't believe it, then wait. I've already sent a message to the sky-bearing pavilion. In a few days, they should meet us. At that time, you'll see how your Big Brother Wei will treat you." Hearing the words Big Brother Wei, Shang Yu's dim eyes finally shone. She took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and looked at her mother. "I'll ask him." "Mother, you're wrong. Big Brother Wei won't leave me behind." After that, she wiped her eyes, slammed the door, and left. After she left, a figure flashed in from outside. It was the right guardian of the flying flower boat, Tong Yuchuan. He was also Shang Yu's father and Shang Long's husband. However, at this moment, Tong Yuchuan's face was full of anger. He glared at Shang Long and said, "You know that you are deeply in love with Wei Wuxia. She will marry no one but him. Why did you attack her like this? Are you still her mother?" Shang Long snorted coldly. She raised her hand and poured herself a cup of tea. She said lightly, "It's because I'm her mother that I have to tell her this. I'm doing this for her own good." "Then why do you want her to seduce that Xianxia?" Tong Yuchuan clenched his fists. The veins on his neck were throbbing. Is it also for her own good? Of course. Bullshit. I think you're doing this for your own ambitions. Tong Yuchuan gritted his teeth. That Yang Kai is only a venerable sovereign, but he can create a second-class force. Obviously, he has a bright future. If you can build a relationship with him, you'll be like a tiger that has grown wings. Shang Wanlong looked at him calmly and said, "Oh, you can see that he has a bright future? Since you can see that, what's wrong with letting my daughter follow him? That way Wu Shuang is only the young pavilion master of the sky-bearing pavilion. Although he has some aptitude, that's all there is to it. If he loses his identity as the young pavilion master of the sky-bearing pavilion, he'll be nothing. However, that Yang Kai is different. He can create a second-class force and has a 5th-grade Kai Tian as a guard. How can his future achievements be small? The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. If it were you, who would you choose to be the son-in-law? What's more, it's not like you didn't notice Wei Wuxuang's thoughts for the past 2 years. Well, I said to you it was wrong." Tong Yuchuan said with a sullen face. "Wei Wuxuang is indeed not worth entrusting. But do you know what kind of temperament this Yang Kai has? This is only the first time we've met." Shang Wanlong chuckled. "That's right. It's the first time we've met, but don't forget that I'm a woman and have a good eye for men. That Yang Kai will always do great things regardless of his character. If Yu follows him, she won't be humiliated. No matter how big of a thing he can do, if Yu doesn't like him, it's all nonsense. Love will naturally develop over time." Shang Wanlong snorted. "If they can spend time together in the future and Yu gives birth to a son or 2 daughters for him, will she still not like him? If that's the case, not only will Yu get her own happiness, my flying flower boat might even take the opportunity to annex the Void Land. By then, our strength will definitely increase greatly." "Shang Wanlong, how did you become like this?" Tong Yuchuan looked at his woman blankly, as if he was looking at a stranger. "If you have the time to question me, why don't you persuade Yu? I know that you've always had a good relationship with her, and she listens to you. Your words will be more useful than mine. Of course, you can also choose to lie to her, but I'm afraid she'll be hurt even more by then." Tong Yuchuan gritted his teeth and glared at her. Shang Wanlong looked indifferent. "Vicious woman." Tong Yuchuan cursed and slammed the door as he left. Shang Wanlong's eyes twitched, and she smashed the teacup in her hand onto the ground, smashing it into pieces. A few days later, Yang Kai, who was meditating, clearly felt that the lotus secret treasure of the flying flower boat suddenly stopped moving forward. After 2 hours, it continued to move forward. Puzzled, he summoned Lu Shui and asked her. Only then did he know that the people from the sky-bearing pavilion had come to meet with the flying flower boat. It seemed that the flying flower boat had sent a message to inform them of their location. Yang Kai used his divine thought to sense carefully and indeed found that beside the lotus secret treasure, there was a huge palace moving forward side by side. There were many strong people in the heaven-opening realm in that palace, so it should be the secret treasure of the sky-bearing pavilion. Although this palace looked different from the Flowing Time Temple, it should be a secret treasure with many uses. Immediately after, many cultivators from the sky-bearing pavilion boarded the lotus secret treasure. After another 4 hours, there was a knock on the door. Lu Shui's voice sounded. "Master, the young pavilion master of the sky-bearing pavilion, Wei Wuxuang, is here. He said that he wants to thank you in person for saving his life." Although Yang Kai didn't want to see him, he didn't want to reject him since he was here to thank him. He could only invite Wei Wuxuang in. Chapter 4189. Half a day later, Wei Wuxuang got up and bid farewell. Yang Kai sent him off with a smile. After this person left, Yang Kai frowned. Wei Wuxuang had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He had an extraordinary bearing. After all, he was the young pavilion master of second-class force. He had received excellent training since he was young, so it was not strange for him to have such an appearance. He came this time to thank Yang Kai for saving Shang Wanyu's life. Shang Wanyu was his fiancée. She had been kidnapped by Mo Ning for 2 years. The sky-bearing pavilion and the flying flower boat had been chasing for such a long time just to save Shang Wanyu. Unfortunately, Patriarch Mou was as cunning as a fox and had extraordinary strength. He had escaped repeatedly. If he had not wanted to attack the demon territory and ended up being lured into a trap by Yang Kai, he might have really escaped. Saving Shangguan Yu was just a small matter, but it was a great favor to both the sky-bearing pavilion and the flying flower boat. Now that Shangguan Yu had returned safely, Wei Wuxiang naturally had to come and thank her. His words were sincere, and his expression was sincere. Every word of thanks came from the bottom of his heart. However, Yang Kai had a strange feeling, especially when Wei Wuxiang looked at him. Occasionally, there was a trace of helplessness and hatred in his eyes. Even though he hid it very well, Yang Kai had experienced all kinds of hardships and had seen all kinds of people in the world. He was not a flower that grew up in a greenhouse like him. What was this guy helpless about? Why did he hate him? After all, it was the first time they had met. Not to mention that he had saved Shangguan Yu's life. Even if it was someone unrelated, he would not be like this. Yang Kai was puzzled. Although he did not quite understand, Yang Kai could not be bothered. It was fine if Wei Wuxiang did not provoke him. But if he dared to be presumptuous, Yang Kai would not mind teaching him a lesson. Another day passed, and Yang Kai suddenly noticed some movement outside. Releasing his divine sense, he found that the palace of sky-bearing pavilion was speeding off in another direction, soon disappearing without a trace. It seemed that the sky-bearing pavilion was going to part ways with the flying flower boat. It was not surprising. The two forces were not in the same large territory, so the way back was naturally different. Shaking his head, Yang Kai collected his thoughts and continued to comprehend the power of the 5 elements in his body. On one of the petals of the lotus artifact, Shangguan Yu's face was ashen as she stared at the palace that was rapidly disappearing from her field of vision, her beautiful eyes losing their usual luster and filled with a sense of despair. Shangguan Long stood Shangguan Yu. Shangguan gently patted her daughter's shoulder, gently said, "Do you understand now?" Shangguan Yu closed his eyes, and tears fell silently. Recalling Wei Wuxiang's indifference and rejection to him in the past 2 days, how could he not know that what his mother said before was all true? Ever since she was kidnapped by Imo Ning 2 years ago, there was no turning back. Even if she was innocent, even if she had a clear conscience, who would believe her? In the eyes of the entire sky-bearing pavilion, she had probably become a withered flower and was not worthy of being their young pavilion master's wife. This was proven by Wei Wuxiang's attitude towards her in the past few days. Behind her, Tong Yuchuan also sighed deeply but was full of helplessness. Shangguan Long said, Wei Wuxiang is not worth trusting. Don't be sad for him. There's still a long way to go. You have to think for yourself. Shangguan Yu's eyes were dull, as if she did not hear it. Tong Yuchuan felt sorry for her. He quickly went forward and comforted her in a low voice. However, Shangguan Yu just cried silently. The lotus secret treasure continued to fly in the void, crossing one large territory after another. Shangguan Yu came to visit half a month later, saying that she wanted to thank Yang Kai personally for saving her life. Yang Kai invited her in, but found that she had brought some wine and dishes. He could not help but laugh. However, when he looked up, he saw that Shangguan Yu was haggard and her eyes were dull. He could not help but ask in surprise, "Junior sister Yu, did something happen these days?" Although she had sealed herself for 2 years, and Yuan Qi was badly injured, she gradually recovered after the seal was lifted. However, Yang Kai found that she had lost a lot of weight and looked very haggard. Obviously, she had experienced a huge blow. Yang Kai did not understand at first. However, after pondering for a while, he recalled the scene where the people from the sky-bearing pavilion came and left in a hurry. He guessed what had happened. He had encountered a problem in his relationship. Shangguan Yu's eyes moved, and she forced a smile. "It's nothing. I just injured Yuan Qi not long after I escaped. I should have come to thank you earlier, but my body failed me and delayed it for a while. Brother Yang, please don't blame me." Yang Kai smiled. "It's not a big deal. Junior sister Yu, you're too polite." Shangguan Yu said softly, "For brother, it may be a small matter, but for me, it's a life-saving grace. You has nothing, so I don't know how to thank you. Mother taught me to cook some food. I don't know if it suits brother's appetite. Yang Kai said, the fragrance is overwhelming and the style is exquisite. I could tell at a glance that it was made with care. It must suit your appetite. Shang Guanyu reluctantly moved the corners of her mouth, revealing a smile. She put down the dish, took out a pot of wine, and sat down. In the side room, the two sat across the table, tasting wine and eating food. In front of the beauty, it was a relaxed and happy thing. However, Shang Guanyu had not recovered from her injury. Even if she wanted to thank him, she could not squeeze out a smile. Yang Kai also felt awkward. Fortunately, after a few glasses of wine, they slowly opened up. The two chatted casually, and the atmosphere was much more harmonious. However, as they talked, Shang Guanyu suddenly thought of something and burst into tears. Yang Kai had a headache and could only say a few words of comfort. Her crying never stopped, and Shang Guanyu also drank one cup after another, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Yang Kai didn't say anything and just drank with her, hoping that she would get drunk soon, so Lu Shui could send her back. After drinking half a pot of wine, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. He felt an uncontrollable turbulence in his body. His blood surged fiercely, and the breath he exhaled from his nostrils became extremely hot. There was something wrong with the wine. Yang Kai was shocked. He was not a newcomer to Jianghu. Naturally, he would not be unguarded against the wine and food sent by outsiders. However, he clearly checked these wine and food carefully before, but did not find anything strange. He even drank a few cups before, but there was no reaction. Why did it suddenly break out? The inexplicable power was rolling in his body, impacting his mind, and expanding his perception infinitely. The smell of the girl in his nostrils was even more irresistible. He could not help but have the idea of pushing the crying beauty in front of him to the ground and ravaging her wantonly. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, grabbed Shang Guanyu's arm, and shouted in a low voice, "Shang Guanyu!" He thought that Shang Guanyu had put some kind of drug in the wine, but when he looked up, he saw that Shang Guanyu's face was flushed and her eyes were full of tears. However, she was giggling and her wrist was hot. She was also tricked. Before Yang Kai realized what had happened, Shang Guanyu had pounced on him, panting, and directly pushed him to the ground. She sat on him and looked at him with blurred eyes. Yang Kai was a little stunned. His insides were already tumbling, and now that he was being ridden by such a woman, feeling her hot skin and listening to her rapid breathing, he almost lost control of his mind in an instant. However, before he could do anything, the door was suddenly kicked open by someone. Guizian and Lu Shui, who had been guarding outside, rushed in aggressively. "Master!" Guizian shouted in a low voice. "What happened?" Lu Shui asked in surprise. The two of them had been guarding outside the room. When they heard the movement inside, they naturally rushed in to check the situation. What they saw was that Shang Guanyu was riding on Yang Kai with a flushed face, and her hand were tearing Yang Kai's clothes. Yang Kai's chest was in tatters. Both of them were a little dumbfounded. But soon, Guizian showed a look of understanding. Lu Shui spat and turned her head with a red face. Asterisk, dang, 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 dang. Asterisk, there was a rush of footsteps in the corridor, and two powerful auras quickly approached. Oh no! Guizian's face changed, and he looked at Lu Shui. The two of them tapped their feet and quickly retreated, closing the door with a bang. However, in the next moment, there was a violent energy fluctuation in the corridor, and the mighty force of the world rose and fell one after another. With a bang, the door was opened again. Tong Yuqian rushed in with red eyes. At a glance, he saw Yang Kai lying on the ground with disheveled clothes, and Shang Guanyu who was laughing coquettishly. They looked at each other. A trace of embarrassment flashed in Yang Kai's eyes, and he forcibly suppressed the desire in his body. Tong Yuqian roared, "Shang Guanlong, look what you have done!" When he heard that his daughter had entered Yang Kai with wine and food, he felt that something was wrong. He immediately wanted to stop them, but was stopped by Shang Guanlong. His strength was not as good as Shang Guanlong's, so how could he get rid of her? Just as he was entangled with her, they heard some movement. The couple immediately rushed over to check it out. At a glance, Tong Yuqian saw such a scene, and his eyes were about to burst. Yang Kai looked past him and saw Lu Shui and Shangguan Long confronting each other, while Guizian fell to the side with a pale face. 1,000 thoughts flashed in his mind, and he suddenly understood. The drug in the wine should not have been done by Shangguan Yu. She did not have any reason to drug herself. Coupled with Tong Yuchuan's roar, the person who had drugged her was obvious. Shangguan Long. But why did she want to harm her own daughter? What good did it do for her? Yang Kai could not understand, but no matter what, Shangguan Long must have had a motive. Yang Kai raised his knife and slashed at the back of Shangguan Yu's neck. Shangguan Yu fell without a sound. Yang Kai hugged her and rolled on the ground. He quickly got up and leaned against the corner of the wall. He looked at Tong Yuchuan calmly and said, "Guardian Tong, this is a misunderstanding." Tong Yuchuan looked at his daughter with heartache and then glared at Yang Kai fiercely. Although he knew that Yang Kai was not at fault, he still looked angry and gritted his teeth as if he wanted to skin Yang Kai alive. Chapter 4190. Outside the room, Shangguan Long looked at Yang Kai with surprise in her beautiful eyes. This kid is actually fine? The effects of the 7 emotions and 6 desires wine were overbearing. Even a heaven-opening realm cultivator would find it hard to resist its power. How could a person from the Emperor realm keep his mind clear? This wine was made from many precious treasures, and it took 100 years of hard work to refine. It was originally the secret medicine of an evil philanderer called Hua Wuying. That Hua Wuying used this 7 emotions and 6 desires wine to ruin the chastity of countless women. He roamed the major regions and committed crimes, gaining a bad reputation. 300 years ago, one of Shangguan Long's direct disciples was ruined by Hua Wuying, and her Tao heart was covered in dust. That disciple's aptitude was not bad, and Shangguan Long was very fond of her. She deliberately nurtured her and spent a lot of energy on her. She had a chance to advance to the 4th stage of Heaven-Opening Realm, but because of this, she had a heart demon and all her previous efforts were wasted. It could be said that the disciple died because of Hua Wuying. Shangguan Long was furious. She had been inquiring about Hua Wuying for decades, and even used the other female disciples on the flying boat as bait to lure Hua Wuying. Her efforts paid off, and she finally trapped the thief in a Qiankuan world 40 years later. The final outcome was needless to say. Although Hua Wuying was cunning, his strength was not much. He was only at the 3rd stage of Heaven-Opening Realm, and he was killed by Shangguan Long on the spot. This secret medicine that belonged to Hua Wuying fell into Shangguan Long's hands. Such an evil thing was useless to her. She wanted to destroy it, but for some reason, she kept it. As a 5th stage of Heaven-Opening Realm, it was easy for her to do something to her daughter's wine. She only needed to casually mention a few words in advance, and Shangguan Yu would obediently bring the wine and dishes to Yang Kai's room. Hua Wuying used the 7 emotions and 6 desires wine to make a Heaven-Opening Realm cultivator unable to stop. How could a person from the Emperor realm like Yang Kai resist the effects of the medicine? Shangguan Long frowned. She faintly felt that either Yang Kai had a strong willpower or the effect of the wine on men was smaller than she expected. After all, this was a secret medicine that Hua Wuying made to target women. This situation was not what she wanted to see. She still hoped to catch Yang Kai and Shangguan Yu on the spot so that she could make Yang Kai submit. But now that there was a flaw in the plan, it was a bit difficult to deal with. Thinking quickly, Shangguan Long's red lips moved as she sighed and looked at Yang Kai. "Little brother Yang, what are you doing? Even if you really like you can't be so overbearing, right? If this were to spread out, how would you be able to face others in the future?" Yang Kai suppressed the desire in his heart and looked at her while panting slightly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Madam Long, you are so capable, so calculating, and so ruthless." If not for the suspicion in his heart, coupled with Tong Yuchuan's angry roar, he would have really believed Shangguan Long said with a sullen face. "What does little brother Yang mean? I don't quite understand." Tong Yuchuan said in a low voice, "Little brother Yang, please let Yu go." He was sincerely concerned about his daughter's safety. Although Yang Kai did not really do anything to Shangguan Yu and only knocked her out, he was naturally worried that his daughter was in his hands. While they were talking, Lu Shui and Guizian had already flashed to Yang Kai's left and right, assuming a protective posture in case of any accidents. Yang Kai turned to look at Tong Yuchuan and said, "Guardian Tong, don't worry. I have no ill intentions towards Miss Yu. She was not hurt. She just fainted. If that's the case, please let her go quickly. My flying flower boat will not pursue today's matter." Tong Yuchuan gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, his eyes spitting fire. Regardless of whether the matter was pursued or not, it was certain that his daughter had suffered a great loss because of Yang Kai. It was difficult for him to have any good feelings towards Yang Kai. "It's not up to you to decide about the matters of the flying flower boat." Shangguan Long snorted and swung her sleeves. She took a few steps forward and said aggressively, "Little brother Yang, if today's matter is spread out, it won't be good for either of us. You don't want to make a big deal out of it, right?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Madam's words are reasonable. What do you suggest?" Shangguan Long chuckled and said, "It's very simple. You saved Er's life, so it's not too much for you, to repay you with her body. If today's matter did not happen, it would have been fine. Since today's matter has happened, then please marry Yu. Lu Shui and Guizian were originally looking at her with vigilance, secretly activating their powers in case of any accidents. However, at this moment, they could not help but open their mouths in shock. What does this mean? They thought that today's matter would not be settled peacefully. How could a bad thing turn into a good thing? Lu Shui and Guizian's expressions could not help but become strange. Yang Kai could not believe his ears and said hesitantly, "What did Madame Long say? Did you say wrongly, or did I hear wrongly?" Shangguan Long smiled and said, "I didn't say wrongly, and you didn't hear wrongly. After all, today's matter is not very honorable. If word spreads, it will affect your reputation. I'm afraid you will not be able to face anyone. However, if you can marry Yu and give her a status, then there will be no more problems." Yang Kai looked at her, then at Tong Yuchuan, who had a helpless and angry look on his face. He suddenly understood Shangguan Long's intentions. He smiled and said, "If I'm not wrong, your daughter and the young master of the sky-bearing pavilion, Wei Wuxia, have a marriage agreement." Shangguan Long said lightly, "It's just a verbal agreement. It doesn't count." "I see, I understand." Yang Kai nodded gently. "Shangguan, you have been kidnapped by Mo Ning for 2 years. No one knew what had happened to her in the past 2 years. Especially for Wei Wuxia. He must have lived in torment every day for the past 2 years. Now, although Shangguan Yu was rescued and her life was not in danger, who could guarantee that she was still a virgin? If Wei Wuxia was an ordinary person, it would be fine. However, he was the young master of the sky-bearing pavilion. With such a prominent status, how could he allow a woman with a defect to marry him? Even if he did not mind, the entire sky-bearing pavilion would not agree to it. No wonder the people of the sky-bearing pavilion came and went in such a hurry. Yang Kai did not quite understand at first. Now that he thought about it, he finally figured it out. The reason why the sky-bearing pavilion left in such a hurry was not because the way back was different. It was most likely to express a kind of attitude. Yang Kai suddenly remembered that when Wei Wuxia came to thank him, there was a trace of helplessness mixed with hatred in his eyes. He was shocked. Wei Wuxia most likely did not want to save Shangguan Yu, or rather, did not want to save a living Shangguan Yu. Shangguan Long must have seen this too. She knew that she could not count on Wei Wuxia for her daughter's happiness, so she came to him. After all, he had revealed the existence of the void before, and there were guards like Lu Shui and Guizian by his side. In Shangguan Long's opinion, marrying Shangguan Yu to him was not a humiliation. Today's matter should be all part of her plan. As his thoughts changed, Shangguan Long's voice rang in his ears. "Little brother Yang, you're the one who saved Yu, so you know her best. When you saved her, she was still in self-imposed isolation. In other words, she hasn't been treated harshly in the past 2 years and is still a virgin. But now that something like this has happened, her innocence is ruined. You have to take responsibility. Moreover, although my daughter is a little stupid, her temperament is very good. Moreover, her aptitude is not bad. In the future, It will not be a problem for her to reach level 4 and split open the sky. She should not be a disgrace to your identity. If our families can be married, we can help each other in the 3,000 worlds and benefit each other. You said before that the void has just been established, but in this vast universe, it is not easy to establish a force and rise. My flying flower boat has stood in the territory of the flying flower boat for thousands of years and finally has some foundation. We can help you in this matter. Little brother Yang, what do you think? She was amiable and persuasive. Her words were clear, as if Yang Kai would suffer a great loss if he did not marry Shangguan Yu. Yang Kai nodded and said, Madame Long's words make sense. Tong Yuchuan's furrowed brows relaxed slightly. Although he did not want the situation to develop like this, it was already so. If Yang Kai could really agree to marry his daughter, it would be a solution. Wei Wuxuang could not be counted on. Compared to Wei Wuxuang, this young man in front of him was pleasing to the eye. As for his character, it was still to be verified, but he would not be worse than Wei Wuxuang. Shangguan Long's smile became brighter. Since you agree, we can sit down and discuss in detail. Yang Kai shook his head. I'm afraid that won't work. Shangguan Long's smile froze on her face. What do you mean? Yang Kai said, I think that what you said makes sense, but it doesn't mean that I will do that. I won't hide it from Madam. Even though I'm all alone right now, I actually have 4, 5, 6, or 7 wives at home. Before I left last time, the strongest wife told me that I have to keep myself clean and not go around picking up flowers and grass. Even if I pick up some flowers and grass, I can't let her find out and I can't bring them home. Otherwise, she will chop those flowers and grass into 7, 8, or even 10 pieces. Therefore, I can only politely decline Madam's kindness. Shangguan Long narrowed her eyes slightly. It's okay. I will explain it to them personally. I believe that they will at least give me some face. She wasn't surprised that Yang Kai had so many wives and concubines. After all, Yang Kai didn't look like an ordinary person, so it wasn't strange for him to have so many wives and concubines. As long as Shangguan Yu could marry him, with her backing, dealing with those wives and concubines would be a piece of cake. Yang Kai still shook his head. How long have I known your daughter? How can we talk about marriage if we have no feelings for each other? Feelings can be developed slowly. As long as you two get married, you will have time in the future. Madam Long, why are you making things difficult for me? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Shangguan Long was slightly angry. How am I making things difficult for you when I am marrying my daughter? Young man, don't be ungrateful. Yang Kai sighed heavily. It seems that you are determined to do so. Shangguan Long said, this is the only solution. Otherwise, when Yu wakes up, I will not be able to explain it to her. Chapter 4191. Does your daughter know about this? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Marriage is something that I can decide. What does it have to do with whether she knows or not? What about Guardian Tong? Do you think so too? Yang Kai turned to look at Tong Yuchuan. Tong Yuchuan's face was gloomy and he remained silent. Looking at his expression, Yang Kai knew that he did not have much say in this matter. So he ignored him and looked at Shangguan Long again. If I refuse, will Madam give the order for the people lying in ambush outside to rush in and hack me to death? In such a short time, there were many more sky-opening realm auras outside. They had no intention of hiding. It was obviously Shangguan Long's arrangement. She also knew that Lu Shui was a grade 5 sky-opening realm and was not much worse than her. However, this was the flying boat after all. In order to chase after MOU, Ancestor MO, you had sent out all the elites and experts. In this place, Yang Kai could not escape. Shangguan Long said, that's not necessary. We don't have any deep enmity. Why we have to fight to the death? She suddenly changed the topic and said lightly, but the road is long. I believe that before we reach the void, you should have plenty of time to consider and give me a satisfactory answer. I can wait. There's no need to wait. Yang Kai said decisively, Madam, you are scheming and calculating. You don't even care about your daughter's feelings. I can't agree with such a ruthless heart. Although I feel sorry for your daughter, at least you haven't made a big mistake. I won't agree to this. Yang Kai did not want to talk to Shangguan Long anymore. He said, Madam, please make way. I want to leave. Shangguan Long frowned and said, Is you are ugly? You don't like her. Even if you don't like her, you won't lose out if you marry her. Why do you have to reject so decisively? Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Junior sister Yu is a first-class beauty. Which man would think that she's ugly? It's just mutual love. It has nothing to do with beauty, it's just the heart. Shangguan Long stared at him deeply, as if she wanted to look into the depths of his soul. After a while, she sighed heavily and said, "All right, it's rare to find a man like you in this world. I have misjudged you and should not have acted so abruptly. Let's forget about today's matter. Since you're unwilling, I won't force you. Let you go, and I'll let you leave." Hearing this, Tong Yuchuan couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Yang Kai said, "Madam can't be so naive as to think that I'm young and easy to bully, right? If I let junior sister you go, how would I have the chance to leave?" Tong Yuchuan's face changed as he gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, what do you mean?" Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "Protector Tong, please forgive me. You should know better than anyone what kind of temperament this madam of yours has. I'm afraid that if I really listen to her and let Junior Marshall's sister you go, I won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Junior Marshall's sister, you will have to suffer for a while." "How dare you?" Tong Yuchuan was enraged. His aura suddenly burst out like mercury. "I have no other choice." Yang Kai pinched Shangguan Yu's neck. Shangguan Yu, who was in a coma, couldn't help but moan. This made Tong Yuchuan's face change drastically. He instantly froze on the spot and turned to look at Shangguan Long, his face full of anger. Shangguan Long's face was also very ugly. When she and Tong Yuchuan rushed in and found that Yang Kai had her daughter in his hands, she felt that the situation was out of her control. In her imagination, when a husband and wife rushed in, they should have seen an unbearable scene. If that was the case, then no matter what she asked for, it wouldn't be too much. However, Yang Kai was still able to maintain a clear mind and answer her fluently. Staring at Yang Kai, Shangguan Long's face slowly darkened. She felt that it was a pity. Previously, she had only done that on a whim. But now, it seemed that she had made the right choice. This young man in front of her was many times better than Wei Wuxia. How could he be an ordinary person if he could suppress the desire in his heart in that kind of situation? His achievements in the future wouldn't be small. If her daughter were to follow him, not only would she be able to get over the blow of being kidnapped, but the flying flower boat would also have a big help. It would be even better if she could use this to annex the Voidland. Unfortunately, she couldn't use it for herself. Instead, she might even become enemies. Their eyes met. Shangguan Long's face was as gloomy as water. Yang Kai slightly increased the strength in his hand. Shangguan Yu, who was in a coma, also looked worse. "Madam, please make way." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted. Shangguan Long suddenly smiled. "What if I don't? Based on my observation these days, you're not a ruthless person. I don't believe that you'll really do anything to you. Moreover, if you really kill you, the three of you can forget about leaving here." As soon as Shangguan Long finished speaking, she saw Yang Kai suddenly reach out and snatch the aqua-cold long sword from Lu Shui's hand. Under her horrified gaze, the sword directly pierced through Shangguan Yu's back and out of her chest. The sword pierced through her body. With a swoosh, blood splattered. Shangguan Yu let out a muffled groan, the blood draining from her face in an instant. Tong Yuchuan's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip. His vision was filled with blood red, and the whole world seemed to have turned blood red. "Madam," Yang Kai's cold voice sounded behind Shangguan Yu. "There's a saying that one may know a person's face, but not his heart. This is the first time you've met me. How dare you recklessly judge my character? Aren't you afraid that your cleverness will backfire on you?" Ignoring Shangguan Long's livid face, Yang Kai turned to look at Tong Yuchuan. "Don't worry, this sword is not fatal. I've avoided junior sister Yu's vital parts. However, if Guardian Tong dares to make a move in order to save your daughter, I can't guarantee junior sister Yu's safety." His words were like a soul-stabilizing nail that nailed Tong Yuchuan to the ground. "Madam," Yang Kai looked at Shangguan Long. "I'll say it one last time. Please let us leave." Shangguan Long clenched her silver teeth. Her body was trembling nonstop, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a difficult struggle. She didn't expect that Yang Kai, who had always looked elegant and graceful, would actually be so ruthless and heartless. Just because of a single word of disagreement, he really attacked Shang Wanyu. Could it be that all his previous kindness was just a disguise? If that was the case, then his disguise was too good. Still not leaving? Do you really want to kill you? Tong Yuchuan's voice exploded in her ears like divine thunder from the nine heavens. She turned her head and saw Tong Yuchuan staring at her with red eyes, as if he was looking at an enemy who killed his father and stole his wife. That unfamiliar gaze made her heart tremble. She had no doubt that if she did not give way, the first person to attack her would not be Yang Kai and the rest, but the person who had accompanied her for hundreds of years. Shangwan Long's heart sank. She took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. All right, I can let you leave, but you can't hurt you anymore. Don't worry, if you don't do anything, I won't either. Yang Kai kept nodding. After you leave, you must let you come back. Impossible. Yang Kai shook his head. When I return to the Voidland, I will let Junior Sister you go. If you're worried, you can follow me. Shangwan Long's chest heaved up and down. After thinking seriously for a while, she nodded slightly and separated from Tong Yuchuan, making a path. Yang Kai gave Lu Shui and Guizian a look. The two of them protected him from the front and back as they walked out step by step. There were indeed many ambushes outside the house. However, when they saw Yang Kai holding Shang Wanyu and Shang Wanyu's chest being pierced by a long sword, they were shocked and angry. They actually did not know what happened. Shang Wanlong was scheming against Yang Kai and her daughter, so she naturally would not explain the matter clearly. She only mobilized them as a precaution. If everything went according to her plan, it would naturally be a happy ending. However, she did not expect it to end up like this. Pairs of inquiring eyes looked at her, causing her face to become gloomier and more embarrassed. After a while, Yang Kai and the others left the lotus. Lu Shui took out her flying secret treasure. Yang Kai took the lead and rushed in, with Shang Wanyu, Guizian following closely behind. Lu Shui looked at the heaven-opening realm experts on the flying flower boat warily before entering the secret treasure. She activated her power and turned into a stream of light, flying into the depths of the void. The huge lotus of the flying flower boat followed behind unhurriedly. The heaven-opening realm experts stood on the petals of the lotus and looked over coldly. In the windmill, Yang Kai called Lu Shui and pointed at the unconscious Shang Wanyu. Treat her. Lu Shui nodded. After Yang Kai went out, she immediately got busy. Yang Kai's sword strike seemed to be decisive, but in fact, it was controlled very well. Although it pierced through Shang Wanyu's chest, the injury was not serious. Lu Shui untied Shang Wanyu's clothes and carefully pulled out the long sword while casting a spell to suppress the wound. She then applied some healing medicine on Shang Wanyu's wound and took a healing pill. Shang Wanyu was also from the Emperor realm, so her cultivation was not too weak. Such an injury would only take a few days to heal. Yang Kai returned to check. After confirming that she was fine, he also heaved a sigh of relief. Looking at the sleeping Shang Wanyu, he could not help but feel a little guilty. At that time, he really had no other choice. If he did not express his firm stand as soon as possible, Shang Wanlong would definitely not compromise so quickly. If they really fought, not to mention whether he could escape, Lu Shui and Guizian would definitely be injured or even killed. Yang Kai had no choice but to do this. At this moment, Lu Shui's voice sounded, "Master, that Tong Yuchuan is flying over." Yang Kai released his divine thought and indeed found that Tong Yuchuan was rapidly approaching. However, he was alone. The huge lotus of the flying flower boat was still hundreds of miles behind. Should we stop him? Lu Shui asked. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. No, let him come over. Lu Shui understood and slowed down. After a while, Tong Yuchuan's voice sounded, "Little brother Yang, I want to see how your injury is. Please make an exception." He thought that he would not get any response. Unexpectedly, a hole immediately opened on the windmill. Tong Yuchuan did not hesitate and dodged into the windmill. Chapter 4192. After entering the windmill, Tong Yuqian immediately saw Yang Kai standing in front of him. Their eyes met, and a trace of anger and killing intent flashed in Tong Yuqian's eyes. He lowered his eyes and said, "I want to see you Er's injury. Go ahead, Protector Tong." Yang Kai gestured to the side. Tong Yuqian lowered his head and went into the side room. In the side room, Xianxia was lying quietly, breathing steadily. There were still bloodstains on her chest, and her face was slightly pale. Tong Yuqian walked forward with a gloomy face and sat down beside Xianxia. He reached out and put his hand on her wrist. After checking, he found that his daughter's breathing was stable. Obviously, she had been treated by someone, and there was a strong medicinal effect flowing through her meridians and into her flesh, healing the wound. I've already asked Lu Shui to treat her injury. It shouldn't be a big problem. She just needs a few days of rest to recover. Yang Kai's voice sounded behind him. Tong Yuqian snorted coldly and didn't speak. Shang Wanlong was blinded by greed, and Yang Kai was just taking advantage of the situation to protect himself. But no matter what, Shang Yu's injury was caused by Yang Kai. Even if this person was his daughter's savior, it was difficult for Tong Yuqian to have any good impression of Yang Kai. I estimate that junior sister you will wake up tomorrow. However, it's not convenient for me to explain the current situation to her. Perhaps she won't believe me even if I explain it to her. So, to avoid any unnecessary disputes, I asked Protector Tong to leave behind a jade slip to record the cause and effect of this matter. I'll show it to her after she wakes up. She should believe your words. Tong Yuqian said, "I'll stay here. When you wakes up, I'll explain the situation to her." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "No, I've already shown my utmost sincerity by letting you come and see junior sister you. I can't let you stay in this windmill forever. After all, Protector Tong is a level 4 heaven splitter. If you suddenly attack, I won't be able to resist." Tong Yuqian raised his head and glared at Yang Kai. "If I wanted to do something, I would have done it earlier. Why would I waste my breath on you?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I also believe that Protector Tong doesn't have any ulterior motives, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Before I boarded the boat, I never thought that today's matter would happen. Since Madame Long is able to repay kindness with enmity, Protector Tong, as the person who sleeps beside her, shouldn't have received her teachings. She is her, and I am me. Don't confuse me with that venomous woman." Tong Yuqian was furious. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, "If Protector Tong insists, then we can only shed all pretense of cordiality here. I hope that Protector Tong can protect junior martial sister you when we fight. After all, she is innocent." While speaking, Lu Shui had already quietly appeared behind Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes coldly staring at him. The corners of Tong Yuqian's eyes twitched, and his furious expression instantly became dejected. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll do as you say. I'll leave a message to tell you what happened, but you have to promise not to hurt her at all. Protector Tong, as long as your boat doesn't act recklessly, I promise that your daughter won't lose a single hair." "You better." Tong Yuqian gritted his teeth. A moment later, Tong Yuqian left, and, as Yang Kai said, he left behind a jade slip that recorded the whole story. Yang Kai carefully checked the jade slip and found that there was nothing wrong with it. There was no exaggeration in the jade slip, but it did not mention that Shang Yu's mind was disturbed by the 7 emotions and 6 desires wine and did something shameful. Yang Kai could understand why Tong Yuqian wanted to hide this kind of thing, so he did not say anything. Carefully putting away the jade slip, he was going to wait for Shang Yu to wake up and give it to her. After Tong Yuqian returned to the lotus flower, the huge lotus flower gradually slowed down until it was 3,000 miles away from the windmill before continuing to catch up. This was also Yang Kai's request. Now that Shang Yu was in his hands, the flower boat had no choice but to comply. One day later, the unconscious Shang Yu slowly woke up. When she opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes were blank. Her consciousness was still stuck at the time when she drank with Yang Kai, and she could not remember what happened later. Just as she was about to get up, a familiar voice sounded in her ears. "Junior sister you, don't be impatient." You are injured, so it's best not to move around. I am injured? Shang Guanyu was startled, and after carefully perceiving her condition, her beautiful face suddenly turned pale. She realized that she was really injured, and the wound was very close to her vital points. It could almost be said that she had taken a trip to the gates of hell. What's going on? Brother Yang, did you save me? Where are my parents? Shang Guanyu turned her head and looked at him. Yang Kai did not say much and handed over the jade slip left by Tong Yuchuan. Shang Guanyu received it and poured her divine sense into it to investigate. A moment later, her face turned pale. She was naturally no stranger to Tong Yuchuan's aura, and she also believed what her father said. The jade slip told her that Yang Kai had some conflicts with the flower boat, and then he took her as a hostage to escape from the lotus flower artifact. The injuries on her body were also left by Yang Kai. Tong Yuchuan also told her not to act rashly, and that many masters from the flower boat were not far behind. When they reached the void, Yang Kai would let her go. After checking the information in the jade slip, Shang Guanyu's mind was in a mess. For her, it was just a day of sleep, but the outside world had changed. Her savior had turned against her parents, stabbed her with a sword, and took her hostage to escape. Her body trembled uncontrollably, and her face was full of fear. Yang Kai said, "Junior sister, you don't need to panic. Just stay here quietly, and I won't do anything to you." Shang Guanyu pursed her lips and nodded. Her injuries were not serious, and Lu Shui had personally treated her before, so she had recovered in just 5 days. After 5 days of recuperation, not only had her injuries healed, but her mood had also become much calmer. Over the past few days, she had been constantly thinking about a number of things, such as what had happened after she got drunk, what had caused Yang Kai to become enemies with the flower boat, and why he had stabbed her with his sword. She vaguely felt that things might not be as simple as she thought, so she boldly asked Yang Kai several times, but Yang Kai never answered. Half a month later, after passing through a territory gate, Lu Shui's voice came, "Master, we've reached the void territory." Yang Kai's closed eyes slowly opened, and he nodded lightly. "Got it." After a while, the lotus secret treasure of the flower boat also passed through the territory gate and stepped into the void territory. In the lotus, Shangguan Long stared gloomily at the windmill 3,000 miles ahead and gritted her teeth secretly. Suddenly, someone came in and reported, "Boatman, those people in the void lands aren't heading towards any of the area entrances. Instead, they're heading towards a certain direction in this area. They're not going to the territory gate." Shangguan Long raised her eyebrows and her expression changed. "Check which large territory this is." If they were not heading towards the territory gate, it meant that they should be arriving soon. In other words, the void should be in this large territory. That person immediately took out the map of the universe and checked. "Boat owner, this is Kikikyo territory." Kikikyo territory. Shangguan Long thought for a while and said, "If I remember correctly, there should be a Kikikyo land here." Tong Yuchuan, who had been silent all this while, said, "That's right, Qiqiao land is in this territory. The owner of Qiqiao land, Qiqiao Heaven Lord, is a grade 5 sky splitter. However, Qiqiao land has always had a bad reputation and is despised by others. Qiqiao Heaven Lord is also a vengeful person." Shangguan Long frowned and said, "I've heard of Qiqiao Heaven Lord. He's not an easy person to deal with. Since this territory is Qiqiao land's territory, why would that guy dare to create a void here? Isn't he afraid that he'll be eaten alive?" Basically, there would only be one second-class force in every large territory. After all, how could they allow others to sleep beside them? If there were really 2 second-class forces in the same large territory, they would definitely be incompatible. "Boat owner." The person who spoke earlier spoke again and stammered, "Their route seems to be towards Qiqiao land." Shangguan Long turned her head and looked. "Did you see it clearly?" That person quickly said, "Boat owner, please take a look." As he spoke, he respectfully handed over the map of the world. Shangguan Long took it suspiciously and checked it carefully. She found that it was indeed as he said. Yang Kai and the rest were really heading towards Qiqiao land. Why are they going to Qiqiao land? Shangguan Long was puzzled. Tong Yuchuan hesitated and said, "Could it be that they have something to do with Xianxia land?" Shangguan Long slowly shook her head. She couldn't figure out either. If that was the case, then things would be a little difficult. After all, the strength of the Xianxia land was not bad, not much worse than the Flying Flower Boat. If Yang Kai and the others really had a close relationship with the Xianxia land, then this matter would be troublesome. Moreover, Shangguan Long had an inexplicable feeling of uneasiness in her heart. As time passed, this feeling of uneasiness grew stronger. 3 days later, a spiritual state suddenly appeared in front of them. Compared to the map of the world, it was Xianxia land. Looking from afar, one could see that spiritual state was faintly emitting a myriad of lights. The endless power of the stars and the vast universe was channeled in a spiritual state by an inexplicable force, causing spiritual state to look majestic and magnificent. Such a scene was much more powerful than the main altar of the Flying Flower Boat. Shangguan Long said suspiciously, "Xianxia land actually has such a foundation?" The group of heaven-opening realm cultivators on the Flying Flower Boat were also dumbfounded and looked envious. It was also their first time coming to Xianxia land. However, Xianxia land was not the only second-grade force. They had seen many second-grade forces' main altars, but none of them could be compared to the one in front of them. Although they did not investigate deeply, everyone could sense that Xianxia land was enveloped by an extremely brilliant array. Otherwise, it would not be able to display such a marvelous scene. A place's foundation was related to a place's future. Compared to Xianxia land, the Flying Flower Boat was obviously not as good. Everyone could not help but feel upset. Chapter 4193. Boatmaster, they've stopped. Suddenly, an elder level 4 heaven splitter shouted. The others looked up and saw that the Pinwheel's secret treasure had stopped at the periphery of the Xianxia land. It seems like they're related to the Xianxia land. Do they think they'll be fine with the protection of the Xianxia land? Shangguan Long snorted. Tong Yuchuan said in a low voice, "Yours safety is more important. After all, it was my Flying Flower Boat that was in the wrong first. Don't cause any more trouble." "I know," Shangguan Long replied angrily. While everyone was talking, the wind chariot artifact in front of them suddenly disappeared, revealing Yang Kai and the others, who were quietly looking over. Shangguan Yu stood beside Yang Kai and didn't receive any harsh treatment. Moreover, after this period of recuperation, his face was ruddy. Tong Yuchuan heaved a sigh of relief. "Let's go down and take a look." Shangguan Long rolled up her sleeves and walked out. The experts on the Flying Flower Boat followed closely behind. Not long after, they arrived outside the Lotus. As soon as they stood still, they saw Yang Kai smiling and saying, "Welcome to the Void Land." The group of heaven splitters on the Flying Flower Boat could not help but look at each other. Some of them even took out the map of the universe to verify. Shangguan Long frowned and said, "The Void Land? Isn't this the Xianxia land? How is it the Void Land?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Madame Long is right. This was indeed the Xianxia land before, but I changed it to the Void Land now." Everyone was shocked when they heard that. There was no reason for a second-class force to suddenly change its banner and name. After all, it was a reputation and prestige that had been passed down for thousands of years. It was not easy to accumulate it again, unless the force no longer existed. "What do you mean?" Shangguan Long narrowed her slender eyes. The uneasiness in her heart was extremely strong. "The Xianxia land has been conquered by me. From now on, there will be no more Xianxia land in this world, only the Void Land." Yang Kai explained patiently. The group of heaven splitters was in an uproar. Although they had already guessed it, they still could not believe it when Yang Kai said it. Xianxia land was a second-rate power that wasn't inferior to the Flying Flower Boats. It wasn't a third-rate power that would spring up again and again after being cut down. It had been continuously passed down for thousands of years. So how could it be attacked and occupied just like that? Take the Flying Flower Boat, for example. Even if they used all their strength, it was impossible for them to conquer the Kikikyo land. Even if everyone's strength was about the same, one attacking and one defending, there had to be an extremely large disparity in strength for it to be possible. Did this Xianxia really have such great skill? Heavenly Lord of 7 heavens. Naturally, he died. Xianxia replied with a smile. Shangguan was completely stunned. She did not know whether to believe Xianxia's words. Logically speaking, this guy had to have something to rely on for spouting such nonsense outside the Xianxia land. If Heavenly Lord of 7 heavens was really still alive, it was impossible for him to ignore it. But subconsciously, Shangguan was unwilling to believe it. She was still thinking of marrying her daughter to Xianxia and then slowly annexing the Void Land. If he really had this ability, it was unknown who would be annexing who when the time came. Moreover, she had heard Xianxia say that there were only 5 heaven splitters in the entire Void Land. How could he conquer the Xianxia land with just 5 heaven splitters? What a joke. The heaven splitters in the Xianxia land were not weaklings. Heavenly Lord of 7 heavens was a 5th grade heaven splitter, and several earth protectors were 4th grade heaven splitters. Unless there was a heaven splitter above 5th grade in the Void Land. Shangguan's heart skipped a beat as she thought of this. She looked behind Xianxia. 2 silhouettes flew out from the surging radiance. These 2 people were extremely fast. It took them less than 5 breaths to land beside Xianxia and reveal their true appearances. One was a charming woman, and the other was a fat man. The fat man was outrageously fat. He was simply a rolling meatball. The fat on his face piled up, covering both his eyes. Although the fat man was bloated, he exuded the aura of a 4th grade heaven splitter. It would be fine if it was just him, but the key was that woman. This woman was a 6th grade heaven splitter. Everyone on the flying boat looked at the woman in unison, as if they were facing a great enemy. Shangguan's eyes narrowed, and she looked shocked. There really was a heaven splitter above 5th grade in the Void Land. Greetings, Master. Under everyone's gaze, the fat man took the lead to bow. He had an extremely flattering smile on his face, as if he was not facing the Emperor realm, but a high-grade heaven splitter. He said respectfully, Master, you must be tired from the long journey. It's been hard on you. Young Master. The woman also bent her knees and bowed gracefully. Cold sweat trickled down the foreheads of the group of heaven splitters on the flying boat. There was no wind in the void, but everyone felt a bone-chilling coldness from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Just the appearance of a 6th grade heaven splitter was enough to shock them. But now this 6th grade heaven splitter, whom even they had to look up to, actually called Xianxia Young Master. Which family's young master was this? How could he make a 6th grade heaven splitter so humble? That was a 6th grade heaven splitter. Even the various blessed and heavenly lands. He was a powerful existence who could take on the role of deacon or other positions with real power. Could this guy be the illegitimate son of some blessed and heavenly lands leader? Shangguan's expression was extremely ugly, and the shock in her heart surged. When this 6th grade heaven splitter woman appeared, she knew that she had miscalculated. The foundation of the void was much stronger than she had imagined. It was not something a small flying boat could handle. It was laughable that she had schemed and plotted before and even disregarded her daughter's wishes. If she had known earlier, how could she have acted like that? She would have definitely treated Xianxia as a guest of honor and treated him well. But at least there was still room for redemption. Although she had schemed and plotted, she did not have the intention to harm Xianxia. To put it bluntly, she had only used her beauty to seduce him, but in the end, she had implicated her daughter and caused her to be stabbed. She secretly rejoiced that she had not completely fallen out with Xianxia. Otherwise, the flying boat would not have a good life in the future. Just this 6th grade heaven splitter alone was not someone the flying boat could deal with. That's Chen Tianfei. A voice suddenly came from behind. Shangguan did not need to turn around to recognize the voice of her left guardian, Qin Wuxing. She frowned slightly. Chen Tianfei? I seem to have heard this name before. Qin Wuxing said, Boat Master, have you forgotten? 30 years ago, I was ordered to go out to purchase a batch of resources. At that time, I went to an underground star market and met this Chen Tianfei. I bought a lot of things from him. You even said that the quality of the resources was good. Shangguan Long had a look of realization. She nodded slightly and said, I remember now. When you came back, you said that the second-in-command of Crimson Star was exceptionally talented, and that it would be difficult to find another person like him in this world. Could it be this person? Yes. Qin Wuxing nodded. But isn't this person the second-in-command of Crimson Star? Why would he appear here? And why would he have the same attitude as Yang Kai? Shangguan Long did not understand. Qin Wuxing volunteered. Boat Master, please wait a moment. Let me find out. As he said so, he took out a communication bead and inserted his divine thought into it. This communication bead was what he had exchanged with Chun Tianfei. It was supposed to be convenient for them to contact each other if they had any transactions in the future. However, more than 30 years had passed, and Qin Wuxing had not been to the star market where Crimson Star was located. If he had not seen Chun Tianfei here today, Qin Wuxing would not have remembered this. Sure enough, after Qin Wuxing sent the message, Chun Tianfei suddenly raised his head and looked over. Qin Wuxing nodded and smiled at him, holding his fist across the air. Chun Tianfei nodded slightly and used the communication bead to communicate with Qin Wuxing. As time passed, Qin Wuxing's expression became more and more solemn until he was sweating profusely. What's wrong? Shangguan Long sensed that something was wrong and asked, Did you find out why the second-in-command of Crimson Star is here instead of guarding the star market? What does this void land have to do with Crimson Star? Qin Wuxing swallowed his saliva and said bitterly, Boat Master, I've found out that Crimson Star is gone. Crimson Star is gone? Shangguan Long was surprised. If I remember correctly, Crimson Star is considered a second-class force, right? They have several middle-stage Kai Tian experts. How can they be gone? Yes, Crimson Star is a second-class force. Not only that, there was also a second-class force in the star market. These three forces controlled the underground star market and made a living there, but Qin Wuxing's expression twitched. They're all gone now. What happened? Shangguan Long was surprised. If all three second-class forces were gone, what happened in the star market? Thunderlight and Crimson Star were destroyed by Yang Kai. Chun Tianfei said that the destruction of Sword Pavilion was related to Yang Kai. What? Everyone on the Flying Flower Boat was shocked. Three second-class forces were destroyed, just like that? How ruthless was Yang Kai? How much power did he have? The Flying Flower Boat had offended Yang Kai this time. This, for a moment, everyone's hands and feet were cold, as if they had seen the end of the Flying Flower Boat. Qin Wuxing's face was stiff, as if he had eaten a basket of Coptis chinensis. His smile was full of bitterness. Chun Tianfei said that he is now just a servant by Yang Kai's side, and that he should never mention the title of the second-in-command of Crimson Star again. Gulp! The sound of people swallowing their saliva was heard. A fourth-grade Kai Tian expert was not considered weak in the 3,000 worlds, but now he was willing to lower himself and admit that he was someone else's servant. This was not something that could be done with just strength suppression. How powerful was Yang Kai to be able to enslave someone like Chun Tianfei? And that sixth-grade Kai Tian called Yang Kai Young Master. This time, the Flying Flower Boat seemed to have offended someone they should not have offended. For a moment, everyone looked at Shangguan Long. Although no one reprimanded her, Shangguan Long still felt a burning pain on her face. She was not in the mood to be angry. She knew that if this matter was not handled well, then what happened to Crimson Star and Thunderlight yesterday would most likely be the Flying Flower Boats tomorrow. Chapter 4194. The Void Land has just been established, and yet it already has such a magnificent scene and foundation. It's really an eye-opener for me. My Flying Flower Boat has to admit defeat. Shangguan Long squeezed out a smile and looked at Yang Kai, saying, There are always talents in every generation. When I was at little brother Yang's level cultivation, I was still struggling for some poor cultivation resources. Little brother Yang, you now have a place and many capable people under you. Your future is limitless. Hearing her praise and flattery, Yang Kai smiled faintly. Madam Long, you're too kind. Shangguan Long said, Little brother Yang has saved my daughter's life. Everyone on the Flying Flower Boat is very grateful. We've specially prepared some gifts as a token of our appreciation. I hope little brother Yang doesn't mind." As she said this, she flicked a space ring, and it flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and caught it. He scanned it with his divine thought and looked up at Shangwan Long with interest. There were many things in the ring, far exceeding the scope of a token of appreciation. Even for a second-class force, such a batch of materials was considered a huge loss. When Shangwan Long first invited him to board the Lotus secret treasure, she also said that she would prepare a token of appreciation to thank Yang Kai for saving Shangwan Yu's life. However, she didn't fulfill her promise these days and even caused a disturbance later on. Now that she threw the space ring, it was obvious that she wanted to settle the matter peacefully. There might not have been so many things in the ring originally. Shangwan Long must have added some things in at the last minute. They looked at each other. Yang Kai's eyes were full of aggression. Shangwan Long's expression was slightly nervous, but there was a hint of determination in the depths of her eyes. To Shangwan Long, she was in the wrong first. Originally, she didn't take the Voidland seriously. However, when Yang Kai showed the strong foundation of the Voidland, she knew that all her previous plans were just wishful thinking. Since she was in the wrong, she could accept paying a price to settle the matter peacefully. However, if Yang Kai didn't let it go, the elites on the flying flower boat were here. They were not soft persimmons that he could bully at will. The void seemed to be on the verge of freezing. Yu He and Chan Tianfei had no idea what was going on, but they could feel that the atmosphere was not right. Both of them looked at Shangwan Long at the same time and locked their gazes on him. Once Shangwan Long made any unusual moves, she would definitely be attacked by the two of them. Suddenly, Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Madame Long is too polite. Slaying demons is our duty. Saving Junior Sister Yu was just a coincidence." Shangwan Long heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "No matter what, my flying flower boat owes you a favor. If there's anything you need in the void in the future, feel free to ask. If my flying flower boat can do it, I won't refuse. Since Madame Long says so, then I won't be polite. I have something I want from Madame Long. I wonder if Madame Long is willing to part with it." Shangwan Long's heart skipped a beat. She secretly scolded this brat for being insatiable. She wanted to shed all pretense of cordiality and fight it out with him, but her daughter was still in his hands. She could only force a smile and said, "What is little brother Yang like?" Yang Kai pointed behind her. "I like this flying flower boat's Lotus secret treasure very much. The void has just been built and is lacking in manpower and food. We don't have anything we want. I don't even dare to think about such a large flying secret treasure. If Madame Long is willing to part with it, then it's best. If you don't, then it's fine. Just pretend I didn't say anything." Left Protector Qin Wuxing immediately glared at him. "Brat, you dare to ask for so much? Do you know how much it costs to make this falling lotus flower?" The other heaven-opening realm cultivators on the flying flower boat also glared at Yang Kai. A secret treasure like falling lotus flower was not a simple flying secret treasure, but a versatile secret treasure that combined both attack and defense. It was often the manifestation of a force's foundation, and not every force could take it out. Refining it required an unimaginable amount of resources. In the entire flying flower boat, there was only one falling lotus flower, and Yang Kai actually had his eyes on it. How could everyone not be angry? However, just as Qin Wuxing finished speaking, he suddenly felt a strong wind coming towards him. He hurriedly activated his world force and blocked it with his palm. With a boom, Qin Wuxing's body swayed and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His arms fell limply as he raised his eyes and looked at Yu He in horror and fear. That attack just now was from Yu He. "If you dare to speak rudely to the young master again, I'll kill you." Yu He's beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent as she looked coldly at Qin Wuxing. The latter's face alternated between green and red, but he did not dare to say anything. He was only a 4th grade heaven-opening realm cultivator, 2 grades lower than Yu He, who was a 6th grade heaven-opening realm cultivator. With just one attack, he could feel how terrifying this woman was. Not only him, no one on the flying flower boat was her opponent. Yang Kai said lazily, "If Madame Long is unwilling to part with it, Then forget it. I was just casually speaking. Shangwan Long's face was gloomy. She clenched her fists, and her chest rose and fell. Her state of mind was obviously very unstable. After a while, she gritted her teeth and chuckled. Since little brother Yang likes the falling lotus flower, I'll give it to you. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Thank you very much, madam. Shangwan Long said, as long as you like it. She turned to look at Shangwan Yu. Come here. Shangwan Yu turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai. Seeing that he was smiling at him and had no intention of stopping him, Shangwan Yu's figure flickered and flew toward Shangwan Long. In an instant, he stood beside his mother and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Yang Kai said warmly, Everyone has come from afar and must be tired from the journey. Why don't you come in and have a chat? Let me do my part as a host. No need. Shangwan Long refused without hesitation. She was afraid that she would be angered to death if she continued to stay here. She said decisively, It has been 2 years since we left the flying boat. It's time for us to go back. If there's a chance in the future, we will definitely visit again. So that's how it is. Yang Kai showed a look of regret. Then I won't keep you any longer. I also want to thank you for your tireless efforts in escorting me. We will meet again someday. Shangwan Long looked at him deeply. Then, she took her daughter's hand and urged her power to fly towards the depths of the void. Hundreds of people on the flying boat flew out of the falling lotus flower one after another. Following closely behind, some people looked at the falling lotus flower reluctantly before leaving. After flying for a long distance, Shangwan Long's body suddenly burst out a terrifying wave of air. She could no longer suppress her anger and could only release it. Otherwise, she would definitely be injured if the anger attacked her heart. You gone too far. Shangwan Long clenched her teeth. This incident was a great humiliation. The flying boat had stood in the 3,000 worlds for thousands of years and had never suffered such a huge loss. And all of this was bestowed by the Emperor realm. This made her feel really depressed. Boatmaster, are you giving the falling lotus flower to him just like that? Qin Wuxing looked indignant. He had suffered a little under Yuhi's hands just now. However, he was not as strong as her and did not dare to resist. He would definitely bear a grudge against Yuhi. What else can I do? Shangwan Long clenched her teeth and said, Since he said that he wants the falling lotus flower, if I refuse, there will be a fight. Who could stop a 6th grade heaven splitting? Moreover, Yuer is still in his hands. Thinking of the 6th grade heaven splitting lady's power, everyone was worried. Tong Yuchuan frowned and said, It's fine if it's lost. As long as you're safe, it's fine. Also, this time, my flying boat was in the wrong. Just take it as a loss to avoid disaster. What wrong am I in the wrong? It's his honor that I took a liking to him, but he doesn't know what's good for him. The void. Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll get everything back. Tong Yuchuan turned to look at her for a while. Seeing her face distorted by hatred, he could not help but sigh heavily. Outside the void, Yui looked at the void suspiciously and asked, Young master, what's wrong with this group of people? Although she could tell that Yang Kai didn't get along well with the people on the flying flower boat, she didn't know the cause and effect. It was only after receiving Yang Kai's message that she and Chen Tian Fei hurriedly flew out to greet him. It's a long story. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. He did not want to explain much. After all, this matter involved Shangwan Yu's reputation. He looked at Yu He and asked, When did you come out of seclusion? Is there any risk in advancing? Seeing that he was so concerned about her, Yui felt sweeter than if she had eaten honey. She smiled and said, I came out of seclusion more than a month ago, but my cultivation has not completely stabilized. I still need some time to accumulate and settle. My advancement was smooth and there were no risks. Young master, you don't have to worry. It was impossible to advance from the 5th rank to the 6th rank without hundreds of years of accumulation. However, a middle-grade world fruit had allowed Yu He to advance 1 rank in just a few months. Not only that, she originally only had hopes of advancing to the 7th rank. However, because of the world fruit, she could even advance to the 8th rank in the future. The world fruit not only increased the cultivator's current rank, but also had room for growth in the future. On the other side, Chen Tianfei stared at Lu Shui and Guizian with a dumbfounded expression. His eyes bulged out of his fat and turned into eggs. The situation just now had been so treacherous that he did not pay much attention to it. When the people on the flying boat left, he discovered something that shocked him. Lu Shui had advanced to the 5th rank and opened the sky. Even Guizian had advanced to the 3rd rank. He could accept Guizian's advancement. After all, his starting point was lower, so it was easier for him to advance. However, Lu Shui's advancement puzzled him. Before this, he and Lu Shui had both split open the heavens at the 4th rank. Their cultivation bases were on par, and neither of them was inferior to the other. Now, Lu Shui had leaped above him in an instant. Chen Tianfei was truly unable to accept this. Moreover, Lu Shui had reached the heaven-opening realm a few decades later than him. In other words, he should be the one to advance first. It should not be Lu Shui's turn. Moreover, it did not make sense that both of them would advance after going on a trip with the master. What kind of indescribable opportunity had they encountered? For a moment, Chen Tianfei was both envious and jealous. He rubbed his fat hands and walked to Yang Kai's side. He smiled obsequiously and said, "Master, next time you go out, bring me along." Chapter 4195. In the void, Yang Kai closed his eyes and sensed carefully. Although he had not been away for a long time, only about a year at most, the void had undergone earth-shaking changes. From the outside, one could not see any clues, but if one looked carefully, they would be able to detect the hidden barriers of the void. Under the control of Great Master Wuliang, the 9 Heavens array was becoming more and more complete, and it was gradually showing its power. The entire array consumed Yang Kai's endless resources. Almost 70 to 80% of the various natural treasures he had brought out of the great cosmological realm had been invested in this array. One could imagine how terrifying the power of this array would be once it was unleashed. Such a large array might not be able to suppress the luck of those blessed grotto heavens, but it was definitely something that no second-class force had ever possessed. Although those second-class forces have been passed down for tens of thousands of years, or even longer, they had a lot of disciples and needed a lot of resources to cultivate. How could they spare the energy to set up such a large array? If not for this, the 9 Heavens array would not have fallen into Yang Kai's hands. Great Master Wuliang had set up arrays for many forces and had also preached the various wonders of this array in front of the leaders of many forces. Could those leaders not see the power of the 9 Heavens array? On the contrary, they had seen through it long ago, but they did not have the courage to set it up. This was because many of their disciples were crying piteously for food. Once most of their resources were poured into the array, what would happen to their disciples' cultivation resources? Therefore, even though Great Master Wuliang had promoted and persuaded in many ways, there was no place where he could fulfill his ambitions so far. Only a nouveau riche like Yang Kai, who had suddenly obtained a large amount of resources and inexplicably obtained the spiritual state, could let Great Master Wuliang go all out. The void had definitely created a precedent. The 9 Heavens array was far beyond the level of a second-class force, and it was not inferior to the protective arrays of those blessed grotto heavens. When Yang Kai left the void, the 9 Heavens array was already more than half completed. When he returned this time, the array was almost finished, and only some key array cores were not set up. According to Great Master Wuliang's estimation, the 9 Heavens array would be completely completed in 2 months at most. At that time, it would be time for the array to truly operate. Yang Kai was looking forward to it. Slowly opening his eyes, Yang Kai let out a long breath before looking back. The 600,000 people he had brought from the star boundary were now pouring out of the mysterious small world's entrance. Although there were many of them, they were all moving in an orderly manner. Anyone would be surprised to suddenly arrive in a new world. Even the great emperors were looking around. Mo Huang asked, "Kid, is this the void land you were talking about?" Yang Kai nodded. "This place is indeed the void." Duan Hongchun sensed it carefully and said, "It is indeed somewhat different from the astral plane. If I cultivate here, it is indeed possible to reach a higher level." The cultivation of the great emperors in the star boundary had already reached the limit of what the universal world could give them, and no matter how much they cultivated, they would not be able to raise it in the slightest. But here, the faintly discernible shackles had suddenly disappeared, making them feel as if the world had opened up to them. Even their state of mind had become broader. This was also the reason why many great emperors in the universal world chose to jump out of the universe after reaching the limit of their cultivation, breaking free from the shackles of the universe. However, the star boundary was located in a remote area, and before the great demon god, they had never come into contact with the heaven-opening realm, so they naturally knew nothing about it. Xianxia smiled. Cultivation above the emperor realm requires a lot of resources. Don't worry, it won't be too late to cultivate after familiarizing yourself with it for a while. While they were talking, Yuhi, who had been quietly watching from the side, took a step forward and bowed. Yuhi greets the old master. If you have any questions about your cultivation in the future, please feel free to ask this mistress. This mistress will definitely tell you everything she knows. The great emperors all turned to look at her. She had been standing next to Xianxia all this time, and her aura was not obvious, so the great emperors did not pay much attention to her at first. But now that they heard her say this, they could not help but release their divine senses to investigate. Everyone's divine senses were like a clay ox entering the sea, and there was no response at all, causing their expressions to become strange. Zhan Wuhen quietly tugged at Xianxia's clothes and whispered, "What is this young lady's cultivation?" Xianxia made a 6 with his hand. Hua Ying asked, "How is she compared to the great demon god?" "How should I put it?" Xianxia scratched his face, not knowing how to explain. The great emperors had just arrived in the universe world, so their understanding of the heaven-opening realm was still relatively vague, so they could not explain it in detail. After thinking for a moment, he said, "She can probably crush the great demon god with a single finger." When the great demon god had wreaked havoc in the chaotic star boundary, he had at most displayed the strength of a low-rank heaven opening. Now that Yuhi had reached the 6th stage, it would not take her much effort to kill a low-rank heaven-opening cultivator. Hua Ying stared at him, her beautiful eyes filled with horror. At the end of the war of the two realms, they had almost used all their strength, but they had almost been completely wiped out. The great demon god's strength was still fresh in her memory, but even someone as strong as the great demon god could not resist the power of a single finger of this woman. The great emperors looked solemn and cupped their hands together. Zhan Wuhen said, "Young lady is too polite. In the future, we will have to trouble you, so thank you in advance." Yuhi smiled and said, "Old master is too polite. I am young master's maidservant, so it is my duty to share young master's worries." Hearing her call herself a maidservant, Zhan Wuhen did not know what to say, so he just looked at Xianxia meaningfully, put his hands behind his back, and looked around. The eyes of Yu Meng and the others were also like leeches as they stared at Xianxia, scrutinizing him. Xianxia's forehead was covered in sweat as he chuckled and said, "Yuhi, these are my wives." Yuhi curtsied and said, "This servant greets the young madams." Yu Meng and the others had strange expressions. This was the first time they had heard the title of young madam, so they were not used to it. However, Yu Meng was not an ordinary person. As the succubus demon saint, she was once one of the strongest masters in the demon territory. Even in front of Yuhi, a 6th grade heaven splitter, she did not show the slightest restraint. Of course, the most important thing was that she had killed the so-called heaven splitter in the demon territory before. Pulling Yuhi's little hand, she smiled and said, "Such a beautiful girl. How could this dead bastard have the heart to make you his maidservant? Did he bully you? Tell me, and I will help you take care of him." Saying so, she glared at Xianxia as if to show him off. Xianxia's eyes focused on his nose focused on his heart, cold sweat dripping down his spine. Yuhi shook her head and said softly, "No, I volunteer to follow the young master and serve him. Is that so?" Yu Meng smiled sweetly. "If he bullies you, you must tell me. This scoundrel is very good at dealing with women. Look at us, we were all fooled by him. Now that we have boarded a pirate ship, We can't even think about getting off. Yui said, the young master is a bit strict, but he is a very good person. Yu Rumeng suddenly said, little sister's hands are really smooth and tender. Yui seemed a little shy. Young madam's skin is also very good. I was too busy talking and forgot to introduce you. Yu Rumeng said as she pulled Yuhi to introduce Su Yin and the others to her. Yui greeted them one by one. Seeing Su Yin and the others, some were enchanting, some were cold as ice, some were sweet and charming, some were innocent and naive, some were heroic and valiant, all with different temperaments. Yuhi was secretly speechless. It was the first time she realized that her young master was actually such a sentimental person, so she couldn't help turning her head to look at him. She saw Yang Kai standing there with a dignified face, whispering something to the great emperors. Listening carefully, Yang Kai said, "This is your first time here. Do you want me to show you around? It is also good for you to familiarize yourself with the environment." Zhang Wuhen waved his hand. "No need, you do your own thing. We will walk around by ourselves." Saying so, he took a step and flashed out. And Mo Huang said, "I will also take a look." He took large strides and walked in another direction. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Duan Hongchun. The great emperors of the secular world chased after Zhang Wuhen and shouted, "Old Ghost Zhang, wait for me." Shwa shwa shwa. One by one, the great emperors scattered. Before Huang left, he glared at Yang Kai and gloated, "Serves you right." At this moment, someone suddenly rushed in front of Yang Kai and said excitedly, "Adoptive father, are we in the Void Land?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up and grabbed Yang Xiao. He nodded and said, "Yes, Xiao. This is the Void Land. You will cultivate here in the future. Let me tell you, the Void Land has the yin-yang 5 elements and the 7 lands. It corresponds to the 7 powers of the yin-yang 5 elements. It is very strange. Do you want me to take you around?" Yang Xiao waved his hand and said, "No need. You do what you need to do. I will go with little auntie and big auntie." Saying so, he broke free from Yang Kai's hand and called for Yang Shui and Lu Yan. They turned into light and disappeared. Xianxia chased after them and said, "Young master, wait for me." Yang Kai was about to vomit blood. While he was speechless, he glanced at someone and immediately shouted excitedly, "Second Chief Steward." Among the crowd, Bian Yuqing, who had just walked out of the small sealed world, didn't even have time to look around before he immediately came over and cupped his fists. "What is Palace Master's order? Is everyone out?" Yang Kai asked solemnly with his hands behind his back. Bian Yuqing looked at him strangely. The small sealed world was Yang Kai's artifact. He could see how many people were inside with just a thought, so why ask him? However, he still answered honestly, "Everyone is out, Palace Master. This subordinate is the last one." Good job. You're the second chief steward in Towering Palace. All these years when I wasn't around, you and the first chief steward worked together to handle all the big and small matters in the palace. Now that I've come to the Void and the first chief steward didn't come along, I can only rely on you. Bian Yuqing said solemnly, "This subordinate will do his best, Palace Master. Let me introduce you to someone." Yang Kai turned his head and shouted to the side, "Yuhi, come here." Yuhi, Yu Rumeng, and the others were talking. Hearing this, she excused herself and walked over. When she came closer, she showed a relieved expression and looked at Yang Kai gratefully. "What is young master's order?" Chapter 4196. Yang Kai introduced Bian Yuqing to them, and the two women met before. "In the future, you two can discuss the matters of the Void Land. You don't have to ask me," Yang Kai said. "Yes." The two women responded respectfully. Yang Kai was used to being in charge, and his temperament was also free and undisciplined. It was fine for him to open up new territories and fight in all directions, but it was a bit difficult for him to stay in one place and manage development. This was also the reason why he insisted on bringing Hua Qingxi and Bian Yuqing. However, Hua Qingxi did not come along and stayed at the High Heaven Palace, so he could only let Bian Yuqing do more work. After all, the 600,000 people brought this time were all from the astral boundary, and Bian Yuqing knew them well, so it was convenient for her to make arrangements. However, The Void Land was outside of Qianquan, and Bian Yuqing did not know much about things outside of Qianquan. Working together with you, he could make up for their shortcomings. With the two of them taking care of the Void Land, Yang Kai naturally did not have to worry too much. The 600,000 people, except for the great emperors, Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, and the others who went to investigate, all stood quietly in place, arranged in one square formation after another. Although they looked around in surprise, they did not make the slightest noise, like a well-trained army. With so many people suddenly coming to the Void Land, the first thing to be arranged was naturally a place to live. Fortunately, the Void Land was not small, and there were 7 spirit provinces, so it was not a problem to arrange these people. Yu He and Bian Yuqing immediately got together and discussed this matter. Soon, the 600,000 people were divided into 7 groups, led by some people, and distributed to the 7 spirit provinces. These people originally belonged to Yu He's Tsuewei Palace. After the Tsuewei Palace was destroyed by the Lady Boss, these people followed Yu He to the Void Land. It could be said that they were the first residents of the Void Land, and now they were all disciples of the Void Land. They came earlier, so they naturally knew more about the Void Land. Among other things, it was not a problem for them to lead the way. While they were busy here, Yang Kai suddenly heard a cry from the depths of the Earth Spirit Land, followed by a roar. Immediately, the earth shook, and the spirit energy of heaven and earth became chaotic, as if someone was fighting in the depths of the Earth Spirit Land. Yang Kai was shocked, and he noticed a fleeting aura. He quickly turned his head and looked in that direction, and whispered, "Oh no." As soon as he finished speaking, his body moved. As Bian Yuqing flew forward, she asked, "Lady Yueha, do we still have any enemies left in the Void Land?" Yui shook her head and said, "It's not a great enemy. It's just that this person's existence is somewhat special. I can't explain it clearly for the time being. You'll naturally understand when you meet him later." Bian Yuqing gently nodded. After a short while, the group arrived at the center of the Earth Spirit Land, where the central hall was located. Over there, a fierce monster was lying on the ground, his body filled with the aura of a divine spirit. Who else could it be but Xianxia? However, even though old Xiong had revealed his true body at this moment, he was bound to the ground, unable to move. The thing that bound him was actually a string of sparkling white filaments. The more old Xiong struggled, the tighter the filaments became. In just a moment, his body was covered in blood. On the other side, Lu Yin had transformed into her fire phoenix form and was soaring in the air, but her mouth was also wrapped in filaments, making her unable to make the slightest sound. Outside the hall, a beautiful woman with an enchanting figure was standing there with cold eyes, carrying Yang Xiao in one hand and Yang Shui in the other. She did not have the slightest aura, but Yang Xiao, the little bastard who was not afraid of anything, was shivering at this moment. His face was pale, and he did not even have the courage to resist. Yang Shui pursed her red lips. Her face was also pale. Yang Kai's eyes twitched. This woman was Zhu Jiuyin, who had been in seclusion to heal her injuries. Since seizing this Void Land, she had been in seclusion to heal her injuries and had never shown her face outside. In the entire Void Land, other than the group of people who followed Yang Kai out of the great cosmological realm, no one else knew of Zhu Jiuyin's existence. Calculating the time, it had been about a year since they came out of the great cosmological realm. Even if Zhu Jiuyin's injuries had not fully healed, she should have recovered a lot. He did not know how Yang Xiao and the others had provoked her, but they were actually dealt with like this by her. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. Swish, 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 figures flew over. They were the great emperors who had sensed the commotion here and rushed over to investigate. When they saw Xianxia, Lu Yin, Yang Xiao, and Yang Shui in such a state, they were all shocked. One had to know that the combat strength of these 4 was not to be underestimated, especially Xianxia. As the mount of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, he had lived for tens of thousands of years, and his strength was not much inferior to the great emperors. However, it had not been long since they heard the commotion, and these 4 people were all wiped out. On the other hand, this woman had a calm look. She was definitely in the heaven-opening realm. They could not afford to offend her. They could not afford to offend her. The next to appear was Great Dragon Race Elder Fuxia. Fuxia took a look and saw his son being held in the hand of a woman. He was immediately enraged and shouted, "Who are you? Quickly put down Xiao." Dragon Race? Zhu Jiuyin tilted her head and looked at the 2 great elders of the dragon race. She did not put them in her eyes and looked at Yang Kai with interest. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a strange light. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Senior, I wonder how this unfilial son and my sister offended Senior. Please show mercy." Zhu Jiuyin snorted coldly. If this palace did not show mercy, do you think they would still be alive? When this palace was healing, they suddenly barged in. If it was in the past, they would have already been killed. Yang Kai was speechless and glared fiercely at Yang Xiao. He knew that this stinking brat did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and had accidentally offended Zhu Jiuyin. "Thank you, Senior, but they are new here and do not know Senior's name. I will discipline them properly later." Zhu Jiuyin's eyes flashed, and she threw Yang Xiao and Yang Shui on the ground. Yang Kai heaved a sigh of relief. Although Zhu Jiuyin had sworn on her own origin to be his Dao protector and would not do anything to harm him, it was only directed at him and had nothing to do with the people around him. If Zhu Jiuyin did not let go of this matter, Yang Kai would have a headache for a while. With a whoosh, his vision blurred, and Yang Kai suddenly realized that Zhu Jiuyin had already arrived in front of him and was almost touching his face. He couldn't help but be shocked and quickly took 2 steps back. He frowned and said, "Senior, what can I do for you?" "Move aside." Zhu Jiuyin pushed him to the side and looked at the person behind Yang Kai excitedly. As their 4 eyes met, Xianxia Luo stared at the woman in front of her with a strange expression. She didn't know why, but in her heart, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if the woman in front of her was a long-lost relative. "What's her name?" Zhu Jiuyin asked with a smile. "Xianxia Luo." Zhu Jiuyin nodded and raised his hand to grab Xianxia Luo's hand. Under everyone's gaze, he put one of her fingers into his mouth and bit it lightly. Xianxia Luo frowned and could clearly feel that her hand was bitten. Zhu Jiuyin sucked a drop of blood and tasted it. He spat it out and said with a look of disdain, "Why is the blood vein so thin?" "Senior, you..." Xianxia Luo seemed to have understood something as her beautiful eyes lit up. She was shocked and happy at the same time. Zhu Jiuyin grabbed her hand without any explanation and walked towards the main hall behind him. "Follow me." Xianxia Luo followed suit and looked at Yang Kai with anticipation and uneasiness. Yang Kai opened his mouth and did not know what to say. Zhu Jiuyin suddenly stopped and turned to look at him. "This little girl belongs to me in the future. You don't have any objections, right?" "I don't dare," Yang Kai hurriedly said. "At least you know your place." Zhu Jiuyin coldly snorted and continued forward. Yang Kai hurriedly gave Xianxia Luo a look that told her not to worry. With a bang, the main hall's door closed and blocked everyone's line of sight. Everyone looked at Yang Kai. Zhang Wuhen frowned and asked, "Who is this girl?" Su Yin was also a little worried. "Husband, Luo was taken away by her. Is it okay?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. "It's okay. This is a good thing for Luo." Zhu Jiuyin's original form was a heavenly moon demon spider, and Yang Kai had learned about the heavenly moon demon spider from Xianxia Luo a long time ago. There was no other reason. Xianxia Luo also had the origin power of the heavenly moon demon spider. Just now, Zhu Jiuyin ignored everyone and was only interested in Xianxia Luo, indicating that he had also noticed Xianxia Luo's bloodline. Now that he had taken Xianxia Luo away and personally taught her, Xianxia Luo's future cultivation would probably have a unique advantage compared to anyone else. Yang Kai cooperated with Zhu Jiuyin in the great cosmological realm. Firstly, he was forced to do so, and secondly, he wanted to pave the way for Xianxia Luo. Otherwise, if he really wanted to cooperate with Jinwu, he would have had a chance. It was really rare to meet someone of the same origin. Although the 3,000 realms were big, there were probably not many heavenly moon demon spiders. If he missed Zhu Juyin, he would have to wait for God knows how long to find another heavenly moon demon spider. After informing everyone of Zhu Jiuyin's identity, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui felt a lingering fear. They never thought that they would inadvertently provoke such a terrifying existence. Fu Si also had a lingering fear in his heart. If such an expert really wanted to kill Yang Xiao, with so many people present, it was likely that no one could stop him. However, apart from the lingering fear, they were also a little excited. This was because they saw the terrifying growth of the heavenly moon demon spider. They were the dragon race, and among all the heavenly moon demon spiders, the dragon race would always be the strongest. If the heavenly moon demon spider could have such terrifying strength, then what would happen when the dragon race completely matured? It was just that they didn't know how to continue to improve their bloodline power in the past. For countless years, their strength didn't improve, but now that they were outside of this universe, maybe the situation could be improved. Whether it was the dragon race or Xianxia and Lu Yin, they seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope in the darkness. As long as they continued to follow this glimmer of light, there would be a day when they would be able to get rid of the darkness around them and see the true light. Chapter 4197. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In 3 months' time, the 600,000 people from the astral boundary had gradually familiarized themselves with the Void Land. Under Yu, He, and Bian Yuqing's arrangements, these 600,000 people were scattered throughout the Void Land, each performing their own duties. Under Bian Yuqing's suggestion, the Void Land had now set up several halls, namely the Alchemy Hall, Artifact Hall, Array Hall, Scripture Hall, Martial Hall, Holy Spirit Hall, and so on. Among them, the Alchemy Hall was headed by the wondrous pill Great Emperors. He entered the Tao through alchemy and condensed his own Tao seal. His attainments in alchemy had long reached the limits of the astral boundary, and his alchemy skills had reached perfection. If the Void Land wanted to develop, it was impossible to just sit around and eat. Most of the resources that Yang Kai obtained from the great cosmological realm were spent on the Nine Heavens formation. Even if there was some surplus now, it wasn't much. Adding the resources obtained from the 7 possibilities lands, hidden treasury, and the compensation from the flying flower boat, it was unlikely that they would be able to last long. The cultivation of the various great emperors had already reached the limits and urgently needed to improve. Which one of them didn't want resources of Tier 5 and above? Any Tier 5 resource was calculated in the millions of heaven-opening pills, and this was only Tier 5. Perhaps the great emperors didn't just need Tier 5 resources, but Tier 6 or even higher. If that was really the case, the expenditure would be even more terrifying. This required the Void Land to have means to generate income. When the Void Land was just established, it had no connections and no connections. So how could it have any means to generate income? Fortunately, the 7 possibilities land had left behind a decent foundation, and the 7 orchards were the Void Land's greatest wealth now. The 7 types of spirit fruits were one of the main ingredients for refining the heaven-opening pill. If they could obtain the pill formula for the heaven-opening pill, with the wondrous pill Great Emperor's Foundation in Alchemy, refining the heaven-opening pill would definitely not be a problem. As long as they could continuously refine the heaven-opening pill, then the disciples wouldn't be so poor in their cultivation in the future. Hence, the development of the Alchemy Hall was of utmost importance to the current Void Land. It was also an opportunity for the Void Land to rise. As for the Artifact Hall, Hoyu was the Hall Master. Although her cultivation wasn't very high, only at the Second-Order Emperor realm, her artifact refining skills were second to none in the entire Void. Back in the Star Boundary, Grandmaster Ho's name was well known throughout the 4 territories. Many cultivators were proud to own an artifact personally refined by her. If it weren't for the Southern Gate Army's recommendation, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to recruit her. Previously, in the Star Boundary, Hoyu had refined many exquisite artifacts for the High Heaven Palace, which had played a great role in the War of the Two Worlds. The Hall Master of the Hall of Arrays was naturally the Southern Gate Army. Over the past few days, the Southern Gate Army didn't have any time to rest. Ever since they arrived at the void, they had been following behind Great Master Wu Liang. He was proficient in arrays and was obsessed with arrays. The Qiankuan world of the star boundary had bound his hands and feet. After arriving at the void and witnessing the mysteries of the nine heavens array, he was instantly unable to extricate himself. He had an extremely high foundation and comprehension in the Tao of arrays. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. For the past 3 months, he had been acting as Great Master Wu Liang's assistant. He regarded himself as a disciple and was cautious and conscientious, even forgetting to eat and sleep. Great Master Wu Liang originally looked down on these array masters who jumped up from the Qiankuan world. However, after interacting with the Southern Gate Army for some time, he was surprised to find that this person had an extraordinary sense of smell and comprehension in the Tao of arrays. The Southern Gate Army's attainments in the Tao of arrays were indeed inferior to his, but that was because the environment in which they grew up was different. If he was placed in a place like the Star Boundary, Great Master Wu Liang admitted that he might not be able to achieve what the Southern Gate Army had. He was grateful to Xianxia for providing him with the Nine Heavens array and fulfilling his lifelong wish. Great Master Wu Liang didn't hide anything and intended to help the Southern Gate Army. One was willing to learn, and the other was willing to teach. Over the past 3 months, the Southern Gate Army had used the Nine Heavens array as a foundation and frantically absorbed the mysteries of the Tao of arrays outside the Qiankuan world. Their growth was tremendous. The Scripture Hall was a place where many ancient records of secret techniques were stored. Whether it was in the Star Boundary or outside the Qiankuan world, Xianxia had killed many people. In particular, he had obtained many spoils of war in the great cosmological realm, which naturally included many secret techniques and cultivation methods. These things were useless to Xianxia, but he had kept them all. Now, they were placed in the Scripture Hall for the disciples to borrow and cultivate. Xianxia handed the position of Hall Master of the Martial Hall to Lu Shui. After all, she was a 5th-grade Heaven Splitter and had the qualifications to do so. In this regard, the great emperors had nothing to say. However, most of the 600,000 people who came from the Star Boundary had relatively shallow foundations. They were based on understanding the general knowledge of the martial Tao outside the Qiankuan world. The great emperors and pseudo-emperors would also occasionally open their halls to teach their disciples the things they should pay attention to and the tricks they should take note of during cultivation. In the Star Boundary, it was basically impossible to listen to the teachings of a great emperor. No great emperor had so much free time to do such things. At most, they would accept a few disciples and teach them carefully. However, outside the Qiankuan world, the great emperors also put down their pride and made some contributions to the development of the void. How precious was the cultivation experience of the great emperors! It was exactly what the 600,000 people needed. Therefore, every time the great emperors opened their halls to teach, it would be overcrowded. In 3 months, it was unknown how many cultivators had broken through their shackles and their strength had been greatly improved. As for the Holy Spirit Hall, it was a very special hall. It couldn't be helped. The number of Holy Spirits brought from the Star Boundary this time was really high. Not to mention the dozen or so pure-blooded dragon race on Dragon Island. There were also hundreds of dragon race descendants with dragon bloodlines. There were also Luan Feng, Fan Hua, Canggu, and many other Monster King from the wild ancient land. These Monster Kings originally had Holy Spirit bloodlines. It was just a matter of quantity. After Zhang Ruo, she came out of seclusion, the blood door had been opened. Over the years, many monster clans had entered the blood door and obtained the origins left behind by their ancestors. Taking Fei, for example. He obtained Ying Qi's origin in the blood door and was now a member of the Holy Spirits. Almost half of the 32 Monster Kings had become Holy Spirits. There were also the Stone Mongoose clan, Xiao, the Wood Spirit clan, Lu Yin, Xianxia, and Jiufeng under Imo Huang. The martial beast of Spirit Beast Island, it was rare to see so many holy spirits gathered together in one place, even in the 3,000 worlds. Holy spirits were extremely arrogant existences. Such existences had always been solitary. Only a special environment like the void could allow them to get along harmoniously. The cultivation of holy spirits was mainly to improve their bloodline power and develop their origins. It was different from the cultivation of ordinary cultivator. In this regard, no one could help except for them. However, if these holy spirits could grow up, the 36 paradise and 72 blessed lands would not be able to challenge the void. Many halls had their own duties. Although there were some flaws, the void had just been built after all. All kinds of deployments had yet to be perfected. Many disciples could also join different halls to cultivate according to their interests and strengths. In addition to these many halls, the void was now divided into inner and outer halls. The outer hall was the cultivator under the Emperor realm. There were many of them, accounting for almost 90% of all the disciples. The inner hall was above the Emperor realm. Currently, there were only a little over 1,000 people. These people not only included those from the Emperor realm who came from the Star realm, but also those who originally belonged to the Jade Star Palace. Once someone advanced to the heaven-opening realm, they would automatically leave the inner hall and be promoted to deacon. However, there were only a few heaven-opening realm cultivators in the void now. They could only look forward to future developments. In 3 months, the void had already taken an initial outline and embryonic form. Everything was on the right track. At this moment, Xianxia was standing in the air above the void. He held the void formation jade ring in his hand, and sensed the mysteries of the 9 heavens formation. Master Wuxia stood beside him. Compared to the first time they met, this formation Dao Grandmaster had lost quite a bit of weight. However, his expression was extremely excited as he explained the many mysteries of the 9 heavens formation to Xianxia. True monarch, I'm sure you have some understanding of this 9 heavens formation. It is divided into 9 layers, and it combines many functions into one. It is indescribably wondrous. Grandmaster Wuxia's eyes were bloodshot, but he was in high spirits and full of vigor. He pointed at the void and said, "The first 3 layers of the Grand Formation are the foundation of the Grand Formation. When operating, it can draw upon the power of the stars from beyond the heavens and pour it into the Grand Formation, maintaining the Grand Formation's continuous operation. Excess energy will also be stored for emergencies. Not only that, but the first 3 layers can also repair themselves. As long as they aren't damaged too severely, they can repair many of the holes on their own." Xianxia communicated with the Jade Ring with his mind and sensed the first 3 layers of the formation. He discovered that Master Wuxia was not exaggerating, so he nodded slightly. Master Wuxia had already introduced these functions to Xianxia long before he had set up the 9 heavens formation. Master Wuxia continued, "The 3 middle layers are protective formations. The first is concealment. If true monarch is willing, you can activate the formation and completely conceal the void. From the outside, you won't be able to see what's inside. Of course, if true monarch wants to lure the enemy in, you can do so as well. Not only can this concealment formation hide the void, it can also create a disguise to mislead the enemy. The second is hallucination. Those who enter this array will have all kinds of hallucinations and will not be able to distinguish between north and south. Of course, if true monarch has a suitable secret treasure to fill the array core, it can increase the power of this array. This old man has already reserved the position of the array core. When the time comes, true monarch can make the decision yourself. The third is defense. I've already placed the heavenly Luo umbrella that true sovereign brought back in the center of the formation. I don't know who made the heavenly Luo umbrella, but it's of an extremely high grade and powerful. With it as the center of the formation, this old man doesn't dare to say that the void is impregnable. But if we want to break through, we'll need at least 10 middle ranks to work together for 3 days and 3 nights. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said happily, "Many thanks, Grandmaster." Master Wuxia waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me. This old man should be the one thanking you. This 9 heavens formation costs a lot of resources. This old man had already thought of it several hundred years ago, but was unable to set it up. Today, with your support, this old man's wish has been fulfilled." Chapter 4198. Suddenly changing the topic, Grandmaster Wuliang said, "Let me tell you about the last 3 spirit arrays. These 3 spirit arrays are offensive spirit arrays. The first 3 spirit arrays absorb the power of the stars, and most of it is stored in these 3 spirit arrays. These 3 spirit arrays have 3 transformations, each more powerful than the last. If one falls into this spirit array, even a high-rank heaven splitter won't be able to escape. This old master has already placed suitable artifacts in the array cores of the first 2 spirit arrays. The heaven-punishing sword that true monarch gave me before is placed in the penultimate spirit array. Using the power of this spirit array to stimulate the heaven-punishing sword, it will be difficult for an ordinary heaven splitter to block its power. As for the last spirit array, according to true monarch's instructions, the array core has also been reserved. Although I don't know what arrangements True Monarch has made, True Monarch must remember that this last spirit array is based on the person. It is best not to use it rashly before your strength is insufficient, otherwise there will be a risk of backlash." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. "I will remember. Many thanks, Grandmaster." Grandmaster Wu Liang let out a long breath and lowered his head to stare at the void. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the layers of arrangements and take in the entire 9 heavens spirit array, a gratified look appearing in the depths of his eyes. "Grandmaster, this is the reward we agreed on before. Please accept it." Yang Kai took out a space ring and handed it over. Since he had asked Grandmaster Wu Liang to arrange this spirit array, he naturally couldn't ask him to do it for free. As for the reward, they had already agreed on it beforehand. Now that the 9 heavens spirit array had been completed, he naturally had to pay. Grandmaster Wu Liang sighed and silently accepted the space ring before saying in disappointment and frustration, "I'm afraid this spirit array is the pinnacle this old master can achieve in this lifetime. There will be no chance for me to surpass it in the future. I hope True Monarch can treat this spirit array well." For an array Dao Grandmaster like him, the 9 heaven spirit array he had painstakingly arranged for so long was not only the crystallization and result of his lifetime of cultivation, but also the child he had given birth to, so he was naturally reluctant to part with it. Yang Kai's heart stirred and he smiled. "If Grandmaster is not reassured, you might as well stay in the void. I believe that this spirit array will operate for a long time with your personal care." Great Master Wu Liang shook his head and said, "Don't try to rope this old man in, True Monarch. This old man is used to living a carefree life and can't stand being restrained. If this old man really wanted to join some force, he would have done so long ago. He wouldn't have waited until today." Although Yang Kai knew that this was somewhat impossible, he was still somewhat disappointed when Grandmaster Wu Liang actually refused. If such a formation Dao Master could stay in the Void Land, it would be of great help to the future development of the Void Land. However, since the other party was unwilling, Yang Kai could not force it. However, True Sovereign, please rest assured. Since this 9 heavens grand formation is set up in the void, this old man will naturally keep his mouth shut about the various mysteries within it. If even half a word is leaked, this old man's Dao seal will collapse, the universe will shatter, and I will die on the spot. He was swearing an oath on his own Dao seal. Yang Kai said solemnly, "You're too serious, Grandmaster. Since the lady boss invited you to set up the spirit array, I naturally trust you." Great Master Wu Liang smiled. "That Southgate Great Army under your command has extremely high attainments and comprehension in the Dao formations. Although he is still somewhat lacking now, there is hope for his growth in the future. This old man can rest assured that the 9 heavens grand formation will be handed over to him in the future." At this point, Great Master Wu Liang cupped his fists and said, "True Sovereign, this old man will take his leave now. If fate wills it, we will meet again in the future." Yang Kai was shocked. "Grandmaster, you're leaving now?" Great Master Wu Liang smiled. "Thanks to True Monarch for allowing this old man to display his talents in the Void Land. During these days of setting up the spirit array, this old man has received many inspirations and gained many insights. The bottleneck that has troubled this old man for many years has loosened. I'm afraid that this old man is not far from advancing. This old man needs to go back and cultivate in seclusion. Oh, Xianxia was surprised, but he still smiled and cupped his fists. Then I must congratulate Grandmaster. Xianxia still hadn't figured out what rank this great Master Wu Liang was at opening the heavens. After all, they had very few chances to interact with each other. However, judging from his aura, he should be at least at the 4th stage, and above that would be the 5th stage. For an array Dao Grandmaster, this kind of cultivation was already not weak. Since the other party wanted to go back and cultivate in seclusion, Xianxia naturally wouldn't stay any longer. He politely escorted him out of the Void Land until Great Master Wu Liang's secret treasure disappeared from sight. Only then did he turn around and return to the Void Land. Yuhi came up to him from the front, and after meeting with Xianxia, she glanced behind him suspiciously. Has Great Master Wu Liang left? Xianxia nodded. Grandmaster has comprehended the opportunity to advance and is in a hurry to go back and cultivate in seclusion. Yuhi suddenly understood, but then she said with a frown, Young Master, we don't have many resources left. Xianxia asked curiously, didn't we still have some left? Although setting up the 9 Heavens Great Array cost a lot of resources, and they even gave Great Master Wu Liang a huge reward in the end, he remembered that there should still be some left. Yuhi said, all the old master have already started cultivating in seclusion. They all need 6th-stage resources, and some of the other peak cultivators from the Emperor Realm have taken away a lot of 5th-stage resources. Although they can still hold on for a while, once more people condense their Dao seals, the demand for resources will only increase. Yuhi was in charge of the entire Voidland's finances. Xianxia had also told her before that he would provide an unlimited amount of resources to the cultivator from the star boundary. Those below the 3rd stage Emperor Realm were still manageable, as she didn't need to worry about their cultivation. However, the great emperors had all condensed their Dao seals long ago. They had been at the level of great emperors for tens of thousands of years, and their foundations were solid and strong. After familiarizing themselves with the environment for a while, they all began cultivating in seclusion after settling down. Iron Blood, Red Dust, Beast Warrior, Serene Soul, Heaven's Revelations, Wondrous Pill, Flower Shadow, and Ice Feather. The 8 great emperors consumed 8 sets of 6th-stage resources in one go, and this was only the beginning. The demand would only increase in the future. Yuhi was a little puzzled. She couldn't understand how these people could have such a strong foundation and aptitude, and why they all chose 6th-stage resources one after another. She had also seen many great emperors from other Qiankuan worlds, but those great emperors varied in aptitude. Generally speaking, a great emperor from a Qiankuan world could at least withstand the impact of 4th-stage power, and could at least achieve 4th-stage heaven opening in the future. However, they were not as exaggerated as the great emperors from the star boundary. The reason was none other than their solid foundation and stable Dao seals, which allowed them to withstand stronger impacts. The great emperors have been accumulating at the level of great emperors for too long, a flowing time, great emperor. The great emperors from other Qiankuan worlds generally began to condense the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements in a very short time, so they didn't have much time to accumulate and consolidate. Naturally, their Dao seals were not as good as those of Zhan Wuhen and the others. In addition to these 8 great emperors, people like Tian Yin, Sheng Yuzhu, Li Wu Yi, Yang Yin, and the others had all condensed their own Dao seals in these few months and began their own cultivation. Further down, people like Wan Zishan, Li Jiao, and the others were still in the process of condensing their Dao seals. There were also the 30 people that Xianxia brought out from the great cosmological realm, such as Lang Qingshan, Scabby Head, and the others, who had been consuming resources of different grades. Now, in the entire Voidland, the most that was left were heaven-opening pills, which amounted to 700 to 800 million. Because there weren't many heaven-opening realm cultivators in the Voidland, the consumption of heaven-opening pills was the least. Apart from that, because of the cost of purchasing materials for setting up the Great Formation, there wasn't much consumption. 7 to 800 million heaven-opening pills seem to be a lot, but how many cultivation resources could they be exchanged for? A set of level 6 resources would cost at least 15 million heaven-opening pills, and 100 million could only buy 6 sets at most. This still depended on the right opportunity. After all, level 6 resources weren't cabbages that could be found everywhere. In the long run, the finances of the Voidland were a big problem, so it was no wonder that Yuhi was so worried. What about the calabash vines? Didn't I ask you to collect the power of those small calabashes? Xianxia asked. Yuhi said, "We've already started, but although those small calabashes can produce level 5 power, the number of times they can be collected is limited. We can only collect them once a month at most." The calabash vines could be said to be one of the biggest gains that Xianxia had obtained in the great cosmological realm. Among the 3 sacred medicines, the calabash vines were the most valuable. Compared to Pu Baixiong's healing ability and the small mushroom's hallucination effect, the calabash vines could not only allow Xianxia to display a terrifying level 5 attack at a critical moment, but also become one of the foundations of the Voidland. There were 7 small calabashes on the calabash vines, which corresponded to the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Usually, they were hidden in the calabashes and their power was not obvious, but they could erupt at critical moments. Since they could erupt, they could be collected. After returning this time, Xianxia immediately planted the calabash vines in the Voidland. Whenever those small calabashes accumulated enough energy, he let Yuhi pick them out. Once collected, it could supply a cultivator with the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements needed for cultivation. And it was level 5 power. It could be imagined that in the future, there would be countless cultivators in the Voidland who would benefit from the existence of the calabash vines. If the disciples needed level 5 resources, they could be completely self-sufficient. Under the circumstances that the Voidland was still unable to refine the heaven-opening pill, the calabash vines had become the foundation of the Voidland and could alleviate the financial crisis to a certain extent. The price was that Xianxia had to give up a trump card. In the long run, this was undoubtedly worth it. But young master, those small calabashes are beginning to be unhappy and have been clamoring to move or something. Yuhi mentioned the calabash vines helplessly. Don't worry about them. Let Shen Tianfei watch over them carefully. If there are any mistakes, hold them accountable. Yes. Xianxia rubbed his forehead and sighed. But we still have to solve the problem of the heaven-opening pill formula. The Voidland now had a large number of alchemy materials and many alchemists, but they did not have a heaven-opening pill formula, so the situation was quite awkward. Originally, 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch definitely had a pill formula, but after 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch was killed by Zhao Baichuan and Yu Xiushan, his space ring was taken away by Yu Xiushan. Even if there was a pill formula, it fell into Yu Xiushan's hands. Yuhi said, "There are many pill formulas for the heaven-opening pill in the 3,000 great worlds, and each one is slightly different, but very few of them are circulated. Young master, perhaps you could go to Star City and take a look. Perhaps you can gain something." Chapter 4199. There might not be any in the Star Market. Xianxia shook his head slowly. He had stayed in the Star Market for a while and had interacted with many shopkeepers, but he had never heard of anyone selling the pill formula of the Kaitian pill. This undoubtedly meant that even in the Star Market, the pill formula of the Kaitian pill was a rare item. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up. "I know who to look for." Yui smiled and said, "Sister Lan?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Lady Boss definitely has the pill formula." Moreover, Xianxia had originally planned to wait until the 9 Heavens array was completed before he went to find the Lady Boss. Without him, his current cultivation had fallen into an awkward situation. Without suitable resources from the Gold Row, even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. Lady Boss had stayed in the first inn for a long time, the Flowing Time Great Emperor, and had a lot of precious information. Perhaps he could find out where to find the item he needed from her. Now that the 9 Heavens formation was completed, and Zhu Juyin had recovered some of his strength, the Void had a strong ability to protect itself. Therefore, even if Xianxia left, there was nothing to worry about. Without wasting any time, 3 days after Great Master Wuliang left, Xianxia made some arrangements in the void and set off. This trip was different from the previous one. Previously, Xianxia only brought Lu Shui and Guizian, but this time he brought many people. The falling lotus flower that he had extorted from the flying flower boat was a large-scale, secret treasure. It required many people to work together to control it. Most of the cultivator who came from the star realm were cultivating. Xianxia simply brought Lang Qingshan and the rest who had followed him out of the great cosmological realm. Yu He and Guizian would also accompany him. With Yu He, a 6th grade Kai Tian, holding the fort, no one would dare to provoke him. In the void, Lu Shui, Chan Tianfei, and Bian Yuqing stood side by side and said respectfully, "Farewell, true lord." Lu Shui and Bian Yuqing were fine, but Xianxia didn't know why Chan Tianfei looked so bitter, as if he was an abandoned woman. Chen Tianfei had volunteered to stay by Xianxia's side when he decided to find the lady boss. However, considering that he needed to take care of the gourd vine, Xianxia did not agree. Chen Tianfei's fat face scrunched up like a bitter gourd. Ignoring the resentful eyes of this fellow, Xianxia nodded and plunged into the huge lotus flower. The others followed closely behind. A moment later, under Yu He's control, the huge lotus flower's petals slowly unfurled. As it rotated, it turned into a stream of light and flew out. A crack appeared in the formation with a rumble, and the lotus shot up into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Sigh. Staring at the void, Chen Tianfei sighed heavily. Last time, Guizian and Lu Shui had followed Xianxia on a trip and had both broken through. After that, he had asked the two of them to find out what kind of opportunity they had encountered. However, Guizian and Lu Shui both kept their mouths shut and did not tell him the details. They only said that it was Xianxia's kindness that allowed them to achieve what they had today. Chen Tianfei, a 4th grade Kai Tian, had been stuck for many years, but if he wanted to break through, he would need at least dozens or hundreds of years of bitter cultivation. If he could break through after going on a trip with Xianxia, how could he not seize this opportunity? Unfortunately, Xianxia did not agree. He could not help but sigh. Reluctantly withdrawing his gaze, Chen Tianfei turned to look at Bian Yuqing and said with a smile, "Second steward, now that perfected cultivator is not here, and Miss Yueha has left with him, I'll have to trouble you with everything in the void." Bian Yuqing said politely, "I'll need both of your help." Chen Tianfei said, "Of course. If second chief steward has any instructions, just let me know. I, Chen Tianfei, am loyal to True Lord. If it's within my power, I will not refuse." "Then I'll thank you in advance." Chen Tianfei said enthusiastically, "If second chief steward has any questions about cultivation, you can also come to me. I will not hide anything." Lu Shui looked at him warily and said lightly, "I will explain to second chief steward about cultivation." Saying so, she pulled Bian Yuqing's hand and walked towards the central hall. Chen Tianfei was speechless. He sighed heavily and could only walk towards the gourd vine. When he arrived, he saw that the gourd vine had disappeared, leaving only a huge hole in the ground. His face immediately turned pale. "My little ancestors, where did you go?" He searched in a panic. Fortunately, after the 9 heavens formation was set up, the formation was not opened. The entire void was a sealed space. Even if the gourd vine escaped, it could not escape from the void. The speed of the falling lotus was extremely fast. In just a day, they arrived at the Star City in the void territory. Every large territory had its own Star City. However, the scale of the Star City was directly related to the foundation of the large territory. In a large territory, there were many forces, so the Star City would naturally be lively. Otherwise, it would be bleak. The foundation of the void territory was not very strong. It was only a 2nd grade force in the 7 Opportunities land. Therefore, the Star City here was not very big, and the goods that came and went were not very rare. However, Xianxia's trip this time, other than asking the lady boss for the heaven-opening pills recipe and information, he also had plans to buy cultivation resources. He still had 700 to 800 million heaven-opening pills on hand. However, to the current void land, the heaven-opening pills were not urgently needed. What was urgently needed were cultivation resources of various grades. Therefore, it would be best if he could exchange the 700 to 800 million heaven-opening pills for cultivation resources of various grades. Since he had come to the Star City, he naturally could not let it go. It was also Xianxia's first time coming to the Star City in the Void Territory. The Falling Lotus stopped outside the Star City, leaving Wuxian to oversee it. He then led Yu He and Lang Qingshan into the Star City. After half a day, they walked out of the Star City. Within this half a day, Xianxia had spent a total of more than 100 million heaven-opening pills, all of which were used to purchase materials of the 3rd and 4th grade. In such a small Star City, there was no hope of finding 6th grade materials. This was because in the entire Void Territory, other than Xianxia's side, no one had the ability to consume such high-grade materials. As for 5th grade materials, Xianxia did not plan to buy them. The gourd vines in the Void Land were enough. They could be harvested once a month, and each harvest was enough to satisfy all the needs of a cultivator. After accumulating them over the years, it would be enough. Therefore, he only bought 3rd or 4th grade materials. A set of 4th grade materials only cost 150,000 heaven-opening pills, and 3rd grade materials only cost 15,000. More than 100 million heaven-opening pills. Almost all the 3rd and 4th grade materials in the Star City were swept clean. In all these years, when had the Star City in the Void Territory ever had such a large transaction? Every shop treated Xianxia as the god of wealth, respectfully welcoming and sending off his customers. Xianxia did not buy materials below 3rd grade. For the 600,000 people in the Star Boundary, they had a very good reason. They had the entire Void Land as their backing, so they could either reach the heaven-opening realm or reach the 3rd grade at the very least. The people Xianxia brought from the Star Boundary were all carefully selected elites, so reaching the 3rd grade of heaven-opening realm was not difficult. Of course, the prerequisite was that they could condense their own Tao seals. Countless venerable sovereigns cultivated painstakingly, but were unable to comprehend their own Tao, so naturally, they could not condense their own Tao seals, and their achievement stopped there. Of these 600,000 people, how many could reach the heaven-opening realm in the end? Maybe 10%, maybe not even 5%, but it was the foundation of the entire Void Land, so it was worth a large investment. A few days later, they arrived at a Star City in another large territory. This large territory was called Flying Smoke Territory on the universe map. This was the large territory where Flying Smoke Hall was located. Originally, Xianxia Land and Flying Smoke Hall were neighbors, so there was a lot of friction between them. If Flying Smoke Hall had not attacked Xianxia Land with all its strength, Xianxia Land would not have fallen into Xianxia's hands by accident. To some extent, it was Flying Smoke Hall that helped Xianxia occupy the Void Land. The Star City in this large territory was not much different from the previous Star City. Falling lotus flowers stopped at the Starfield Ferry in Star City as Xianxia, Yuhi, Lang Qing, and Qingshan stepped into Star City. Half a day later, Xianxia strode away under the respectful smiles of the shopkeepers of the Star City's large shops. Along the way, he bought things. After 3 or 4 star markets, Xianxia was left with less than 400 million heaven-opening pills. The heaven-opening pills he spent were converted into thousands of Tier 4 resources and tens of thousands of Tier 3 resources. Such a number was terrifying. Half a month later, Falling Lotus flowers entered a large territory called Graceful Territory. Using the universe map, they found the direction of Star City. Under Yuhi's direction, Falling Lotus flowers headed straight for Star City. Xianxia estimated that after purchasing all the Tier 4 and Tier 4 resources in this Star City, it would be enough for the early stages of the Void Land. As for the remaining heaven-opening pills, he was prepared to see if he could buy some Tier 6 resources. However, Tier 6 resources were really rare and had always been priceless. Ordinary people would not have the chance to see them. Once they appeared, they would usually be fought over. Perhaps he could go to the Star City, where the first inn was located, to take a look. That Star City was not small and might have Tier 6 resources. Moreover, he would need to keep some in reserve. After all Although there were not many heaven-opening realm cultivators in the Void Land, they still needed heaven-opening pills to cultivate. This was especially true for Yuhi, who was at the Tier 6 heaven-opening realm. She needed thousands, or even tens of thousands of heaven-opening pills every day. Within falling lotus flowers, Xianxia pondered for a while before raising his head, only to see Guazian staring at him. When their eyes met, Guazian hurriedly looked away. Xianxia laughed. "Commander Gua, do you have something to say? If you have something to say, just say it." Guazian awkwardly scratched his head and said somewhat bashfully, "Master, this lowly one wishes to take a few days off." "Take a few days off?" Xianxia looked at him strangely. "Where are you going?" He also turned to look at him. Guazian's old face reddened slightly. "Master, do you remember this lowly one telling you that this lowly one has a daughter?" Xianxia was startled for a moment. After thinking carefully, he nodded. "I remember. You said you sent her to a place to become a disciple and cultivate." This was what Guazian had mentioned in the great cosmological realm. At that time, when Xianxia gave out rewards based on merit, Lang Qingshan, Mangy Head, and the others had all chosen suitable cultivation resources for themselves. Only Guazian had reached the heaven-opening realm and did not need anything. Chapter 4200. Although Guazian was only a second-order opening the heavens back then, he had been loyal to Xianxia in the Great Void Boundary, so there was no reason for him to not reward him. Later, Guazian mentioned that he had a daughter and wanted to ask for some resources for her, and Xianxia agreed at that time. Xianxia still remembered Guazian's face full of pride when he mentioned his daughter, saying that her aptitude was countless times better than his. In terms of aptitude, she had the potential to reach mid-rank opening the heavens. However, Guazian was Crimson Star's great commander back then. His status was neither high nor low, and his cultivation was neither high nor low. Every day, he tasted blood from his blade, and his future was uncertain. Perhaps one day, he would be beheaded by his enemies. So his daughter was not in Crimson Star, but had been sent to a certain great force to cultivate. Thinking of this, Xianxia's heart stirred. "Is your daughter's cultivation place in Graceful Grace's territory?" Guazian smiled embarrassedly. "Master is right. There is a great blood province in Graceful Grace's territory. This lowly one is old friends with Great Blood Province's Elder Gujishin. Not long after my daughter was born, this lowly one entrusted her to Great Elder Gu's care." Speaking of his daughter, Guazian was still full of pride, cupping his fists and saying, "Master, this lowly one would like to take my daughter back to the void and teach her personally. I hope Master will allow this." Xianxia smiled and said, "This is what I promised you earlier, so how can I not allow it?" Saying so, he took out the universe map and found that the Great Blood Province was not far from Star City. With Guazian's current speed, a round trip would take 3 or 4 days. Waving his hand, Xianxia said, "Go and bring your daughter back. This king cannot guarantee anything else, but the only thing this king can guarantee is that she will be provided with the best cultivation resources within her ability to bear." "This lowly one thanks Master," Guazian said solemnly, turned around, and was about to leave. "Wait," Xianxia called out again. "Is there anything else, Master?" Guazian turned his head and saw Xianxia throw him a space ring. Sweeping it with his divine sense, Guazian found that there were hundreds of thousands of heaven-opening pills inside, and couldn't help calling out in surprise, "Master, this is." Xianxia smiled. "You've been nurtured by them for so many years. Now that you're taking them away, you should at least thank the Great Blood Continent. Take these things as a token of appreciation. No matter what, you and your father are still people of the Voidlands. You can't ruin the reputation of the Voidlands." Guazian gripped the space ring tightly and said gratefully, "Many thanks for Master's grace. Come back early. Be careful on the road. We'll be waiting for you in Star City." Xianxia waved his hand. Guazian nodded and rushed out of the falling lotus flower, heading towards the direction of the Great Blood Continent. After he left, Falling Lotus Flower continued its journey towards Star City. A short time later, the pair arrived at the Star City's Void Ferry. The ferry was bustling with people coming and going from time to time, and there were also many large flight-type artifacts docked around the ferry. After finding a place to land the falling lotus flower, Xianxia led Yuhi down, immediately attracting the attention of many people. Compared to other artifacts, falling lotus flower's aura was extraordinary and its shape was unique. After all, it was a flying flower boat, a second-class great force, which had spent a great deal of resources to construct it. It was not something that ordinary artifacts could compare to. Even third-class great forces did not have such capital. In graceful Grace's territory, only the Pure Swan Pavilion was a second-class great force. But even so, it was unlikely they could produce an artifact on the level of falling lotus flower. Many pairs of eyes looked over and were surprised to see that Xianxia, who was walking in front, was just an Emperor Realm Master. The ferry was guarded by the disciples of the Pure Swan Pavilion. Xianxia and Yuhi had to pay some fees before they could enter. Basically, every Star City was like this. The strongest force in the territory where the Star City was located controlled the Star City and guarded the Void Ferry. They collected some fees from those who entered the Star City, and all the shops in the Star City had to pay a fixed fee to this force. Of course, while controlling the Star City to reap profits, they also had to ensure the safety of the Star City. In the Void, there were many star beasts. Once the Star City was attacked, this force would have to send someone to defend it. The Star City in the Void's territory used to be guarded by the Qiqiao Land's people to extract resources from it. However, after the Qiqiao Land was occupied by Xianxia, the Star City was in a state where no one was in charge. It was not that Xianxia could not see the huge benefits hidden in the Star City, but that he was powerless. If he wanted to station someone in the Star City, he would need at least a middle-ranked Kai Tian to oversee it. He would also need to send many disciples in charge of patrolling to resolve any disputes that might exist in the Star City. How many middle-ranked Kai Tian geniuses were there in the Void? Yuhi, Chen Tianfei, and Lu Shui. Even if he was left in the astral boundary, there were only 4. He could not be sent out. Her 6th-rank Kai Tian was the Void's greatest safeguard. It would be a waste of talent for her to guard the Star City. As the head of the Martial Hall, Lu Shui had the heavy responsibility of guiding the disciples in cultivation. Chen Tianfei had to look after the gourd vine. The gourd vine nurtured 5th-ranked power, and it would be difficult for anyone who was not a middle-ranked Kai Tian to look after it. He could not be counted on either. Among these people, the only one who could be mobilized was Chen Tianfei. Even if Chen Tianfei could be mobilized, without the help of other low-rank Kai Tian, it would be difficult for him to do it alone. Therefore, even though he knew that controlling the Star City would give him an endless supply of cultivation resources, Xianxia could only watch helplessly. He could only make plans for the Star City in the Void after a portion of the Void's cultivator had matured. Fortunately, Lang Qingshan and the rest of the group had followed him for so many years, and a few of them were about to advance to Kai Tian. When the time came, it would greatly alleviate the awkward situation of the Void's lack of Kai Tian cultivators. Everything required time. Stepping into the Star City, Xianxia swept through the shops one by one and naturally bought large amounts of resources. Just like the previous star markets, the shopkeepers of the various shops were very attentive to him, almost worshipping him as the god of wealth. What made him feel surprised and pleasantly surprised was that in such a star market, he actually bought a 6th-grade resource. This 6th-ranked resource came from a shop that was not very large. It seemed that the shopkeeper had just gotten hold of it and was preparing to send it to a larger Star City to participate in the auction. However, after seeing Xianxia's astonishing wealth, after probing a little, Xianxia immediately expressed his intention to buy it. After a round of haggling, Xianxia finally bought this 6th-ranked resource for about 17 million. When Xianxia had just entered the Qiqiao lands, Daiyu had explained to him the value of various cultivation resources. At that time, Daiyu had told him that a 6th-ranked resource would cost about 15 million. However, this was only the most ideal situation. The reality was that 6th-ranked resources were rare and precious, so the price would definitely be more expensive. However, it would not be too expensive. After all, there were not many cultivators who could use 6th-ranked resources to cultivate. This had extremely high requirements for the cultivator's own foundation and Dao seal. 17 million was a fair price. The shopkeeper would not have to travel long distances and would not have to take a cut from the auction house. It could be considered a happy ending. For an ordinary cultivator, a 6th-ranked resource was precious, but for Xianxia and the entire Qiqiao lands, a single resource was not enough to make up for future consumption. The 8 great emperors all needed 6th-ranked resources. After sweeping through the entire Star City, Xianxia and he were not in a hurry to leave. In any case, Guizian would not be back for a few more days. The two of them simply found an inn to stay in, enjoying the different customs of the different places while searching for the heaven-opening pills recipe. 3 days later, in the main hall of the inn, Xianxia and he ordered a few dishes and a pot of wine, sitting opposite each other and drinking. Although he was a 6th-ranked cultivator and had a high cultivation base, she could not hold her liquor. After just 2 or 3 cups of wine, her small face was flushed red. Her skin was white to begin with, but now it was rosy, as if water could be squeezed out with a casual pinch. This caused many cultivators in the main hall to secretly look at her, secretly swallowing their saliva. Yui could not help but feel annoyed. She secretly gritted her teeth, looking even more bashful. After drinking a few pots of wine, Xianxia's expression suddenly changed, and he listened carefully. He heard a cultivator at a table say that Xianxia was in seclusion for more than 10 years, and he came out half a year ago. He actually really advanced to the 4th rank of heaven-opening pill. How enviable. Another thin cultivator said he has been accumulating at the 3rd rank of heaven-opening pill for nearly 50 years, so what's so strange about him advancing now? Suddenly, he lowered his voice. Moreover, I heard that this Xianxia's aptitude was extremely good to begin with. Back then, he was expected to directly advance to the 4th rank of heaven-opening pill, but later, under the interference of the Pure Grace Pavilion, he was forced to advance to the 3rd rank. The person who spoke earlier nodded. I have also heard of this matter. Now it seems that there is no smoke without fire. The second person coldly snorted. The Pure Grace Pavilion controls a large part of this territory. Although the old pavilion master was at the 6th rank of heaven-opening pill, he is old and weak, and probably does not have many years left to live. Below him, the Pure Grace Pavilion does not even have a 5th rank heaven-opening pill. If that Xianxia really advances to the 4th rank after he returns, who in the Pure Grace Pavilion can stop him? When that Xianxia grows up, the Pure Grace Pavilion will most likely be swallowed up by the Great Blood Continent, and the Pure Grace Pavilion's territory will be changed to the Great Blood Territory. Brother Sun's words are reasonable. This Xianxia, as the head of the Great Blood Continent, is indeed a rare character. Unfortunately, he was born at the wrong time. What a pity. But now that Xianxia has advanced to the 4th rank, I wonder what kind of attitude the Pure Grace Pavilion will have towards him. Will they try to rope him in or suppress him? What does other people's business have to do with us? Come, let's drink. Ah, that's true. Brother Liu, I heard that you recently obtained a new batch of beauties. Is this true? I can't hide anything from Brother Sunday. If Brother Sun likes them, you can come with me later and take away whichever one you like. Then I will thank Brother Liu in advance. The two of them raised their cups and laughed. Chapter 42:01. The cultivator at the table briefly discussed Xianxia and the situation in graceful territory before changing the topic. There was no more valuable information. Xianxia raised his cup and drank slowly, shaking his head. From their conversation, Xianxia seemed to be the leader of the Great Blood Continent, and the Great Blood Continent was the faction that Guizian's daughter belonged to. Xianxia's aptitude was originally not bad, and he had a chance to directly reach the 4th stage of splitting the heavens. Unfortunately, under the suppression of the Graceful Pavilion, he had no choice but to reach the 3rd stage. After spending 50 years in seclusion, he finally broke through to the 4th stage. Although he was a few decades late, he had still reached the 4th stage of splitting the heavens. However, different cultivators had different potential for future growth. If Xianxia could directly reach the 4th stage, his limit would be the 6th stage. But now, his limit was only the 5th stage. Although it was only a difference of 1 stage, this difference was often the difference between heaven and earth. When he was at the 5th stage of splitting the heavens, facing the 6th stage lady boss, she had no power to fight back. Now that she had also advanced to the 6th stage, Wuxia, a 5th stage lady boss, would not last more than 10 breaths of time. People had no choice but to lower their heads under the eaves. This Xianxia was born at the wrong time. Xianxia could not help but think of himself. The lady boss had told him before that if he wanted to directly reach the high stage of splitting the heavens, there would be many dangers. Those blessed paradises would not sit idly by and would definitely suppress him. Otherwise, if he directly reached the high stage of splitting the heavens, his growth would be too terrifying. Since ancient times, in the 3,000 worlds, those who had the qualifications to directly reach the high stage of splitting the heavens had always been the disciples of those blessed paradises. These people had a unique advantage and were loyal to their respective sections. Those blessed paradises naturally would not worry about them overthrowing their ruling positions. Xianxia was different. He had no connection with any blessed paradises, so naturally he did not receive any protection. Now it seemed that this kind of suppression of others was not a rare thing in the entire universe. If Xianxia was already in Jinghong's territory, what about the other large territories? It was not a secret that Xianxia had condensed rank 7 power. He had displayed the divine technique Dharma characteristic many times in the great cosmological realm and was on good terms with several disciples from the blessed and heavenly lands. After the great cosmological realm closed, those people returned to their respective sections. Their masters would definitely ask about the various matters in the great cosmological realm. Even if those people were grateful to Xianxia for saving their lives in the great void realm, they would not be able to hide it for long. Therefore, Xianxia reckoned that he had already been targeted by some of the blessed enclaves. He didn't know when a suppression similar to that of Xianxia would come. This caused him to involuntarily feel a sense of urgency, as if time waited for no man. Unfortunately, resources of the 7th rank and above were too scarce. He still lacked the metal element and the yin and yang elements, so he had no idea where to find them. He hoped that the lady boss could show him the right way. Yui seemed to see Xianxia's depression and silently poured wine without saying a word. After waiting for 6 or 7 days in this star market, Guizian still had not returned, which made Xianxia feel that something was not right. He had also checked the map of the universe before. The Great Blood Continent was not too far from the star market. With Guizian's current speed, a round trip would take 3 or 4 days, so how could he be delayed for so long? Moreover, Guizian also knew that Xianxia was waiting for him. If he was delayed by something, he would definitely send someone to inform him. Now that there was no news and no trace of him, could something have happened? With this thought, Xianxia no longer waited, but returned to the Lotus Flower Landing with Yu. He asked everyone to control the Lotus Flower Landing and fly in the direction of the Great Blood Continent. After flying for less than half a day, Yu, who was standing next to Xianxia, suddenly turned her head and looked in a certain direction, a look of surprise on her face. Xianxia followed her gaze and saw a spirit province in the distance. But there were no traces of spirit arrays covering the spirit province, so it should be an ownerless spirit province. There were many such spirit provinces in the 3,000 worlds, and they were scattered everywhere in the void. However, because they did not have a deep foundation, some slightly stronger forces did not pay attention to them. Some heaven-opening realm masters, on the other hand, liked to occupy these spirit provinces and establish their own sects and slowly develop. If they were properly managed, perhaps many years later, these spirit provinces could become the headquarters of a 3rd or 2nd grade force. Young master, there are people fighting over there. He observed carefully for a while before suddenly speaking. In the vast universe, countless people fought and fought every day, and countless people died every day. This kind of battle was very common. However, Encountering a battle in this direction made Yang Kai frown involuntarily. He could not help but think of Guizian, who had not returned for a long time. He turned his head to look at Lang Qingshan and said, "Contact Commander Gua and see if you can contact him." Lang Qingshan received the order and immediately took out the communication bead used to communicate with Guizian. After a while, he looked up and said, "Master, Commander Gua is being besieged. The situation is not good." Yang Kai was furious when he heard this. Who is it? How dare they? There is no doubt that one of the parties fighting in the ownerless spirit province was undoubtedly Guizian. Without needing Yang Kai's order, Lang Qingshan and the others immediately controlled the Lotus Flower landing and rushed in the direction of the spirit province. At the same time, they continuously used the communication bead to contact Guizian. Unfortunately, they did not receive any response. Guizian's situation was probably really bad, otherwise, he would have had the time to reply. The spirit province seemed to be far away, but the speed of the Lotus Flower landing was extremely fast. In less than 30 minutes, they had arrived at the periphery of the spirit province. Yang Kai and Yueha arrived outside the Lotus Flower landing in a flash. Looking over, their faces could not help but darken. On the spirit province, Guizian was protecting a woman and retreating step by step. His whole body was covered in blood, and his breath was unstable. It was obvious that he was severely injured. The clothes on his chest were tattered, and there was a bloody wound on his waist and abdomen. His flesh was torn, and one could vaguely see his squirming organs. He defended and retreated, and blood splattered everywhere he passed. The woman he was protecting behind him was only an Emperor Realm Master, and her appearance was somewhat similar to Guizian's. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Guizian, she was still tall and slender. 2 streaks of tears that had not yet dried up hung on her cheeks, making one feel pity for her. Her beautiful eyes were filled with panic and worry. Although she wanted to help, her strength was too low. She could not help at all in such a battle, and instead, she was a burden to Guizian. There were 4 people besieging Guizian, and there were 2 corpses lying on the ground. The 4 people had many injuries, but they were all light injuries. One of them exuded the aura of the 3rd stage heaven opening realm, and the other 3 were all of the 2nd stage. Guizian fought 1 against 6 and killed 2 of his enemies. However, at this moment, he was obviously an arrow at the end of its flight. The mighty world force emanating from his body fluctuated, and the power he exerted was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. He was no longer at his peak. On the other hand, the 4 people were despicable and shameless. They had already outnumbered Guizian, and now all of their attacks were aimed at the woman behind Guizian, forcing Guizian to divert most of his energy to protect her. When Yang Kai and Yuhi appeared, they just happened to see the 3rd stage heaven opening realm strike Guizian's shoulder while he was unprepared. With a cracking sound, Guizian's left shoulder drooped down, as if even his shoulder blade had been smashed to pieces. "Bastard!" Yang Kai angrily shouted. As the golden crow cried out, a golden sun appeared behind him. Scorching hot strength surged outwards as the golden crow forging sun appeared once more. The roar of a dragon shook the heavens as the blue dragon spear appeared. Yang Kai stepped forward and thrust his spear towards the 3rd stage heaven opening realm. Before the spear arrived, the spear was already wrapped in pitch-black golden crow true fire, as if it could incinerate all things. At the same time, Yuhi also released a fragrant caltrip, which turned into a whip and lashed out. World force surged as the aura of a 6th-stage heaven opening realm enveloped the entire battlefield. How could the 4 heaven opening realms besieging Guizian have expected such an unforeseen event? Sensing the majesty of Yuhi's 6th-stage heaven opening realm, all of their expressions changed. They were inexplicably horrified, feeling as if they had fallen into a swamp. Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk with a soft sound. The 3 second-rank heaven splitters exploded into dust and disappeared in an instant without even a sound from their mouths. Another muffled groan rang out as Yang Kai's spear stabbed into the chest of the remaining third-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, piercing through his back and out his chest. As he pulled out the spear, blood splashed out as a huge hole appeared in his chest. That third-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator stiffened, his eyes widening as he staggered forward a few steps. He tried to turn around, but before he could do so, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. In front of you, a newly advanced 6th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator. 4 lower-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators were simply ants. If it weren't for he's aura-suppressing that 3rd-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to kill him so easily. Pooh! Guozian coughed up a mouthful of blood as he half-knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. The sound of a broken bellows being pulled could be heard. Yang Kai quickly walked towards him. At this moment, the woman who had been protected behind him suddenly jumped out with a long sword in her hand. Although her face was pale, she stood firmly in front of Guozian. She clenched her teeth and said with a trembling voice, "Who are you people?" Seeing Yang Kai and Yuhi kill people like flies, she was naturally frightened. Guozian gasped for breath. "Meower, don't be rude. This is the master I mentioned to you before." The woman was surprised at first, but she quickly put away her sword and knelt in front of Yang Kai, crying and begging, "Master, please save my father." Yang Kai raised his hand to help her up and comforted, "Don't panic. With me here, your father won't die." He signaled to Yuhi with his eyes, and she immediately stepped forward to check Guozian's injuries. A moment later, she took out a spirit pill and fed it to him, saying, "Although Commander Guo's injuries are not light, there is no danger to his life. He just lost too much blood and consumed too much energy. He will be fine after a few days of rest." Chapter 4202. While Yuhi was speaking, Guozian's eyes suddenly closed, and he collapsed to the ground. "Father!" The girl called Meow. Her turned pale and cried out in alarm. Yuhi said, "Don't worry. He just fainted. Previously, he had been besieged and could have died at any time. Now that Yang Kai and Yuhi had saved him, his tense mind finally relaxed. In addition, he had consumed too much energy in the previous battle and could not hold on any longer. Although she knew Yuhi would not lie to her, Meow still personally checked Guozian's injuries. After confirming that he had really just fainted, she sighed in relief. Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, she bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Master, for saving my life." "Thank you, Master." Yang Kai said, "Commander Guo is a member of the Void Land and has followed me through life and death for many years. If he is in trouble, I will naturally help. There is no need to thank me. This time, it was my negligence." Guozian had only gone to find his daughter. How could Yang Kai have known that his life would be in danger? If he had known earlier, he would have gone with Guozian. With Yui by his side, such a thing would not have happened. "What is your name?" Yang Kai looked at her. The girl sniffed and said softly, "My name is Guomiao." Yang Kai nodded and called Lang Qingshan, Scabby Head, and the others to carry the unconscious Guozian back to Lotus Landing and settle him down. Yuhi held Guomiao's hand and comforted her softly. A moment later, in Lotus Landing, Yuhi asked softly, "What is going on? Who are those people who made things difficult for you? Didn't Commander Guo go to Great Blood Continent to pick you up?" Guomiao should also know about the existence of Yang Kai and Yuhi, probably because Guozian had told her before. Under Yuhi's comforting words, her emotions had slowly calmed down. Hearing this, Guomiao replied, "Those are Great Blood Continent's deacons and elders. The third great heaven splitter is called Guji Xin." Yang Kai was shocked. Guji Xin. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Isn't that your master?" Guozian mentioned this person a few days ago, saying that he and Guji Xin were old friends, so he entrusted his daughter to him. Guomiao gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hatred. "I don't have such a sinister and despicable master like him. He almost killed my father." Yang Kai frowned. What the hell is going on? Guomiao exhaled softly and narrated the cause and effect. After listening to her story, Yang Kai finally understood the whole story. A few years after Guomiao was born, Guozian had sent her to the Great Blood Continent and had her take Guji as her master. Firstly, at that time, Guozian's environment was very bad, and the three great forces were fighting openly and secretly in Star City. He had sent his daughter away to protect Guomiao. Secondly, Guozian was only a second-grade heaven splitter and wasn't very strong. Although the Great Blood Continent was only a third-grade force, Guji was a third-grade heaven splitter and was stronger than Guozian. If Guomiao was sent there, she would receive better training. Guomiao's aptitude was not bad. Over the years, she cultivated hard in Great Blood Continent, and Guozian often sent her some cultivation resources, so she gradually rose to the peak of the Emperor realm. Before the Star City was swallowed by the great cosmological realm, she was preparing to condense her own Dao Seal. Once the Dao Seal was successfully condensed, the next step was to condense the power of Yin and Yang and the five elements, splitting the heavens and earth in her body and reaching the heaven splitter stage. Guozian's cultivation was not high, a mere second-grade heaven splitter, but for his daughter, he put a lot of thought into it. He risked his life in Crimson Star and basically converted all his gains into various cultivation resources, which he sent to Great Blood Continent and gave to Guomiao. Since Guomiao wanted to condense her Dao Seal, Guozian was naturally prepared in advance. He had spent his life savings to buy 2 sets of 4th-grade resources and handed them to Guomiao. Once she condensed her Dao Seal, she could refine the 2 sets of resources. If the Star City where Crimson Star was located had not been swallowed by the great cosmological realm, none of this would have happened. However, more than a decade ago, the Star City where Crimson Star was located suddenly disappeared. Even Crimson Star, Thunder Radiance, and Sword Pavilion, which had been entrenched in the Star City for thousands of years, disappeared without a trace. The whereabouts of millions of people in the Star City were unknown. At that time, this matter caused a great uproar in the nearby territory. Many people had gone to investigate the situation, but unfortunately, they found nothing. Guomiao also went to take a look under the leadership of Guji, but she could not find any clues. Several years later, there was still no news of Guozian, and everyone thought he was dead. At first, Guji still cared about their old friendship. Although he was not very partial to Guomiao, at least he was fair to her. But one day, several years later, Guji called Guomiao over for a talk, repeatedly mentioning the 2 sets of 4th-grade resources that Guozian had given to Guomiao before, as if he wanted her to give them to him. Hearing this, Xianxia was puzzled. Guji is already at the 3rd-grade heaven splitter realm, so what does he want 4th-grade resources for? What use do these 4th-grade resources have for him? Yuhi said he probably wants to exchange them for 3rd-grade resources, then refine and absorb them to strengthen his foundation and improve his strength. Xianxia asked curiously, what? Can a heaven splitter realm cultivator continue to refine those resources? Yuhi explained, young master has not yet reached the heaven splitter realm, so you may not know, but after a cultivator reaches the heaven splitter realm, it's not that they no longer have any desire for cultivation resources. Instead, their need for them will increase. Young master should know that the heaven splitter realm can strengthen one's foundation in the miniature universe world. Once one's foundation accumulates to a certain extent, they can break through. Xianxia nodded. I naturally know this. Lu Shui had told him about this before. The most common and reliable method to strengthen one's foundation in the heaven splitter realm was to take a heaven splitter pill and absorb its medicinal efficacies. Apart from this, there were many other methods. For example, old ancestor Mo, you had set his sights on the demon territory, wanting to devour and refine the world force and laws of the demon territory. However, this method had both advantages and disadvantages compared to taking a heaven splitter pill. The advantage was that it was faster. Taking a heaven splitter pill was a process of accumulating grains of sand into a tower. The advancement of each grade required many years of accumulation. However, if one could devour and refine the world force and laws of a cosmos world that was compatible with one's body, one would be able to obtain massive benefits in an extremely short amount of time. The disadvantage was that no matter how compatible the cosmos world was, it would definitely not be completely compatible with one's own miniature universe world. As a result, this kind of advancement had some hidden dangers, and one had to spend a large amount of effort to slowly eliminate them. However, comparatively speaking, devouring the world force and laws of Cosmos world was countless times more efficient than simply taking a heaven splitter pill. Apart from these two methods, there was also the most common method, which was to refine various resources of various grades. The reason why a cultivator could create a heaven splitter earth in their body was because they had accumulated enough yin-yang and 5 elements energy. After reaching the heaven splitter realm, they could continue to refine and strengthen their foundation. It could be said that a cultivator reaching the heaven splitter realm did not mean that they no longer needed various cultivation resources. On the contrary, their needs would increase. Only after hearing He's explanation did Xianxia understand. It was not that he was ignorant and inexperienced, but that his current strength was not enough to come into contact with these things. When Guizian was present, even though Gu Zixi knew that Gu Miao had 2 sets of 4th grade resources, he did not dare to make any moves. After all, Guizian had Qi Xing behind him. He was not afraid of Guizian, but Qi Xing was someone he could not afford to offend. However, Guizian's fate was unknown, and it was very likely that he had already died, so Gu Zixi did not have to worry about anything. Gu Miao was from the Emperor realm, but she had 2 sets of 4th grade resources. This was no different from a child carrying a large sum of money through a busy market. It was natural for Gu Zixi to be tempted. That old bastard is really hateful. Commander Guo has really met a bad person. Xianxia coldly snorted. Gu Miao followed his words and said, that old bastard didn't want these 2 sets of 4th grade resources for his own use. But because Master is in seclusion trying to reach the 4th stage to open the Heaven Splitter realm and urgently needs a large number of resources, the old bastard snatched them in order to show his loyalty so that Master can use him more in the future. Hearing her say this, Xianxia suddenly remembered some news he had heard in the inn in Graceful Territory. It was said that Great Blood Continent's Xianxia had broken through and reached the 4th stage. Now it seemed that this was due to Gu Miao's 2 sets of 4th grade resources. And then, Yui asked softly. Gu Miao said sadly, that old bastard asked me for them, but these were resources that father had risked his life to accumulate. So how could I agree? I wanted to condense my Dao seal as soon as possible and then refine these 2 sets of resources so that old bastard couldn't even think about it. Who would have thought that after I condensed my Dao seal, he actually forced me to refine a set of 2nd grade wood attribute resources? As she spoke, Gu Miao's red lips were almost bleeding from biting them, and her eyes were filled with tears. For any cultivator, one's foundation was the most important. What grade of resources one condensed would determine what grade of Heaven Splitter one could reach in the future. Gu Miao had been forced to refine 2nd grade resources, so in the future, she could only reach the 2nd grade Heaven Splitter realm. Cutting off one's future was tantamount to murdering one's parents. However, what was done could not be undone, and she was living under someone else's roof. How could a weak little girl like Gu Miao keep those 2 sets of 4th grade resources? In the end, the 2 sets of 4th grade resources were snatched away by Gu Zixi and given to Xianxia, allowing him to break through to the 4th stage recently. Originally, Gu Miao had already accepted her fate. After all, she was alone, so even if she was unwilling, what could she do? Unexpectedly, a few days ago, Guizian, who had been missing for more than 10 years, suddenly appeared in Great Blood Continent. Father and daughter reuniting after such a long separation was a joyous occasion. But when Guizian realized that his daughter had only condensed 2nd grade strength, he was both shocked and angry. He had clearly prepared 2 sets of 4th grade resources for Gu Miao, and Gu Miao's aptitude was enough to refine them. So why was it like this now? After asking, Gu Miao had some misgivings and didn't dare tell him the truth. Guizian felt that something was wrong, but didn't ask anything, instead feigning ignorance and chatting freely with Gu Zixi. Chapter 4203. That night, while the Great Blood Continent was unprepared, Guo fled with Guo Miao, learning of what had happened on the way. When he heard that his daughter was actually bullied in such a way in the Great Blood Continent, Guo naturally flew into a rage. He swore to take revenge and seek justice for his daughter. However, he also knew that he wasn't strong enough, so he wanted to hurry back and find Xianxia. Unfortunately, before he could reach Star City, Gu Zixin and his men caught up with him. If it was just stealing 2 sets of 4th grade resources, this enmity could be resolved. At worst, the Great Blood Continent could just compensate him. Now that Yun Xinghua had broken through to the 4th grade, his need for cultivation resources wasn't too great. Although the Great Blood Continent was only a 3rd grade force, they should have enough money to compensate for 2 sets of 4th grade materials. Gu Zixin shouldn't have forced Guo Miao to refine a set of 2nd grade resources and condense 2nd grade strength in order to cut off her hopes. This was completely cutting off any hope of Guo Miao's future. How could such a deep enmity be resolved so easily? The Great Blood Continent should also know this, so after discovering that Guo had fled with Guo Miao, they immediately sent people to chase after them, cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots to prevent future trouble. Although Guo had broken through to the 3rd grade after refining a low-grade world fruit, how could he be a match for 6 heaven-opening realm masters? What's more, he still had Protect Guo Miao. After a fierce battle, he was outnumbered and heavily injured. He knew that today was a disaster, so if he wanted to escape, he could only take risks and risk his life. Although he had killed 2 2nd-grade heaven-opening realm masters, in the end, it was difficult for him to escape. At this critical moment, Xianxia and the others had come to meet him, and what happened next was needless to say. Great Blood Continent, very good. Xianxia lightly sneered. When he had heard that Yun Xinghua had been suppressed in the Star City Inn and had been forced to break through to the 3rd grade heaven-opening realm, he had felt some sympathy for him. Thinking about his own future, he had even felt a bit of kinship. But now it seemed that this fellow didn't deserve the slightest bit of sympathy. Even though Yun Xinghua had no idea when Gu Zixin had snatched the 2 Tier 4 resources from Guo Miao, how could Yun Xinghua not know when Gu Zixin had brought people to kill Wuxia and his daughter? Yui turned to look at him. Young master, what are your plans? Not only her, but Lang Qingshan, Scabby Head, and the others also looked over. They had followed Wuxia for a much longer time than they had followed Xianxia. When they were in Crimson Star, they were Guo subordinates. Usually, Guo took care of them and saved them from danger many times. Now that they saw the Grand Commander being beaten to such a state and the Grand Commander's daughter being bullied like this, they naturally shared a common enemy, and their eyes burned with rage. Since he dared to touch my people, I naturally won't let him off so easily. Turn around and go to the Great Blood Continent. I want to find that Yun Xinghua and demand justice. I want to see if he ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts, or grew 3 heads and 6 arms. The expressions of Lang Qingshan and the others shook as they immediately left. Guo Miao was stunned and said gratefully and worriedly, "Master, the Great Blood Continent isn't weak after all, and we only have so few people." Xianxia smiled and said, "The one beside you is a Tier 6 heaven splitter. What is a mere Great Blood Continent?" Guo Miao looked at Yu He and covered her mouth in surprise. Although she had sensed that Yu He was a heaven splitter, and definitely a mid-tier heaven splitter, otherwise it would have been impossible for her to kill the people from the Great Blood Continent so easily. She hadn't expected her to be a Tier 6 heaven splitter. The falling lotus flower tore through the void and rushed in the direction of the Great Blood Continent. At the same time, in the Great Blood Continent, the sound of a bell suddenly resounded through the sky, alarming countless disciples of the Great Blood Continent and causing them to look towards the central hall. A disciple of the Great Blood Continent solemnly counted the bell tolls. Only when the tolls stopped did he say with a pale face, "The bell tolled 9 times. This is a death knell. An elder has passed away." "Which elder?" A disciple beside him said, "Our Great Blood Continent has 4 elders, but none of them have reached the end of their lifespan. Did something happen to them?" A third person said, "I saw Elder Gu lead a group of people out. I don't know what they were doing, but they were so aggressive and filled with killing intent. Could it be that Elder Gu was killed? As they spoke, figures flew out from various parts of the Great Blood Continent and rushed towards the central hall. They were all heaven-splitter cultivators of the Great Blood Continent. There weren't many of them, but they weren't few either. There were over 20 of them, and apart from the 3 Tier 3 Heaven Splitters, the rest were all Tier 1 and Tier 2 Heaven Splitters. They held various positions in the Great Blood Continent, and upon hearing the bell tolls, they all gathered towards the central hall. Numerous figures flashed into the central hall. A middle-aged man with a dignified appearance sat upright on the main seat. This man's hair was jet black, but his temples were grizzled white. He seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. This middle-aged man was the leader of the Great Blood Continent, Xianxia, a tall and sturdy third-rank Heaven Splitter strode in. Looking around, seeing everyone's gloomy expressions, he frowned and cupped his fists. "Boss, whose death knell is it?" Xianxia said solemnly. It was Elder Gu Zhixin. That Tier 3 Heaven Splitter's eyes widened in surprise. How could that be? Yesterday, I was drinking and chatting with Elder Gu, and he was fine. Also, didn't he go to receive that Grand Commander from Crimson Star? Could this matter be related to that Guizian? Xianxia nodded heavily. It should be. That Tier 3 Heaven Splitter flew into a rage. That Guizian has guts, daring to kill Elder Gu in our Great Blood Continent. Where is he? This one will go and twist his head. A man who looked like a weak scholar next to him said, "That Guizian quietly left last night and is not in Great Blood Continent." The burly man frowned. Left? What do you mean? Xianxia said, "This matter is my fault. Elder Gu died because of me. This king has let him down." The burly man was puzzled. "Leader, what's the situation?" Not only was this burly man puzzled, but many people in the hall also felt like they had fallen into the clouds. Xianxia said, "Wasn't this king in seclusion to break through? This consumed a large amount of Great Blood Continent's cultivation resources. My Great Blood Continent's foundation is shallow and cannot withstand such a torment. This king made a miscalculation, and at a critical moment in seclusion, I suddenly discovered that the resources I needed were not enough. This was so I could send a message to Elder Gu Zhixin and ask him to help me think of a solution. If the resources were not enough, it was very likely that all my previous efforts would have been wasted." Inside the hall, the 20 or so Heaven Splitters all revealed looks of surprise when they heard this, because they had not known about this matter at all. However, Xianxia was the leader of Great Blood Continent, and if he could break through to the 4th stage, it would be a huge boost to the entire Great Blood Continent. So although this was the first time they had heard of such a matter, no one felt that it was inappropriate. And then, the burly man asked. Xianxia said, "Elder Gu did not disappoint and sent over 2 4th-stage resources not long after. It was because of these 2 4th-stage resources that this king was able to smoothly break through." The burly man frowned. Although he had a rough temperament, his mind was smooth and slick. Faintly realizing something, he hesitantly asked, "Leader, could it be that there was a problem with those 2 4th-stage resources?" Xianxia nodded. Elder Guan's words are correct. The problem lies with those 2 4th-stage resources. At the time, although I was curious as to how Elder Gu had been able to obtain 2 4th-stage resources so quickly, I did not ask. After all, my cultivation had reached a critical juncture, so I could only focus on refining and absorbing them. In the end, I succeeded and broke through to the 4th stage, leaving seclusion. It can be said that the reason this king was able to break through to the 4th stage is because of Elder Gu's great merit. After leaving seclusion, I asked Elder Gu about the 2 4th-stage resources, and Elder Gu told me that he had obtained them by accident a long time ago. I was very grateful and prepared to compensate him in the future. But who would have thought that 2 days ago, when Guizian came to find me, I realized that the matter was not so simple. Those 2 4th-stage resources did not belong to Elder Gu, but to his disciple, Guomiao. Guomiao's aptitude is quite good, and she has a chance of directly breaking through to the 4th stage. so Guizian had prepared 2 4th-stage resources for her as backup. Elder Gu was also aware of this matter, and after receiving this king's message, he borrowed those 2 resources from Guo Miao, sowing the seeds of disaster. After hearing his words, many of the heaven-opening realm cultivators in the hall revealed strange expressions. They were not fools, and, after interacting with Gu Zixin for so many years, they were well aware of his character. When Gu Zixin had taken those 2 4th-stage resources from Guo Miao, he had spent a great deal of effort, and it was not as simple as just borrowing them. It was even uncertain whether or not this leader had been aware of this matter beforehand. That Guizian came in search of a woman, and my great blood continent received him well, but for some reason he fled last night. Elder Gu was afraid he would misunderstand, so he chased after him, most likely wanting to explain, but just now, a disciple reported that Elder Gu's soul lamp suddenly extinguished. Xianxia's face was filled with grief, and his heart ached. Not only Elder Gu, but Deacon Xiong, Hall Master Ran, and the other 4 also had their soul lamps extinguished. What? Everyone in the hall was in an uproar, and they all looked around. Sure enough, they did not see the people Xianxia had mentioned. Including Gu Zixin, Great Blood Continent had lost 6 heaven-opening realm cultivators. Although this kind of casualty could not be said to be a serious blow to Great Blood Continent, it was still a huge loss. Furthermore, Xianxia's expression was grave as he looked around, slowly saying, Elder Gu, Deacon Xiong, and the other 3's soul lamps extinguished at the same time. Gasps rang out, and many of the low-rank heaven-opening realm cultivators paled. If the deaths of Gu Zixin and the other 4 had shocked them, then the fact that 4 soul lamps had extinguished at the same time was extremely horrifying. Extinguishing their soul lamps at the same time meant that these 4 had been killed in an instant, so they could not help but make many connections. Chapter 4204. Gu Zixin was a 3rd-stage heaven splitter, while the others were all 2nd-stage heaven splitters. Their combined strength was not weak, so who could kill them in an instant? A 4th-stage heaven splitter couldn't do this, so the one who could was definitely a 5th-stage heaven splitter. Could it be that Zhao Baichuan personally took action? The burly man, surnamed Guan's expression, was also extremely solemn. It was natural for him to have such an association. Guizian was from Qi Xing, and Zhao Baichuan was their great master, so it made sense for him to stand up for Guizian. Xianxia slowly stood up. No matter who killed Elder Gu and the others, everyone my great blood continent is very likely to face a great calamity. The slightest carelessness could lead to eternal damnation. I ask everyone to work together with this king to deal with this calamity. Someone stepped forward and asked, Chief, you mean to say that after killing Elder Gu and the others, that person will come to our great blood continent to cause trouble? Xianxia nodded. I can't rule out this possibility. The man said, even if the one who took action was really Zhao Baichuan, this person is only a 5th-stage heaven splitter. No one in my great blood continent is his match, but if he wants to attack this place, it won't be easy. Xianxia said, if it was just Zhao Baichuan alone, my great blood continent naturally wouldn't be afraid. With the protection of the Grand Array, even if he's a 5th-stage heaven splitter, what can he do to my great blood continent? However, it's not like you don't know the situation of Qi Xing. Just the number of mid-stage heaven splitters they have is as many as 10 years ago. Now that they have reappeared, their strength is likely not to be underestimated. The weak scholar from before said, if this is really the case, my great blood continent will not be able to resist. Chief, I suggest we ask the Pure Grace Pavilion for help. This Pure Grace territory is the territory of the Pure Grace Pavilion, and my great blood continent is also under their command. It is not Qi Xing's turn to act wildly. Xianxia's expression was complicated as he slowly shook his head. I'm afraid it's too late. If this person really wants to make things difficult for my great blood continent, they will appear in a day or 2. Even if we ask the Pure Grace Pavilion for help, we won't be able to make it in time. Not to mention, the Pure Grace Pavilion may not be willing to help. Everyone's expression turned solemn when they heard that. Xianxia had been suppressed by the pure grace pavilion in the past, and had no choice but to advance to the third stage to split open the sky. Now, after decades of bitter cultivation, he had regained the strength of the fourth stage. The pure grace pavilion would not be happy to see this. If he really asked the pure grace pavilion for help, he did not know what kind of price he would have to pay. Perhaps they would take the opportunity to raise some harsh conditions. Don't mention the matter of asking for help again. I hope that everyone can be more vigilant in the near future. If there is any movement outside, report it immediately. Yes. Everyone responded loudly and scattered in all directions. After everyone had left, Xianxia gritted his teeth and punched the armrest of his chair. He cursed, "Gujixin, that bastard, he ruined my plans." He was suppressed and had no choice but to advance to rank 3. Now that he had obtained the strength of rank 4, he could already look forward to rank 5. With his aptitude, as long as he had enough resources, it should not be difficult for him to advance to rank 5 within 200 years. And at that time, it would probably be the time when the pavilion master of the Pure Swan Pavilion would return. Other than that old fart, the rest of the people in the Pure Swan Pavilion would be nothing in his eyes. At that time, with his 5th grade heaven-splitting strength, who in the entire Pure Swan domain would be his match? It would not be difficult for him to unify the Pure Swan domain and let the Blood Great Continent surpass the Pure Swan Pavilion. Only then would he be able to take revenge for being suppressed in the past. However, this beautiful dream had only just begun when he encountered such an unforeseen event. That unknown enemy had been able to instantly kill 4 low-rank Heavenly Splitters. He knew that he was definitely not their opponent. Even if the Blood Great Continent had the support of a Grand Spirit Array, they might not be able to block this enemy. As for what path to take in the future, he was actually somewhat at a loss. He pondered with a gloomy expression for a while, but he had no countermeasures. He could only hope that the enemy's strength was not so great, and that they would retreat in the face of difficulties. However, this hope was shattered in just a single day. Accompanied by a loud explosion, the entire Great Blood Continent seemed to shake endlessly. Berserk energy rampaged, and the Great Blood Continent was thrown into chaos. Some of the weaker disciples began to bleed from their mouths and noses, and some of them even fainted. Xianxia flew out of his cultivation room and looked over. He immediately saw a huge lotus outside the Blood Great Continent's Grand Spirit Array. The lotus slowly rotated, each petal exquisitely crafted, like a beautiful work of art. However, Xianxia could feel an astonishing power from it. This was definitely an artifact that only a second-grade force could forge. Moreover, only a second-grade force with a relatively strong foundation could possess such an artifact. The Pure Grace Pavilion had a similar secret treasure, but it had cost them countless resources to create the Pure Grace platform. In an instant, Xianxia's mouth was filled with bitterness. At this moment, the Blood Great Continent's Spirit Array had been activated and a transparent light curtain enveloped the entire Blood Great Continent. However, somewhere in this light curtain, there was a deep crater that was slowly recovering. Xianxia's eyes twitched as he realized that this crater was definitely caused by the impact of the lotus. Who was this person inside the lotus? Using such an artifact to forcefully impact the Blood Great Continent Spirit Array, was he crazy? One had to know that although this kind of artifact was powerful, it was not cheap to make. Once it was damaged, it was not easy to repair. Therefore, no matter which great force possessed such an artifact, under normal circumstances, they would take great care of it and not allow it to be damaged. But this person had actually used the lotus to directly impact the Spirit Array. What kind of violent and inhumane method was this? Just as he was thinking this, the lotus slowly retreated a few hundred kilometers before turning into a stream of light and rapidly slamming into the Blood Great Continent. Xianxia's eyes widened as a chill rushed up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Without hesitation, he summoned the Spirit Array Jade Pendant and desperately poured his strength into it, madly mobilizing the power of the Spirit Array. The world energy in the entire blood great continent seemed to be sucked dry at this moment and poured into the spirit array, enhancing its power. The transparent light curtain quickly solidified, as if it had thickened by several layers. Just as he finished doing this, the lotus slammed into the spirit array's light curtain, causing it to cave in at a speed visible to the naked eye. The huge lotus was like an indestructible sword, piercing straight towards the blood great continent's vital points, as if it wanted to shatter the entire blood great continent. With a loud explosion, the great blood continent shook violently. Behind Xianxia, the shadow of a mini-universe world flashed by, and the power of the world force surged. The power of the spirit array did not disappoint. The thick light curtain was like an elastic rubber ball, bouncing the lotus back, but the crater was unable to recover for a long time. Xianxia snorted and took 3 steps back, blood flowing from his mouth and nose, his face slightly pale. He controlled the blood great continent's spirit array, and his mind was connected to the entire blood great continent. So when the blood great continent was shaken, even he suffered a backlash. Boss! One figure after another rushed over and stood by his side, all of them looking outside with horrified expressions. Xianxia suppressed the roiling blood in his heart and shouted from across the spirit array, "Who is it? Please stop. We can't talk." He had placed all his hopes on the spirit array, but now it seemed that this hope had been shattered. Even if the spirit array could hold on and not be broken, he could not bear it. This kind of collision did not need to happen too many times, just 3 or 5 more, and he would be seriously injured. At that time, the spirit array would break on its own. The giant lotus did not respond, instead slowly opening up a distance of several hundred kilometers, flashing as it continued to crash into him. Kong, a loud bang, shook the heavens as countless blood great continent disciples fainted on the ground. Even the lower grade heaven opening masters seemed to be unable to bear such a collision, all of them staggering, their expressions ugly. As for Xianxia, who was in charge of maintaining the spirit array, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his aura suddenly weakening. However, even after 3 collisions, the blood great continent spirit array still did not break. This was the strength of spirit arrays. Even though the blood great continent was only a 3rd grade force, by relying on the power of the spirit array, they could still resist enemies stronger than them. On the other hand, the giant lotus had dimmed slightly after 3 collisions, and it seemed to have suffered some damage. From within the lotus, a delicate woman's voice rang out. "Little Guomiao, young master has helped you vent your anger. If you don't feel satisfied, then continue crashing. Let's break this tortoise shell and then crush this blood great continent." Within the blood great continent, many of the heaven-opening masters almost coughed up blood when they heard this. Such a vicious and deranged method was actually just to help vent Guomiao's anger. Just what kind of madwoman was hidden within that lotus? Just as they were trembling in fear, another woman's voice rang out. "Thank you, master. Disciple only wishes for father to be safe and sound." The man surnamed Guan whispered beside Xianxia. It's Guomiao's voice. Guomiao had lived in the blood great continent for many years, so the man surnamed Guan recognized her and could naturally recognize her voice. Xianxia nodded solemnly. Although he had long guessed that the murderer of Guji Xin and the others would not let this matter rest, he did not expect that this person would appear so quickly outside the blood great continent. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the anger in his heart and cupped his fists. "Blood great continent's Xianxia greets, honored sir. May I ask honored sir's name? Can you show yourself?" The lotus floating in the sky slowly rotated, and from the gap between 2 petals, a door appeared. Immediately after, a group of 2 people appeared from the door. One was a handsome young man with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent, and the other was a charming woman, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly. Among the 2 people who had appeared, the woman's body was emitting a terrifying aura. He had only sensed such an aura from the old pavilion master of the Pure Grace Pavilion. Sixth grade, splitting the heavens. The man surnamed Guan exclaimed, his expression becoming extremely ugly. The hearts of the other heaven-opening realms also sank, and the sound of gulping could be heard. How could it be sixth grade, splitting the heavens? This time, the Blood Great Continent had kicked an iron plate. Chapter 42:05. No wonder Gu Zixin and the other Deacon Hall masters were killed in an instant. It turned out that the other party had a sixth grade heaven splitter. Which lower grade heaven splitter could resist such a powerful force? However, even though they guessed that Gu Zixin and the others had died at the hands of this beautiful woman, the Great Blood Continent's heaven splitters did not dare to harbor any resentment or revenge. In the entire Pure Swan field, there was only one six-stage heaven splitter. The old pavilion master of the Pure Swan Pavilion had suppressed the Pure Swan field by himself for thousands of years. He was the overlord of the Pure Swan field, and no one dared to disobey him. It could be seen how tyrannical a six-stage heaven splitter was. Even if they had really asked the Graceful Grace Pavilion for help, they probably would not have gotten involved in this mess. The old pavilion master did not have much lifespan left. So how could he offend another sixth grade heaven splitter for the sake of Great Blood Continent? Yunxing Hua's mouth was full of bitterness as he looked at the young man in front of the woman. Although the young man's aura was not obvious, he was obviously from the Emperor realm, but Yunxing Hua did not dare to underestimate him in the slightest. Instead, his expression became even more dignified. It was because the position this young man was standing was one step ahead of the sixth grade heaven splitter woman. What did this mean? This undoubtedly meant that the young man's identity was even nobler than that woman's. It could even be said that the sixth grade heaven splitter woman was only his follower. Cold sweat seeped out of his forehead, and Yunxing Hua faintly felt that this time he seemed to have provoked an incredible existence. Suppressing the throbbing in his heart, Yunxing Hua politely cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "Great Blood Continents, Yunxing Hua greets the two of you. May I ask how I should address you?" Yang Kai was expressionless and did not say a word. Yuhi smiled and said, "My young master is the master of the Void Land, Void, true monarch." A mere Emperor Realm Master was obviously not qualified to be called a true monarch, but no one present felt that there was anything wrong with it. Yunxing Hua frowned slightly, his heart filled with doubt. This Voidland was obviously a second-grade force, but he had never heard of it before. Hesitantly, he said, "So, it is true monarch, master. I didn't know true monarch had graced my Great Blood Continent with your presence. Please forgive us for not coming out to greet you, but is there some misunderstanding? Why is true monarch colliding with the formation of my Great Blood Continent? Has my Great Blood Continent offended true monarch?" He had never been so humble in front of someone from the Emperor realm. Unfortunately, his fists were not as big as his, so he could only lower himself. Yuhi was still smiling like a flower, but that smile was extremely terrifying in the eyes of the Great Blood Continent's heaven-opening realm masters. Don't you know what the Great Blood Continent did? Why ask when you already know the answer? Yunxing Hua's expression was difficult as he forced out a smile and said, "Madam, please tell me. I have been in seclusion all this time and have just come out a few days ago. I don't know much about the outside world. Are you sure?" Yuhi looked at him meaningfully, her tone leisurely. Under her gaze, Yunxing Hua felt like he was being stared at by an ancient vicious beast, as if he could die at any moment. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead and down his cheeks. Under the pressure of a mountain, his mind raced as he tried to think of a way to resolve the crisis in front of him. At that moment, the scholarly-looking heaven-opening realm master stepped forward and said in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, "Chief, I'm afraid today's matter is related to Elder Gu Zixin." "What do you mean?" Yunxing Hua pretended not to know and looked over suspiciously. The scholar said, "I seem to have heard Guo Miao's voice from that lotus just now, and that Guo Miao is one of Elder Gu's disciples. She is also the daughter of a great commander of Crimson Star called Guozian. Back then, Commander Gu sent Guo Miao to my Great Blood Continent to become Elder Gu's disciple to cultivate. A few days ago, Commander Gu came to my Great Blood Continent and wanted to take Guimiao away. Elder Gu refused, and the two of them even drank and chatted happily. I don't know what happened after that, but since Guimiao is here today, today's matter is definitely related to what happened before. There was such a thing? Yin Xinghua frowned and looked around, shouting, "Where is Elder Gu? Come up and talk." The scholar said, "Chief, Elder Gu is already dead. His soul lamp suddenly extinguished. I was about to report this matter, but didn't have time." "What?" Yin Xinghua was shocked. "Elder Gu is dead. Not only Elder Gu, but the soul lamps of the other Deacon Hall masters were also extinguished." Yin Xinghua's face suddenly paled as he lamented, "How could this be?" After a moment of grief, he looked up at you, he and Yang Kai, and asked, "May I ask if the two of you are here because of my great blood continent's Elder Gu Jixin? If so, I'm afraid the two of you will be disappointed. We don't know who killed Elder Gu, but now even his soul lamp is extinguished." "I killed him," Yuhi said lightly. Yun Xinghua stared at Yuhi in disbelief. "Why did Master kill my great blood continent's elder? Did Elder Gu offend you in any way?" Yuhi looked at him deeply for a long time before slowly shaking her head and looking at Yang Kai. "Young Master." Yang Kai rubbed his hands and said, "I heard that Great Blood Continent's chief was suppressed by the Pure Grace Pavilion and had to endure humiliation. I thought that Great Blood Continent's chief was a person who knew when to yield and when not to and would achieve great things in the future. But now it seems that he was just an actor." Yin Xinghua said angrily, "Why does true monarch say that?" Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. "Chief, don't you think that your performance is too clumsy? Who can you fool? Do you want me to tell you that Gu Jixin not only stole the 2 4th-rank resources that Commander Ba gave to his daughter, but also forced her to refine the 2 4th-rank powers, cutting off her path and preventing future troubles? That Gu Jixin colluded with the Pure Grace Pavilion and Zhou Ying to kill Commander Gua and his daughter? Do you want to tell me that you didn't know anything about this and that it was all done by Gu Jixin alone? 2 4th-rank resources?" Yun Xinghua was shocked. "Elder Gu did give me 2 4th-rank resources to help me cultivate in seclusion. Could it be that those 2 resources were Guimiao's?" Speaking of this, Yin Xinghua was annoyed. Foolish, as an elder of great blood continent. How could he steal the resources of his own disciples? Such actions, he is unworthy of being a teacher. Yang Kai nodded and praised. "Chief's acting is amazing. I admire it." Yin Xinghua said seriously, "True monarch misunderstood. I really didn't know anything about this. If I had known..." Not waiting for him to finish speaking, Yang Kai raised his hand and interrupted him, leaning forward slightly as he stared down at Yin Xinghua condescendingly. "Since this king has come here, do you think I came here to argue with you? Regardless of whether you were aware of this matter or not, it was your great blood continent's people who took it by force. Commander Gua was also injured by your great blood continent's people. If it wasn't for my timely rescue, would Commander Gua and his daughter still be alive? Commander Gua is from the Voidlands. How can trash like you bully the people of the Voidlands?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yuhi let out a shout and shook her hand, sending out the fragrant caltrip. As it spun, the caltrip turned into a drill and slammed into the great blood continent's light barrier. The light barrier suddenly caved in, blocking this terrifying attack, but the caltrip continued to spin and drill into it. At the same time, the giant lotus flower suddenly disintegrated and petals flew out like sharp blades, cutting into the great blood continent's array. Not only that, Yang Kai also raised his hand and summoned the divine essence-fused gourd. Opening the gourd, brilliant rays of divine essence-fused light spilled out and rushed towards the great blood continent's array. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly. The great blood continent shook, and the heaven and earth spirit chi became extremely chaotic. When the many heaven-opening masters saw this, their faces turned ashen, and they all looked towards Yun Xinghua. The moment Yang Kai and the others attacked, Yun Xinghua summoned the Great Formation Jade Pen again to control the Great Blood Continent's array, but under his perception, his Great Blood Continent's array was collapsing at an extremely fast speed, causing his heart to sink to the bottom. The Great Blood Continent was only a third-grade force, so even if it had a Great Blood Continent's array, it couldn't be considered too strong. If there's only one fifth-grade Heaven Opening Master, the Great Blood Continent's array might be able to resist. But Yuhi was a sixth-grade Heaven Opening Master, so how could the Great Blood Continent's array block it? Not to mention that Lang Qingshan and the others were controlling the Falling Lotus, while Xianxia was controlling the Divine Essence-fused light to help. With such a fierce attack, it would probably take less than an hour for the Great Blood Continent's array to completely collapse. At that time, even if the Great Blood Continent had a sea of people, they wouldn't be able to block the slaughter of sixth-grade Heaven Opening Master. True Sovereign, please stop. This is really a misunderstanding. Xianxia shouted in panic, cold sweat dripping down his face. Xianxia, however, remained unmoved. Instead, he activated the Divine Essence-fused light even more fiercely. Although the Divine Essence-fused light was a sixth-grade Heaven Opening Master's strength, it had only one attribute, so its destructive power couldn't be compared to Yuhi's, who was a genuine sixth-grade Heaven Opening Master. After all, the Heaven Opening Master used the power of the world. Yin, Yang, and the five elements countered each other in an endless cycle. However, compared to his own strength in the Emperor Realm, the Divine Essence-fused light was much more powerful. Seeing that Xianxia ignored him, Xianxia shouted again, "The Great Blood Continent is willing to compensate for True Sovereign's losses. Please show mercy." Xianxia sneered, "I'm afraid it's too late to say this now." If Xianxia had removed the Great Blood Continent's array from the beginning and properly apologized, Xianxia might not have been so ruthless. After all, if the other party didn't fight back, it wouldn't be good for him to make a move. The main culprit, Gu Zixin, was already dead. Even if Xianxia knew beforehand, he wasn't the mastermind. But how could Xianxia allow this to happen, thinking that his acting skills were so good that he could bluff his way through? Seeing Xianxia's determination, Xianxia's face was filled with despair. He could only desperately urge the power of the Grand Array to resist. However, he also knew that this was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Relying on the Grand Array of the Great Blood Continent, it was impossible to stop this fiend in front of him. But if he didn't resist, could it be that he would be trampled upon? Turning his head to look around, he saw that the low-rank heaven splitters of his own clan were all grief-stricken, their faces ashen. Many disciples were also trembling, at a loss of what to do. He sighed in his heart, knowing that the Great Blood Continent would not be able to escape this time. He wished he could grab the dead Gu Zixin and whip his corpse. Chapter 4206. Kacha. The sound of something shattering could be heard. Under the pressure of Yu He, Xianxia, and Luo Lin Luo, in less than an incense stick's worth of time, cracks began to appear all over the Great Blood Continent's protective array. Although Xianxia tried his best to summon his own strength and activate the power of the Grand Formation, he was only struggling bitterly. Until a certain moment, accompanied by a violent energy fluctuation, the array suddenly collapsed. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood as if he had been struck by lightning, his face suddenly turning pale. An invisible pressure suddenly spread out and enveloped the entire Great Blood Continent. This pressure was so heavy that it was as if 1,000 worlds were pressing down on everyone's heads, making it difficult for them to breathe and despair. This was the pressure of a sixth-grade heaven-splitting sovereign. There were many heaven-splitting sovereigns in the Great Blood Continent, but all of them were like quails that had yet to build their nests in winter, shivering in fear as they looked up at the charming woman in the sky, not daring to show the slightest bit of resistance, let alone the courage to fight. Xianxia arrived in front of Xianxia in a flash and kicked him to the ground. Stepping on his chest, he pointed the blue dragon spear at his forehead and said coldly, "Speak, how do you want to die?" Xianxia stared at Xianxia, his mouth full of blood and humiliation. With his fourth-grade heaven-splitting sovereign strength, it would not be difficult for him to kill this person from the Emperor Realm in front of him, But he did not dare to make the slightest move because the woman's aura was firmly locked onto him. Her beautiful eyes filled with a cold light. Once he made the slightest move, he was bound to be attacked like a storm. Perhaps he would be killed on the spot before he could even make a move. Therefore, even though he was depressed, Xianxia did not dare to make the slightest move. Suppressing the unwillingness in his heart, he admitted defeat and said, "True sovereign, please spare my life. The Great Blood Continent is willing to apologize." What's the use of apologizing? Xianxia's face was cold and indifferent. This king has come today to seek justice for the people of the Great Void Lands and let the 3,000 worlds know that no one can bully the people of the Great Void Lands. Quickly choose a way to die, and this king may leave you with an intact corpse. Xianxia's heart sank. He never thought that Xianxia would be so resolute, not giving him any face at all. Right at this moment, Yuhi's expression suddenly changed, and she said, "Young master, Commander Gua is awake." "Oh." Xianxia raised his head and looked towards the fallen lotus. His divine sense gushed out, and indeed he sensed that Guizian had awoken. At this moment, Guizian walked out of the falling lotus flower step by step with Guomiao's support. Looking around, he was surprised to find that Xianxia was being stepped on by Xianxia, unable to move. Many of the Great Blood Continent's heaven-opening realm masters were standing stiffly in place with panicked expressions, as if someone had cast a spell on them. There are also many Great Blood Continent disciples lying unconscious on the ground nearby. He immediately understood that his master had come to the Great Blood Continent. What a tyrannical way of doing things. Judging from the current situation, the Great Blood Continent seemed to be powerless to resist. This was not surprising, though. With Yuhi, a sixth-order heaven-opening realm master, how could a trifling third-class force like the Great Blood Continent resist? Commander Gua's injuries have not yet healed, so you should be recuperating. Why have you come out? Xianxia looked at him and asked. Guizian took a deep breath and said, "Many thanks for Master's concern, but this lowly one's injuries are nothing and will be completely healed after a few days of rest. This lowly girl has something to ask of Master." Xianxia turned to Guomiao and gently nodded. "Your father served under me, and although his time was not long, he was extremely loyal to this king and had made great contributions. You were his only child, and the one he valued the most in his life, the one he was willing to give up his life to protect. If you have any requests, feel free to speak. If this king can help you, he will not refuse." Guomiao hurriedly bowed. "Disciple thanks Master in advance, Disciple. Disciple does not have any other request. She just hopes that Master will be lenient and let off the Great Blood Continent's chief and the other elders." Once this was said, not only did Xianxia reveal a look of shock, but even the Great Blood Continent's heaven-opening realm masters were shocked. Xianxia, who was being stepped on by Xianxia and did not dare move in the slightest, had a sharp light in his eyes. Guizian seemed to have known that his daughter would say this, so he was not surprised and simply sighed. "Are you sure?" Xianxia looked directly into Guomiao's eyes, as if he wanted to see into the depths of her heart. "That Gu Zixin stole your resources and forced you to condense a second-grade true qi, ruining your future. Before this, he even led people to kill you and your father, almost killing you and your father. If this king had not arrived in time, how could you and your father still be alive?" This Xianxia, as the Great Blood Continent's chief, not only did he not protect and take care of you, he even allowed Gu Zixin to commit murder. This king came to condemn him, but he put on an act. Such a vile person, such a despicable person. Are you sure you want me to show mercy? Guomiao lowered her head and said, "Mas, Gu Zixin stole my resources and ruined my future. I naturally hate him, and his death is not to be regretted. To tell Master the truth, I have thought countless times before that one day I would take revenge and make him die a horrible death. But when that day really came, Disciple did not know why, but she felt a little uncomfortable and unhappy." As she spoke, Guomiao's eyes reddened and tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Guizian gently patted her shoulder and pulled her into his embrace. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, vaguely able to see through the contradictions in Guo Miao's heart. After all, to her, it could be said that she was brought up by Gu Zixin. When she was very young, Guo Ziyan sent her to the Great Blood Continent. She lost her mother when she was young, and she was separated from her father. The little girl struggled to survive. To her, Gu Zixin was the closest person besides her father. This closest person plotted against her at the most important moment of her life, causing her to condense a second-grade true qi with a fourth-grade true qi. Guo Miao hated and cursed in her heart, but even the greatest hatred could not cover up the kindness of raising her and nurturing her. The conflict between kindness and hatred caused waves to rise in her heart, and it was natural that she would feel uncomfortable. If it were someone with a little bit of conscience, they would not be able to bear to see the Great Blood Continent's family destroyed. Wiping the corners of her eyes, Guo Miao said, "Now that the main culprit is dead and father and I are safe and sound, disciple pleads for master to show mercy. This matter ends here." This Great Blood Continent was the place she had grown up in, so it could be considered another home for her. Under the cover of this foul atmosphere, there were still the brothers and senior sisters she had grown up with. If Yang Kai massacred all these heaven-opening realm masters, where would those brothers and senior sisters go? After hearing her words, many of the heaven-opening realm masters from Great Blood Continent revealed looks of shame, while Yun Xinghua was filled with gratitude. He had originally thought that he would definitely die, but who would have thought that there would be a chance for him to survive? Yang Kai looked at Guo Ziyan and asked, "Is Commander Guo also of the same mind?" Guo Ziyan said, "Since Disciple has been reunited with my daughter, I have no other request." "Understood." Yang Kai nodded and lowered his head to look at Yun Xinghua, only to see him looking at him with a pleading expression. When their eyes met, he seemed to be trying to squeeze out a smile, but his face was stiff and his smile was uglier than if he were crying. "Forget it." Yang Kai curled his lips. "I don't have any killing intent left from you, father and daughter, so I'll spare their lives today." With a series of exhalations, the Great Blood Continent's heaven-opening realm masters all felt as if a large stone had been lifted from their hearts. Looking at each other, they found that their faces were covered in sweat and could only smile bitterly. The feeling of lingering in front of the gates of hell was truly unpleasant. Asterisk thong. Asterisk the black dragon spear brushed past Yun Xinghua's cheek and stabbed into the ground beside his ear. Yang Kai leaned over and said darkly, "Thank you for taking in such a kind-hearted disciple." Yes. Yun Xinghua nodded repeatedly. "My Great Blood Continent will never forget Guo Miao's life-saving grace." Yang Kai continued, "However, you can avoid the death penalty, but you can't escape punishment." Taking out the loyalty and righteousness record, he flipped to the third page and said coldly, "Force out your essence blood and leave your name and aura here." The loyalty and righteousness record had a total of 9 pages. The first page had Chun Tianfei's name, the second page had Hei's name, and the third page originally had a name, one of old ancestor MOU subordinates. Yang Kai had used that person to lure old ancestor MOU into a trap, but unfortunately, that person's life was too short. Old ancestor MOU sensed that something was wrong and killed him with a single palm strike. This caused the original name on the third page to disappear. Guo Miao was grateful and didn't bicker with the Great Blood Continent's people, but Yang Kai wasn't willing to let them off so easily. Right now, the Void was lacking manpower, especially the number of heaven-opening realm masters. There were too few, and many things were inconvenient to deal with. If he could take in the Great Blood Continent's heaven-opening realm masters, at the very least, there would be someone to manage Star City in the Void's territory. Previously, he was still thinking of waiting for Lang Qingshan's group to advance to heaven-opening realm before dealing with Star City, but that would take at least a few years. The Great Blood Continent's heaven-opening realm masters would undoubtedly solve this urgent problem. Yun Xinghua, a fourth-stage heaven-opening realm master, will be able to oversee Star City and maintain order there. Although Yun Xinghua didn't know what mysteries this loyalty and righteousness record had. He instinctively felt that it wasn't anything good. However, at this moment, he was under the eaves, and the aura of a sixth-stage heaven opening realm master was constantly locked onto him. So how could he resist? After all, in the past, under the suppression of graceful grace territory, he was a man who could endure humiliation. He understood the principle of being flexible and very straightforwardly forced out his essence blood, leaving his name and aura on the loyalty and righteousness record. With a burst of bloody light, the three words Xianxia appeared on the third page of the loyalty and righteousness record. Yang Kai grinned at him. A wise man submits to circumstances. You're very good. Only now did he move his foot away from his chest. Xianxia silently sensed for a moment, as if he had faintly understood the mysteries of the loyalty and righteousness record. No matter how great the waves in his heart were, he didn't show the slightest dissatisfaction on the surface. Instead, he smiled. Xianxia greets Master. In the future, if Master has any orders, this subordinate will go through water and tread on fire without hesitation. Yang Kai glanced at him with a fake smile. Naturally, he wouldn't believe him so easily, but as long as he had the loyalty and righteousness record, he wasn't afraid of this Xianxia making any waves. Chapter 4207. Are these all the treasures of the Great Blood Continent? In the main hall of the Great Blood Continent, Yang Kai sat at the head of the table with you, he standing behind him. At this moment, he was holding a space ring in his hand and looking at Xianxia, who was standing in front of him with a speechless expression. This guy had left his name on the loyalty list. Regardless of his character, he was already considered a member of the Void Land. The Great Blood Continent was located in the territory of the Pure Grace Pavilion, which was the territory of the Pure Grace Pavilion. Even if Yang Kai wanted to take over the entire Great Blood Continent and make it a subordinate sect of the Void Land, he was powerless to do so. Just imagine, if someone dared to do this in the territory of the Void Land, he would definitely not agree. If he really did so, the Pure Grace Pavilion would definitely make things difficult for him. Therefore, even if he was a little reluctant, Yang Kai could only give up the Great Blood Continent. However, he could give up the Great Blood Continent, but he had to take the people with him. Below Xianxia, the more than 20 heaven-opening realm cultivators and many elite disciples of the Great Blood Continent had to migrate to the Star City in the territory of the Void Land. From now on, they would rely on the Star City and manage it for the Void Land. He believed that with a fourth-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator and several third-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators, the Star City should be well managed. Before leaving, he naturally had to take the Great Blood Continent's treasures with him. Yang Kai thought that the Great Blood Continent might be very poor. Otherwise, Gu Zixin would not have targeted his disciple and snatched the two fourth-grade resources in Guimiao's hands. However, he really did not expect that a third-class force could be poor to this extent. In the treasury of the Great Blood Continent, there were less than 100,000 heaven-opening pills. The other cultivation resources added together were probably only worth 200,000 to 300,000 heaven-opening pills. In other words, the entire Great Blood Continent's treasury only had 400,000 heaven-opening pills. For someone like Yang Kai, who could easily spend millions, these things were simply unbearable to look at. However, thinking about it carefully, the Great Blood Continent could not be blamed for being too poor. It was because they had made a fortune in the Great Void Realm that they had a lot of capital. In this trichiliocosm, an ordinary third-rate power would not be too rich. After all, their disciples needed all kinds of resources to cultivate. Taking the Great Blood Continent as an example, below Xianxia, there were 20 to 30 heaven-opening experts who were elders, deacons, hall masters, and so on. These people had to be paid a certain amount each month. The minimum would be several hundred, while the maximum would be several thousand. This month's expenditure would be several tens of thousands of heaven-opening pills, and this was not even counting the other disciples below the heaven-opening realm. If the Great Blood Continent was like this, then it was the same for the other third-tier powers. Back then, in order to express their apology, the Great Moon Prefecture had only given Yang Kai 100,000 opening heaven pills. This was already a huge loss. There were very few people like Yang Kai, who had hundreds of millions of opening heaven pills. Xianxia said in a panicked voice, replying to Master. This subordinate was in seclusion to break through and consumed a large amount of resources. He thought that Yang Kai was still not satisfied, so he repeatedly signaled to the other heaven opening realm masters, as if he wanted them to gather some resources together to appease Yang Kai's anger. Although the many heaven opening realm masters were extremely reluctant, they did not dare to disobey, and all began to act. You can all rest. Yang Kai waved his hand and tossed the space ring in his hand to Xianxia. Xianxia asked in confusion, Master? Yang Kai picked up the teacup beside him and took a sip of tea, slowly saying, This belongs to your great blood continent, so take care of it yourself. This king is not so greedy as to take your things. Xianxia blushed with shame. Master is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. This subordinate is ashamed. Yang Kai sternly said, Now, this king has an important task to entrust to you. Xianxia hurriedly said, Please instruct me, Master. Give me your universe scroll. Yang Kai gestured. Xianxia hurriedly took out his universe scroll and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and poured his strength into it, then tossed it back to him after a while. I've already marked out the location of the Void Land. Choose 1,000 people from Great Blood Continent and go to the Void Land to find someone called Wuxia. Tell her that I asked you to go. Xianxia respectfully replied, Yes. He paused for a moment before probing. My lord, I wonder what this subordinate should do after meeting Wuxia. Yang Kai glanced at him. Help this king manage the star market in the Void Lands territory. Asterisk schwa. Asterisk the 20 or so heaven opening realm masters below all looked over. Xianxia was also stunned, looking at Yang Kai in shock. Master wants me to manage the star market? He couldn't believe what he was hearing. For any force that could control a star market, the existence of a star market could be said to be one of the largest sources of income for that force. By extracting taxes and collecting rent from the star market, one could obtain large quantities of heaven-opening pills without taking any risks. Pure Swan territory also had a star market, but it was managed by the Pure Swan Pavilion, so Great Blood Continent couldn't interfere. The existence of a star market was of utmost importance to any force, and only those most loyal to their sect could manage it. Only this way could a force continue to exist. But now, Yang Kai was actually asking him to lead Great Blood Continent's people to manage the star market in the Void Lands territory. What? You're not willing? Yang Kai's expression sank. Xianxia hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. With Master's orders, even if it was a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, this subordinate would not frown. It's just that the existence of a star market is of great importance. This subordinate is afraid he will fail Master. His heart was filled with suspicion. Was this some kind of trap Kai Yang had set for him? But that shouldn't be the case. Right now, his life and death could be decided with a single thought from the other party. So if he really wanted to do something to him, there was no need to use such a method. Yang Kai calmly said, My Void Land has just been established, and we don't have enough heaven-opening realm masters. If not for this, do you think it would be your turn to manage the star market? Although these words were not polite, to Xianxia, they were like the sounds of nature. So that's how it is. It's actually because we don't have enough people. His heart filled with joy, but his expression remained unchanged. If that's the case, this subordinate understands. Master, rest assured, this subordinate will definitely manage the star market well and definitely won't disappoint Master. He was quite shrewd, not revealing his emotions, but the other low-rank heaven-opening realm masters did not have this kind of self-control, and many of them revealed pleasantly surprised expressions, secretly excited. They had originally thought that since the Great Blood Continent had been breached, and even their leader had to be respectful in front of the other party, their future days would definitely be difficult. There were already quite a few people considering whether or not they should find an opportunity to escape, After all, they were all heaven-opening realm masters, so if they joined any force, they would definitely be accepted. Even if they became lone rangers, it would still be better than having to follow the whims of others. Who would have thought that they would actually have the opportunity to manage the star market? This was a very lucrative job. Although the star market was a mix of crooks and dragons, and there were all kinds of people, the star market was the place where transactions were the most frequent, and every transaction represented a large number of heaven-opening pills. Even among those forces that had the qualifications to manage the star market, the person chosen to manage the star market would have to undergo extremely strict examinations and many open and secret struggles before being chosen. And now, such an opportunity that countless people were fighting over was placed right in front of them. Sure enough, after surviving a great disaster, one would be blessed with good fortune. Just a moment ago, they had been worried about their own lives, but now they had been struck by this great fortune. Everyone seemed to be able to see large amounts of heaven-opening pills pouring into their pockets. So how could they not be excited? Xianxia could only bitterly smile. If he had known earlier that he would be helping Yang Kai manage the star market, how could he have resisted in the slightest? He would have already opened the spirit array and respectfully welcomed him inside. Yang Kai glanced at him meaningfully. Do your job well. As long as this king can see your sincerity, in the future, your cultivation won't be so poor. In time, it won't be difficult for you to increase your cultivation grade. Xianxia hurriedly said, Many thanks for Master's trust. This subordinate will definitely not disappoint. Take this jade slip when you arrive in the void and see Lu Shui. Give it to her, and she will make the arrangements. Yes, I'll give you 5 days to take care of everything in the Great Blood Continent. You can decide who to bring with you and how to arrange the rest of the people. I only want 1,000 people to enter the main star market. Saying so, Yang Kai stood up. This king still has other important matters to attend to. When this king returns to the void next time, I hope to see your results. Xianxia bowed. Master, please wait and see. Respectfully sending off the master. The many heaven-opening realms also shouted in unison, respectfully sending off the master. Under everyone's gazes, Yang Kai led Yuhi into the lotus flower, which quickly turned into a streak of light that shot into the sky. When that streak of light disappeared from sight, Xianxia let out a heavy breath. This time, he had really profited from a disaster. After pondering for a moment, he turned around and issued a series of orders, immediately setting the entire Great Blood Continent into motion. There weren't many disciples in the Great Blood Continent, but they weren't few either, around 6,000 to 7,000 people. Yang Kai only wanted 1,000, so the remaining several thousand couldn't be taken away. Moreover, this time, they would have to stay in the star market. So, in other words, they wouldn't be able to return from the Great Blood Continent in the future. He naturally wanted to take away the 1,000 people with the best aptitudes, leaving the rest to find a way out for themselves. Perhaps they would seek refuge with other third-class forces or even the Pure Grace Pavilion, or perhaps they would become homeless, but the Great Blood Continent would definitely be swallowed up by the Pure Grace Pavilion. At the same time, in the lotus flower, Yang Kai looked at Guizian and his daughter in front of him, a wide smile on his face. I also want to congratulate Commander Gua and his daughter for reuniting. Guizian said, It's all thanks to Master. If not for Master's timely assistance, my father and daughter would have already returned to the underworld. Guomiao also said, Many thanks to Master for saving our lives. Yang Kai raised his hand. Your father is someone from the Voidlands, so you're also a disciple of the Voidlands. When a disciple is in trouble, I naturally won't sit by and do nothing. Turning to Guizian, he said, This king said before that as long as it is within the limits of Guomiao's ability, I will provide her with the best cultivation resources. But Guomiao, what grade can your Dao seal withstand? Guomiao's expression dimmed. Disciple feels that grade 4 shouldn't be a problem. Grade 5 might be a bit difficult, but now. Guizian's expression also dimmed, thinking about how his daughter's good future had been ruined by that bastard Gujishin. He couldn't help but feel heartache. Chapter 42:08. Since he can withstand the power of the 4th stage, then in the future, condense fourth stage resources, and achieve the fourth stage of splitting the heavens, Xianxia said. Guizian said, Meow already has the foundation of the second stage, so even if he condenses the power of the fourth stage, it won't help. In the future, he can only achieve the second stage of splitting the heavens. Master, there are many things waiting to be done in the void, so there's no need to waste resources. I will take care of Meow's cultivation in the future. Who said it's a waste? Xianxia laughed. I'm afraid you've forgotten about Meng Hong. Young Master Meng Hong. Guizian was startled. He naturally recognized Meng Hong. After all, they had been together in the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years, and he clearly remembered what had happened during this period. Master, you mean, Xianxia said solemnly, Brother Meng was originally condensing the power of the third stage, but after breaking and then re-establishing it, he has now condensed the power of the fifth stage. If he can achieve splitting the heavens in the future, it will be the fifth stage of splitting the heavens. It's 2 stages higher than the beginning. This lowly one also knows about this, but young Master Meng Hong only had this opportunity because he obtained some Tai Divine Purifying Water. However, Tai Divine Purifying Water is too rare, so it's impossible. Master, what is this? As he spoke, Guizian's eyes suddenly widened as he stared at a small jade bottle that appeared in Xianxia's hand. The jade bottle shook, and the sound of liquid came from inside. This is the Tai Divine Purifying Water, Xianxia said with a smile. Even though he had already guessed, when Xianxia confirmed it himself, Guizian couldn't help but gasp. Even Yueha looked over in shock. In the land of none, the splitting the heavens couldn't enter, so they didn't know what good things Xianxia had obtained there. Others couldn't find Tai Divine Purifying Water, but Xianxia had a lot of it. The Tai Purifying Divine Water was a treasure that Xianxia had obtained from the land of the ancients. With this divine water, we can cleanse the power in Guomiao's seal. Fortunately, she has only condensed a single type of power, so it won't be difficult for her to cleanse it. I just don't know if Guomiao has the courage to do so. Can you endure it? Guomiao said excitedly. Master, do you mean that the Tai Divine Purifying Water can give me a chance to start over? She had never heard of the Tai Purifying Divine Water before. After all, she had been cultivating in the Great Blood Continent and had little contact with the outside world, so she was somewhat ignorant. However, this did not prevent her from inferring the effect of this item from the conversation between Xianxia and Guizian. Not bad, Xianxia nodded. Although I haven't used this Tai Divine Purification Water before, a friend of mine has. This thing can give you a chance to start over, but the risk is not small. After all, it's related to your Dao seal. If you're not careful, your foundation will be destroyed and your future will be ruined. Moreover, in the process of cleansing your Dao seal, I'm afraid you'll have to endure great pain. Guomiao said cautiously, Master, may I ask what happened to your friend in the end? Xianxia smiled. Although I went through a lot of hardships, I finally succeeded. A trace of determination flashed in Guomiao's eyes. In that case, Master, please bestow this Tai Purifying Divine Water. Disciple is willing to give it a try. Have you thought it through? Xianxia asked in a low voice. Guomiao said, Disciple has thought it through. Disciple originally had a 4th grade aptitude, but now I am forced to condense the power of a 2nd grade. Even if I can safely advance to a 2nd grade in the future, I am afraid that I will not be satisfied. Rather than feeling unsatisfied in the future, it is better to give it a try today. Even if I fail, Disciple will have no regrets. Guizian stood to the side, wanting to say something but hesitating, as if he wanted to stop Guomiao, but every time the words came to his mouth, he swallowed them back down. At this moment, he could not help but sigh and give up the idea of stopping her. Xianxia handed the Tai Purifying Divine Water to Guomiao and said with a smile, Since you have the heart to make progress, then this king will fulfill your wish. However, you don't have to worry too much. When my friend took this item, he relied on his strong will to pass. Today is different. With Yueha protecting you, I think you will be much more relaxed. Yes. Guomiao took the jade bottle and held it tightly in her hand. She did not seem to be holding the Tai, purifying divine water, but her future. Turning her head to look at her father, Guozian gave her an encouraging look. Without hesitation, Guomiao immediately went into seclusion to take the Tai purifying divine water. Yang Kai naturally did not allow it, and instructed Yueha to take good care of it. There were many secret rooms in the falling lotus flower. The two of them found a secret room and walked in. They opened a restriction and isolated the inside from the outside world. Guozian stood outside the door like an iron tower, pacing back and forth. His face was filled with worry and anxiety. Days passed, and the falling lotus flower passed through one large territory after another. 20 days later, they finally arrived at the large territory where the first inn was located. When Yang Kai first came here, he did not know much about this large territory. Only now did he learn from the map of the universe that this large territory was called the Thousand Birds Territory. There was a second-grade force, the Thousand Birds Sect. However, the star market here was not under the jurisdiction of the Thousand Birds Sect. There was no other reason. Although the Thousand Birds Sect was a second-grade force with a strong foundation, it was a subordinate sect of the Great War Heaven. As such, the true master of this star market was the Great War Heaven, one of the 36 paradises. In this trichiliocosm, there were as many first-grade, second-grade, and third-grade forces as there were hairs on an ox. Many of them were subordinate forces. For example, in the Void Territory, the Void Land dominated a large territory. The other third-grade forces that lived in the Void Territory belonged to the Void Land and were the subordinate sects of the Void Land. Previously, when the Void Land was being built, those third-grade forces had also sent many people to help. The Void Land was like this, and most of the other second-grade forces were like this. For example, the relationship between the Pure Grace Pavilion and the Blood Great Continent was also a subordinate relationship. If a second-grade force could control a large territory, what about those blessed grotto heavens? Every blessed grotto heavens controlled more than one large territory. There were as many as 10, and as few as 7 or 8. Everything in these large territory was the foundation of these blessed grotto heavens. The Thousand Birds Territory was one of the large territory controlled by Great War Heaven, and the Thousand Birds Sect was also a subordinate sect of Great War Heaven. If Great War Heaven had any summons, the Thousand Birds Sect would not be able to resist unless they did not want to continue living in the Thousand Birds Territory. For any blessed grotto heavens, supporting a second-grade force to rise up and replacing others was simply a matter of time. Yang Kai secretly rejoiced that the territory of the void was not under the jurisdiction of any blessed grotto heavens. Otherwise, the current territory of the void would probably have to bow down to a blessed grotto heavens and act according to their wishes. On the second day after arriving at the Thousand Birds Territory, the tightly shut door of the secret room suddenly opened. Guozian, who had been guarding outside, saw this and asked nervously, "How is it?" Yuhi chuckled. "Go in and take a look yourself." With that, he turned his body and rushed into the secret room like the wind. A moment later, Yang Kai heard this fellow's carefree laughter. "Thank you for your hard work." Yang Kai nodded to Yuhi. Yuhi shook her head and said, "From the beginning to the end, I didn't do anything." She passed by herself. Guomiao is a good seedling. Compared to when Meng Hong had used the Tai pure divine water, Guomiao had a great advantage. Firstly, she had condensed a second-grade strength, which was 1 grade lower than Meng Hong's third-grade strength, and the effect of the Tai pure divine water was greater and faster. Secondly, she had condensed a second-grade strength for a very short period of time, and it was easier to wash it clean. Thirdly, she had only condensed a second-grade strength, while Meng Hong had condensed several. If Meng Hong could persevere, there was no reason for Guomiao to fail. Guomiao's current condition was not bad. She only needed to rest for a while before she could begin to lay the foundation for her own heaven-opening stage. Very quickly, Guomiao walked out under Guozian's lead and thanked Yang Kai profusely. Yang Kai immediately took out a few fourth-grade cultivation resources and bestowed them, making Guomiao extremely grateful. After another 2 days, they finally arrived at the void ferry of the Star City. Xianxia accepted the falling lotus flower, paid some fees, and led he and the others into the Star City in a grandiose manner. Looking at the vaguely familiar streets and the shops that had not changed much, Xianxia could not help but sigh. The last time he came to the Star City with the lady boss and the others, he still owed a large debt. In the end, he had to rely on the lady boss to pay off the debt. At that time, he was even more wandering and alone. Now, only a dozen years had passed, and when he came again, he was already the master of the Voidland. Not only did he have heaven-opening stage experts like He and Guizian, he also had future elites like Lang Qingshan and the Scabby Head. In more than 10 years, how much had changed? If the Star City in the Void Territory was a medium-sized Star City, then the Star City in the Qianyao Territory was a large Star City. There were crowds of people coming and going, and all kinds of goods were available. Compared to this place, the Star City in the Void Territory seemed a little shabby. Xianxia was not unfamiliar with this place. After all, when he was collecting debts, he had almost run through the entire Star City. After more than 10 years, the Star City had not changed much, so he naturally would not get lost. He immediately led a group of people and walked towards the first stall with ease. This was the first time Wu Miao had come to a place like the Star City. She was full of curiosity towards this bustling place. Everything was new to her, and after walking for a while, she bought a lot of random things. Guizian followed her with a smile. No matter what his daughter liked, he just bought it. His doting feelings were obvious, as if he wanted to make up for all the guilt he had felt all these years. After walking 2 streets, He, who was following beside Xianxia, suddenly frowned. With a wave of her hand, a gentle force swept out. Her beautiful eyes coldly looked to the side, her expression alert. Before Xianxia could react to what had happened, he turned his head to look when he sensed the commotion, only to see a tall and sturdy man staring at He with a stunned expression on his face. This person had a fiendish appearance, and one could tell at a glance that he was not a good person. Coupled with his expression, he looked extremely comical. At this moment, one of his large hands was raised in the air. From the looks of it, he wanted to pat Xianxia on the shoulder. However, he did not expect He to react so quickly and stop him. In this instant of battle, this person also sensed He's tyrannical strength and couldn't help but be shocked. Looking at this bear-like fellow, Kaiyang couldn't help but laugh. Shopkeeper Pei? This fellow was the 100 Refinement Hall's Pei Buin. Chapter 4209. Xianxia did not expect that the first acquaintance he would meet after returning to Chidori Star City would be Pei Buin. More than 10 years ago, when Xianxia went to the 100 Refinements Hall to collect a debt, he had dealt with this guy. As a result, he was tricked by this guy into fighting in the Azura field. Relying on that battle, Pei Buin made a lot of money, not only filling up the huge deficit of the 100 Refinements Hall, but also dealing with the investigation of the higher-ups and paying back the debt as promised. Xianxia had a deep impression of this guy, who looked like a bear. Is it really Brother Yang? Pei Buin also had a pleasantly surprised expression, as if he had seen a relative, appearing extremely eager and could not help taking 2 steps forward. He stood in front of Xianxia and stared at him coldly. Pei Buin could not help but stop, his face twitching as he glanced at He in fear and smiled awkwardly. Just as Xianxia had expected, he had seen Xianxia's back in the crowd and was about to pat him on the shoulder to see what was going on, but before he could do anything, He had blocked him. Although that brush was light, it had to be known that Pei Buin was a 4th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator and was not weak, but He had blocked him so easily, so she was obviously stronger than him. This woman was definitely a 5th-stage or even 6th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator. Who was she? Pei Buin was puzzled. Young master, this is... He asked softly. Xianxia said, Shopkeeper Pei of the 100 Refinements Hall. I have had some dealings with Shopkeeper Pei before. He looked Pei Buin up and down and said in surprise, Such a fierce guy can be a shopkeeper? Can the 100 Refinements Hall make money? Won't the customers be scared away? Pei Buin almost spat out blood. Although Yuhi's words were unintentional, they had poked at his wound. The reason why he had tricked Yang Kai into going to the Azura field was that the 100 Refinements Hall had a huge deficit under his management and urgently needed a large number of heaven-opening pills to make up for it. If it were not for Yang Kai, how could he still be a shopkeeper here? He had already been summoned back by the power behind the 100 Refinements Hall to be punished. Pei Buin coughed lightly and said, "Young lady, the appearance of a human body is bestowed upon me by my parents. Although I, Pei Buin, am somewhat ugly, my heart is kind." Yui declined to comment, but since it was an acquaintance of Yang Kai, it was a misunderstanding. Moreover, in this star city under the jurisdiction of the Zhan Tian, no one dared to act rashly. She immediately retreated behind Yang Kai and watched coldly. Yang Kai chuckled as he looked at Pei Buwan and said, "Shopkeeper Pei, what can I do for you?" Pei Buwan grinned meaningfully. "It's nothing, it's just that I haven't seen little brother Yang for more than 10 years, and I really miss you." Previously, this shopkeeper also went to the first inn to find Madame Lan to inquire about you. But Madame Lan only said that you had some matters to attend to and didn't tell me anything. Even if I wanted to find you, I didn't know where to go. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Why is Shopkeeper Pei looking for me? Suddenly, he became extremely vigilant. "Don't tell me you want me to help you go to the Azura field to fight again?" Pei Buin immediately rejected. "How can that be? It's fine if the Azura field fights happen occasionally, but how can I, old Pei, treat it as a long-term business? If that's really the case, the entire 100 Refinements Hall won't be enough for me to lose. It's just that little brother Yang did me a favor in the past, and old Pei didn't properly thank you. All this time, I've been feeling guilty in my heart." Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously and said lightly, "That matter in the past, we each took what we needed. Shopkeeper Pei, you don't have to worry about it." Pei Buin grinned. Little brother Yang has a noble character and unquestionable integrity. "And, little brother Yang, are you going back to the first inn?" Yang Kai nodded. "Yes, I'm going to the first inn." "Oh." Pei Buin revealed a look of understanding. "Then I won't disturb little brother Yang. When you see Madame Lan later, please send my regards. If little brother Yang has time, please come to my 100 Refinements Hall as a guest. I will definitely welcome you with open arms." Of course, of course." Yang Kai cupped his fists. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yang Kai left. However, he felt that Pei Buin's attitude towards him was a little too enthusiastic. He couldn't understand it, but he was too lazy to think about it. He threw it to the back of his mind and walked towards the first inn with anticipation. After passing through a few streets, Yang Kai finally arrived at the familiar shop. He looked up and saw the 3 big words, "First," and shining brightly. The lobby was filled with people and guests. No matter where it was, as long as there was a first inn, it would always be this lively. After sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai quickly walked into the first inn and came to the counter. The accountant was calculating on an abacus, making crackling sounds. Noticing that someone had arrived, he didn't even raise his head and said, 300 for accommodation. Wine and dishes are included. Would you like to eat or stay?" Yang Kai grinned and raised his hand to knock on the table. The accountant tilted his head and looked at Yang Kai with a pair of dead fish eyes. He quickly lowered his head and continued to work. He said, 300 for accommodation. Wine and dishes are included. The veins on Yang Kai's forehead throbbed. He slapped the abacus and gritted his teeth. "It's me." The accountant sighed and glanced at him. "I know it's you. That's why I'm asking you. Would you like to eat or stay?" Yang Kai was speechless. He turned his head and asked, "Where are Lao Bai and the lady boss?" "Lao Bai is busy in the kitchen. The lady boss has a business to do." The accountant lifted Yang Kai's hand and put it back on the counter. He stared at Yang Kai with his dead fish eyes. Yang Kai wanted to poke his eyes blind. He said in a muffled voice, "Eat. Please come in." The accountant gestured with his hand. Yang Kai strode in, followed by more than 30 people. They found several empty tables and sat down. Just as they sat down, a woman walked over. When she reached Yang Kai's side, she suddenly covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Big brother Yang?" Yang Kai looked up and smiled. "Junior sister Luo?" This woman was none other than Luo Hai. This woman was also a person with a hard life. She was originally working as a guide in Star City to earn some money. When Xianxia was collecting debts, he was unfamiliar with Star City, so he hired her. Later, he recommended her to the lady boss and allowed her to stay in the first inn. Now it seemed that she was living a good life. Compared to the first time Xianxia saw her, her face was much rosier. It seemed that because she saw Xianxia, her beautiful eyes were full of surprise. "Big brother Yang, you're back?" Luo Hai still couldn't believe it. "I'm back," Xianxia said with a smile. He looked at her clothes and asked, "Did the lady boss arrange for you to work here?" "Yes." Luo Hai nodded. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something. "Big brother Yang, wait for me. I'll tell Big brother Bai and the others." After saying that, she ran to the kitchen. A moment later, White and the chef rushed out. White was still dressed as a waiter. Usually, his aura was not obvious. No one would think that this guy was a fifth-grade sky splitter. The chef was wrapped in an apron. His fat body was indescribably agile. He held a butcher's knife in his hand. He came to Xianxia and looked him up and down. He smiled and said, "Wait a moment. I'll make something delicious for you." Bai Qi sat next to Xianxia. She threw the white cloth in her hand on the table and said with a smile, "Why did you come here? Don't you need to care about the void?" Xianxia said, "The 9 heavens array has been set up. Don't worry about it for the time being. I'm here to ask the lady boss something." Bai Qi said, "Then wait a moment. The lady boss is taking on a business. It should be done soon." "How are you?" Xianxia asked. "How else? Same as usual." Bai Qi chuckled and said heartlessly. After a few words, someone slapped the table and said, "Waiter, why isn't my wine and food here yet?" Bai Qi quickly got up and said, "Sit down. I'll come to you in the evening. I'll go entertain the guests first." After saying that, she went to work. Guizian and the others stared with their eyes bigger than eggs. They never thought that a fifth-grade sky splitter could be so willing to be a waiter. It should be known that the first master of Crimson Star, Zhao Baichuan, was only a fifth-grade sky splitter. If the guest who was clamoring just now knew that this waiter was a fifth-grade sky splitter, he might be so scared that he wet his pants. After a while, Luo Hai and White continuously brought out the best wine and food. Everyone had been rushing here, so their appetite was good. They immediately ate. After a while, a woman walked out of the inner hall with a smile, followed by several women dressed as maids. This woman had obviously come to the first inn to inquire about information. Based on her expression, she'd probably obtained the answer she wanted, and that was why she was so radiant. Not long after the woman left, another woman walked out of the inner hall. At the instant this woman appeared, the color in the heavens and the earth seemed to dim. Countless gazes in the hall shot over in unison, and the sound of many people swallowing their saliva resounded. The woman who left to inquire about information was extraordinary as well. She had an enchanting figure and a charming appearance, and it had already caused many men to stare blankly at her. But when the lady boss appeared at this moment, everyone knew what a peerless beauty was. Compared to the woman from before was overshadowed. The lady boss might not be the most beautiful, but she was absolutely capable of moving the hearts of men the most. When she appeared, the lady boss lightly touched her hair, and her beautiful eyes swept over and fixed on Xianxia. But she quickly moved her gaze away and walked through the hall with a smile on her face. She occasionally spoke a few words with a guest, and she seemed to be extremely amiable. After walking around the hall, the lady boss arrived before the table where Xianxia and the others were sitting. Yui quickly got up and gracefully bowed. "Elder sister." The lady boss smiled sweetly. It must have been a tiring journey. While speaking, she didn't stop. She brushed past Xianxia, reached out her hand and tapped the back of his head lightly, and then leisurely left. Xianxia was speechless. He didn't know what the lady boss meant by this. Letting he and the others stay here, he got up and followed the lady boss to the inner hall. A moment later, in front of the lady boss's room, Xianxia gently knocked on the door. A lazy voice came from inside. "Come in." Xianxia bared his teeth and pushed the door open. After entering the room, he looked back sneakily before closing the door. Turning his head to look, Kai Yang let out a muffled groan, almost spurting out blood from his nose. What he saw was the lady boss reclining on the couch, one hand supporting her cheek, eyes closed, while the other hand gently fanned herself. Her exquisite and graceful curves were imprinted in his eyes, and the pair of white thighs under her skirt made him dizzy. Her delicate jade feet were like the world's most perfect porcelain, shining with a charming luster. Chapter 42:10. What a scandal! Xianxia quickly stepped forward and took a blanket from the side to cover the lady boss's legs. The lady boss looked at him and did not stop him. She smiled and said, "Why do you have time to come here? How are things in the void?" "It's fine." Xianxia walked to a table and sat down. He took out a teapot and a teacup and poured himself a cup of water. "The defensive array has been set up. It's all thanks to the good person recommended by the lady boss." "You didn't ask Great Master Wuliang to stay?" the lady boss asked. Xianxia shook his head and said, "The Great Master refused. He said that he was about to break through, so he left after setting up the array to find a place to cultivate in seclusion." The lady boss nodded and said, "Great Master Wu Yang's attainments in the array Dao are extraordinary, but he has always been a carefree person. It won't be easy for you to rope him in. However, this matter is not urgent. There will be opportunities in the future. If you can keep Great Master Wu Liang in the void, it will be of great benefit to you." Xianxia took a sip of water and sighed. "I'm just afraid that he won't take a liking to our small temple." The lady boss chuckled. "Although the void is a little weak now, it won't necessarily have no great development in the future. That's in the future. Let's not talk about this. I came here this time because I have something to ask." "Speak," Xianxia said seriously. "In the past, I was all alone and didn't have to worry about feeding my family. Now that there are so many people in the void, how can I maintain peace and stability and obtain the various resources that my disciples need to cultivate? I can't just sit around and eat until I run out of resources. If I really do that, there will be a day when I run out of resources." The lady boss heard him and said, "Your void's predecessor was the Kikikyo land. The Kikikyo land's geographical conditions are unique and can grow 7 kinds of spiritual fruits of the 5 elements. You can use them to refine the heaven-opening pill." "That's what I was thinking." Xianxia nodded and said, "But lady boss, you also know my situation. The void now has the materials for refining pills, but no pill formula for the heaven-opening pill. Do you have the pill formula here?" "Of course, I have more than one." The lady boss looked at him with a smile. "Forget it. I'll sort it out later and give you all the pill formulas. Although there are many pill formulas for the heaven-opening pill in the entire 3,000 worlds, most of them are similar. Take them back and study them yourself to see which pill formula is suitable." Xianxia was overjoyed. "Thank you, lady boss." In his heart, he thought that the lady boss really did have a pill recipe here. This trip wasn't in vain. "In addition to refining the heaven-opening pill, I suggest that you take control of the Star City as soon as possible. For any force, the existence of a Star City is of utmost importance. It can even be said that it is the foundation of their existence. Only by taking control of the Star City can you have an endless supply of resources. I've already started working on the Star City. I believe that after I return, the Star City in the Void territory will be under my control." The lady boss smiled and said, "You're quite fast. With these 2 items, you can basically guarantee the cultivation needs of the disciples of the Void Land. What are you worried about?" Xianxia said with a guilty conscience, "There are a lot of people in the Void Land. I'm afraid these 2 things aren't enough." The lady boss asked curiously, "A little too much? How many?" Xianxia opened his mouth and reported a number. The lady boss couldn't help but be stunned. She had never heard of a second-grade force having so many people. She frowned slightly and said, "Although there are a lot of people, as long as they don't condense a Dao seal, they won't consume any resources. Why are you worried about this?" Xianxia smiled and said, "I have to prepare for a rainy day." The lady boss pondered for a moment and said, "Your Void Land must have taken control of some Qiankuan worlds, right?" "That's right." Xianxia nodded. Previously, those Qiankuan worlds were controlled by the 7 ingenious lands. Now that the Void Land had replaced them, it naturally took over those Qiankuan worlds. The lady boss said, You also jumped out of the Qian worlds, so you shouldn't be unfamiliar with them. But even if you jumped out, don't look down on those Qian worlds. Inside these Qian worlds, there might be many cultivation resources of different grades. It's not just maybe, it's certain. It's just a matter of quantity and grade. Controlling these Qian worlds is equivalent to controlling many cultivation resources. It can even be said that many middle and high-grade resources are found in these Qian worlds. In the world of the 9 provinces you went to, I found many 5th grade and even 6th grade resources. Moreover, if you stay outside of the Qian world for a long time, you'll hear some news about this from time to time. For example, someone obtained a high-grade resource from an ownerless Qian world, and then attracted countless people to investigate. Hearing this, Xianxia's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but think of the immortal tree. Strictly speaking, the immortal tree was something he had obtained from a secret realm in the territory of a lower star. Even the territory of a lower star could give birth to such a high-grade resource, let alone the Qian worlds. He couldn't help but think of the star boundary. The star boundary must have given birth to many cultivation resources needed by the heaven-opening realm, but the star boundary had never produced a heaven-opening realm cultivator, so even if someone obtained it, they probably wouldn't know what it was. The territory of the void now controlled more than a dozen Qian worlds, and each Qian world was equivalent to a star boundary. As long as they were properly developed, was there a need to worry about not having enough cultivation resources? Xianxia was suddenly enlightened. Although you have a large number of people in the void, there shouldn't be many people who need resources. As long as you can control Star City, refine heaven-opening pills on your own, and carefully mine those Qian worlds, it will be enough for you to develop steadily. The lady boss earnestly instructed, you can also plant some spirit flowers and herbs in the void, and you can even open up some places in those Qian worlds to plant. At that time, whether you refine spirit pills or sell them, it will be a source of income. I understand. Xianxia solemnly nodded. Ever since he brought the 600,000 people to the void, he had been thinking about the future of the void, especially the matter of cultivation resources. It was like a mountain had been pressing down on his heart, and it was only at this moment that he finally felt relieved. There is one more thing I need to trouble the lady boss with. Xianxia suddenly changed the topic. Let's hear it. Xianxia grinned meaningfully. Lady boss, you also know my current situation. I have already condensed 4 of the 5 elements of yin and yang, and I am still missing the 2 elements of metal and yin and yang, but these high-rank resources are not easy to find. What I want to ask is, do you have any information on these 3 elements of high-rank resources? The lady boss opened her eyes and stared at him for a long time before asking, do you still want to reach the high-rank heaven-opening realm? Xianxia quickly said, I've already walked half of this path and don't want to give up halfway. No matter how much resistance you encounter in the future, we can talk about the future in the future. The lady boss sighed softly. Since you have already made up your mind, I won't stop you. I only hope that you won't regret it in the future. However, high-rank resources are hard to find, and even if they appear occasionally, they will attract countless experts to fight over them. With your current ability, you can't interfere at all. Of course I know that. Xianxia nodded seriously. When the Golden Crow Divine Palace appeared, it attracted several high-rank heaven-opening realm experts and dozens of mid-rank heaven-opening realm experts to gather at the first inn. One could imagine how tempting these top resources were to those experts. Xianxia didn't quite understand why they were fighting over these resources. It didn't make sense to say that it was for their own disciples. It couldn't be that the disciples of so many experts had the capital to directly refine 7th grade resources, right? It was only later that he learned that these experts were fighting over the Golden Crow's corpse for their own sake. They could absorb and refine the fire attribute energy in the Golden Crow's corpse to strengthen the foundation of their mini-universe world, thereby increasing their own strength. Xianxia giggled. But the first inn's job is to collect information, so you must know some secrets that others don't know, such as where to find high-rank resources of these 3 attributes. The lady boss glanced at him, feeling both annoyed and amused. What do you think high-rank resources are? Cabbages that can be picked up anywhere? I'm not afraid to tell you. I know where you can obtain high-rank yin and yang attribute energy, but you don't have the ability to obtain them. Where? Yang Kai's eyes suddenly burned with desire. The lady boss glared at him, took out her world map, tapped on it, and tossed it to Yang Kai, saying, "See for yourself." Yang Kai poured his divine sense into it and couldn't help but be stunned. What is the meaning of these large territory? He found that the large territory marked out by the lady boss was different from the other large territories, as it was completely empty. In the other large territories, he could clearly see which forces and Xianxia worlds existed, but these large territories were completely empty. The lady boss said leisurely, "Thousands of years ago, there were many forces and Xianxia worlds in these large territories, but now they are all destroyed." Who did it? Yang Kai felt his scalp go numb. All the forces and Xianxia worlds in these large territories have been destroyed. What kind of violent power was this? Scorching sun, glowing moon, the lady boss said leisurely. Yang Kai was stunned. Then he sucked in a breath of cold air and said in a trembling voice, "These two divine beasts, do they really exist?" According to legend, in the most ancient times at the beginning of the world, there were two types of chaos chi that evolved into yin and yang, transforming into scorching sun and glowing moon. These were the oldest divine spirits in the world. These two divine beasts evolved into the four divine beasts, which gave rise to the dragon and phoenix divine spirits. It could be said that scorching sun and glowing moon were the source of all divine spirits, the common ancestors of all divine spirits. Yang Kai had obtained a divine spirit chart before, which listed all the known divine spirits of the 3,000 worlds. Although the divine spirit chart prioritized the dragon and phoenix divine spirits, the opening page introduced the scorching sun and glowing moon, but the author of the divine spirit chart believed that these two divine beasts no longer existed in this world. Who would have thought that he would learn about these two terrifying existences from the lady boss today? These were divine beasts above the dragon and phoenix divine beasts. They were the symbol of invincibility. If there were any creatures in this world that could contend with the giant divine spirit clan, then the scorching sun and glowing moon were definitely one of them. It could even be said that they were stronger than the giant divine spirit clan. Chapter 42:11. Zhuo Zhao and Yuying are natural enemies, like fire and water. They have been fighting for countless years, and those large territory were destroyed by the shock waves of their battle, the lady boss slowly explained. The lady boss said slowly, "Many of the powers and Xianxia worlds that originally existed in those large regions are all gone." Yang Kai sucked in a cold breath. Just how violent would a battle need to be to destroy so many large territory? However, these two Holy Spirit ancestors did have the ability to do so. His mouth twitching, Yang Kai asked, "Lady boss, the yin and yang forces you speak of shouldn't be referring to these two, right?" The lady boss nodded. "That's right. They are yin and yang forces formed from the purest primal chaos force. The grade of the energy contained within them is extremely high, probably at the peak of the 9th grade. They completely meet your requirements." Yang Kai grumbled, "I don't want to die yet." What kind of joke was this? The shockwaves from the battle between these two could destroy several large territories. If he really dared to go over in his Little the Emperor realm, he would probably be instantly killed. The lady boss chuckled. "At least you have some self-awareness." She paused for a moment before continuing. "But speaking of which, I'm not too sure whether Zhuo Zhao and Yuying really exist. I've only heard about this from others. However, those large territory are forbidden zones for life. No matter how high your cultivation is, whether you're at the 7th or 8th grade, as long as you dare to enter those large territory, you'll never be heard from again." Yang Kai's heart trembled as he memorized the locations of those large territory. He secretly decided that no matter what, he would definitely not enter those large territory in the future. "Is there no other way?" Yang Kai asked, unwilling to give up. The lady boss pondered for a long time before replying. "Let's wait for half a year. Perhaps there will be an opportunity after half a year, but it's just an opportunity." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "What opportunity?" The lady boss gently shook her head. I'm not sure yet. I'll tell you when I confirm the news. It's useless to tell you now. There might be some unforeseen circumstances. Since she didn't say anything, Yang Kai couldn't force her. He could only suppress the doubts in his heart. Anyway, he had nothing to do recently, so he nodded and said yes. Right at this moment, a delicate shout came from outside. "Where is Yang Kai? Get out here!" Yang Kai was startled when he heard this voice. It was clearly a woman's voice, but he felt that it was extremely unfamiliar. Clearly, it was someone he did not know. Why would a stranger come looking for him? This filled him with doubts. The lady boss tilted her head and teased. "Stinky brat, did you get yourself into trouble somewhere?" "Lady boss, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." Yang Kai shook his head solemnly. "I've always been a clean and honest person. How could I have any romantic debt?" "Really?" The lady boss had a look of disbelief on her face. She scanned the surroundings with her divine sense and was surprised. "How could it be her? Who is it?" Yang Kai asked. "You'll know when you see for yourself. Now that you've provoked her, you're in trouble." The lady boss had a look of schadenfreude on her face as she slowly closed her beautiful eyes and gently fanned herself, acting as if this matter had nothing to do with her. Yang Kai felt his teeth ache and could only push open the door and walk out. Before he reached the lobby, he heard the woman shout again, "Where is Yang Kai? Get out here quickly." Inside the lobby, many of the cultivator drinking wine stared at this woman with great interest. Guazian and the others glared at this woman. However, although this woman was tall and her cultivation was only in the Emperor realm, she was not afraid even when facing a heaven-opening realm cultivator. Moreover, she dared to shout in a place like the First Inn, not putting anyone in her eyes at all. It had to be said that she was extremely courageous. From the inner hall, Yang Kai strode out. Seeing Yang Kai appear, this woman's beautiful eyes immediately stared at Yang Kai like a hawk. Boundless battle intent radiated from her body as her aura rose steadily. Her beautiful black hair danced without any wind. "I've been waiting for you for more than 10 years. You've finally appeared." The woman gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions, as if they were filled with accusations of blood and tears. Countless pairs of eyes turned towards Yang Kai in unison. This woman's words seemed to contain many hidden stories. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. The woman continued, "Back then, you just left. Did you think you could escape just like that?" As soon as this was said, many people immediately cast disdainful gazes towards Yang Kai. Some people had already imagined Yang Kai and this woman falling in love, only for Yang Kai to abandon her in the end. Yuhi covered her red lips and said, "Young master, this lady is... It's not what you think." Yang Kai was a little speechless. Staring at the woman, he frowned and said, "Although I'm very embarrassed, I still want to ask, who are you?" The disdainful gazes instantly turned into disdain. The woman was also stunned. Her aura that had risen to the limit seemed to be pressed down by a mountain and suddenly withered. A cold, murderous intent appeared on her beautiful face. "Have you forgotten who I am?" Yang Kai said a little awkwardly. "You look familiar. I don't quite remember. Can you give me a hint?" The woman clenched her fists and gritted her teeth as she said word by word, "Azura Field, Wuxia." The hall was suddenly in an uproar. Someone exclaimed, "What? She's a Wuxia who is ranked first on the Azura Field Earth ranking?" That's right. She really is Wuxia. I saw her fight with someone else in the Azura Field before, but at that time I was too far away and her movements were too fast. She dealt with her opponent in just a few moves, so I didn't get a good look. I heard that she is one of the several most outstanding disciples of the Azura Field. She is a core disciple with a high chance of reaching the 6th grade of Split the Heavens, just a single step away from that. Just who is this boy? Why is he so confused with Wuxia? Could he really have done something to her? This is going to be a good show. Everyone in the hall began to discuss. Yang Kai finally understood. He pointed at Wuxia and said, "Oh, it's you." In the past, he had been tricked by Pei Buin into the Azura Field and fought with someone there. And that battle had been with this Wuxia. Xianxia hadn't been in the 3,000 worlds for too long, and his strength was far from what it was today. Even so, he was still able to look down on all other cultivator at his level. However, that battle had been won with great difficulty. The Azura Field was one of the 36 Paradise Heavens, and Wuxia was one of the core disciples of the Azura Field, so she naturally wasn't easy to deal with. The Azura Field was an industry of the Azura Field. Almost every large star market had an Azura Field where a cultivator could engage in life or death struggles. One reason was because they relied on this method to earn a massive amount of resources, and the second reason was because the Azura Field allowed their disciples to enter and temper themselves. Every disciple of the Azura Field had slaughtered their way out of the Azura Field. They were all savage and cruel, killing people like flies. The Azura Field was divided into 3 ranks: heaven, earth, and mortal. These ranks corresponded to the split the heavens, half-step split the heavens, and half-step split the heavens. In the past, when Xianxia fought with Wuxia, this woman was ranked 4th on the mortal decree. But now someone said that she was ranked 1st on the earth decree. From this, it could be seen just how great her growth had been in these past several years. Xianxia hadn't paid too much attention to the fight that day. It was just a small microcosm of his life's hardships and wasn't worth remembering. But he hadn't expected that after more than 10 years, Wuxia would come knocking on his door. "Did shopkeeper Pei tell you that I've returned?" Xianxia asked. No wonder when he saw Pei Buin, he had been so cordial. It was Pei Buin who had brought him to the Azura Field. In these past years when Xianxia hadn't been in Star City, Wuxia had likely looked for Pei Buin to ask about Xianxia's whereabouts. Otherwise, Wuxia wouldn't have come knocking on Xianxia's door so soon after he returned to Star City. "So what if I am?" Wuxia coldly glared at Xianxia. Xianxia frowned. "I wonder what junior apprentice sister you is looking for me for. I want to challenge you," Wuxia shouted. When these words fell, the cultivator in the lobby burst into an uproar. Who was Wuxia? She was the number 1 on the Earth ranking in the Azura Field. It could be said that in the entire Star City, she was invincible under the Heaven Opening Realm. It had always been others who challenged her, but now she was actually taking the initiative to split open the sky and challenge someone else. Who was this guy to deserve such treatment from Wuxia? Everyone could almost foresee that when this news spread, Xianxia's name would definitely rise to fame in Star City. Challenge me? Xianxia was stunned. Why is that? Wuxia said matter-of-factly. I lost to you back then, so I want to get my revenge. Just because of this? That's right. Saying so, Wuxia suddenly threw a jade slip straight at Xianxia. 3 days from now, I'll wait for you in the Azura Field at noon. She coldly glared at Xianxia before turning around and leaving. Xianxia held the jade slip tightly, but before he could say a word, Wuxia had already disappeared, not giving him a chance to object at all. What a resolute woman! Xianxia sighed and swept the jade slip with his divine sense. Sure enough, it was a letter of challenge. Bai Qi, who was walking out from the side with dishes, clicked her tongue and put the dishes on the table. She then ridiculed, "Boy, you're really charming, actually making this woman wait for more than 10 years. Don't make sarcastic remarks." Xianxia curled his lips and turned his head to look outside, snorting, "Shopkeeper Pei, you're already here? Just come in. What are you sneaking around for?" Outside the door, Pei Buin grinned meaningfully as he poked his head out. Being exposed by Xianxia, he didn't seem embarrassed as he strode over to the table and sat down before saying, "I must congratulate little brother Yang." "What's there to congratulate?" Xianxia squinted at him. Pei Buin sternly said, "Being able to fight with Wuxia, and it was her who took the initiative to challenge you. Regardless of whether you win or lose, Brother Yang's name will soon spread all over Star City. If this isn't a happy occasion, then what is?" Xianxia said indifferently. "Then shouldn't I thank Shopkeeper Pei?" Pei Buin wore a bitter expression. "Brother Yang, don't blame me. I was forced to do this. I really had no choice." As he spoke, he wished he could shed bitter tears. You suddenly disappeared without a trace that year, but you don't know how annoying Wuxia is. Chapter 42:12. The The battles in the Azura field were extremely dangerous. Every day, there would be a cultivator that would perish. For Wuxia to make such a great name for herself, and even rank first on the Earth Proclamation, she naturally wasn't someone to be trifled with. She wasn't someone who couldn't afford to lose, nor was she someone who had never lost before. On the contrary, at the very beginning, Wuxia wasn't a core disciple of the Azura Heaven, but an extremely ordinary disciple. When she first entered the Azura field, she lost more than she won. Several times, she was even beaten to the point of death, nearly dying. However, this woman had a special characteristic. Wherever she fell, she would stand up. Anyone that defeated her, she would challenge them back. If the first time wasn't enough, she would challenge them a second time. If the second time wasn't enough, she would challenge them a third time. She persevered and was tenacious to the extreme. During these years in the Azura field, she had defeated one powerful opponent after another. Her own cultivation also rose steadily. From a most ordinary disciple of the Azura Heaven to a core disciple, she had even condensed a 6th grade strength. She was only a single step away from reaching the 6th grade and opening the heavens. For so many years, she had defeated all those that had once defeated her, trampling all those that had once considered themselves invincible beneath her feet. Through these bloody battles, she had grown strong and healthy. From the 4th rank on the Immortal Proclamation, she had fought her way to 1st place. Then, she had ascended to the Earth Proclamation, killing her way to the Supreme Throne. There was only one exception. That was Xianxia. In the past, she had fought with Xianxia in the Azura field, but had unfortunately been defeated. After she had bitterly cultivated for a period of time and wanted to challenge Xianxia again. Where was Xianxia in Star City? At that time, Xianxia had already been sucked into the great cosmological boundary. Since she couldn't find Xianxia, she could only look for Pei Buin. But how could Pei Buin know where Xianxia was? He had asked the lady boss several times, but even she didn't know where Xianxia was. She was a woman with a firm and resolute personality, one that wouldn't turn back until they hit a wall. She wouldn't give up so easily. In the lobby, Pei Buin was on the verge of tears. He wiped the corners of his eyes and said, "Brother Yang, please be merciful and save your elder brother. I'm about to be annoyed to death by that girl. She comes to find me almost every 3 days. For more than 10 years, she has never stopped. Can you imagine what kind of life I've been living all these years?" There were several times when Pei Buin was spending the night in the Spring Flower Snow Night Pavilion, and Wuxia actually kicked open the door. The sorrowful experience of more than 10 years was simply not worth mentioning to outsiders. "Is this the reason why you betrayed me?" Xianxia looked at him coldly. Pei Buin smiled and said, "How can this be considered betrayal? Little brother Yang, if you return to Star City, even if I don't say anything, that little girl will know. I'm just letting her know in advance." His expression turned solemn as he said in a serious voice, "Go and fight. As long as you can fulfill that girl's wish, it doesn't matter if you win or lose." Not interested. Xianxia casually crushed the jade slip in his hand. Although he was only an Emperor Realm Master and had only condensed 4 kinds of strength, strictly speaking, he was not even half-step into the heaven-opening realm and did not even have the qualifications to enter the Earth ranking of the Azura field. He really did not have the slightest interest or will to fight with someone from the Emperor Realm. Many heaven-opening realm cultivators had died at his hands, so how could a mere Emperor Realm Master be his opponent, no matter how outstanding her aptitude was? Pei Buin said in a panic, "Little brother, what are you doing? You will not accept the challenge, right?" Xianxia said in surprise, "Did I agree to accept the challenge?" Wuxia left a challenge letter and left, completely speaking to herself. Xianxia did not agree to it. 3 days later, whether he went or not would depend on himself. Pei Buin's expression changed. "Don't be like this, little brother Yang. If you don't accept the challenge, that girl will definitely not let it go. You don't want to be followed wherever you go, eyeing you covetously, right?" Xianxia said, "Will she be like that?" Pei Buin nodded seriously. "For what I know of her, she will definitely be like that." The former number 1 on the human list was followed by her for more than half a year. In the end, he could not stand it and could only agree to fight with her. Yangkai could not help but frown. If that Yu Luocha was really so difficult to deal with, it would be troublesome. Although it was not a big deal to be followed by someone, and he did not have any secrets that he could not let others know, it was still somewhat uncomfortable. After pondering for a while, Yangkai nodded. In that case, I will go and meet her in 3 days. Pei Buin was overjoyed. Little brother Yang is righteous. Then, in 3 days, I will wait for you at the Azura field. After Pei Buin left, Yuhi said, Young master, are you really going to fulfill the 3 days agreement? Yang Kai said, Shopkeeper Pei also said that Yu Luocha is a persevering person. If I reject her this time, she will definitely do it again and again. Instead of tangling with her, it is better to cut the Gordian knot. Then young master must be careful. Yui covered her mouth and smiled. Yang Kai was stunned. What should I be careful of? What are you afraid of her doing to me? Yuhi said, I am afraid that young master will accidentally kill her. Although life and death in the Azura field is one's own responsibility, and even if someone dies in battle, they cannot seek revenge. But that Yu Luocha is after all a core disciple of the Azura field. If she's really killed by you, I am afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Yang Kai said, Not to that extent. I have always been protective of the fairer sex. He turned to look at Lang Qingshan and the others. We may have to stay here for a while. If you all have nothing to do, you can go to the Azura field to train yourselves. Life and death battles are always the best nutrients for growth. It is useless to have such great strength, but not know how to fight. Lang Qingshan and the others hurriedly agreed. Many of them showed eager expressions. After following Yang Kai for more than 10 years, each of them had grown tremendously, especially Lang Qingshan. Back then, he was just a little emperor who had just condensed his Dao seal. But now he had already condensed several kinds of 5th grade resources, and his strength had increased tremendously. However, in the great cosmological realm, there were very few opportunities to fight with others. This was because in the great cosmological realm, Yang Kai could cover the sky with one hand. There was no place for them to display their strength. It had to be said that the Azura field was an excellent place for them to train. After eating and drinking, everyone checked into a room to rest. What made Yang Kai indignant, though, was that the accountant was actually calculating with him, charging him 300 heaven-opening pills a night for each room. Yang Kai was now filthy rich, so how could he care about such a small amount? He checked into 10 rooms in one go. The news of a number 1 on the Azura Field's Earth list challenging Yang Kai spread like wildfire and soon spread throughout Star City, causing an uproar. Yu Luocha was now famous and naturally attracted many people's attention. She was the representative of the strongest under the heaven-opening realm. This battle had attracted the attention of countless people before it even started. Many people were inquiring about Yang Kai's origin, and were surprised to learn that he had defeated Yu Luocha more than 10 years ago. However, Yu Luocha's battle record had many defeats, so although they were surprised, no one was too optimistic about Yang Kai. After all, Yu Luocha's growth in the past 10 years was obvious to all. It could be said that she had improved by leaps and bounds. Those that were able to defeat her in the past could only look up to her now. That Yang Kai wasn't too far off. It was said that he had disappeared for over 10 years, and only reappeared recently. However, no matter what sort of lucky chances he had encountered in these past 10 years, it was impossible for him to be Yu Luocha's match. When the time came, he would only be ravaged. The Azura field was one of the Azura field's greatest resource earners. Thus, no one was sparing no effort in creating hype for this battle. They had already set up extremely high betting lines, attracting countless cultivators to crazily place their bets. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Azura field was buzzing with activity. Countless cultivators swarmed in, all for the sake of catching a glimpse of Yu Luocha's elegant demeanor. Ever since Yu Luocha obtained the number 1 position on the Earth Proclamation 3 years ago, she rarely fought. This was because under the heaven-opening realm, there was no one that could last more than 10 minutes against her. There was also no one that didn't know what was good for them and dared to challenge her. Today, She was finally going to fight. This naturally attracted countless people to rush in like a flock of ducks. Outside the Azura field, Yang Kai walked in with Yuhi. Pei Buwan, who had been waiting here for a long time, stepped forward and greeted them warmly, laughing heartily as he said, "Brother Yang, you've finally come." It was only now that he could finally relax. Before he saw Yang Kai, he was afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't come. If that were the case, then not only would the Azura field's efforts these past few days be wasted, but it would also give him a headache. Yang Kai nodded to him, greeting him. "He's at Yang Kai. It should be him. He doesn't look too good. Look at the two followers behind him. He seems to be some playboy young master. How strong can such a person be?" Suddenly, there was a burst of discussion. Yang Kai looked around and saw that both sides of the street were lined with cultivator. All of them had curious looks on their faces. "These people are..." Yang Kai frowned slightly. Pei Buwan said, "These people are Yu Luocha's fans. You don't have to pay attention to them." Yang Kai was speechless. He didn't expect Yu Luocha to be so popular in Star City. However, it wasn't strange when he thought about it. That woman was beautiful and had a good figure. Which man wouldn't like her? Most importantly, her spirit of perseverance in the pursuit of victory resonated with many low-level martial artists. Naturally, it made people revere her. "That brat surnamed Yang. You have to endure a few more moves from Senior Sister Yu. Don't lose too badly." Someone suddenly shouted, causing the people around to laugh. "You're a man after all. You have to endure for at least 10 breaths of time. Don't embarrass us men. If you don't want to die, just admit defeat. Don't embarrass yourself." "Ha ha!" The surrounding cultivator shouted at once. It sounded like they were cheering for Yang Kai, but their tone was full of ridicule. Obviously, they didn't think highly of him. Yui's cold eyes swept across. The aura of a 6th-grade open sky suddenly filled the air. In an instant, the noise stopped. Even heaven and earth seemed to be frozen. Outside the Azura arena, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Pei Buwan's forehead was full of cold sweat. He quickly said, "Lady, please calm down." Yang Kai also smiled and said, "There's no need to lower yourself to their level." Yui snorted and retracted her aura.